Chapter 361 Confrontation. Unable to seize the high-altitude area, Anderson knew that his military intentions would be easily discovered by the high-altitude reconnaissance forces of the Eternal Territory, and the opponent's small elite forces were also active in his control area. Therefore, the army of the Principality of the Wind did not attack at multiple points this time, and did not use the tactics of feint attack and main attack. Directly concentrate the fists on one point to break through, intending to break the surface with one point, and first make a gap in the defense line of the Eternal Territory. In the sky, an airship rushed forward, and 4 airships dragged behind. On the ground, heavy alchemy puppets were concentrated. Heavy magic throwing equipment was pressed forward as much as possible to shorten the distance of large magic delivery. The spies who entered the Eternal Territory's control area in advance tried every means to find the location of the heavy artillery firepower point in order to destroy this important strategic firepower. The battle broke out. At the beginning, it was still a magical bombing. The heavy puppets attracted firepower, cleared obstacles, and covered the infantry's forward charge. The temporary bunkers built by the magicians accompanying the army were also greatly improved. The bunkers were no longer wide and solid, but as many small earth pits that could only accommodate a few people as possible were made. Because Anderson discovered the disadvantages of building solid large bunkers in the first 2 battles. The attack requires soldiers to dare to charge. However, the existence of solid bunkers made our soldiers hide behind the bunkers when facing the enemy's powerful firepower. This creates a herd effect. Everyone wants to hide in a safe place, so naturally they are unwilling to risk death and break through. The more people there are, the less they dare to charge. The gathering of soldiers will attract dive bombers and heavy artillery. As a result, a sharp attack cannot be launched. But instead, there are heavy casualties in the end. There are many advantages to scattered small earth pits. The scattered soldiers can disperse the enemy's firepower, thus giving more opportunities to break through. Small earth pits have certain defensive capabilities, but hiding in them is still very risky, which stimulates their own soldiers to find ways to eliminate the enemy. On the entire battlefield, the army of the Principality of the Wind concentrated and attacked one place. But the attacking forces were much more dispersed than the previous 2 times. This scene shocked Yan Xing, who had just arrived at the battlefield. While the heavy magic was still bombing, the ground army pushed to the edge of the bombing area and began to attack. Infantry and artillery coordination? Heavy alchemical puppets were used in a concentrated manner, and they pushed through obstacles to charge towards the position of the Eternal Territory, followed closely by the infantry behind. Tank cluster charge plus infantry and tank coordination. The infantry line was stretched out, and the individual soldiers were dispersed as much as possible, and foxholes were dug. Skirmisher line? In a blink of an eye, the army of the Principality of the Wind rushed out a gap in the middle of the first trench. Anderson, you are too awesome. Give you some time. Can you invent a blitzkrieg? If I hadn't been blessed with real-world war cases, I would have been crushed to the ground by you. However, although the army of the Principality of Windward has a high talent for war, it is still crossing the river by feeling the stones, and can only respond to each move as it comes. The position set up by Yanqing in the outpost fort is not something that can be taken down by breaking through a trench. The independent defensive positions and echelon firepower of each unit are enough to make the soldiers of the Principality of Windward, who are experiencing trench warfare for the first time, dizzy. After knowing that Orf organized a group of werewolf warriors to counterattack, Yanqing focused on the air battle that was about to break out. Compared with the increasingly hot weaponized war on the ground, the air has formed a confrontation between 2 armies in the cold weapon era. The magicians of both sides released barriers in the air to block the breakthrough of the enemy's air force, and the flying units hovered above their own airspace. Yanqing jumped out of the open hatch of the aerial fortress and landed on the back of the flying precious horse. After a burst of metal collision, the man and the saddle were fixed, and Fei Ying instantly accelerated and rushed towards the airship flying at a constant speed. Yanqing's action led the flying clusters of both sides to charge together. The airship also activated the air magic array of the boat body to spray air backwards, pushing the boat body to accelerate continuously. The battle in the air broke out in an instant. The bullets fired by the fighter jets drew strings of light in the air, and the gods and monsters flew across the battlefield with ghostly maneuvers. The griffins made battle cries, and magic exploded in the air with brilliant brilliance. And they were not the protagonists of this war. Even Yanqing, who was killing all around in the air, was somewhat inconspicuous against the backdrop of the airship and the air fortress. The two large air vehicles approached each other, as if to decide who was the master of the sky. In terms of size, the airship was much larger than the air fortress. The length of the front and rear of the football hull was close to 100 meters, and the pod below was equivalent to the air fortress, but wider and thicker. The airship has a larger load capacity and can carry more weapons and personnel, thicker armor. Therefore, Yin Xing did not dare to let the airship reach the sky above his own position. The volume of the air fortress is much smaller. Limited space and limited load capacity determine that every gram of load of the air fortress is very precious. Defense, firepower, and functions all need to be compromised in order to achieve better adaptability. In terms of dominance in the air battlefield, the airship is also stronger than the air fortress. The magician on board and the magic device inside the airship can provide powerful magic support for the air force of the party. There are also gods and gargoyles on the airship, which is suddenly an air carrier. In terms of air combat value, the airship is definitely stronger than the air fortress. But the air fortress was developed to deal with the airship, and all its performance serves this function. Focus is professionalism. When the air fortress number 001 was 2,000 meters away, it turned sideways to cut to the side of the airship. This is already the center of the air battle, and the air forces of both sides are fighting in this small airspace. There are gods and monsters trying to break through the escort force of the air fortress to attack this large aircraft that seems to be a threat to the airship. In the higher airspace, there are several large aircraft with a similar appearance to this one hovering. It seemed to be a weapon specially developed by the Eternal Territory based on the Megalodon passenger plane to fight against airships. 10 gods were sent out to test the strength of this weapon. More gods, griffins, and gargoyles provided cover for this breakthrough. The fierce battle approached the Sky Fortress 001, and the 4 self-defense machine guns on board fired at the approaching gods. It was just that the gods were too mobile and would release beneficial states to enhance their combat effectiveness. It was already difficult for bullets to hit the gods, and a small number of bullets would not cause much damage to the gods. When the Vulcan machine gun joined the battle, the scene of the air battle improved greatly. The 6 gun barrels rotated under the drive of the engine. The shells sprayed, and the small caliber shells fired formed a seamless fire whip in the air. A more stable shooting platform, better observation and aiming equipment. With the assistance of the system's pre-aiming, the trajectory of the Vulcan machine gun can bite the flight trajectory of the gods and monsters. Once hit by this fire whip, the penetration and explosion of the small shells can directly stop the gods and monsters on the spot. The defensive magic can't last for less than a second in this impact, and then the body of the gods and monsters is torn into pieces. The fierce firepower and wide shooting range repelled the attack of the gods and monsters. The escort aircraft group pushed back and drove the attackers out of the range that could threaten the air fortress number 001. The battle ended in a very short time, and the Sky Fortress 001 arrived at a distance of 1,200 meters from the airship. The high-explosive Vulcan machine gun easily emptied a basic amount of ammunition, and its barrel retreated along the slide rail to the preparation area at the tail of the aircraft with smoke. The main gun extended the barrel from the open cabin door along the slide rail. The huge body of the airship was not a big target at such a long distance. Aiming was a bit difficult, but the crew members, who were just testing the target, quickly cooperated to bracket the airship in the side of the sight. Chui Chui, who was still the captain in the cockpit, personally controlled the flight attitude and tried his best to maintain the stability of the aircraft in the chaotic air battlefield. The automatic loader pushed a shell into the barrel. The gunner was in a magical state, as if he wanted to put his entire head into the sight. He reported the number and asked the gunner to fine-tune the barrel, calculating the lead time through the auxiliary system and his own intuition. 1 test shot of armor-piercing shells. Fire! The gunner ordered to shoot, and the gunner immediately pressed the trigger button, and the body of the air fortress adjusted its posture to meet the recoil. A roar rang out inside the cabin. An armor-piercing shell rushed out of the muzzle in a flash of fire and shot into the target in front. At a flying speed of 1,300 meters per second, the armor-piercing shell flew in the air for a second before hitting the moving airship. In the flames of the explosion, the airship seemed to be unaffected and continued to move towards the Eternal Territory. It was a great pleasure to hit the target in the first test shot, but it still could not break through the airflow barrier of the outer layer of the airship. Switch to armor-piercing shells. After seeing the result of the bombardment, the gunner shouted to the gunner and connected the communication in the cockpit. I need a closer shooting distance to achieve the maximum armor-piercing effect. The armor-piercing shell has a higher armor-piercing ability than ordinary armor-piercing shells. But once the shooting distance is too large, the armor-piercing performance of the armor-piercing shell will show a curved decline. Therefore, the gunner asked to shorten the distance with the airship in order to maximize the effectiveness of the armor-piercing shell. Just getting closer means a worse air combat environment. Every 100 meters shorter, the risk factor increases geometrically. But the Sky Fortress 001 still turned sideways to adjust its direction and approached the airship that was about to rush over its own position. 1,200 meters. 1,100 meters. 1,000 meters. 900 meters. The airship was constantly enlarged in the gunner's sight. When the gunner thought the distance was right, he ordered to fire again. Another roar sounded. An armor-piercing shell rushed out of the muzzle at a speed of 1,650 meters per second, and separated from the sleeve during the flight. And the bullet like a needle pierced the airflow barrier on the outer layer of the airship hull. The shape of the armor-piercing discarding sabot determines all its kinetic energy, which will be concentrated at one point after encountering an obstacle. The tungsten steel bullet is extremely strong. It does not deform during the sprint, and maintains stability and stronger drilling power due to high-speed rotation. This time the airflow barrier did not block the armor-piercing bullet, and the airship hull material under the protection of the airflow barrier was even more fragile. The bullet of the armor-piercing bullet pierced all the way inside the hull and finally hit the airflow barrier on the other side. Unfortunately, the bullet of the armor-piercing discarding sabot is a whole piece of tungsten steel, and the warhead without explosives did not explode, and could not cause greater tearing of the wound on the airship hull. For such a small hole, the airship has a way to slow down the loss of gas in the hull. Therefore, the airship that was hit again seemed to be fine. It continued to fly forward. At the same time, almost all the air forces of the Principality of the Wind rushed towards the Air Fortress number 001. The airship of the Cloud Tower has never suffered any external trauma since it was built. Although the hole opened by the Air Fortress on the hull this time was small, it also proved that it has the ability to injure the airship. The gods and monsters launched a crazy attack on the airship, trying to shoot down this weapon that can penetrate the airship. The air units of the Eternal Territory also gathered at the Air Fortress to cover it to continue attacking the airship. The air combat forces of both sides were concentrated in the narrow airspace, reaching a very terrifying density. Gods, gargoyles, griffins, fighters, dive bombers, armored griffins, filled the airspace between the airship and the Air Fortress. The number of collisions and crashes exceeded the number of attacks and destructions. The remains fell like a rain. When the Air Fortress number 001 could not use its secondary guns, it could only rely on its self-defense weapons and defense system to resist attacks from all directions. The airborne combat soldiers stood at the open cabin door, attacking all enemies who tried to rush in, and used magic to protect the main gun turret. The gun crew members calmly loaded the shells and fired at the airship one by one. Each roar could leave bullet holes on the hull of the airship. A small number of bullet holes can be ignored by the airship, but once there are more holes on the hull, the gas leakage rate in the hull will become faster and faster. The airship finally stopped moving forward, and its originally round hull was now visibly shrunken. If the air force of the Principality of the Wind could not shoot down the Air Fortress in time, the fate of this airship would be to make an emergency landing in the control area of the Eternal Territory. This was definitely something that Anderson and the Cloud Tower could not accept. The air units of the Eternal Territory protected the Air Fortress regardless of losses, and the Toucan bomber, which was almost the same length as the Air Fortress, once again lowered its altitude and pressed down. Anderson didn't know how many weapons that could penetrate airships Yinching had. Anyway, this exploratory attack had already produced results. Although it was a bad side, it was not necessarily a bad thing for the Principality of Wind. There was never a war behind the war. War was just a continuation of politics. If you really want to work for the Cloud Tower, you are truly a worthless cannon fodder. Chapter 362 Nine-Headed Dragon Research Institute. After paying a heavy price, the Eternal Territory's Air Force finally forced the advancing airship to retreat. The air forces of both sides gradually broke contact. However, the air force of the Principality of Windstorm did not retreat completely, because the ground battle was still going on. A section of trench was repeatedly bombarded by magic and heavy artillery during the repeated battles, and it had long lost its original appearance. The two armies came up with various ways to drive the opponent out of this area. Guns and charged magic wands. Two new weapons. fought at a distance of dozens of meters, or even a few meters. The narrow trench was full of the bodies of soldiers from both sides. The fierce battle lasted until the evening. The army of the Eternal Territory did not drive away all the soldiers of the Principality of the Wind in the end. And the Principality of the Wind did not expand the occupied area either. When the night enveloped the battlefield, the battle finally subsided gradually. On the quiet battlefield, lights and lighting magic were occasionally launched into the air. Occasionally, a gunshot or a beam of light would take the life of an unlucky person. The soldiers were lying in the trenches, and could almost hear the voices of the enemy soldiers. Faced with this war situation, the generals of the Eternal Territory did not know how to deal with it. Let the frontline soldiers withdraw in batches to rest, fearing that the enemy would attack at night. Don't withdraw. The temperature at night in late winter and early spring is low, and the front line dare not light a fire to keep warm, for fear that the soldiers can't stand the cold. Yinxing continued to preside over the post-war meeting at the outpost. Faced with this situation, Yinxing said, "Let the logistics department send a batch of blankets to the front line. Our people have a hard time at night, and the enemy has an even harder time. At least we still have garrison caves for soldiers to take turns to rest. And we can send food and drinks up. The enemy may not even have a hot meal. Our good days have just passed, and we won't be unable to endure hardships so soon." As for guarding against enemy night attacks, instead of guarding against the enemy's attack, it is better for us to organize a small night attack and let the enemy guard against us. Each unit should go back and use the night vision equipment issued to you together, and organize a night attack team to harass the enemy. We also need to arrange for the frontline soldiers to rest and be prepared for such trench warfare for a long time. At this time, Yinxing lit a cigarette for himself. Concentrate on making a judgment on your own. Fighting during the day, the army of the Principality of the Wind attacked sharply and fought bravely, but not fiercely. Especially after the airship was beaten back in the air. The aggressiveness of the army of the Principality of the Wind, which seized part of the trench, obviously decreased a lot. Seems to be satisfied with the results in hand. Yinxing didn't know what Anderson's next tactic would be, but the political interests still guided the war. Anderson would never throw all his family assets into a battle to help the Cloud Tower win. In the 3 battles fought so far, it can be seen that Anderson has no intention of fighting to the death. Basically, he stopped the loss in time when he saw that the battle was not going well. As a talented and powerful commander, Anderson must have seen that the defense line of the outpost was not something he could easily break through. Trench warfare was a meat grinder where both sides kept sending soldiers in. With this kind of refueling tactic, the population of the Principality of the Wind could not consume the Thunder Swamp. Anderson, who could not achieve a key victory in a short time, is likely to choose a strategy of high-intensity confrontation and low-intensity combat. Find a way to break the situation in other places. At the same time, he can also use this to make the Cloud Tower give him more benefits. Didn't he do the same thing in the Windy Heights before? It's just that this time, a different victim was chosen. Therefore, Yinxing judged that this kind of trench warfare would exist for a long time. Being in a tense battle for a long time might not be a big deal for the original Windy Heights Corps, but it was a very big test for the newly established Eternal Territory. After a long time, people will become numb and lax, and they will become more weary. This gave Anderson an opportunity. As for how to maintain the combat effectiveness of the army, it was up to these frontline commanders. After Yinxing presided over the post-war meeting, he returned to the Eternal Territory. Then he boarded a material transport plane and flew to Heizei City. Lying on a camp bed in the cabin, surrounded by neatly stacked wooden boxes, the discovery of the 9-headed dragon is very important to the Eternal Territory. In order to keep up with the research progress, the Eternal Territory allocates a large amount of materials to Heizei City every day. An elite military force has been strengthened to guard Heizei City. Yinxing closed his eyes and looked for an opportunity to rest, and was still communicating with Chui in his consciousness. At this time, Chui had collected many legends about the 9-headed dragon from the swamp tribe, excluding some exaggerated and post-artistic processing parts. According to the seen in the cave, some stories that may be related to the truth have been obtained. The time when the 9-headed dragon appeared cannot be investigated, whether it is the guardian of the swamp tribe. There is no direct evidence to prove whether it is or not. The story goes that one day, on a rainy night with thunder and lightning, the 9-headed dragon was born at the bottom of a muddy pool in the swamp. He had no wings and could not fly like those giant dragons, but he had a strong body, and the venom he spewed could corrupt everything. and each of his 9 heads mastered a kind of magic. One day, the god summoned all the ultimate creatures and asked these most powerful species to each choose an intelligent creature created by the gods in the secular world, to teach them and protect them. At that time, there were no intelligent creatures in the swamp. The 9-headed dragon did not want to leave the swamp. So the 9-headed dragon mixed his blood with the soil and released his power to create the lizard man. Therefore, the lizard men all have dragon blood. The awakening of the dragonman's long jaw proves this. The 9-headed dragon also taught the lizardmen the skills to tame monsters, and taught them how to survive in the swamp. Like a father, he carefully nurtured the growth of the lizardmen. But the 9-headed dragon angered the gods by creating creatures without authorization. The gods asked the 9-headed dragon to destroy the lizardmen. But the 9-headed dragon chose to fight against the gods for the lizardmen. In the end, the 9-headed dragon used his life to exchange for the right of the lizardmen to survive from the gods. His body fell and turned into the Blood Crown Mountain, protecting the lizardmen forever. If this story is regarded as an ordinary legend, it is a very ordinary myth made up by a lizardman. It is used to reflect the uniqueness of the lizardmen, but combined with a 9-headed dragon nailed to the ground by a spear in the underground cave. Many things are extremely terrifying when you think about it carefully. Yanxing can't help but think of the unique mechanism of this world. All intelligent creatures must have appeared out of thin air, and were created if they traced their ancestors back. The existence of God-given items and God-given gold coins all represent that this world has an energy and material exchange system. Who created this system? What kind of existence is God? Moreover, Chue also said that the sacred power generated by the advent of angels has obvious traces of artificial creation. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. This kind of speculation without evidence and data is meaningless. The more you think about it, the more you will scare yourself. Anyway, the 9-headed dragon has been dug out, so you can find the answer from it. The transport plane landed in Kurosawa City soon. The city enforced curfew and blackout at night, so the whole city was dark, and it was difficult to see its appearance at this time. After getting off the plane, Yanxing took the shaft elevator directly, and came to the cave where the 9-headed dragon was found without stopping. Although Yanxing saw the images and photos of the interior of the cave after returning to the magic world from the real world, but standing on the ground of the cave in person, he was still shocked by what he saw. The 9-headed dragon, which was as big as a hill, was nailed to the ground by a crystal gun. The crystal clusters growing upside down on the top layer emitted light like a chandelier that illuminated the entire cave. At this time, the alchemical robot brought some equipment under the order of Chue. More than 10 types of collection probes were aimed at the 9-headed dragon to collect some detectable energy characteristics. The elves and the Knoll shaman were discussing the starting point of the research on the 9-headed dragon around a drawing at a makeshift conference table. From the way they were arguing, it was obvious that neither of them could convince the other. After Yanxing recovered from the shock, he walked to the conference table. The elves and the Knoll shaman immediately made room for him. What were you arguing about just now? Which direction do you plan to start from to study the 9-headed dragon? The old Knoll shaman stood up and saluted Yanxing, saying, Master, the 9-headed dragon is the guardian of the swamp tribe. We should rescue the 9-headed dragon. The swamp tribe, with the 9-headed dragon, will definitely become a powerful race. Yanxing complained in his heart. Let's not talk about whether the 9-headed dragon is the guardian of the swamp tribe. Even if it is released, where will my position be? Yanxing said to a group of gnolls who were eager to rescue the 9-headed dragon right now, when there was a 9-headed dragon. You werewolves were still a branch of the orcs. It is the guardian of the swamp tribe and the lizard people. What does it have to do with you werewolves? Aren't you afraid that if you save the 9-headed dragon, it will drive all of you werewolves out of the swamp? After hearing Yanxing's words, the jackal shaman shut up. The legend they had heard since childhood was that the 9-headed dragon was the guardian of the swamp tribe, and the werewolves were members of the swamp tribe. Naturally, they thought that the 9-headed dragon was also the guardian of the werewolves. But after Yanxing ruthlessly broke this paper, the jackals realized that the 9-headed dragon they worshipped actually had nothing to do with us werewolves. So, save it or not. If you don't save it, this person is your belief. If you save it, what should you do if this person drives the werewolves away? Yanxing knew that the jackals had always been closed inside the werewolf tribe, and were not very smart about some things. They probably couldn't come up with any constructive suggestions. So Yanxing looked at the elves. This group of elves came from the Elf King's court. They followed the order of the Elf King, and came to Thunder Swamp to discover the traces of the suspected nine-headed dragon. The discovery of the nine-headed dragon made these elves still have no dissatisfaction, even though they knew they were under house arrest. They just wanted to start researching the nine-headed dragon as soon as possible. You should know that the body of this nine-headed dragon is much larger than the golden dragon corpse collected by the Elf King's court. According to the understanding of the dragon clan, big means stronger. The leading elf wizard said to Yin Xing, "We think that the crystal cluster above and the crystal spear that pierced the nine-headed dragon should have the effect of suppressing the nine-headed dragon and preventing it from waking up and recovering its strength. Without knowing the threat level of the nine-headed dragon, our research should try to avoid destroying the magic circle here. We hope to collect the blood, skin, muscles, and scales of the nine-headed dragon slightly to study the alchemical value of its body. We can also make a rough assessment of the power of the nine-headed dragon. We understand. We have studied the corpse of the golden dragon and have a certain understanding of dragons. See, this is professional. First, figure out what you are facing from the corners bit by bit, and then talk about in-depth research. You Knoll shamans want to release the dragon right away. Aren't you afraid that this thing will go berserk without recognizing any relatives? Chue also thinks that the starting point of the elves' research is feasible. After all, they have played with real dragons. They were invited here because of their professional abilities. Of course, the Knoll shamans cannot be excluded from the research project. The elves conducted physical research on the nine-headed dragon. The Knoll shamans conducted research on the energy extraction of the nine-headed dragon. These Knoll shamans can extract the power of the nine-headed dragon and transform it into a three-headed, six-armed werewolf on 1,000-meter wide ground. Chue also wanted to use the energy of the nine-headed dragon to build an energy reactor to provide cheap, sustainable, and massive energy for the subsequent development of the Eternal Territory. Especially the current magic weapons and subsequent super weapons are all big energy consumers. Yin Xing arranged their respective research directions for the elves and the Knoll shamans according to his own ideas, and asked them to take out the list of materials they needed. And Chue was responsible for purchasing and delivering them. Finally, Yin Xing announced the establishment of Juzuria Research Institute, and Chue allocated a secondary computing core to be responsible for the review of Juzuria Research Institute. In any research, safety must be placed at the top priority. Projects with potential safety hazards will never be approved, and anyone who dares to violate them will be severely punished. At the same time, Yin Xing also announced the end of the underground detention of the members of the Institute. All members can move freely within the scope specified by Kurosawa City, but external communications must be reviewed by Chue. Busy Yin Xing did not waste time here at Juzuria, leaving the underground and boarding the return transport plane. Yin Xing, who was lying down, suddenly thought of something and said to Chue, "In the legend of the Lizardmen, their race was created by the nine-headed dragon, which means that the nine-headed dragon has the ability to create life. And Taita's transformation from an ordinary werewolf to such a powerful three-headed and six-armed werewolf is definitely not as simple as a simple advanced evolution. If the legend is based on facts, the nine-headed dragon created the Lizardmen, which means that it has the same power as the gods. I think this is the real reason why it was nailed there. He touched the rights that only gods have and mastered the creation ability that only gods can master." Chue couldn't help asking, "What is a god? We found the nine-headed dragon. Why didn't he show up? How should I know? I'll sleep for a while. Wake me up when we get to the Eternal City." Chapter 363 Anderson's Strategy. In the following days, the situation on the Windy Heights was similar to what Yin Xing had expected. Anderson had no intention of wasting his troops on the solid defense line of the Eternal Territory. He also realized that Yin Xing seemed to be more comfortable with this new war mode than himself. Therefore, it seemed that the army of the Principality of Windy was attacking. But the entire battle scene was very passive. It seemed that the Eternal Territory had a plan to deal with any new tactics that they came up with, and they were all very effective. So Anderson ordered his army to consolidate their occupied areas first, and dig the same trenches in accordance with the Eternal Territory's position construction model. Defense against defense. The front line continuously launched small-scale attacks, and used heavy magic to maintain war pressure on the Eternal Territory's defenders. The entire army in the rear launched an analysis and drill of the new war mode, using the war with the Eternal Territory as an example to readjust the army's organization and tactical thinking. Facing the Cloud Tower. Anderson actively mediated and even went to the tower in person to persuade the mage elders. Let the Cloud Tower realize. The number and performance of the weapons they are currently supporting the Principality of the Wind are not enough to defeat the Eternal Territory's army. If the Cloud Tower does not intend to send senior mages to directly participate in the war, it must come up with weapons that can adapt to the new war mode. For example, aircraft that can fly up to 8,000 meters and can fight against the aircraft of the Eternal Territory. Otherwise, the entire Windy Highlands is within the surveillance range of the Eternal Territory, and any troop movements of the Windy Principality are clearly seen by the enemy. The charging magic wand is suitable for heroes with a basic spellcasting foundation. It is difficult for ordinary soldiers to accurately hit the target in the complex aiming process. The individual weapons of the Eternal Territory have very easy to operate aiming devices. The efficiency of heavy magic throwing equipment is too slow, and it is easy for the enemy to discover and dodge in time when it is launched. The heavy artillery of the Eternal Territory. When you hear the sound, the shells have already exploded beside you. There are also frontline fire suppression weapons, siege weapons to destroy solid targets, and individual throwing weapons. Anderson even said bluntly, the design of the weapons of the Cloud Tower is still based on the previous war mode, and the Thunder Swamp has developed weapons suitable for the future war mode. If the Cloud Tower wants to support the Principality of the Wind to win this war, it must develop new weapons suitable for new wars. At the same time, it must increase the scale of aid to the Griffinheart Empire, actively attract the Wild Orcs to join the attack on the Thunder Swamp. As the representative of the Cloud Tower stationed in the Wind Highlands, Mage Miller described in detail the war scenes he saw. The aircraft of the Eternal Territory can indeed fly above 4,000 meters, and the published data shows that the highest flight altitude is 8,000 meters. The weapons of the Cloud Tower on the battlefield also have various problems, as Anderson said, and are not suitable for the current war mode. If it were in the past, the Cloud Tower would never admit that its alchemical weapons had problems. But the reality now is that the aircraft produced by Thunder Swamp is flying above your head. You can see it, but you can't get up. This is a great irony of the alchemical level of the Cloud Tower. In fact, when Yenxing publicly showed off the Tuku Eagle passenger plane, the Cloud Tower had already secretly competed with the Thunder Swamp in the flight altitude and speed of the aircraft. The alchemy technology of the Cloud Tower is indeed strong and very comprehensive. In the past, mages focused on breaking through the limits of life. Now, once they seriously apply alchemy, they can easily integrate the alchemy in their hands and produce results. The first result is to upgrade the existing gods and monsters, install more advanced alchemy structures, and improve the efficiency of the cyclone of the lower body of the gods and monsters. The upgraded body of the gods and monsters is named the God Monster Master. After testing, the God Monster Master can maintain a good flying ability in the airspace of 8,000 meters. The second result is the combination of airship and floating island technology. The Cloud Tower is a floating island. Therefore, these two technologies are very mature. Floating island, it uses magic alchemy technology to generate a force field, and generates repulsion with the ground force field to offset gravity, thereby achieving the suspension of heavy objects. However, once the floating island moves, the energy consumption is very large. So the tower in the cloud floats in the space environment specially opened up by the mages, and is almost motionless. If the floating island technology is combined with the airship technology, energy consumption can be greatly saved. After calculations by the mages, the buoyancy formed by the 4 airships can send the floating warships they designed to 8,000 meters in the airspace. Design is not too difficult for the mages of the tower in the cloud. But to build it, let's not talk about the cost. The Cloud Tower has no equipment and no corresponding manpower. The mages disdain to do such lowly work. After Anderson knew that the Cloud Tower had developed the God Monster Lord and floating warship with high-altitude combat capabilities, he immediately proposed to organize the goblins to build a weapons production factory in Storm City. Put it into production as soon as possible. Build it as soon as possible to join the war against Thunder Swamp. At the same time, Anderson also proposed that the Cloud Tower set up a new weapon research and development department in Storm City to carry out targeted weapon development according to the actual situation of the battlefield. After discussion by the Mage Elders Council, the Cloud Tower agreed to Anderson's requirements. Excellent engineers and alchemists were selected from the Goblin alchemy factories in various places to go to Storm City, and the Abbot Miller established a new weapon research and development department and a weapon production factory. increase the support for the alchemy weapons of the Griffin Heart Empire, and reward the nobles who support the empire. Actively promote the Duchy of Wind, the Griffin Heart Empire, and the Savage Orcs to meet in Storm City, to form a solid military alliance of the three countries. The Cloud Tower increasingly felt the threat of the Thunder Swamp to itself, and was ready to give a big gift and bleed to win the war. Anderson from the Cloud Tower Storm City was more active in sending messengers to the Griffin Heart Empire and the Savage Orcs, and asked the Orc Chief to visit. This is a very bold decision. You should know that in the battle for the Windy Highlands, countless orcs died at Anderson's hands. 2 generals who led the troops died, one of whom was the younger brother of the Orc chieftain. For Anderson, the dangers of secretly going to Gaoshan City to meet the old Marshal Mom and publicly going to the capital of the wilderness to meet the chieftain were not of the same order of magnitude. But in order to eliminate the grudge between the Windy Principality and the wilderness orcs, this trip, he must go in person. While Anderson arranged to visit the wilderness, Yinxing flew to Danling City, the capital of the Silvermane Principality, on a special plane, to attend the wedding of his sister Carol and Duke Silvermane. Chapter 364. Go to Danling City. In Danling City, the capital of the Silvermane Principality, 11 new Falcon II fighters flew over the city with colorful smoke. Gorgeous magic fireworks rose into the sky, and the sound of salutes opened a grand celebration. Today, the whole city of Danling City has a day off. All the people took to the streets to welcome the only governor of the Thunder Swamp Kingdom, the Lord of the Eternal Territory, Master Yinxing, to visit Danling City. From the Danling City airport to the palace, the people lined the streets with colorful flags to welcome Master Yinxing's motorcade with the most enthusiastic voices. After continuous publicity, the people of Danling City have long been familiar with the magic of the Thunder Swamp. I also really felt the powerful alchemy of Thunder Swamp. Now, there are more and more cars on the city roads. White sugar is gradually becoming a luxury that ordinary families can eat occasionally. Bicycles are changing people's travel habits. The planes flying in the sky with a roar have long become a daily routine for everyone. Not to mention, after receiving the weapons of Thunder Swamp, the army of the Principality has been conquering cities on the battlefield. The subjects of the Silvermane Principality have all been inspired with a strong sense of national pride, and they all like Master Yinxing who brought them all this. Yinxing sat in the back seat of the bulletproof car and waved to the people outside the window. This place is not like the Eternal Territory. Under the ubiquitous surveillance system, it is really difficult for an assassin to break through Onlanda's investigation and then escape Chui Chui's surveillance to assassinate himself. Even in Nuda City, safety can be guaranteed. But in other places, ensuring your own safety can ensure the progress of work. The convoy drove all the way into the palace. The Duke of Silvermane came out to greet him with Lady Carol in person. When he saw Yinxing, the Duke of Silvermane gave him a warm hug. I know you are young, but I didn't expect you to be so young. When I was your age, I was still chasing young and beautiful women everywhere. And you have become someone who is influencing the world pattern. Welcome to my wedding with Carol. I think our meeting will definitely leave an indelible mark in history. Yinxing smiled and replied, when Sister Carol was in the Windy Highlands, she often boasted to me that the Duke had great talents, and was the most ambitious and intelligent monarch in the history of the Silvermane Principality. This time, the Duke married my sister, which will further deepen the alliance between the Silvermane Principality and the Thunder Swamp. I also believe that we will open a new chapter of the era here. Hearing Yinxing talking about the alliance in person, the Silvermane Duke couldn't help laughing. Come, brother Yinxing. Carol and I will take you to visit my palace. I have a large-scale decoration plan and need your advice. Carol often tells me how dazzling your embassy in Nuda City is, especially at night. It can illuminate a charming poem. Yinxing saluted Carol and said, decorating the home for Sister Carol is what a younger brother should do. You can leave the lighting decoration of the palace to me. This is part of my gift to the Duke and sister. Carol took the hand of the Duke of Silvermane and smiled happily. Brother Yinxing, you are such a generous person. I am also looking forward to another gift from you. It must be another surprise. It must be a surprise. Then Duke Silvermane and Lady Carol took Yinxing to visit the ancient palace. Yinxing asked the accompanying staff to record the structure of the palace and design the location of the lights, and asked them to complete at least all the lighting installation and debugging for the ceremony before the wedding began. Yinxing brought 5 transport planes as gifts this time, and the wedding lighting and sound system were part of it. Of course, there were also monitoring equipment. As for monitoring, Yinxing found that the intuition of powerful heroes can sense the existence of surveillance cameras. When he monitored Carol before, she often looked at the hidden cameras intentionally or unintentionally. Therefore, it is better not to be too ostentatious on someone else's territory. After visiting the palace, Duke Silvermane and Carol took Yinxing to see the layout of the wedding ceremony and discussed the details of the wedding in detail. Just like an ordinary bridegroom, bride and brother-in-law. Putting aside political interests, Duke Silvermane really likes Carol. Otherwise, he would not have tried every means to get her and publicly doted on her for so many years. This time, marrying Carol not only fulfilled one of his wishes, but also deepened the relationship with Thunder Swamp. So Duke Silvermane was in a very good mood. He was also very interested in pulling Carol and Yinxing to practice the wedding day together. Finally, the three of them came to a heavily guarded room. A map was spread on the table. The map marked the war situation between the Silvermane Principality and the Griffin Heart Empire. At this time, the army of the Silvermane Principality had penetrated 300 kilometers into the empire and occupied 7 important cities. On the surface, the offensive of the Silvermane Principality was smooth, but it did not severely damage the main force of the empire. Now the strategy of the Imperial Army is to deploy defenses layer by layer and retreat step by step. At the same time, the forces of the left and right principalities and the Marquisate have a tendency to squeeze in the middle. If the army of the Silvermane Principality continues to attack, there is a risk of being cut off in the middle. Duke Silvermane briefly explained the situation of the battlefield he was in to Yinxing, and then told him the intelligence he had just obtained during this period. Anderson's messenger activities are very frequent. The spies I deployed in the Empire said that a group of airships used for transporting the Cloud Tower landed in the Imperial capital. My generals have drawn up 2 battle plans for me. One is to use our existing weapon advantages and ask the Air Force of the Eternal Territory to cooperate with us in attacking the Imperial capital. By attacking the Imperial capital, we can seize the initiative in the future war. The second plan is to shrink the army and wait for other noble territories to intervene. After distinguishing between enemies and friends, we will formulate a strategic plan. I want to hear your opinion. From the tone of the Duke of Silvermane, he is more inclined to the first battle plan. After all, the army of the Principality of Silvermane has a great advantage in military strength and weapons. If the Eternal Territory can send out the Air Force to cooperate with the Principality's attack, then the probability of capturing the Imperial capital is very high. By then, the prestige accumulated by the Griffin Heart Empire will be gone. The scramble among the princes is the best situation for the Silvermane Principality. The second plan is slightly conservative. In terms of war potential, the Silvermane Principality is weaker than the Griffin Heart Empire in terms of population and territory. And the Griffin Heart Empire also occupies the great cause of the common leader of the human race. Now the Cloud Tower seems to have increased its aid to the empire. The longer the war lasts, the more unfavorable the situation will become for the Principality. But the longer the war lasts, the better it will be for Yinxing and the Eternal Territory. I think the second plan is the most beneficial to you. The Duke. Chapter 365. All busy. Why? Duke Silvermane was very confused. Yinxing smiled and asked, Duke, did you start this war to overthrow the Griffin Heart Empire, or did you want to take over and become the new emperor? Faced with Yinxing's question, Duke Silvermane was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to answer. After all, he started the war against the Griffin Heart Empire under the banner of clearing the court. Therefore, what he thought in his heart and what everyone understood were not suitable to be said out loud. At this time, Carol asked Yinxing from the side, as a hypothetical discussion, what is the relationship between these two results and the strategy we choose? Yinxing replied, if you only want to overthrow the Griffin Heart Empire, of course the sooner you enter the capital, the better. But at that time, the Duke will be the target of public criticism, and the current Silvermane Principality should not be ready to fight a war for the unification of the human race. The Duke will be trapped in a war that requires conquests on all sides, meaninglessly consuming his own national strength. The Silvermane Duke nodded at what Yinxing said. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. And there are different proverbs in different texts everywhere. After the Silvermane Principality overthrew the Griffin Heart Empire, it must have thought about replacing it. Then it would infect the ministers and divide the land, and create a new aristocratic system loyal to the new empire. This would inevitably damage the interests of the old aristocracy. The other nobles are not easy to deal with, and the Griffin Heart royal family will not willingly admit defeat. It is equivalent to seriously injuring an enemy and attracting countless enemies to themselves. This time, the Silver-Mane Duke took the initiative to ask, "What benefit will the second plan bring to me?" Yinxing replied, "If the Duke has a higher goal, there must be a longer plan. Before destroying an empire, we must consider how to reshape a new empire. In the process of the Duke's preparation, it is best to maintain the existence of the Griffin Heart Empire. Let the power continue to be concentrated and transferred in an orderly manner. The specific approach is, keep an eye on the big ones and swallow the small ones. Maintain a state of war with the Griffin Heart Empire. Take steady steps. And do not seek merit but seek no mistakes. We should actively win over the surrounding noble lords. Thunder Swamp can provide alchemical weapons and economic support to those who are willing to get close to us. We will resolutely suppress those who get close to the empire. Starting from the military, politics and their internal conflicts. We will actively support the rulers who are close to us to come to power. Even if they are neutral bystanders, we should establish friendly trade relations with them. I believe no one will refuse the alchemical products of Thunder Swamp. Over time, more and more noble lords will support us. And fewer noble lords will support the Griffin Heart Empire. When the Duke is ready, it will be a natural thing to sweep the world with one battle." Yinxing's words made the Silver-Mane Duke nod his head and exclaimed, "If my ministers could have such a broad vision and long-term thinking as you, I would have to work less day and night for government affairs. I also look forward to formally forming an alliance with Thunder Swamp. And we will work together to divide the world on the map. I came here to conclude an alliance this time. The wedding of the Silver-Mane Duke and Carol is being actively prepared. The eaves and branches of the entire Danling City are full of colorful flags sent from the Eternal Territory. And every resident of Danling City can get a red hat from the Eternal Territory for free. The children played with the balloons distributed by the Eternal Territory. The women could get a bunch of beautiful hairbands. And the men received a brooch. This is a gift from Master Yinxing, the Lord of Eternal Territory, and the younger brother of the future Duchess. To all residents of Danling City, the gift he gave to Carol made everyone amazed and envious. In addition to the lighting used in the wedding, Yinxing also gave Carol a store specializing in selling luxury cosmetics, a luxury private jet named Rose with 10 escort fighters, a set of exquisite furniture, 20 cars, and the gift given to the Duke of Silver-Mane was even more generous. 5 professional Megalobrachian bombers, 200 new Griffin fighters, 100 Deer Hunter dive bombers, and 50 Megalobrachian transport planes. It can equip 3 infantry divisions with light and heavy weapons, including 30,000 rifles, 1,000 machine guns, 300 mortars, and 200 infantry guns, 20,000 engineer shovels, 3,000 tons of barbed wire, 10,000 tons of steel. These will be delivered in 3 months after the wedding of Duke Silver-Mane and Carol. In addition, the Eternal Territory will also build an Eternal Level 2 heavy industrial base in Danling City. The base includes 20 parts processing plants, a cement plant, a magic power station, and a steel smelting plant. Later, the Eternal Territory will also transfer part of the weapons production line and ammunition production to the territory of the Silver-Mane Principality. In return, Duke Silver-Mane allowed Yongheng to form 3 divisions of security forces within the Silver-Mane Principality to protect Yongheng's industries within the Principality. He greatly reduced tariffs on Yongheng's goods and provided the greatest convenience in trade. Yongheng was allowed to employ citizens of the Principality to develop mineral resources within the Principality, and to develop farms within the Principality for agricultural production. At the same time, a 20-hectare land area next to Danling City was leased to Yongheng for 99 years, and Yongheng had administrative discretion in this land. Yongheng established a military training base in Danling City to train the army of Silver-Mane Principality to learn new tactics and train pilots for Silver-Mane Principality. Yongheng Territory built a military airport on the outskirts of Danling City. There are about 300 aircraft stationed there, which are used to escort the traffic line from Yongheng Territory to Danling City, and provide a certain degree of support for the foreign war of the Principality of Silver-Mane. Yongheng Territory and the Principality of Silver-Mane integrated their respective intelligence systems and established a joint intelligence bureau, with Carol as the director. The main work of the Joint Intelligence Bureau is to collect intelligence on hostile forces, develop opposition forces within the enemy camp, conduct public opinion propaganda to the enemy people, and weaken the enemy camp in all aspects. Yinxing expressed his willingness to serve as a special instructor in the Joint Intelligence Bureau to teach a new espionage war. As the wedding approaches, Duke Silvermane and Yinxing reach more and more agreements in one meeting after another. Military, political, economic, intelligence. Eternal Territory will cooperate with Silvermane Principality in all aspects. Both sides will complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. Silvermane Principality is very satisfied with the content of the agreement. Although the Principality has to pay a lot, it will gain more. Eternal Territory's construction projects in and outside Danling City will greatly enhance the Principality's military strength and war potential. When all the Principality's troops have completed the replacement and training of new weapons, no noble territory in the entire human race will be its opponent. He will ascend the throne and become the new emperor. After seeing the nine-headed dragon, Yinxing no longer values many things as much as before. In front of that kind of power, ordinary guns and cannons are like toys. He now has higher aspirations. If the Eternal Territory can ensure self-sufficiency, it can relocate some low-end industries abroad and use the abundant labor and resources of the Silvermane Principality to increase production capacity as much as possible. At the same time, use the wealth and resources collected to invest in the research of the Eternal Territory Alchemy Laboratory. The nine-headed dragon, magic integration technology, magic weapons, super weapons. These things will be the capital that the world can only catch up with in the future. When the bells on the palace bell tower rang, the court guard blew their trombones in solemn music. The hall was full of nobles, ladies and young ladies in gorgeous clothes, and a red carpet was laid from the entrance of the hall to the stage. The door opened, and the Silvermane Duke sitting on the throne stood up. He was wearing a duke's suit, a duke's crown, and his body was covered with gems. Although his beard and hair were a little gray, he was as energetic as a young man. Carol, wearing a white wedding dress, took Yinxing's arm and walked from the door to the red carpet. Her skin was like milk, and her makeup made all the men and women in the hall look at her in a daze. Carol used to be the most beautiful woman in the Silvermane Principality, and she is still the most beautiful woman in the Silvermane Principality now, and her maturity makes her more attractive to men. Sister Carol, you now make all the noble ladies here look dull, Yinxing said in a low voice. Carol followed Yinxing along the red carpet and whispered back, I should thank you for the skin care products and cosmetics you gave me. I promise that they can definitely empty the pockets of all the women here. Thank you for everything you have done for me. I promise, your investment in me will pay off. Yinxing smiled and said, Sister Carol, don't just look at our relationship for the benefit. In terms of the return on investment, the Duke of Investment is definitely higher than you. I like money, but I value feelings more. When we became sworn brothers, I was sincere. I wonder how sincere Sister Carol is. Oh! Carol glanced at Yinxing and continued to follow him with a smile. Walking to the stage, Yinxing put Carol's hand in the hand of the Duke of Silvermane. In Yinxing's eyes, Carol is a pitiful woman. Her appearance brought her disasters that she could not bear. The person she loved died tragically, and she was also occupied by her enemies. For revenge, she compromised and had to act every day for fear that her enemies would see the clues. When taking Carol to the red carpet, Yinxing could feel Carol's trembling hand. Her smiling face could not hide the murderous intent that was beating faster and faster. That was why Yinxing said something to divert her attention. In fact, what Yinxing said to Carol was right. From the perspective of benefits, investing in the Silvermane Principality is a sure win. The Duke of Silvermane has a deep foundation in the Principality, and can mobilize the country's resources and labor to a great extent. He is a powerful and stable ally. And investing in Carol? The return of success is great, but the risks involved are not small. Once there is a mistake, it may cause chaos within the Silvermane Principality, and the Eternal Territory will have to help Carol clean up a mess. But Yinxing's strategy of supporting Carol has never wavered. He felt that a person who was so persistent in love in his heart was a friend who could really turn his back to him. Thinking of the opponents he might face in the future, Yinxing felt a chill on his back, and he could only feel at ease by relying on something. Therefore, Yinxing treated Carol not only out of his own interests. He wanted to help Carol complete her revenge and gain an indestructible friend for himself. This was also one of the reasons why Yinxing increased his efforts to assist the Silvermane Principality. Early development can benefit early. Carol, who returned to normal, became the little woman who only had the Duke in her heart and eyes. When the Duke of Silvermane put the ring on her finger, she cried excitedly like the happiest person in the world. She put on the crown of the Duchess, sat on the chair next to the Duke of Silvermane, and accepted the blessings of the nobles in the hall. Revenge officially began. After the wedding, Yinqing and Duke of Silvermane jointly announced, Yongheng Territory and Silvermane Principality officially formed an all-weather alliance. In the future, Yongheng Territory will cooperate with Silvermane Principality in the fields of economy, trade, politics and military. Any force or country attacking any member of the alliance is equivalent to declaring war on the entire alliance. Yinqing publicly announced that he would not recognize the so-called Principality of the Wind and support the legitimate claims of the Silvermane Principality against the Griffin Heart Empire. He called on the nobles, who were watching, to have the ability to distinguish right from wrong. And the jurisdiction of the nobles over the vassals must be respected. In order to protect its allies from being bullied, the Eternal Territory will provide unlimited economic and military assistance to the Silvermane Principality. At the same time, warn the outside forces. Do not interfere with the unity of the human race. Do not provoke conflicts within the human race. And do not support the human rebels. Yinqing and Duke Silvermane signed the alliance agreement on the spot and printed and delivered it to all the human noble territories. In a short period of time, the news of the formal alliance between the Silvermane Principality and the Eternal Territory was known to the whole world. Everyone knows that the Thunder Swamp is behind the Eternal Territory. This force with magical alchemy is challenging the world status of the Cloud Tower. The formal alliance between the Silvermane Principality and the Eternal Territory is equivalent to standing on the Thunder Swamp without reservation and standing on the opposite side of the Cloud Tower. However, the risk is proportional to the reward. The war scene between the Eternal Territory and the Principality of the Wind has spread. The fact that the Principality of Silvermane defeated the Griffinheart Empire with some weapons from the Thunder Swamp is also known to the world. Looking at the list of support from the Eternal Territory set with the Covenant, all the lords of the noble territories are jealous. Too generous. Too generous. Without the corresponding alchemical weapons, no one can be the opponent of the Principality of Silvermane. Without an army armed with alchemical weapons, they will be a piece of meat on someone else's plate in the future. The list of aid from the Eternal Territory to the Principality of Silvermane, as well as the support from the Cloud Tower to Anderson and the Empire, made most of the noble territories dare not continue to wait and see. Either stand on the side of the Silvermane Principality or the Griffinheart Empire. No one is qualified to stand neutral. Yinqing's trip to Danling City was like throwing a bundle of dry firewood into a boiler that had just started aflame. Danling City soon welcomed a group of messengers or noble lords. At the same time, the old elf king of the Snowland announced in the royal court that the fourth prince Alito would be crowned as the crown prince. And then the old elf king announced his abdication, and the elf royal court welcomed its new master. Then, after meeting with Anderson, the great chief of the wilderness announced his recognition of the Wind Principality and concluded an alliance with the Wind Principality. Master Yinqing, the Eternal Lord, went to the Snowland to attend the coronation ceremony of King Alito. Duke Anderson of the Wind went to the Griffinheart Empire to meet the Emperor of the Empire, accompanied by the envoys of the wilderness. Spring is here, and everyone is busy. Chapter 366 Hell Species. In the following days, major events occurred almost every day. All forces in the world had to constantly send messengers and spies to ensure that they would not be delayed in obtaining information for too long. Under Anderson's coordination, the Griffinheart Empire, the Savage Orcs and the Wind Principality formed an alliance, relying on the banner of the Cloud Tower to jointly deal with common enemies. After the visit to the snow, the Lord of the Eternal Territory, Yinqing, expanded the covenant between the Eternal Territory and the Silvermane Principality, and after absorbing the Snow Elves, formed a three-nation alliance centered around the Thunder Swamp. Immediately afterwards, as the common leader of mankind, the Griffinheart Empire issued a conquest order against the Silvermane Principality and officially declared war on the Silvermane Principality. The next day, the Eternal Territory declared war on the Griffinheart Empire, and the Snow Elves declared war on the Griffinheart Empire. The Wind Principality declared war on the Eternal Territory and the Snow Elves. The Savage Orcs declared war on the Eternal Territory and the Snow Elves. The Eternal Territory declared war on the Savage Orcs and the Wind Principality. The Snow Elves declared war on the Savage Orcs and the Wind Principality. For a time, the entire magic world seemed to have exploded, and everyone from the dignitaries to the common people was in a state of panic. The lords all summoned their retainers to hold meetings day and night to discuss whose side they should stand on. Although the Cloud Tower is powerful and famous, the Thunder Swamp is rising very fast. and its strength and potential are also quite terrifying. The lords who want to take a chance in this great change use the intelligence they have to make the final decision. At the same time, they are preparing for war and rubbing their hands, wanting to play a big speculation. However, the 6 forces of the Tower and Thunder that declared war on each other were very restrained during this period. The Silvermane Principality army, which was on the offensive, suddenly stopped advancing. They relied on the occupied cities to build a defense system, and seemed to be ready to fight a fair positional war with the Empire. The army of the Wind Empire did not launch a large-scale attack. They were very keen on digging trenches. The Eternal Territory defenders used trenches against trenches. You dig and I dig. When we dig through, we fight each other. As for the wilderness and snow, their forces on the Wind Highlands are evenly matched. If the orcs want to go north to attack the elves' homeland, they need to prepare supplies to resist the cold weather in the north. And the elves were not prepared for war before. The newly crowned King Alito was still busy stabilizing the internal political situation and recruiting soldiers from the elf villages. It takes time to accept new weapons and train the army. At this time, the world entered a quiet period before the storm. But the atmosphere was very tense, as if a war would break out in the next moment. Yin Xing was inspecting the farmland he contracted with ease. The increasingly popular agricultural mechanization has greatly improved the work efficiency of the farm. Agricultural aircraft, tractors, trucks. These things allow a trained farmer to complete the workload that hundreds or thousands of farmers could complete before. After the weather warmed up, the growth of the wheat fields was amazing. Each wheat seedling was like a sapling, growing up quickly. It also absorbed the surrounding magic elements crazily, causing the magic element content in the entire area to drop significantly. Heroes with low magic power couldn't even emit a flame here. Obviously, these genetically modified wheat seeds also mutated after coming to the magic world. Chue collected some wheat seedlings and brought them back to the laboratory for analysis. It was found that this mutated wheat not only relies on photosynthesis to produce nutrients, but can also convert absorbed magic elements into nutrients. It is not known what kind of fruit this wheat can produce, but according to the amount of energy absorbed, the yield should be estimated to be doubled. The wheat seeds purchased by Yanqing from the real world can produce 1,000 kilograms per moo. Double it? Oh my! Next year, we must grab more land to grow food. Plant food on the entire Windy Highlands. Yanqing set a small goal for himself. He liked the wheat fields that swayed in the wind even more. With a batch of grain, he could do more things. Just when Yanqing was inspecting his industry and planning the next production plan, Chuechu reminded Yanqing, something important happened in the real world. It seemed that there were hell-like creatures. How could hell-like creatures appear in the real world? Feeling that the matter was really serious, Yanqing immediately terminated his trip and quickly returned to the real world. Feng Tingyu was already waiting in Zhihai City, and Tong Yitong also came back with him. According to the address given in Feng Tingyu's message, Yanqing came to a community and knocked on the door of a house. An old man opened the door. He looked at Yanqing and took him into the house. After passing through a secret door and walking up a flight of stairs, Yanqing met Feng Tingyu in a safe house of Renluan Investment Bank. Why meet in such a place? Yanqing sat down on the sofa in the living room and asked Feng Tingyu, "Isn't Xiaotong here?" Feng Tingyu checked the situation outside the curtains and said to Yanqing, "During this period, a group launched several attacks on Miss Tong, and the most recent one involved a supernatural person. Miss Tong is now with our security personnel. This is where I will meet you. I will take you to see her after we finish talking about things." Hearing that Tong Yitong was attacked, Yanqing found that he had been busy with visits and wars recently and had neglected her. But according to Feng Tingyu, Tong Yitong should not be injured. Yanqing lit a cigarette for himself. His brain started to work, and said to Feng Tingyu, "What happened exactly?" Feng Tingyu dimmed the light in the room, turned on a projector on the table, and a group of photos appeared on the wall. There were corpses of armed men in diving suits, weapons, small submarines, and a red-skinned, weird-looking thing. The first attack on Miss Tong was half a month ago. Feng Tingyu told Yanqing about what happened on Griffin Island during this period. Half a month ago, a small submarine tried to sneak into Griffin Island, but was discovered by the security personnel on the island. It was just because the submarine sank to the bottom of the sea that it was not found in time. That night, a group of armed personnel secretly landed on the island and searched for Tong Yitong everywhere. Feng Tingyu, who found that an unknown submarine was approaching, immediately strengthened the security force of Griffin Island and discovered the group of people who quietly landed on the island in time. After a fierce battle, all the invaders were eliminated. After interrogation, the surviving captives confessed that they were members of the blue jellyfish smuggling gang that had secretly built a base on the island before. The purpose of this adventure to the island was to kidnap Tong Yitong. Someone offered her 500 million euros. A tube of blood could be exchanged for 5 million euros. In the following days, people kept trying to sneak into Griffin Island. It was not just the blue jellyfish who came. More and more international criminal organizations gathered towards Griffin Island like sharks smelling blood, while the security personnel on the island were fighting wits and courage with the invaders. The red-skinned humanoid monster suddenly appeared on the island. Feng Tingyu obviously didn't know what this red-skinned humanoid monster was. She said to Yanqing, "He moves very fast, and his skin can resist ordinary bullets. It was Miss Tong who killed him. This is what happened yesterday. In order to protect Miss Tong's safety, I took her back to China overnight and left you a message in the same way you left it. Do you know what this is?" Feng Tingyu enlarged the red-skinned humanoid creature on the screen. It has a pair of sheep horns on its head and a hairless tail behind it. It looks very much like the horned demon from Hell. Hell is an underground world in the magic world, deeper than the dungeon. It is full of magma and fire, and there are hell creatures that can survive in such a harsh environment. Under normal circumstances, there is no direct passage from hell to the surface. Only volcanic eruptions may flush some unlucky hell creatures to the surface. The surface world therefore knew that there was such a world, and because burning at the stake was the cruelest punishment in the surface world, this deeper underground lava world was named Hell, probably because of the living environment. The strength of the creatures in Hell is generally very strong, and they kill cruelly, leaving a very bad impression on the surface creatures. The legends about Hell in the West and the real world should be the origin and the understanding of Hell in the magic world. In short, although most of this red skin thing is human, it is definitely not a pure Earth species. I don't know what this is. Yanqing denied that this thing is still very different from the Hell-horned demon. He then asked Feng Tingyu, "What did you find out? Do you know the other party's origin?" Feng Tingyu didn't know much from Yanqing's face, so she answered, "We investigated the clues we had through friendly units, and the whole chain of events pointed to a very old European group." Feng Tingyu pulled up some photos and projected them on the wall, and continued, "The origin of the which mutual aid society can be traced back to the Middle Ages, or even earlier, and it is one of the groups with a very long history. Because this group is very conservative and almost does not accept outsiders to join, we have very little information. We only know that many of the members are from old aristocratic families with a long history. This seems to be a bit similar to Sir Lei Ming." Yanqing knew that Feng Tingyu was doubting Sir Lei Ming's identity. He also didn't know that the character and origin he made up just to sell wine could actually match an ancient European organization. They are all old nobles with a long history, and they all have extraordinary powers. They are all very mysterious. Sir Lei Ming is now in a cooperative relationship with us. It's better not to ask about his identity casually. Yanqing didn't explain much, and he couldn't explain it clearly, and then asked, "Where is the body of the monster? Can I go and see it?" Feng Tingyu immediately replied, "Yes. The body of the monster has been transported back to our company's research institute, and the car is ready. Please follow me, Mr. Yen." Feng Tingyu took Yanqing out of the safe house and got into a black car downstairs. The car's glass had a special film, so people could see outside clearly from inside, but people from outside couldn't see inside at all. Inside the car, the front and back seats were also separated. It can be seen that Renluen Investment Bank was very cautious. The car took Yanqing and Feng Tingyu around the city, then turned into an inconspicuous alley, turned a few more corners, and finally stopped at the door of an independent elevator. The two took the elevator to the Underground Research Institute, and soon saw the body in a cryogenic chamber. Chuichu scanned the body through Yanqing's eyes. "First of all, we can rule out that this is a creature from Hell. Soon." Feng Tingyu brought the autopsy report. The report showed that more than 80% of the organs of the corpse were human, which also confirmed Yanqing's guess. "I think someone in the real world can gain power from the magic world through some medium, and this power makes him have a physical change in appearance." Yanqing communicated with Chichui in his consciousness. Chichui said, "This change is very similar to Taita's 3 heads and 6 arms, but because of some restrictions, he did not gain too much powerful power." Yanqing thought of something and said to Chichui, "The change of Taitu, is because the power of the nine-headed dragon reshaped his body. The change of this person. Does it mean that there are similar beings like the nine-headed dragon in the magic world? Chue thought for a while and replied, "We have too little information now, and there is no way to make an accurate judgment. But I think we should do an in-depth investigation on this matter. Since the nine-headed dragon has the power of creation, it is not ruled out that other creatures have the same power." Chue's words made Yanqing fall into deep thought. His intuition told him that the more he investigated this matter, the more dangerous he would be. However, since the nine-headed dragon was found, there was no way to get out of this matter. "Mr. Yin." Tong Yitong walked in from the outside and called out softly to Yanqing, who had a serious face. Yanqing came back to his senses and saw Tong Yitong and smiled. "You are now worth 500 million euros. And a tube of blood can be sold for 5 million euros. I don't know if my small temple can still accommodate you." A golden Buddha. Tong Yitong naturally took Yanqing's arm and snuggled up to him and replied, "Money is not important to me now. But if Mr. Yin asks me to donate blood, I can make him bankrupt." Yanqing laughed at Tong Yitong's words. He said, "Since someone has offered to buy you, let's go and meet the other party, and see which god dares to touch my people." Feng Tingyu on the side said in surprise, "Mr. Yin, we know very little about the other party's details. It may be dangerous for you to go there rashly. We should first entrust friendly units to conduct necessary investigations, and then make a detailed plan." Yanqing is now an important partner of Renluan Investment Bank. Hearing that he was going to break into the other party's lair, Feng Tingyu hurried to stop him. After all, no matter how strong Yanqing is, he can't beat four hands with two fists. And Renluan Company is relatively weak in that area, so it is difficult to give Yanqing too much support. Yanqing insisted on his own idea. "I know how to deal with this matter. You don't have to worry. Do you know how to find them?" Chapter 367 Tracing. Yanqing didn't want to waste too much time on this matter. There could be emergencies in the magic world waiting for him to deal with at any time. Therefore, the matter of the Witch Mutual Aid Association must be resolved as soon as possible. Seeing Yanqing so insistent on finding the other party, Feng Tingyu contacted the company leader. Renluan Investment Bank quickly handled all the procedures for going abroad and bought a flight ticket to Northern Europe. That day, Yanqing, Tong Yitong, and Feng Tingyu took a plane to leave Zhejiangai City. "Master, I have opened the communication channel between the real world and the magic world." Chue sat in front of the computer and typed on the keyboard, and said to Yanqing, "Although it cannot transmit large amounts of data, the speed of simple text communication is still relatively fast. My secondary budget core is responsible for collecting intelligence data transmitted by all terminals in the Eternal Territory server, which can ensure that we are aware of important events at any time." Yanqing lay in the chair, wearing an eye mask on his eyes, and taking a rest during the voyage. "Can you find any information about this Witch Mutual Aid Association?" Chuichu replied, as Feng Tingyu said. "The structure of the Witch Mutual Aid Association is very conservative, and there is no useful information on the internet. Limited information shows that it helped many women who were slandered as witches in the Middle Ages. Some of them received its funding and fled to remote Nordic regions." Yanqing asked, "Based on the information we know now, witches, a group with special powers, seem to have existed in our world?" Chue replied, "Since the magic world and the real world had large-scale contact in ancient times, it is not surprising that some special secrets were left behind. Since the Witch Mutual Aid Association is so interested in Tong Yitong's blood, perhaps the energy in the blood is the medium for them to perform some secrets." "Master," hearing Chue's hesitation, Yanqing asked, "Is there anything you can't say to me? Just say whatever you want to say." "Yes, Master. Since we don't know what we will face on this trip, the Master's safety should be the first priority. I hope the Master can mobilize the guards from the Eternal Territory." Yanqing considered Chue's suggestion and said, "Tong Yitong has such a big impact on the real world. If the heroes of the magic world are mobilized here, I don't know what consequences will be caused. What we need to do now is to solve the trouble, not to create it." Chuchu insisted. "No trouble is as important as the safety of the Master. Even if we don't mobilize heroes, we can mobilize a batch of combat alchemy puppets. The combat alchemy puppet is one of the many projects jointly developed by the Eternal Territory Alchemy Laboratory and the Goblins. It is to use more advanced materials and alchemy on the basis of ordinary industrial alchemy robots to create combat puppets that can be used in war. The combat puppets made by Eternal Territory use a large number of precision process parts from the real world. which makes it more flexible than traditional alchemy puppets. With lower energy consumption and relatively low cost. The use of magic energy integrated alchemy technology also makes the combat puppets of the Eternal Territory have considerable military power. It is just because of the manufacturing cost and its own huge upgradability that the Eternal Territory Alchemy Laboratory did not mass-produce this type of combat puppets. Instead, it is thinking of waiting for the magic energy integrated alchemy technology and magic technology to mature a little bit before finalizing the combat puppets. Yanqing considered Chuichu's suggestion. It is a bit low for the three of them to visit. If Renlun Investment Bank is asked to send more people, if too many sacrifices are made, it will be a shame, whether to fight or not. It is also good to dispatch a batch of combat puppets to support the scene. How many combat puppets have been built? Chuichui replied, there are now a total of 12 test models. And the tested combat power is equivalent to that of the 11th level troops. The combat power of the 11th level troops is equivalent to that of a low-level hero. When used with magic weapons, their combat power cannot be underestimated no matter where they are placed. Yanqing agreed, let them prepare. It is a good opportunity to test the data of the combat puppets in actual combat and provide reference for the official models. Make a disguise, and don't scare the people here. Yes, Master. Chuichui passed Yanqing's order to his secondary computing core in the Eternal Territory. The secondary computing core immediately connected to the database of the Eternal Territory Alchemy Laboratory. Received the Master's order. Started the numbered experiments 001 to 012 combat alchemy puppets. Matched the intelligent core registered in the alchemy robot big data. Matched the intelligent core. The intelligent core is loading. Loading completed. Loaded the combat alchemy puppet operating system. Loaded the combat alchemy puppet command directory. Loaded the combat alchemy puppet perception program. Loaded the combat alchemy puppet combat program. Started the combat alchemy puppet independent magic core. Started the combat alchemy puppet main magic array. And performed a self-check of all magic circuits. Matched the magic weapons depot. In the mechanical depot where the combat puppets were stored. The eyes of the puppets fixed on the wall lit up one by one. Their appearance was thin. And their bionic alchemical muscle fibers were exposed. Like dried up zombies. The mechanical locks holding their backs were opened. And the pipes connected to them were pulled out one by one. The metal feet stepped on the ground. And the 12 combat puppets turned right as a whole and lined up in a straight line. Then, with the combat puppet numbered 001 as the leader, all the combat puppets walked out of the open door of the mechanical warehouse in an orderly manner. During the walk, the automatic doors on the walls on both sides of the warehouse opened, and mechanical arms stretched out from inside to install the components on the combat puppets. The alchemical puppets, which were originally like mummies, became significantly stronger after being equipped with the magic composite armor shell. In addition, some magic modules were also installed in the reserved card slots. When the battle alchemy puppets came out of the mechanical warehouse, they completely changed their appearance. They were neatly arranged. Under the command of Chuichu's secondary computing core, a group of scientific research alchemy robots conducted the final inspection of this batch of battle alchemy puppets before going into battle. They were the first time to serve as the Master's guards, and no mistakes could be made. The intelligent cores of the battle alchemy puppets were carefully selected and matched from the alchemy robot database. All of them have primary intelligence and relatively high learning ability, and at the same time have certain combat talents. After self-inspection, second inspection, and third inspection, Chuichui opened the authority, and all functions of the 12 war alchemy puppets were turned on. After a period of adaptation, a group of alchemy robots delivered 12 sets of black leather clothes and 12 tang swords. Yanqing and his party changed planes and finally landed in a small country in northern Europe. When they got off the plane, they were greeted by the cold wind that kept drilling into their necks, and the endless snow-capped mountains in the distance. There were not many people in the airport, and the environment was a bit simple. Not as good as the train stations in some cities in China. Feng Tingyu came in a hurry, and did not have time to prepare clothes. She covered her collar tightly, and shrank her neck, and said to Yanqing with a trembling voice, "The company has arranged people to wait for us outside the airport. And there are clothes prepared for us in the car. It's too cold here. Let's go quickly." Yanqing and Tong Yitong can feel the cold because of their special physiques. But this degree of coldness is not enough to make them feel uncomfortable. Yanqing patted Feng Tingyu's shoulder and said, "The cold wind is coming. Stand up straight, and you won't feel cold." Let's go and find a car to pick us up. Tong Yitong looked comfortable. She said, Ice? Snow. I feel like I'm at home. If someone wants to shoot a live-action version of Frozen here, I can be their special effects artist. Yinxing replied with interest, Your idea is good. But if you want to shoot, it should be our mythological story. You can be the special effects artist for the flooding of Jinshan. Tong Yitong said it casually. But unexpectedly, she got Yinxing's approval. She chased Yinxing, who was walking in front, and asked, Can we really take pictures? I like White Snake. I'll consider it. I'll consider it. Feng Tingyu listened to the conversation between the two people. It didn't seem like they were here to do anything dangerous, but it seemed like they were really here for a trip. At this time, she suddenly realized she was not cold anymore. There was still wind blowing around, but her body was wrapped in a layer of warm current, and no cold air could penetrate. It must be that Yinxing did something when he took a picture of her. Seeing Yinxing and Tong Yitong about to walk out of the airport gate, Feng Tingyu hurriedly chased after them. Renluen Investment Bank is indeed powerful, and can arrange professional personnel to pick us up at the airport in such a short time. The car is a silver business car. After Yinxing, Tong Yitong, and Feng Tingyu got into the car. The car started and left the airport. In addition to the driver, there was another person sitting in the co-pilot seat of the business car. After he and Feng Tingyu verified each other's identities, he handed over a tablet computer. This task is too urgent. We can only find these materials. It seems that you are also temporarily transferred here, and you haven't even changed your clothes. There are down jackets in the back seat. You can put them on first. When we get to where we are staying, we will go to buy clothes for you. Thank you so much. Feng Tingyu took the tablet computer, thanked the friends from the friendly unit, and asked, What are your names? Have you found anything strange or unreasonable here? The driver was very talkative and said, My name is Lao Guan, and the passenger seat is Shaoli. You can call us that. It is a very large private territory. We have just been here for 3 days, and have only wandered around outside, and almost got lost. The tablet contains what we filmed. The defense there is very tight, and the security personnel directly expose their real weapons outside. And there are drones patrolling in the sky. Several times, we were almost discovered. We shouldn't ask what your mission is, but we must be careful. Feng Tingyu turned to Yinxing, who was sitting behind him, and said, We really have limited manpower here. If President Yin is willing to wait for 2 days, we can dispatch an action team. Yinxing distributed the clothes around him to Tong Yitong and Feng Tingyu, and asked while putting them on, Tell me about the situation there first. Seeing that Yinxing still insisted, Feng Tingyu called up the video in the tablet, and said, Although the internal structure of the Witch Mutual Aid Association is conservative, many things are public. For example, they have cooperated with many famous schools in the research of medieval history. The leader of this Witch Mutual Aid Society is Baron Max. The Max family has a great influence throughout Europe, and is a member of a hidden society that is not bound by the state. The private territory here is one of the many industries of the Max family in the world, and it has continued from the 13th century to the present. Listening to Feng Tingyu's introduction, Yinxing flipped through the videos and photos in the tablet. This territory is vast, including mountains, rivers, lakes, and most of the area is covered by forests. The center of the territory is a luxurious manor built halfway up the mountain. There is a large indoor swimming pool, a golf course, a cableway leading directly to the mountaintop ski resort, and a small airport. The security system is also very sound. There are drones patrolling the territory around the clock, and the security personnel are equipped with military vehicles, sleds, helicopters. They are really rich and powerful. Lao Guan and Shaoli were able to take so many close-up videos and photos, and it was definitely not as simple as wandering around outside. After reading all the information, Yinxing said, No need to go anywhere else. Just go to Max Manor. Lao Guan frowned, and he drove the car and looked at Yinxing sitting at the back through the rearview mirror. Shaoli turned his head and said, This is against the rules, and there are only 3 of you, and you don't even have weapons. Yinxing said, You can just drop us off at the entrance of this private territory and leave. At this time, Lao Guan said, Young man, our order is to ensure your safety at all costs. We will not leave until you leave here. But we have too few people, and none of them are professional. Let's wait for backup. It won't take too long. Yinxing said, I have backup, and I don't like to repeat myself. If you don't go, let me get off here. Hearing Yinxing say that he had backup, Lao Guan immediately checked the area around the vehicle to see if anyone was following him. Feng Tingyu looked at Yanqing with a serious expression, and then said to Lao Guan, "Go to Max Manor. No matter what is inside, we will accompany Mr. Yen to the end. I think the order you received should also be very clear." Lao Guan did not find any suspicious vehicles in front and behind the road. He looked at Yanqing in the rearview mirror, and then at Shaoli in the co-pilot. The two partners exchanged some information with their eyes tacitly. Then Lao Guan said, "One of our orders is to fully cooperate with Mr. Yen's actions. Since Mr. Yen said to go to Max Manor now, we will go to Max Manor now." The vehicle turned around in the middle of the road and drove in another direction. Feng Tingyu couldn't help asking Yanqing, "Mr. Yen, where is the backup you mentioned? How can we contact them?" Yanqing closed his eyes again and said softly, "You will see it when you get there." Chapter 368 Max Manor. This small Nordic city was originally sparsely populated, and once the car turned into the mountain road, there was no car on the road for a long time. However, the scenery on both sides of the road was very charming, with forests, snow-capped mountains, and streams running parallel to the road. Sometimes you could see panicked deer jumping quickly across the middle of the road. The car drove for about an hour, and was very close to the entrance to Baron Max's private territory. Lao Guan, Shaoli, and Feng Tingyu were getting more and more nervous. Rushing in like this was no different from committing suicide. The three of them looked back at Yanqing, who was sitting in the back of the car and seemed to be resting. They didn't know where the backup he mentioned was. "If you don't get out, the car will drive to the door of the house. Stop!" Yanqing suddenly shouted when the car just passed a bend. Lao Guan immediately stepped on the brake pedal to the bottom. Feng Tingyu asked, "Boss Yen, what's the situation?" Yanqing opened the door and jumped out, first looking at the roads on the left and right, and then said to the people in the car, "My people are in the back. You wait in the car. I'll go to the back to pick them up." After that, Yanqing closed the door and walked along the roadside to the bend. At this time, Lao Guan winked at Shaoli on the side, and when Shaoli's hand just put on the door handle, Tong Yitong, who was sitting in the back, said, "Boss Yen asked us to wait in the car. We'd better wait in the car." Shaoli retracted his hand. After seeing Yanqing passing the corner in the rearview mirror, he said to Feng Tingyu, "Sister Feng, I can see that you are one of us. But President Yen and this Miss Zhou are not. Lao Guan and I were both sent here temporarily, and the mission instructions were not clear. According to the rules, we should not ask too many questions. But since we are going to fight with you, don't we have to die clearly?" Faced with the doubts of colleagues from different departments, Feng Tingyu's answer was very clear: "If you know the rules, don't ask too much. The company invited you here because we value your loyalty. No matter what you see later, you are not allowed to ask. And you are not allowed to tell when you go back. Mr. Yen should be able to protect our safety. Don't you think so, Miss Tong?" Feng Tingyu tried to get Tong Yitong to speak. She had such a close relationship with Yanqing, so she should know something about Sir Laming. Tong Yitong was rather cold to people other than Yanqing, and she said nonchalantly, "I can't answer this question. Mr. Yen just said that you can leave after you send us to the gate of Max's territory. I will accompany Mr. Yen to solve the following matters." Feng Tingyu said, "Our mission is to protect Mr. Yen. We will not leave." Feng Tingyu knew how terrifying the power Tong Yitong possessed was, and Yanqing could make Tong Yitong so obedient, and she didn't know how high the power he had reached. This incident is an opportunity to directly see the power that Yanqing holds. It is even possible to get a glimpse of Sir Laming's power. That is why the company sent me here and borrowed 2 capable field staff from friendly units. When the atmosphere in the car was a little stagnant, Yanqing opened the door and got in. He closed the door to block the cold wind outside. Yanqing sat in the back seat and said to Lao Guan, "Drive. My people are following behind." Just now, Lao Guan had been listening to the conversation between Feng Tingyu and Tong Yitong, and did not pay attention to the situation behind. At this time, looking in the rearview mirror, he saw a minibus parked behind his car. The driver was wearing a tight black leather jacket, a mask on his head, and goggles with black lenses on his eyes. He even wore black leather gloves on his hands. He was wrapped up tightly, with no skin exposed. He looked very powerful. "Okay, let's go." Lao Guan drove the train forward, and the minibus behind followed closely behind. After driving about 10 kilometers, the 2 cars stopped in front of a gate. This is the entrance to Max Baron's territory. It is still 20 kilometers from here to the manor on the mountainside. 3 private security personnel in professional combat uniforms walked out of the duty post next to the gate. 2 of them stood on both sides, holding the guns with both hands, with their fingers on the safety and bolt positions. The third person came over, and after seeing the appearance of the minibus driver behind, he made a gesture to the inside of the sentry post, and then said to Lao Guan, "This is private territory. No outsiders are allowed to enter without the owner's invitation. Do you have an appointment?" Lao Guan didn't know how to answer. Yanqing rolled down the window of the rear compartment and said to the security guard, "Tell Baron Max that we brought Tong Yitong. Ask him if he wants it. If not, we will leave." The security guard walked over. He looked at Yanqing and lowered his head to look at Tong Yitong sitting inside. Then he pointed the camera on his shoulder at the people in the car and filmed them, and then contacted his superior through the intercom. After a while, the security guard who received the reply said to Yanqing, "Your car can go in, but the car behind cannot." "Okay. Let them stay here and wait for us." Yanqing agreed very readily, and then said to Lao Guan, "Drive. We will go to see Baron Max." "This? Just abandon the backup. What kind of backup is this?" But at this point, Lao Guan could only start the car and drive through the open entrance gate of the territory. The minibus was parked there quietly. In the car, the battle alchemy puppets sat upright in their seats. They were all dressed the same. Black leather, black masks and glasses. A tang sword hung around their waists. After a while, the voice of Chui Chui sounded in the car. "We have successfully invaded the surveillance post at the entrance of Max's territory. We will occupy this place within 1 minute and catch up with the master." The 001 machine sitting in the front asked, "Master Chui Chui, how do we deal with the guards here?" The voice of Chui Chui replied, "Since they let the master's car in, it means that the master has found the right place. All the armed personnel who are not ours are enemies. Kill them. You still have 40 seconds. "Yes, Master Chui Chui." Lao Guan drove the car along the road up the mountain. Just now, he saw that the reinforcements brought by Yanqing looked like elite troops, and he thought that this time he might not be sending himself to death. Now, his heart is cold. He opened the car window a little and listened carefully to the sound behind him. He was looking forward to the sound of gunfire from behind. But after driving 1 kilometer, it was still quiet. Alas, the car reached a high place, and the surrounding scenery was more charming. But Lao Guan, Shaoli, and Feng Tingyu had no intention of appreciating the beautiful scenery of the mountains. In this way, the car drove alone in the mountains. The security posts passed by were all released smoothly. All the way to the main gate of the manor was unimpeded. It was called the main gate, but it was still 1 kilometer away from the main building complex of the manor. It's true that the land is so arrogant. When the car passed through the main gate, the road became flat, and the front became very open. It can be seen that although it is located on the hillside of a high mountain, it is a large piece of flat land. The grass and trees have been carefully cultivated, and the layout has been designed by experts, giving people a very pleasing feeling. But as soon as the car entered the gate of the manor, the host's hospitality took a big turn. 2 military vehicles blocked the road ahead, and 2 security guards set up machine guns on the roof and aimed at the commercial vehicle that Yanqing was riding in. There were more than a dozen security guards holding guns around. Surrounding the commercial vehicle, a woman stood between the 2 military vehicles. She wore a medieval corset with a modern aesthetic, and a chin-end hat with a colorful feather on her head. Her golden hair was tied into a bunch and naturally draped over her right shoulder. She looked quite good, and her whole body exuded an indescribable sense of enchantment, which was extremely charming. The woman took a few steps forward and stopped 10 meters away from the business car. She shouted loudly, "Shut down the engine, and everyone get out of the car. As long as you don't make unfriendly moves, I promise that you can leave here safely with the money after the transaction is completed." Lao Guan asked the person behind him, "Mr. Yan, what should we do?" Who would have thought that Yanqing had already opened the car door and walked out? Tong Yitong also got out of the car. Feng Tingyu said to Lao Guan, "Turn off the engine and get out of the car. From now on, don't talk too much and follow Mr. Yan closely." Feng Tingyu jumped out of the car after that. Lao Guan turned off the car engine, quietly checked the pistol in the pocket of the down jacket, and then opened the door and got out of the car with Shaoli. Yanqing walked in front of the woman and looked at the clothes on her body, feeling very kind. He also asked, "Where did you make this dress?" It combines the aesthetic characteristics of classics and modernity. It is very beautiful and stylish. Tell me the manufacturer. I will give it a big order. Mr. Yanqing. I didn't expect you to come in person. This is another surprise for my master. Yanqing asked in surprise. Do you know me? Of course I know. The woman smiled and said, we investigated Miss Tong Yitong, and naturally found out your relationship with Miss Tong. We guessed that Miss Tong's physical changes should be related to you. Your coming here can just solve our doubts. Yanqing said, I also have a lot of doubts. Waiting for Baron Max to answer them for me. Where is he? Take me to see him. The woman looked at Tong Yitong standing next to Yanqing and said, please hand Miss Tong over to us first. I will immediately transfer the money to the account you specified. Yanqing said with a smile, you really think we came here this time to sell Xiao Tong to you? I came here just to see what you did with Tong's blood. What secrets do you have here that require such strict protection? The woman sneered, Mr. Yanqing. I admire your courage and feel sorry for your ignorance. You are not qualified to explore the secrets here yet. And you can never imagine how noble Tong Yitong's blood is. However, if you can get the approval of Master Max, we can allow you to join us. Give Tong Yitong to us. I promise not to do anything to hurt her. Yanqing glanced at the armed security guards around him and said to the woman, it seems that I will not be able to see Baron Max unless I deal with you. At this time, the woman's eyes emitted a creepy red light, and red lines spread on her face. Ignorant person. You don't know what kind of great existence you are facing. Don't mention the master's unparalleled power. Facing me, you are just a group of pitiful ants. The ancient power is reviving, and the master will form a new pantheon. Yanqing couldn't help but frown when he heard the woman's words. Why is it about gods again? And Max is going to form a new pantheon. Is his power that strong? Let's not talk about Max's strength for now. It's this woman in front of me. She said she was very powerful, but she didn't feel powerful at all. The body was on fire, and the clothes were burned. Tong Yitong now went to the sea to swim with clothes on, and her clothes were still dry when she came out. Your level is really a bit lame. The woman in front of Yanqing changed rapidly. The red lines on her face spread like a spider web. There was a stream of fire on the surface of her skin. Although it did not burn her skin, it burned the clothes on her body. As the changes, her skin gradually turned red, and the texture became thicker and harder, as if a layer of close-fitting armor was attached. When the clothes were about to burn out, her legs changed again. The feet became longer and stretched into reverse joints, and the front ends closed to become a pair of sheep's hooves. The hat on her head was burnt to ashes and scattered, revealing a pair of curved sheep horns on top of her head. A tail was swinging behind her. Hell Demon. Compared with the Horned Demon, the Hell Demon is a more advanced hell creature. But like the dead monster, the transformation of this woman is still very different from the real Hell Demon. However, it can be confirmed that the source of their power has a lot to do with the hell of the magic world. As for what the relationship is, it depends on the purpose of Yanqing coming here. Did you see it? The transformed woman showed her body, and her figure was really unusually hot. Do you regret it? You could have left here alive. But now, if you are not allowed to stay by the master, you will only die. Yanqing said happily, you can't control your power and transform uncontrollably. What does it have to do with us? Is this all your power? At this time, Lao Guan and Xiaoli were already shocked. What is this? How can a person suddenly become like this? And his whole body is on fire. This is totally unscientific. Can the pistols in our pockets kill this thing? What kind of mission is this? Compared to Lao Guan and Xiaoli, who saw this kind of power for the first time, Feng Tingyue's performance was relatively calm, and she felt that Yanqing could still be so relaxed now. He should be confident to deal with the current situation. Just encountering such a powerful monster at the door. I don't know what other powerful things are in this manner. The woman who was showing off her power didn't expect Yanqing to expose her mistake with just one sentence. The power she possessed was indeed not under her control. But this also showed how powerful she was. Mortal, you have completely angered me. The woman who turned into the Hell Demon yelled. At this moment, a group of black shadows jumped in from outside the gate. They were wearing uniform black leather clothes and hoods to cover their appearance. The manor security guards, who were pointing their guns at Yanqing, and his men quickly turned their guns to aim at these illegal intruders, without waiting for orders to aim and shoot immediately. Amid the sound of gunfire, bullets shot out from the flames spewing from the muzzles. The men in black stretched out their left hands, and a shield appeared out of thin air in their hands. Then they drew their tang swords from their sheaths with their right hands. The bullets hit the shields, creating a spark but failing to penetrate. The men in black charged with their shields, swinging their tang swords from a distance of several meters. The arc-shaped light swept across like the sword energy in martial arts novels. And the security guards, who were shooting with their guns, were instantly cut in half. Even the two military vehicles were cut in half by the sword light. In an instant, the gunfire stopped. The bodies of the security guards fell apart, and blood splattered all over the ground. Chapter 369, Which Mutual Aid Society. This attack started suddenly and ended in an instant. Before some people could react, all the security guards were killed. Each of them died in a horrible way, and the surroundings seemed like a Shura field. 12 intruders in black leather clothes formed a circle, with their shields facing outward, protecting Yanxing and his companions in the middle. The tang swords in their hands made a faint humming sound, as if the blades were always in a low-amplitude, high-frequency vibration state. The woman who became the Hell Demon Queen did not become the target of the beheading because of Yanxing's care. She was shocked by the sudden attack and stood there on the spot, without making any movements throughout the whole process. When she was the only one left on the scene, she let out flames all over her body and pretended to fight. "Who are you? Do you know that your actions are equivalent to declaring war on the Witch Mutual Aid Association?" The tone of the enchantress was a little fearful, but she was still trying to be strong. Yanxing couldn't figure out what made her so arrogant now. Probably because she had just gained a little bit of extraordinary power, and she put herself in a too high position. Thinking about my past self, it seems to be like this. Some people don't treat people as human beings. Tong Yitong also went through this stage, and the sudden strength and thoughts she gained caused a serious misalignment of values. The war has already begun since you issued a reward for my capture. Yanxing lit a cigarette for himself and said, "I came in through your main gate this time with the idea of resolving the issue peacefully, but I found that you seem to be unable to sense my goodwill without using a little violence. Now, should I charge in? Or do you invite me in?" Yaji knew that a battle was inevitable, and the fire in her body became even stronger. "Humble mortals, the master will surely punish you with divine punishment and turn you all into ashes." After saying that, Yoji leaned down, exerted force on her legs to crush the floor tiles under her feet, and turned into a beam of fire and rushed towards Yanxing. Tong Yitong, who was beside Yanxing, was about to block when a shield appeared in front of Yanxing. The shield was suspended in the air without anyone holding it, as several yellow rays of light were released from the center of the shield. The shield expanded into a transparent crystal wall, protecting Yanxing and his companions behind it. Yoji stopped in front of the crystal wall and smashed the fireball condensed in her hand onto the crystal wall. Except for a burst of flames, the crystal wall was not shaken at all. Yaji wanted to attack again, but a blade slashed from the side and chopped her body. Yaji was knocked away by the force of the blade, and blood like magma flowed out of the wound on her shoulder. The one who released the shield crystal wall and attacked Yaji was a combat alchemy puppet. He walked in front of Yanxing with a tang sword in hand and asked for a fight. "Master, number 008 requests to fight alone." The intelligent corps selected by Chui for the battle alchemy puppets all have primary intelligence, and have shown differentiation in many aspects of personality and specialties. Number 001 has very good organizational skills and emergency response capabilities. Number 008 has a very strong fighting talent and desire to win. One of the purposes of dispatching the battle alchemy puppets this time is to test their actual combat capabilities and collect data for reference for formal finalization in the future. Since number 008 wants to fight alone, then let's fight alone. Yanxing replied, "Bring your shield and her head. The shield will consume a lot of energy from the battle alchemy puppet when it opens the crystal wall barrier. Therefore, Yanxing asked number 008 to retract the shield and fight in a normal combat state." "Yes, my master." Number 008 stretched out his hand and pressed on the shield. The crystal wall barrier was lifted, and the shield was held in his hand. At this time, the wound on the shoulder of the enchantress had healed, showing strong defense and self-healing ability. It is worthy of being a creature of hell. Yanxing smoked a cigarette and looked at the manor in the distance. A square building, built on the cliff of the mountain. The style is very much like the style of a European classical palace, with a towering tower at each corner. You could also see the reflection inside the tower. I don't know if it's a telescope or a scope. There was no one in the open vestibule between the manor building and the main entrance. Even though so many security guards were killed by the battle alchemy puppet, no one came to support Chichi. Can you see the people in the building? Chichi replied, Master. I have been using the air eye to monitor the situation inside the building. Except for a sniper in the southeast corner tower. I didn't find anyone else. They should all be waiting for you in the building. A battle alchemy puppet stood between the sniper and Yin Xing. Keep monitoring. The other party is an organization that has existed for hundreds of years. So it must have some background. Yes, Master. Yinxing and Chuichu only had a brief exchange. And number 008 and Hell Demon Queen were about to decide the winner. They were not at the same level of strength. The real Hell Demon Queen was very strong. And their natural affinity with fire magic elements allowed them to easily use powerful fire magic. At the same time, they also had very high agility and defense capabilities. So the Hell Demon Queen, who occasionally came to the surface, could always cause great damage. It was just that the Hell Demon Queen in front of him was obviously only somewhat similar in appearance. And her strength was just a showpiece in Yinxing's eyes. It was not yet proficient in control. The Battle Alchemy Golem was the product of the combination of the technology of the Eternal Territory and the essence of alchemy technology. The mechanical structure uses lightweight high-strength materials from the real world. The bionic muscle fibers use raw materials made by the Alchemy Laboratory material refining technology. And the shell is the latest magic energy protection plate, on the basis of ensuring that the weight is equivalent to that of an adult. The strength and protection performance are maximized. The shield and tang sword used in the hands are both magic weapons. In addition, the combat alchemy puppet has an independent magic energy core, and a matching magic energy and kinetic energy conduction system. Sensory collection system. Their comprehensive R&D cost is equivalent to the same volume of gold. That is quite precious. Only after finalization and mass production can the cost of each unit be lowered. If you spend a lot of money, you will definitely not be disappointed in combat effectiveness. In the fight with Yao Ji, number 008 suppressed Yao Ji in both strength and speed. His combat skills were even more overwhelming. Yao Ji's weak attack could not even break through the magic shield. Soon, in the one-sided attack, Yao Ji was hit by the magic tang sword repeatedly. The blood spilled in the garden, causing the flowers and plants inside to burn. Perhaps knowing that she was doomed, Yao Ji entered the final state of madness. Flames spurted out from her body, and the heat melted her face, and her facial features disappeared. Then, flame shot out from her face like laser beams. The beam hit the magic shield number 008, and the flames that spread out in all directions formed a beautiful firework. But number 008 did not let the enchantress show off her power for too long. He let go of the magic shield, used magic power to support the magic shield to resist the attack, and turned around with both hands holding the tang sword to slide to the side of the enchantress, facing the splashing flames. Using the potential energy accumulated by turning around, he swung a knife at the enchantress with all his strength. After a clear and loud knife sound, the ejected beam stopped. The bright flames on the enchantress's face went out, leaving only the empty head that slid from her shoulders and fell to the ground, making a hollow sound. Number 008 slapped off the sparks on his body, sheathed his sword, and put the magic shield into the slot on his left arm. Then he picked up the head of the enchantress on the ground and walked to Yinxing. He presented it with both hands. Master, this is the head of the enemy. All the organs in the enchantress's head were burned out. Even if number 008 didn't kill her, she would definitely not survive. On the other side, the body of the enchantress collapsed like a burnt wooden frame. Yinxing said, this is only of collection value to me. Does anyone want it? Feng Tingyu hurriedly said, I want it. Our Renluan investment company wants it. Give it to her. Yinxing said to number 008. Number 008 handed the enchantress's head to Feng Tingyu, and Shaoli quickly ran back to the car, took out a plastic bag from it and ran back. Feng Tingyu carefully put the head into the plastic bag, and Shaoli ran back to the car with him, used tools to remove the air in the bag, and made a record. He looked very professional. Finally, Shaoli said with some embarrassment, should I put this head in the car or carry it with me? This enchantress's head is definitely of great research value. If it is just placed in the car, I don't know if it will be searched by the people in the manor. If it is carried with me, such a big head is not easy to carry. Yinxing said, put it in the car. Then he ordered, number 011. Number 012 stay and watch our car. The two fighting alchemy puppets walked to both sides of the car and stood. Shaoli, who had seen the strength of these black-clad swordsmen, put his head in the car with confidence. Two scrapped military vehicles blocked the road to the manor building. They could only walk over. Before leaving, a combat alchemy puppet picked up a gun from the ground and fired at the southeast tower of the manor. After firing a round of bullets and replacing a magazine, the combat alchemy puppet put the gun on his back and said to Yinxing, "Master, the sniper has been eliminated." "Then let's go." Yinxing stepped over a corpse and walked along the road towards the manor building. At this time, in the lobby of the manor, a group of people stood in different places watching the surveillance video played on the big screen. They saw what happened at the main gate just now. All the security guards sent to receive Tong Yitong were killed. Even Ella died. But the other side did not lose a single person. Not even one was injured. Now the other side's 15 people are walking towards this side. In the open space in the front yard of the manor, they strolled leisurely like visitors, as if they were not worried at all about the attack from the manor building. Is this arrogance? Or confidence in strength? The contempt from the invaders made the hall a little restless. They got power from the demon god, and were about to bring the world into a new mythological era. How could they tolerate such an insult? "President, let me go out and kill them," a naked man with a bodybuilder-like figure said to Baron Max, who was sitting on the sofa in the middle. A gorgeously dressed old woman sitting on another sofa said, "Brian, who was sent to capture Tong Yitong, has not returned. He must be dead or captured. The other party killed Ella so easily. Their strength is stronger than we expected. They have Tong Yitong in their hands, and it is easier for them to get her blood than us. If they are also an ancient organization passed down from generation to generation, a full-scale war may be disadvantageous to us." The muscular man retorted, "This is not about who has more media, but about who has a stronger god behind him. The one who gave us power was the demon god Chiron, who was recorded as Satan and Lucifer in the legend. After the ancient gods disappeared, only the power of the demon god Chiron lasted until the 18th century. It was not until the witch's blood power was weak and disappeared that we could not establish a connection with the demon god Chiron. Now the other party has a witch with extremely strong blood power, and their power is obviously not derived from the demon god Chiron. Brian and Ella are too weak. Their death should not make us cowardly, but should prove that the demon god Chiron is the strongest god." The muscular man brought up the beliefs of the Witch Mutual Aid Association, and others dared not speak. Everyone looked at Baron Max. He was the president of this year's Witch Mutual Aid Association and the person who received the most gifts from the demon god. After waiting for a while, they saw that the invaders were about to reach the main building of the manor. Baron Max said, "Antoine, since you want to fight, go to the door and wait for them. Others can be killed, but Tong Yitong must be captured alive as much as possible. We must let the blood of witches continue in the Witch Mutual Aid Association." Hearing that he was allowed to fight, Antoine's muscles bulged and his bones crackled. "Please rest assured, President, I will make them regret their arrogance now." Antoine walked out of the hall. The old woman just said to Baron Max, "President, do you think Antoine can win?" Baron Max looked at the screen and answered, "It would be best if he can win. If he can't win, at least we can see what their strength is. Ella disappointed me so much. They didn't even test the strength of a small character on the other side. And the 5 core members didn't even move. Antoine will teach them a lesson." And Max didn't say anything else. But some people in the hall understood what he meant. Getting power from the demon god Chiron is one thing, and fanatically believing in the demon god is another. The Witch Mutual Aid Association is not a professional church. Beliefs are just words, but actions are enough. If you always bring up the devil, where does the president stand? How can the president lead the team? This time, let the arrogant Antoine fight alone. Winning or losing is in the interests of Baron Max. Yinxing and the other 5 walked calmly to the front of the manor building under the protection of the battle alchemy puppet. The gate was very grand and open. Inside the gate was another open courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard stood a 2-meter-tall white man with tendon muscles all over his body. Yinxing walked in and saw the man and couldn't help laughing. "How does this look like playing an RPG game? Are you really asking us to beat it level by level? Can't you be more creative? Beating one by one is a waste of my time. Let's go together. Chop him up and rush in." Chapter 370, Attack on the Door. Yinxing, who had commanded troops and fought in wars, would not play this kind of one-on-one game with the people of the Witch Mutual Aid Association. As the order was issued, Chui immediately deployed tactics. This is the central courtyard of the manor building. surrounded by 5-story buildings on all sides. So Chue did not let all the combat alchemy puppets rush forward. For combat alchemy puppets rushed forward, and the remaining 6 combat alchemy puppets filled in and guarded in 6 directions, guarding against possible attacks from the high-rise buildings on both sides. At the same time, the entire team followed Yanxing's movement and gradually pressed forward. The attacking combat alchemy puppet retracted the shield, held the knife with both hands, and started the strong attack combat mode. Number 008, who had just killed the enchantress, drew his sword first, and a blade light swept towards Antoine. Antoine didn't expect the invaders to be so unethical, not even saying polite words, and just attacking directly. And there were 4 people at a time facing the attack. Antoine immediately transformed. His muscles swelled and solidified into a set of fully wrapped red rock armor, and he smashed the blade light slashed by number 008 with one punch. His body continued to change. His legs changed into sheep hooves like Ella, but more sturdy. A pair of horns curved upwards grew on his head, and a pair of black flesh wings stretched out from his back. The demons belonged to high-level hell creatures, due to their powerful strength. Some legends in the real world call them fallen angels. However, Antoine's castrated version of the demon transformation must have greatly reduced his strength. At least, he has a pair of wings but can't fly. He can only flutter and bring up a gust of wind, blowing up a large area of flowers and plants, and blowing towards the charging battle alchemy puppet. The internal enchantment mechanism of the battle alchemy puppet is activated. They are not affected by the wind, but move faster. The 4 battle alchemy puppets move to 4 positions, and the linkage system allows them to swing their swords at Antoine at the same time and frequency. This sword seems to have been practiced thousands of times, with the same force and the same angle. At the same time, Chue said to Yanxing in his mind, "Master, capture the electric field here." Whether to open the lightning field. Yanxing can use the lightning field where there is an electric field, and all electric magic will be cast instantly without any delay. But Yanxing doesn't want to alert the enemy so quickly. If the people inside are scared away, it will be difficult to find them again. Don't activate the lightning field for now. Can you determine the location of everyone inside? Chue replied, "Master, the information system firewall here is very strong, and I can't break it for the time being. However, I can use the weak current induction of the electric field to check the electrical equipment and mobile ionized bodies inside. I can roughly locate the structure and personnel inside, but the accuracy is not very high. We can do as much as we can." "Yes, Master." The 4 combat alchemy puppets surrounded Antoine and hacked at him, but the defense of the demon was really strong, so they didn't make too deep a wound, and the powerful self-healing ability of the demon seemed to make the combat alchemy puppets work in vain. However, in terms of combat skills, the combat alchemy puppets with linkage mechanisms and combat programs had no flaws in coordination and movement. They used flexible movement and small-scale maneuvers to avoid Antoine's powerful attacks. As long as they found an opportunity, they would quickly attack with their swords, while using the electric field to explore the interior of the manor. Chue also accurately collected combat data, compared with the battle in which number 008 killed the enchantress. This battle against the Dumo really showed the advantages and disadvantages of the battle alchemy puppet. With the support of the information chain, data sharing and cooperation between teams is definitely the biggest advantage of the battle alchemy puppet. Each puppet has its own clear responsibilities and positions in the battle, and the responsibilities and positions can change at any time as the battle changes. There is no delay in the exchange of information, and all tactics can be formulated and executed in an instant. This is also the reason why the 4 battle alchemy puppets, when their individual strength is weaker than the Dumo, still firmly grasp the initiative of the attack. The shortcomings of the battle alchemy puppets are also exposed in the battle. First of all, the attack method is single. You can consider adding medium-range magic weapons to the combat alchemy puppets. Combat alchemy puppets with shooting talents can be equipped with magic precision firearms. In this way, the level of attack can be enriched and more tactical plans can be provided. The power of magic weapons also needs to be strengthened. It is so difficult to kill a gatekeeper, and it is definitely not competent for the master's guard work. Chue was very dissatisfied with the combat effectiveness of the 4 combat alchemy puppets that did not solve an enemy within 20 seconds. Since the electric field in the manor is under his control, and the air eye is also under all-round monitoring without blind spots, Chue transferred 2 more combat alchemy puppets to join the battle group. I'll give you another 20 seconds to finish the battle. Otherwise, your body will be regenerated and your intelligent program will be locked up in a small dark room. The big sister of the intelligent program said this, which means she was very angry. The 6 combat alchemy puppets were not afraid of their bodies being regenerated, but they were afraid of their programs being locked up in a small dark room. The 6 intelligent computers connected to reformulate tactics and assign tasks. 5 combat alchemy puppets were responsible for feinting to attract the attention of the Duo, creating an opportunity for number 008 to attack the weak point. The Duo was covered with heavy armor and had strong self-healing ability, but the throat area was an obvious weakness. It was also the place where the Duo focused on protecting. He would rather take a knife in the back of his neck than expose his throat. What number 008 has to do is to seize the opportunity and stab it. The 6 combat alchemy puppets speed up their displacement and the frequency of their swords. The 6 intelligent brains interact and analyze the action habits, movement range, and reaction rate of the demon. At the moment of deciding to implement a fatal blow, 2 combat alchemy puppets pulled to the side and swung their swords at the demon's knee joint. 2 puppets showed their shields to resist the beating of the demon's hands. 1 puppet was behind the demon and kicked him in the air. The demon lost his balance after being attacked in the knee joint and was kicked from behind, and his huge and heavy body fell forward. At this time, number 008 appeared in front of the demon. He bent his knees to gather strength, holding the hilt with both hands, concentrating all his strength and magic power on the tip of the knife. All the energy burst out at one point, and the tip of the knife pierced Dumo's throat accurately. The potential energy pierced Dumo's armored neck again. With a bang, Dumo knelt on the ground. Blood spit out of his mouth in large mouthfuls. He held the blade with both hands and tried to pull it out, but he couldn't use any strength. Number 008 stepped on Dumo's shoulder and pulled the Tang sword out of his neck. The lifeless body fell at Yenshing's feet. Yenshing didn't even look at Dumo's body on the ground. He stepped over the body and continued to move forward. The battle alchemy puppet that led the way in front of him knocked open the door leading to the interior of the manor. When entering the door, Yenshing looked up at the surveillance camera on the wall. If your strength is at this level, you'd better come out and surrender. If I really kill you all the way, it will be very troublesome to clean up such a large manor. I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. If there is no reply after 10 minutes, I will start killing here. When you walk into the door, you will see an open hallway. There are upward buildings and corridors leading to the left and right. There are some large luxury ornaments in the hallway, including 2 sets of Milanese knight full body armor, a large pendulum clock. Yenshing led his men into the lobby and did not move again. It must be very difficult to find people in such a large manor. It would take some time for Chuichu to search through the weak electric field. It would be better to wait here and put some pressure on them to make them mess around. As long as they move around, it would be convenient for Chuichu to locate them. The fighting alchemy puppets spread out and occupied the staircase and corridor. Feng Tingyu, Lao Guan and Shaoli surrounded Yenshing tightly, and did not forget to take pictures of the environment inside with their portable cameras. Very dedicated. When Yenshing and his men stopped at the lobby, the hall where the members of the Witch Mutual Aid Association were located was shrouded in an extremely tense atmosphere. Even the president, Baron Max, had a serious look on his face, not at all relaxed as before. Although the surveillance footage showed the intruders in the hallway, the scene of Antoine's death was still repeating in their minds. Antoine's strength was among the top 5 in the Witch Mutual Aid Association. Everyone thought that Antoine could easily kill those minions and force the other side to send 5 core members to take action. But in less than a minute, Antoine died under the knife of the minions. The minions' smooth cooperation left a deep impression on everyone. Although their individual strength was far inferior to Antoine's, they joined forces to kill Antoine. Now the enemy leader Yenshing has given an ultimatum. Will we continue fighting? Everyone is waiting for Baron Max's order. At this time, the old woman said, why not invite the enemy here to discuss how to resolve this dispute? If we can't reach an agreement, with so many of us here, we will have the advantage in a fight. Someone echoed yes. Yes, we underestimated the strength of the invaders. Now that they have come in, the narrow space is good for them and bad for us. This hall is relatively open, and we can play to our advantage in numbers. The invaders' followers cooperated to kill Antoine, so that the members of the Witch Mutual Aid Association did not dare to go out alone to fight. Letting the invaders in here is equivalent to letting Baron Max face the other side directly. Baron Max is the leader of the Witch Mutual Aid Association. and he will definitely be the focus of the other side in a fight. In this way, others will be relatively safer. Baron Max certainly knows the selfishness of his subordinates. Although the Witch Mutual Aid Association has lasted for hundreds of years, the change of times has caused various chronic diseases within this ancient organization, especially after the witch bloodline was cut off. The only factors that maintained the existence of this organization were commercial and political interests. The upper and lower levels were seriously divided. Most of the people who gained power from the demon god Chiron this time were the upper echelons of the organization. They usually live in luxury and have never experienced actual combat training. This time, seeing the enemy so brutal, they were so scared that they only thought about how to survive. The team is not well led when people are scattered. Draco, go and bring our guests here. Baron Max ordered the butler, and then said to the members in the hall, the elders stay, and everyone else goes to the surrounding rooms. If the other party is willing to resolve the dispute with us, we will talk to them properly. If the other party is only hostile, we will fight them to the death here. Don't think about escaping. No matter who wins, there is only one way to escape. Baron Max decided to face the invaders in person, which was also a reassurance for the members. Max was the first to come into contact with the demon god Chiron. After he gained power, he used the remaining medium to give it to the upper-level members, who came here from all over the world. It can be said that Max should be stronger than everyone here combined. But Max has never shown his strength in front of outsiders. So naturally no one knows how strong he is. In short, since Max claims to open a new mythological era, he must have power comparable to that of a god. In the hall, except for 4 elderly people who accompanied Baron Max on the sofa, the other members scattered to the rooms upstairs and downstairs next to him. Yinxing put out his cigarette in the lobby and looked at the time on his watch. Chuchui had already found the gathering place of the other party. There were about 40 to 50 people in a relatively spacious hall, and one of them was walking towards this side. Master, looking at the position they are moving, it seems that they are preparing to attack you by surprise. Then prepare to fight. Yinxing turned to Feng Tingyu and said, if you continue to follow, I can't guarantee your safety 100%. It's still time for you to go back to the car now. Feng Tingyu, Lao Guan, and Xiaoli looked at each other, and then answered Yinxing, for public and private reasons. We don't want to miss every event that happens here. Mr. Yen, don't worry about our safety. Since we have chosen this line of work, we are all ready to sacrifice at any time. As long as there is one person who can record the events here and bring them back to the company, it is worth dying. Okay. Since you insist on following me, I will try my best to protect you. Follow me closely, and don't get too far away. We understand? Mr. Yen? While Yinxing and Feng Tingyu were talking, the butler of the manor came over from the corridor on the right. Dear guests, hello. Welcome to Baron Max's manor. At this time, the Baron is waiting for you in the main hall. You can ask the Baron any questions you have. Yinxing smiled and said, if you had invited us to see Max earlier, wouldn't so many people have died? You nobles who are out of touch with the world are just being pretentious. Lead the way. The butler saluted Yinxing very professionally, and then made an invitation gesture. Please follow me. After that, the butler turned around and walked in the direction they came from. Yinxing waved his hand, and 4 combat alchemy robots followed behind the butler. He led Tong Yitong and the other 4 to walk in the middle, and the other 6 combat alchemy puppets protected them at the end. Blow. Get ready to open the lightning field. Chapter 371 God vs. God. The butler of the manor led Yinxing and the others along the luxurious and bright corridor, and then walked through an indoor garden and came to the main hall of the manor. The decoration of the main hall was even more retro and luxurious, with various beast head specimens hanging on the walls to show the bravery of the former owner. Baron Max and the elders of the Witch Mutual Aid Association sat on the sofa, with no intention of getting up to greet the guests. Yinxing smiled, walked straight to a sofa opposite them, and sat down. My time is limited, so I won't talk nonsense with you. Yinxing leaned back on the back of the sofa, crossed his legs, and said to Baron Max, tell me, you have a purpose for arresting my people, and how did you get your power? Don't play tricks in front of me. I'm not interested in playing games with you. Baron Max didn't expect Yinxing to come in and take over the show and directly interrogate him, because of his confidence in his own strength. Baron Max maintained a noble smile and replied to Yinxing, don't think you are powerful just because you killed 2 of me. In the past 1,000 years, countless people have wanted to destroy the Witch Mutual Aid Association. Some of them are more arrogant than you. But we still survive until now. Young man, the lady behind you has the blood of witches in her body, and is one of us. Only by handing her over to us can her power be fully exerted. I am willing to put aside the grudges between us, and invite you to join us to open a new mythological era together. Witch. Tong Yitong sat down beside Yinqing, looking like she didn't want anyone to come in. Yinqing didn't know how the people on the other side connected Tong Yitong with the witch. But the other party's answer was obviously irrelevant to his request. Mythology era? I killed 2 of you gods. And you still invited me to join. You gods are too frustrated. Either fight or surrender. Don't talk nonsense to me. Yinqing's tone clearly revealed impatience and anger. At the same time, the temperature in the whole room suddenly dropped, and the water vapor exhaled from the nose condensed into a scattered white mist. Humph! Baron Max snorted and laughed. On the side where he sat, the temperature rose rapidly, and pushed back towards Yinqing and Tong Yitong with the cold. The power of both sides formed a balanced confrontation in the middle, and the extreme cold and extreme heat accumulated on a plane, forming a translucent film. The members of the Witch Mutual Aid Association who were in ambush felt the clash of energy, and all rushed out from the hidden rooms upstairs and downstairs on all 4 sides. The excitement brought by the battle stimulated the power they obtained from the demon god Chiron, and the handsome men and beautiful women instantly turned into various monsters resembling hell creatures. The fighting alchemy puppets drew their swords and held shields, protecting Yinqing and the other 5 in the middle. Feng Tingyu, Lao Guan, and Shaoli did not expect that there were so many monsters hiding here. Even though they were used to seeing big scenes, they could not help but panic. Yinqing and Tong Yitong were still sitting on the sofa steadily. The members of the Witch Mutual Aid Association, who had completed the transformation, did not receive Max's attack order, so they all stood on the periphery to surround the invaders. Baron Max also sat on the sofa calmly, fighting in this distance. He wanted to test Yinqing's strength first, and then make the next decision, in order to show that he still had a lot of spare energy. Baron Max even smiled and said to Yinqing, "Your strength surprised me a little, and also surprised me very much. It seems that you have gained strong power from the witch through other means, but it is not strong enough. The witchcraft mastered by our Witch Mutual Aid Association can be traced back to the last mythological era. Become a new god by gaining power and transforming the body. You have only achieved certain results in gaining power, but without a strong enough body, you are simply not enough to withstand greater power." While speaking, because of the release of energy, Baron Max's body also changed a little. His skin turned red, his hair turned into burning flames, and a pair of demon horns grew from his forehead. However, it can be seen that his control over power is far higher than Ella and Antoine. The flowing fire outside his body not only did not ignite the flammable objects around him, but also flowed on his clothes. Baron Max, who had partially transformed, stared at Yinqing. His eyes became vertical pupils, and his blue pupils turned sulfur color. Max did have a great psychological advantage at this time, because as he said, what kind of power must be carried by what kind of body? The gods in the previous mythological era were either huge or weird, and mortal bodies could not bear the greatness of gods at all. And Yinqing on the opposite side. The energy was released so violently, but his body did not change at all, which meant that he was enduring the physical burden caused by the energy release. The smile on his face was just pretending. Baron Max smiled, increased the output of energy, and retreated the cold and hot barrier to Yinqing. But there was no push. The other party also increased the energy output. Let's see how long you can hold on. Baron Max continued to increase the energy output. The cold and heat cut a marble tea table in the middle, and the heat slowly melted half of the marble tea table. On the other side, the Dali Temple tea table was wrapped in a thick layer of ice in the middle. The energy confrontation surface did not move at all. How could this be? Baron Max could not believe what he saw. If a mortal body could release such strong energy, it should have exploded long ago. But Yinqing, why didn't he change at all? This does not conform to the records of the documents passed down by the Mutual Aid Association. Baron Max's body was constantly changing with the release of energy. His forehead was bulging high, and his demon horns were longer and thicker. His clothes were not burned, but burst by his expanding body, and a pair of demon wings tore into pieces and grew larger. But Yinqing still looked the same. An inexplicable anger rose from Max's heart. It was a blasphemy to God that a mortal body could possess the power of God. Yinxing, your performance surprised me. But just like Prometheus brought fire to mortals, your behavior must be punished by God. Max, who had completely transformed into a demon, stood up and roared, and his tyrannical breath formed a heat wave that expanded. Yinxing was a little confused. We were competing in internal strength, and the winner hasn't been decided yet. Why are you so angry? But he still had to fight back. You dare to call yourself a god with your energy level? God is too worthless. Right? During the internal strength competition, Chue kept recording Max's energy output. It was obvious that the demon power he obtained was also a reduced and castrated version. Demons are the ultimate creatures of hell, and their symbol of hell is like the symbol of angels to humans. If facing a real demon, Yinxing can only run away. Run as far as you can. And the strength shown by Max is invincible on Earth. But according to the standards of the magic world, it is probably just a mid to high level hero. There is still a long way to go to reach the standard of God. However, this standard is Yinxing's standard. According to the standard of ancient Europe, this is probably the power of God. Being ridiculed like this, Baron Max was very angry. The consequences are serious. Offending God must cost you your life. I will burn you to ashes and purify your soul. Baron Max took a step forward, and the floor tiles under the cow's hoof melted instantly. His eyes stared at Yinxing through the cold and heat barrier, as fierce as if he wanted to eat him alive. At this time, Tong stood up, walked in front of Max, and stepped on the half-coffee table with one foot. Hey, your opponent is me. You have to defeat me to be qualified to challenge Mr. Yin. Baron Max's eyes were as big as copper bells. After competing for so long, is it this witch who competes with me in energy? How is this possible? As a medium, the power of the witch will never be so strong. But the extremely cold energy pressing down like a mountain wall told Max that the person who was equally matched with him in energy was either Yinxing or the woman in front of him. At this time, the rage from hell completely overwhelmed Max's reason. He could not accept that mortals had the power of God, and could not accept this ridicule and contempt. Kill! Kill them all! Max issued a battle order, and then the flames wrapped his fist and smashed the barrier in front of him. Behind him, the four elders all transformed into hell creatures, and the members of the Witch Mutual Aid Association roared and rushed up. For a moment, the flames raged in the hall, except for the place where Yinxing and his friends came out. Everything that could be burned was ignited. The fire was everywhere, and the smoke was everywhere. In a blink of an eye, this place turned into a furnace. Wind energy wall. Yinxing released an air magic to circle Feng Tingyu, Lao Guan, and Shaoli in the middle of an air flow. This wind energy wall can temporarily keep the fire and smoke out. But once the fire burns all the oxygen in the room, they will definitely suffocate to death. So they have to kill quickly. Blow. Open the lightning field. Yes, master. At this time, Tong was already fighting with Max. In the past, Yinxing often used fire magic to help Tong train his supernatural powers. So Tong was able to control water and use ice to deal with the heat and fire released by Max. But in the battle of physical strength and power, Tong had to suffer a lot. She could only create an ice wall for defense, use the ice surface under her feet to slide to avoid attacks, and then use water vapor to smoke Max to create opportunities for herself to attack. In the short and rapid battle, Tong had both offense and defense, and she would not be defeated for a while. But it was difficult for her to win quickly. But the four elders were about to join the battle, and I'm afraid Tong would not be so relaxed. 10 combat alchemy puppets form a circular defensive formation in the face of dozens of hell monsters rushing over. As soon as the magic shield opened the crystal wall, various attacks hit it. Sparks flew and the crystal wall shook. Inside the crystal wall, people were on high alert. And outside the crystal wall, demons were dancing wildly. All this happened in less than 10 seconds. Two groups of people who controlled the high-end individual power of the earth were going to decide life and death here. And Feng Tingyu and the other two faithfully recorded what happened and what was about to happen here, even though they might all die here. Snap! The sound was as crisp as a whip. A flash of light appeared and disappeared. But this flash of light did not attract attention. After all, in this lit hall, the most abundant thing was light. The sound was also ignored by the people in the frenzy of fighting. Max and the four elders surrounded Tong, who was as slippery as a loach. The members of the Witch Mutual Aid Association released their strongest attacks on the shield wall. They had an absolute advantage, as if they could wipe out all the invaders in the next second. But the dense sound of popping beans suddenly exploded in the burning hall. The white electric light that appeared without warning was like a python, swimming in this confined space. They rushed around, and when they encountered obstacles, they concentrated all their energy and released it. People fell down in groups. The scene was like a high-voltage line passed through a fish pond, and the fish pond became quiet when the electricity passed. The hall was quiet, except for the fire that was still crackling. The members of the Witch Mutual Aid Association, who had just attacked violently, all fell straight outside the shield wall. They didn't know whether they were alive or dead, but they definitely couldn't stand up. The sudden reversal made everyone who was still standing a little uncomfortable. Even Tong Yitong was a little confused about Max and the elders who fell in front of her. She turned to Yanqing and asked, "Did you do this? Are you really that strong?" Yanqing took out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. A thin lighting flashed in the air and lit the cigarette. After taking a puff, Yanqing said to Tong Yitong, "Don't ask so many questions. Put out the fire quickly. Otherwise, they will be suffocated to death." Yanqing pointed at Feng Tingyu and the other two who were protected by the wind energy wall. Tong Yitong knew that this was not the place to talk about such things, so she activated her special ability to mobilize more water to put out the fire and cool down the room. The fire in the hall was quickly controlled and then extinguished. Even the poisonous smoke was melted into the water by Tong Yitong and thrown into the corner. Yanqing removed the wind energy wall with a finger, and then said to the three stunned people, "These people opened their mouths and closed their mouths. I was really scared at first. I didn't expect that they couldn't even survive 100,000 volts. It really damages the name of God. Are you alright?" Feng Tingyu looked at the monster corpses on the ground and couldn't believe that what he had just seen was real. "We are fine. I feel you are the real God." Yanqing smoked a cigarette and said melancholy, "If I were a god, I wouldn't have so many troubles. If you are alright, let's search this manor together to see what secrets the Witch Mutual Aid Association has here." Just when Yanqing was about to arrange people to search here, Baron Max, who was lying on the ground, suddenly jumped up. He didn't attack anyone, but crashed into a wall with his head, and then flew into the sky with a flap of wings. Boss Yin, seeing that Max was not dead and was trying to escape, Tong Yitong immediately called Yanqing. But when she turned around, she found that Yanqing was no longer in the place just now. Where did he go? Feng Tingyu and the other two shook their heads. They didn't see how Yanqing disappeared. They just saw a flash of lightning appear, and the person disappeared. Chapter 372 Demon God Chiron. Max flew to an airspace of more than 1,000 meters in one breath before he dared to stop and take a breath. He didn't know what had just happened, but from what he overheard, he was sure that Yanqing had launched the attack. And with just one blow, he had wiped out the entire Witch Mutual Aid Association. He escaped because he was paralyzed and then faked his death. Fortunately, Yanqing was too confident and didn't make a final move. And fortunately, he had wings to fly. However, what kind of terrifying power did he master? Max looked down at his manor with lingering fear, and when he didn't see anyone chasing him, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that none of them can fly. Max found a way to comfort himself, which is the disadvantage of not strengthening his body. No matter how strong he is, he can't fly to the sky. After making sure that he was safe, Max didn't stay here, but flapped his wings and flew towards the back mountain. This territory is the fiefdom inherited by the Max family until now. There is a dilapidated castle in the back mountain, which was built in 1368. The castle has always been the headquarters of the Witch Mutual Aid Association. It was not until the witch bloodline faded and became ineffective that it gradually became dilapidated and abandoned. Now that the witch bloodline has reappeared, this castle that is closely related to the demon god Chiron has been protected layer by layer. An elite armed force of the Witch Mutual Aid Association is stationed here. They have drawn dense military cordons and set up many light and dark firepower points. Max, who escaped back, landed heavily on the highest platform of the castle. A capable commander came to greet him. He saw Max in the demon state and asked with concern, "President Max, what happened? I need you to show your strength." Max stood firm and quickly said to the commander, "The manor was invaded, and I was the only one who escaped. Let your people prepare for battle. The invaders are likely to find here. I am going to see the demon god Chiron and ask him to give me stronger power. During this period, no one is allowed to enter the castle. Do you understand? Even Max was so embarrassed. The commander could imagine how powerful the invaders were. He asked, "My father? I saw him fall. But I don't know if he is alive or dead. Now our only chance to take back the manor is for me to get the gift of the demon god Chiron. You must buy time for me." The commander nodded and replied, "Yes, President Max. We will do our best to stop the invaders." Max didn't know how long these ordinary armed soldiers could hold out. So he stopped talking nonsense and turned and went straight to the underground altar along the stairs. The underground of the castle was still cold and damp, affected by the hell energy from the magic world. Some tree roots extending from the cracks in the wall slowly wriggled. Some mice also mutated and became strange. Max's huge body stumbled into the altar in the passage, and he stretched out his hand to summon fire to light the torches on the wall. The underground space became brighter, and an old woman could be seen kneeling on the ground in the middle of the altar, stabbing a dagger into her chest. Max rushed over and pushed the old woman's body away. Standing in the middle of the altar, he cut his palm with his sharp claws, and sulfur-colored blood dripped on the ground of the altar. Max chanted the ancient spell, using blood sacrifice to connect his consciousness with the ancient demon. This ritual would greatly consume the vitality of the sacrificer, but Max couldn't care less. "Great demon god Chiron, please listen to the call of your faithful believers. The Witch Mutual Aid Society is suffering from an unprecedented crisis, and a force stronger than us is attacking us. They will find this place soon. Your believers need your divine power to save them. I beg you to show your supremacy and greatness, and give me stronger power." After Max finished his request, the blood in his hand suddenly flowed faster. This situation frightened Max, and he hurriedly pressed the wound. But it was no use. The blood continued to flow from his fingers. The sulfur-colored blood gathered into a pool on the altar, and then burned. The flames were steaming, and a vague human figure was reflected in the air. "Max, your current Witch Mutual Aid Association is really too different from your ancestors. I can't imagine what kind of environment can raise such weak people like you, both physically and mentally. You disappoint me," the figure formed by the flame complained. After being disconnected for centuries, he saw his believers again, but he didn't expect that they were all this kind of stuff. Max saw that the blood in his palm finally stopped flowing, and he quickly knelt on one knee in front of the demon god Chiron. "I'm sorry, Lord Chiron. During the time you left us, the world has changed a lot. The extraordinary power disappeared completely. People no longer hated witches, and even under our deliberate guidance, history denied the existence of witches. We lived too comfortably, so that we gradually forgot how to fight. Please forgive us, and please save us." The illusion of the demon god Chiron sat back, and the flames under his buttocks turned into a throne. "What power?" "Sure. Follow the rules. Use the witch's blood to prepare the medium, and give it to me as a sacrifice. The more you give me, the stronger the power I will give you." Hearing Chiron asking for a sacrifice, Max said in embarrassment, "I'm sorry, Lord Chiron. We have used up all the witch's blood, but we have found a witch with very pure blood. As long as you give me the power, I can catch her." Kalen said, "What I value most is the spirit of contract. Rules are rules. Sacrifice first, then gain power. Your ancestors have always abided by the contract. Do you still want me to break it for you?" Max begged, "Lord Kalen, the situation is different now. The enemy will come in soon. If I die, no one will sacrifice to you." "Ha ha ha." Kalen laughed. "I didn't expect that you, a tiny person, would dare to threaten me. What impact can your life and death have on me? What impact can the Witch Mutual Aid Association have on me? There will always be people who will find this place in the future, and there will always be people who sign a contract with me to gain power. Lord Chiron." Max wanted to continue to plead, but Chiron stopped him at this time. "Don't ask me. Just think about how to welcome your guests." "Hey, kid, have you eavesdropped enough?" Max immediately looked at the entrance of the basement passage, and felt a flash of lightning, and Yinxing appeared in front of him out of thin air. "You? How did you get in?" Yinxing walked slowly and tentatively on the edge of the altar, and replied to Max, "Of course I followed you in. I didn't expect that there would be such a good thing under a dilapidated castle. Baron Max, won't you introduce it?" Chiron sat there without speaking. Max approached Chiron and replied, "Yinxing, don't be too proud. I know there is a big gap between my strength and yours. But this is the ancient demon god Chiron. In the legendary myth. He is. Yanqing laughed. Hey. Don't rush to report the title. Your demon god Chiron is about to die. You dare to slander Lord Chiron. Max seized Yanqing's words, and wanted to put a hat on him. If he could anger the demon god, it would be a matter of moving his fingers to kill him. But Max found, the demon god Chiron was really about to die. The fire form of the demon god Chiron's existence comes from the flames produced by the burning of Max's blood. Now the blood Max just released is almost burned out. And the figure of the demon Chiron has become much dimmer. Faced with a powerful enemy, Max knew that the blood he burned was actually his own vitality. But he quickly cut open his palm to continue bleeding. Then, in order to save some blood, he dared not say any more nonsense, and said to Chiron, Lord Chiron, it was him who killed all the senior members of the Witch Mutual Aid Association. He also kidnapped a witch of pure blood. Please punish him with divine punishment and avenge your loyal believers. Chiron looked at Yanqing standing outside the altar and asked, Who are you? The energy emanating from you makes me feel familiar. Just now, after Max escaped from the manor, Yanqing followed him all the way to see what secrets he was hiding. But he didn't expect that there was such a great guy in the basement of this dilapidated castle with heavy guards. Yanqing stood close to the exit, and as long as there was danger, he would immediately use arc teleportation to escape from here. Master, the opponent's power is very strong. But it seems that he can't leave the altar. Yanqing also felt the surging power in the altar. He replied to Chiron, the energy in you is also very familiar to me. It seems that we come from the same place. Hearing Yanqing's answer, Max was shocked and hid behind Chiron. It's just that his huge body makes him look very funny. Lord Kylong. Is he also a god? God? Of course I'm not. Yanqing looked at Kylong and asked, I'm curious. What is your true identity as a demon god? Kylong's tone has always been relaxed. I have never said what kind of demon god I am. They just gave me the title. However, I have never seen you. You should be my junior. What's your name? My name is Yanqing. Yanqing answered. But Kylong was very dissatisfied with Yanqing's answer. Don't the juniors now know how to introduce themselves? Race. The title given by God. And then the name. And the race you protect. Yanqing didn't know how to answer, and silently observed Kylong. He was a bit talkative. He didn't have much hostility towards me. But it felt like a fellow countryman meeting a fellow countryman. If his real body was in the magic world, he wouldn't act like he hadn't seen his fellow countrymen for many years. Maybe his real body was trapped somewhere, like the nine-headed dragon. As a senior, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? This time it was Kylong's turn to be silent. At this time, the most anxious one was Max. You guys kept silent for a long time after talking to each other. You have time to chat online here. But the connection burns my blood. Seeing that Chiron's fire shape faded again, Max could only bleed and add fuel immediately. He wanted to urge them to talk quickly, but he didn't dare to say anything. Forget it. Chiron thought for a while and said, You don't want to say it. And I don't want to say it either. So let's call each other by the names we use now. Without the heavy background. You and I can be friends. Yanqing knew that Chiron must have regarded himself as an equal to him for some reason. Without revealing his identity, Chiron's origin is certainly a mystery. But it may not be the most suitable result for himself now. As Chiron said, there is no contradiction without the burden of background. So being friends is a good choice. Even if they are superficial friends. It is better than having such a powerful enemy. Sure, what I like to do most is making friends. Having been used to being a ruler in the magic world, Yanqing has a good grasp of the temperament of the strong, as a friend. Is there anything I can help you with? Chiron was silent again. Max, who was hiding behind him, was so anxious. If you two gods make friends, I will be safe, but can you talk faster? The blood burning on the ground is my blood. Max had no choice but to add fuel to the ground again. Chiron still had some consideration for this new friend. After all, he didn't know what had happened in the world he was in for such a long time, and what the background of this fellow was. But he could move freely in this world, so he must be very powerful. After thinking for a long time, Kylong decided to express his needs. Anyway, he had nothing to lose. I came to this world a long time ago, but I need some kind of medium to move freely in this world. This medium is the energy from our world, the so-called which is actually the descendant of the people in our world in this world. Therefore, the blood of the witch is the medium for me. But as I reproduced, the witch blood became weaker and weaker. And eventually I was trapped here and fell into a deep sleep. Until recently, the people of the Witch Mutual Aid Association used pure witch blood to wake me up again. But that little blood was only enough to maintain my existence in this world. And I couldn't leave here. You should understand what I mean. Yenshing understood. As long as Kailong is not given a medium, he can only stay in this altar, and then return to sleep as he is consumed. This medium. Give it. Or not. Yenshing thought about the pros and cons of the two options, and how much risk he would have to take if he let Kailong walk out of this altar. This thing is very likely to be the same as the nine-headed dragon. If it is released, it may really open a new era of mythology. I can give you a medium, but I have conditions. Chiron said, of course. There must be a return for what you take. As long as I agree, I will definitely abide by the contract between us. But don't make the conditions too harsh. Yenshing smiled and said, my family motto is keep your word. We are all people who respect contracts and have common rules. It is a good start to be friends. Chapter 373, Peace. Yenshing's first condition for Kailong was not to destroy the existing order of this world. Due to a small mistake of mine, part of the power of our world has gone out of control here, and I am trying my best to remedy it. Providing you with a medium will involve greater risks, and if you are restricted too much, it will be unfair to you. I hope you can control your power as much as possible, and not create any new mythological era. Kailong smiled and said, you can rest assured about this. I have long been tired of status and fame, and now I prefer to quietly play with people's desires, and watch them perish in endless desires. I know how to deal with it. Yenshing reminded, this era is completely different from the era you have experienced before. Don't underestimate this world. When you walk out of here, it will definitely surprise you. Don't do things that make me embarrassed. Yenshing's serious tone made Kailong put away his frivolousness, and he replied, thank you for your reminder. You want to protect this world, and I will naturally abide by the rules you created. What is the second rule? Yenshing said, there is no second rule. You are not my prisoner, but an equal to me. Based on the first condition, I respect your rights and freedoms. Chiron didn't expect Yenshing to only ask for such a small request. He couldn't help but laugh. I thought you would ask me some harsh conditions. After all, for freedom, I am ready to be exploited by you. Is there really no other condition? This is a good opportunity. Chiron stood up and spread his hands, as if he was ready to be slaughtered. Yenshing snorted and laughed. I let you out just out of pity. I really can't think of what you have that I need. Friends should treat each other with sincerity. You have to put yourself in your position. Yenshing taught Chiron a lesson, and his words and deeds showed the style of a strong man. He knew very well that Chiron was testing him, because the more harsh the conditions, the only proof of psychological weakness. A truly strong person only does things based on his mood. Yenshing's attitude really made Kailong immediately restrain himself. I'm sorry. I'm just a little uncomfortable with having another friend. I will learn how to be friends with others in the future. Now, can you let me out? Yes, Yenshing replied. While Yenshing and Kailong were talking, Chuichu analyzed all the arrangements and magic arrays in this basement. It can be concluded, the Kailong in front of him is not his real body. His body is still trapped somewhere in the magic world, and only a part of his consciousness can reach the real world. Even if he obtains a medium, his power will still be trapped in the magic world. If you want to use magic, you can only use the medium to transfer your magic power from the magic world. If there is no medium, let alone release magic, his consciousness cannot exist in this world. Therefore, as long as the amount of medium given to him is controlled, he can be constrained and restricted. Master, I have informed my secondary computing core to create a medium that can be used by Chiron in the Eternal Territory Alchemy Laboratory. Just give it to me, Yenshing said to Chuichu in his consciousness, and stretched out his hand to the space on the side. His arm passed through a layer of rippling air ripples. When he took it out again, he held a glass reagent bottle in his hand. The bottle was filled with a medium that emitted colorful light like fine sand. Then Yenshing opened the cork, walked to the edge of the altar, tilted the bottle mouth and poured out a little fine sand. The sand fell from the bottle, and the light became more brilliant after it came into contact with the air. The so-called medium does not have to be made of witches' blood. The blood of witches is used only because their blood contains a trace amount of magic energy, which can open a transmission connection for Chiron. Just like a computer connected to the internet through a network cable. What Yinxing took out was the highly concentrated magic energy synthesized by the Eternal Territory Alchemy Laboratory through cutting-edge refining equipment. The energy level is many orders of magnitude higher than the so-called witch's blood. Kailong is a connoisseur of goods. He knew at a glance that the bottle in Yinxing's hand contained good things. He looked forward to watching the fine sand in the bottle fall, and the colorful light fall on the altar. The worn runes on the altar gradually shone. The ground began to shake. Feeling that the energy of his body was pouring in continuously, Kailong became very excited. I haven't felt this way for a long time. Thank you. Thank you very much. I have long forgotten the passage of time, and have been looking forward to seeing a little light in the darkness. I once wandered in this world, and that was my happiest time. Kailong seemed to realize that he had said too much, so he immediately stopped talking. He watched the magic circle on the altar light up layer by layer, and he only wanted to take that step quickly. The short message has made Yinxing understand a lot of things. I am afraid that it is difficult for outsiders to understand Kailong's mood at this time. It is like a prisoner who has been locked up for hundreds, thousands or even longer, and finally has a mobile phone that can connect to the internet. Even the most sophisticated people can hardly hide their feelings at this time. Yinxing took back the glassware and sealed the bottle mouth with a cork. At this time, the altar has been fully lit, and the light that bursts out makes the originally dark basement as bright as day. Then, a raging fire erupted from the altar. In the flames, a human figure gradually condensed, from blurry to clear. When the flames fell, the altar returned to its original state. Max was seen standing in the center of the altar. He was no longer in the form of a demon. He regained his human form, wore a decent dress, and his temperament was like an aristocrat from the Middle Ages. Standing on the edge of the altar, Yinxing could feel that this Max was no longer the real Max. Ah! The air is really sweet. Max showed the demeanor of Chiron. He took a deep breath and felt this long-lost feeling. Yinxing asked, "Should I call you Chiron or Max now?" "It's all right. Chiron is not my real name anyway. But just call me Max. This is the identity of my body in this world. Just like you call me Yinxing. Is this considered possession? And Chiron is also Max now. He thinks I am also possessed. Is this the way the creatures in the magic world come to the real world?" Insufficient information. Unable to judge, Yinxing asked Chuichu to add this research topic to her task list. Then he extended his hand to Max. "Welcome back, my friend." Max walked out of the altar and extended his hand to shake Yinxing. "Thank you, my friend. I promise, as long as you treat me sincerely, I will treat you sincerely." Yinxing smiled and put the glass bottle with the medium in Max's hand. "Remember your promise to me. This world has its own development direction, and in many ways, it has far surpassed our world. We are just participants here, not creators. There is no need for gods or prophets here." In the hall of the manor, Feng Tingyu, Tong Yitong and others were still waiting anxiously in the mess. They didn't know where Yinxing had gone when he suddenly disappeared. Was he chasing Max who had escaped? Or was he out of touch for 10 days or half a month like he often disappeared? Fortunately, the 10 black-clad swordsmen brought by Yinxing were still guarding the entrances and exits of the hall diligently. Some bodyguards from the manor wanted to approach, but they were easily killed by them. Lao Guan and Shaoli checked the bodies on the ground and gathered the things that needed to be taken away. After a while, Yinxing still did not appear. Feng Tingyu asked Tong Yitong, "Can you contact Mr. Yin? We can't stay in this place all the time. If people from the government departments here come, it may cause serious diplomatic incidents. And the situation here is not suitable for exposure to the public. Baron Max is a very famous upper-class person here. Such a serious invasion of his manor is likely to attract local police and troops. When they saw the corpses of monsters in this room, they didn't know what kind of disaster would happen. At least, it would be difficult for them to leave." Tong Yitong stood beside the half-destroyed wine cabinet, took a bottle of wine from the cabinet, and took out 2 wine glasses. Although the wine glasses were full of smoke and dust, Tong Yitong easily rinsed the glasses with water. She poured a glass of wine for Feng Tingyu and another for herself. "Don't worry. Mr. Yin won't leave us here. He must be doing something very important, and he will come to us when he finishes. We just need to wait here." Feng Tingyu took the wine glass handed over by Tong Yitong, but she was not in the mood to drink. "I know Mr. Yin will definitely come to find us. But how long do we have to wait? There are still many people in the manor. Bodyguards, servants. They must have called the police. And perhaps the army will arrive soon. What if we call the police? What if the army arrives? Tong Yitong sipped the wine and said casually, "We are here to guard. Can they come in? Don't think about things you can't solve. Don't take responsibilities you can't take. Just do the work we can do." Feng Tingyu thought about it. That's right. Yanxing can't come. And it's useless to worry. What we can do now is to protect this scene to the best of our ability, and prevent the things here from falling into the hands of a third party. Looking at Lao Guan and Xiao Li at work. Those who work in the field will not think about random things and only focus on their work. Feng Tingyu had no choice but to accompany Tong Yitong to drink. At this time, the sound of a helicopter came from the sky outside. Xiao Li immediately took out his mobile phone from his pocket and connected it to the camera on the roof of the commercial vehicle outside. It's a military helicopter. 4 of them were found. They are hovering over the manor. The security guards of the manor are guiding them to land. What should we do? Fight? Feng Tingyu answered decisively, "Fight. No one is allowed to approach here." "What to fight? This is my manor. If it is damaged, will you pay for it?" Feng Tingyu looked in the direction of the voice and saw Baron Max coming in from the gap in the wall. He looked at the miserable situation in the hall with a smile on his face. Feng Tingyu, Tong Yitong and others saw that Max had returned. But Yanxing was not there. A bad premonition came to their hearts. Could it be that Yanxing encountered an accident while chasing Max? Tong Yitong put down the wine glass and went forward to prepare for the battle. But the 10 black-clothed swordsmen still stayed in place, with no intention of fighting. Seeing Tong Yitong coming over aggressively, the cold air condensed into frost around her. Max waved his hand and said, "Yanxing, you have to deal with your people. I will go to deal with the things outside. I'll hold a dinner party here tonight. Everyone come and attend." After saying that, Max suddenly disappeared from the hall. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. Don't be nervous. Things here are over. Yanxing appeared in the hall at some point and said to the nervous people, "Let's change rooms. It's too messy here." After saying that, Yanxing opened a door and walked out. The 4 people who didn't know what was going on had to follow him and leave the hall full of corpses. Yanxing walked along the corridor, occasionally opening a door to look inside. After finding a suitable room, he walked in first. "Boss Yin, what happened after you left? Why is Max no longer hostile to us?" Tong Yitong, who then walked into the room, asked in confusion. The answer to this question is also what Feng Tingyu, Lao Guan, Xiao Li and others want to know. The hatred between them and Baron Max is not just an ordinary one. The corpses in the room cannot be solved by a smile. Yanxing sat down on a sofa, facing the front yard of the manor. From here, you can see that Max is negotiating with the landing military personnel. Soon the helicopter took off again. Baron Max is really influential and powerful here, like a king in this territory that belongs to him. Yanxing answered Tong Yitong, and also answered the other 3 people, including the organization behind them. The investigation of the Witch Mutual Aid Association can be stopped here. If we go deeper, it will cause consequences that none of us can bear. Baron Max promised me that he would not hold us responsible. We will leave after dinner, and let Baron Max handle this. Yanxing's answer was not satisfactory to the 4 people. Tong Yitong was better. Feng Tingyu, Lao Guan, Xiao Li and others could not give an explanation to the higher-ups. In the video they shot, Yanxing almost wiped out the Witch Mutual Aid Association. As a result, Yanxing and Max came back in peace after a while. What did they do when they went out? What did they say? What kind of deal could make Max let go of such a big hatred and shake hands with Yanxing? And they even had a drink and talked happily. This is too unreasonable. How will the company's leader see and think? Feng Tingyu reminded Boss Yin. Where does the power of the Witch Mutual Aid Association come from? Is that power that you can't resist? You'd better be careful of Max. I feel that he is stronger than when he left. And he can disappear in an instant like you. Chapter 374 Wheat Field. Yanxing knew that Max, or Chiron, was very strong. He could easily give power to the people of the Witch Mutual Aid Society and change his body structure. Even if Yanxing racked his brains, he couldn't figure out how he did it. He used to think that these were all the mechanisms of the magic world. However, with the analysis of the world by the Deep Space Whisperer database, it is very likely that part of the magic world was created. There is a set of energy and matter conversion mechanisms that play a vital role in it. The 9-headed dragon has this ability. Now it is discovered that Chiron has this ability. This is the power of God as understood by Yanxing. Words come true. Creation and destruction are all in a thought. Do you want to have this kind of power? Of course. In the underground of Black Swamp City in Thunder Swamp, research on the nine-headed dragon is being carried out. In the real world, the existence of Chiron has been discovered again. The risk of releasing him is great, but the expected benefits are greater. Yinxing thinks this risk is worth taking. Moreover, for the dangers that may need to be faced in the future, it is even more necessary to prepare for the rainy day and make advance arrangements and preparations. Do this according to my wishes. Yinxing did not explain anything to Feng Tingyu, and said in a tough tone that he rarely used, "You must stop conducting independent investigations on the Witch Mutual Aid Association. If you feel it is difficult to explain to the leaders of your company, I can take the lead in establishing a cooperative organization with the Witch Mutual Aid Association. And you can do what the Witch Mutual Aid Association allows you to do within the scope of the organization." Yinxing's tone left no room for negotiation. Feng Tingyu didn't know what he and Max talked about during the time he was away, but the power formed by the two of them was not something that Renluen Investment Bank could confront head-on. In this case, cooperation is always better than digging into the root of the matter and making everyone embarrassed. Okay. I will report what happened here to the company leaders. The company will respect you and cooperate with you. Can we take away the video materials and objects we collected? Yes. The materials in Feng Tingyu's hands were all from the previous Baron Max. Yinxing just didn't want them to investigate this Baron Max. In the following time, Max adapted well to his identity. Although he had never seen many things in the manor, his identity and class had been the same from ancient times to the present. He only needed to appease the servants in the manor, promise them a sum of money, and then promise to ask the demon to give them power. Then he could give orders. At night, all traces of the battle in the manor were cleaned up, and a grand dinner was prepared on time. But no one spoke at the dinner, and the awkward atmosphere continued until the end. Stayed overnight in the manor. The next day, Lao Guan drove Feng Tingyu, Xiao Li and Tong Yitong away with the things they collected. Yinxing continued to stay here. He wanted to help Max understand this world that was very different from hundreds of years ago. And he also developed a strong interest in the manor's collection of books and castles. The Witch Mutual Aid Association has been passed down for nearly 1,000 years. And many of the books here are rare books that cannot be found outside. Many of them record the history of the era when witches were popular. And some are related to magic and alchemy. Yinxing's focus is on things related to the demon god Chiron. Baron Max completely let Yinxing do whatever he wanted in the manor, because Baron Max has been attracted by the modern civilization that he could never imagine before. No need to fly by yourself. Just take a plane, and you can reach any place in the world very comfortably. There are countless messages on the phone, and you can see what is happening in any corner of the world. And there are a lot of TV and movies to watch. You can watch any kind of subject. After only 2 days in the manor, Max felt that his previous love of playing with souls was purely a low-level hobby that he came up with out of boredom. Yes, compared to the entertainment in this world today, life in the Middle Ages was too boring. Especially since Max was imprisoned for hundreds of years and then released. So Max took his private plane and left. He couldn't stand this manor full of ancient atmosphere. He wanted to go to the big city. He left the manor to Yinxing. He would post a lot of photos of his life of drinking and partying on his private social platform every day. The assets left by the deceased Baron Max were enough for him to squander at will. Yinxing found that the person he released didn't seem to be a troublemaking demon, but a dandy boy who only liked to have fun. This is fine as long as he doesn't cause trouble. Yinxing continued to focus on the books in the manor and the ruins of the ancient castle in the back mountain, which also had many valuable things. Feng Tingyu quickly got the opinions of the senior management of Renluen Investment Bank. Now Yinxing and Max represent a power level that is completely different from the existing system in the world. Renluen Investment Bank certainly wants to have a deeper exploration on this level. Since a good cooperative relationship has been established with Yinxing, it must continue to be maintained unless there are irreconcilable contradictions. Besides, Renluen Investment Bank and the Witch Mutual Aid Association have no new or old grudges. Yinxing killed so many of them, and finally shook hands and made peace. Renluen Investment Bank has no reason to offend the Witch Mutual Aid Association. Yinxing proposed to establish an information exchange organization with the Witch Mutual Aid Association, and Renluen Investment Bank immediately agreed. Anyway, it won't be a loss. But when Feng Tingyu came to the manor again, she was empty-handed. Baron Max is traveling around the world. Yinxing disappeared again. The magic world is still at war. As the planner and participant of this all-out war, Yinqing can't be away from the Eternal Territory for a long time. Moreover, intelligence shows that the army of the Principality of Wind has been frequently mobilized recently, and it seems to be ready to move. Anderson seems to want to launch a new offensive. He has to fight this time. The aid that the Cloud Tower promised to give to Storm City is being delivered one after another, and the mobilized goblin engineers and alchemists are also being sent from all directions. After a while, Storm City will have a large alchemical weapon production factory. In addition, the Cloud Tower has also promoted the alliance between the Principality of the Wind and the Savage Orcs, so that the army of the Principality of the Wind that is used to guard against the High Mountain City can be mobilized to the battlefield of the fortress. Although the floating warships and the God Monster Lord newly developed by the Cloud Tower have not been delivered, Anderson must show his attitude for what he has received. Only by making the Cloud Tower gain some benefits from their efforts can they come up with more things. After Storm City replenished supplies for the warfront, the army of the Principality of the Wind actively prepared for a large-scale attack. But the Eternal Territory at this time was no longer the Eternal Territory before the war. With the redemption of gold from the transaction with Anderson and the deepening of cooperation with Renluin Investment Bank, the supplies and equipment purchased by Yinqing from the real world have been continuously transported to the Eternal Territory. With the production line, the technical accumulation of the Eternal Territory for a winter was gradually released. After reaching a virtuous cycle, the production capacity showed an explosive growth, and, with the establishment of the Thunder Swamp Kingdom, the Eternal Territory can better obtain the magic resources in the Blood Crown Mountain. The production of energy has been solved. After Alito obtained the throne of the elves and formed an alliance with the Eternal Territory, he used a large number of mines and roads in the territory as collateral in exchange for the full-scale assistance of the Eternal Territory. The weather warmed up, and the roads in the snow gradually became smooth. Alito also recruited a large number of elves to go to the mines to mine, which increased the amount of minerals obtained by the Eternal Territory sharply. The smelted metals were soon turned into various weapons. The alliance with the Silvermane Principality allowed the Eternal Territory to obtain cheaper and more alchemical resources. With the expansion of the production capacity of the transport aircraft assembly factory built in Danling City, the Eternal Territory can not only obtain transport aircraft assembled in Danling City, but also some fighters and dive bombers assembled in Danling City and returned to the Eternal Territory. It can be said that during the entire truce period, although the military strength of the Principality of the Wind was growing, the growth rate was far less than that of the Eternal Territory. Industrialization is showing its strength. While Anderson was thinking about giving the Eternal Territory a heavy blow, seizing several important places on the front line and expanding his occupied area, Yinqing was worried about how to control the intensity of his own firepower and delay the war until the rainy season. There are still 2 months before the rainy season, when the extremely humid warm ocean wind passes over the windy highlands. It will rise and encounter cold to form strong rainfall. The entire rainy season will last for 2 to 3 months intermittently, which is not suitable for fighting during this period. The Eternal Territory can use this gap to make another strategic adjustment, reorganize the frontline troops and train more troops, and upgrade weapons. Once the rainy season is over, as long as the Eternal Territory Alchemy Laboratory has a breakthrough in magic weapons or super weapons, Yinqing can boldly launch a counterattack. During the period of waiting for the rainy season, the Eternal Territory, which is growing in strength, must grasp a degree, neither scare Anderson, nor make things worse and suffer unbearable damage. This is a test of microcontrol. And if you want to microcontrol well, you must understand your opponent. The person who knows Anderson best in this world is probably Earl Theodore. In order to survive these 2 months, Yinqing decided to go to Nuda City to meet Earl Theodore. Time was tight, and the task was heavy. This time Yinqing did not take a car to Nuda City, but took a special plane to Nuda City Airport. As a result, Yinqing did not meet the old Earl in the City Lord's mansion. The servant of the City Lord's mansion told Yinqing, the Earl went to the farm outside the city to inspect the growth of the wheat field. And these days, the Earl went to see the wheat growth on the farm every day. Sometimes he was gone for a whole day. Wait, it is estimated that Earl Theodore will not come back. Yinqing, who was busy with affairs, asked the Earl where he was, and then asked for a fighting griffin in the City Lord's mansion, and rode it to fly out of the city. With the assistance of the aerial drone, Yinqing quickly found the old Earl in a farmland. At this time, Earl Theodore was squatting on the ground with several officials from Nuda City, looking at a wheat ear. It seemed that he was observing whether there was pulp in the wheat ear. The presence of pulp means that the wheat ear can produce wheat grains. Yinqing landed nearby on a griffin, and the wind brought by the griffin blew on the wheat field, creating layers of undulating ripples. When Theodore saw that it was Yinqing, he immediately walked over quickly. His powerful steps did not show that he was already in his 70s. You are finally here. I have always wanted to find you. But Theodore did not say the reason for the next step. After all, the situation on the Windy Highlands was too subtle, and it was not suitable for him to take the initiative to meet Yinqing. This time, when he saw Yinqing coming, the old earl took him to the side of the wheat field and asked, "How did you do it? How come the wheat you planted grew so big? And the ears were so big? Is it because they can absorb magical energy?" Standing in the field, the surrounding wheat fields are endless. Each wheat stalk is very thick, and the ears are big and full. For Count Theodore, this is like a miracle. He can't estimate how terrible the yield of this wheat can be. In order to ensure that these grains can grow smoothly during this critical period, Count Theodore not only sent more troops to patrol the farmland, but also took agricultural officials to the fields every day to observe the changes in wheat. As a senior lord, he had seen too many famines and knew how important food was. Yinqing was also shocked by the crazy growth of wheat. The ears of wheat were almost as big as candied haws. Although it was the first time for Yinqing to see such large wheat, he still explained calmly, "This is the magic wheat cultivated in our Thunder Swamp. By absorbing magic, its growth ability is increased to produce more food. The flour of the Eternal Grain Store is ground from this kind of wheat grains." Count Theodore finally understood the reason why the Eternal Grain Store had a steady supply of food, and the confidence they had in issuing food coupons. After seeing this kind of wheat field, the credit of the Eternal Food Coupon will be even stronger. Count Theodore asked again, "Since it is demonized wheat, can the wheat grains produced also be used for replanting like demonized beasts?" Yinqing replied, "Yes. Wheat cannot be planted again after it is demonized. After all, this kind of grain is the basis for the issuance of grain coupons by the Eternal Grain Bank, and we cannot let others grow this kind of demonized wheat. In the Thunder Swamp, we have a special demonized wheat seed breeding base. Even if the scale of demonized wheat planting is expanded in the future, there will be enough seeds." Count Theodore was silent. He looked at the endless wheat field with melancholy in his eyes. After a long time, he said, "The greatness of the tower in the clouds makes people feel like they are standing under the tower, looking at the magic on the tower humbly, while the greatness of the Thunder Swamp makes people feel like they are standing in the clouds. And the greatness and magic are within our reach. If the Cloud Tower wins this war, can I still see this wheat field?" Yinqing replied, "If the Cloud Tower wins this war, you may still see this wheat field, or you may never see it again. But if I win, you can see this wheat field every year. Mentor, I came here this time to seek your help." Chapter 375, The Earl's Choice. Hearing that Yinqing came to him for help, Earl Theodore looked around and said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's go back to the city and talk slowly. Don't worry. I will definitely help you if I can." Earl Theodore thought that Yongheng territory could not withstand the pressure from the Principality of the Wind and the Cloud Tower. So Yinqing came to Nuda City for help. So he asked the accompanying officials to continue to inspect the farmland here. And the old Earl and Yinqing returned to the Nuda City Lord's mansion together. Let the butler guard the door to prevent anyone from coming in. Earl Theodore unfolded the map on the table and said to Yinqing, "Anderson is very good at using troops, and the Cloud Tower is fully supporting him. You have performed very well to hold on until now. However, the terrain of the outpost is too flat, which is good for attack but not for defense. After such a long time of probing, Anderson must have found your weak defense. His next attack will first attract your attention through a frontal attack, and then insert an elite force into your weak defense area, and use the strongest breakthrough to break through your defense line." The original Windy Highland Legion had a team composed entirely of hero units, named Storm Knights, and their combat effectiveness was very strong. Earl Theodore could say this to Yinqing, which shows that his position has shifted. Yinqing asked, "How should I arrange the defense?" Earl Theodore shook his head and said, "It can't be defended. Although the army of the Eternal Territory has popularized alchemical weapons, it has not experienced large-scale wars. The ability of the middle and lower-level soldiers to grasp the opportunity is far inferior to that of the Windy Highland Corps. Moreover, Anderson's attack on the outpost fort has been very stable these days, which has made your soldiers adapt to this attack intensity and this attack rhythm. Once the Windy Highland Corps suddenly changes its tactics and greatly increases the suddenness of the attack, it will definitely cause discomfort to your soldiers and lead to serious mistakes. I am not belittling your army, but all newly established armies are like this. Only armies that have experienced brutal battles know how to fight. My advice to you is to shrink the outpost fort defense line. In this way, although the Windy Highland Corps can attack the hinterland of the Eternal Territory, as long as the outpost fort is in your hands, Anderson will not dare to go too deep. Yinxing looked at the map on the table, as well as the battle map that Count Theodore had laid out with chess pieces. In order to prevent the army of the Principality of the Wind from penetrating deep into the territory and causing damage, Yinxing built a long line of defense in the outpost. The longer the line of defense, the more loopholes there are. Count Theodore's suggestion was to concentrate troops to re-establish a circular defense circle around the outpost. If the outpost was nailed there, Anderson would be very uncomfortable. For the Eternal Territory at the beginning of the war, such a tactical change could indeed have a good effect. But now the Eternal Territory has a serious surplus of weapons reserves and firepower delivery capabilities. And Yinxing only wants to know how to fight without scaring Anderson. Teacher. Yinxing touched his nose and said awkwardly, I think you may have misunderstood my purpose. The purpose of my coming to you this time is not that my army cannot stop the attack of the Windy Highlands Legion. But, I want to ask you, how can I fight to defend the line without letting Anderson know that I have the strength to easily defeat him? The room fell into silence. After a while, Earl Theodore broke the solemn atmosphere and asked Yinxing, does the Eternal Territory have the strength to defeat the Windy Highlands Legion? At this time, Earl Theodore still belonged to the Silvermane Principality. Grand Duke Silvermane did not recognize the Windy Principality. So the old Earl always called Anderson's army the Windy Highlands Legion. Yinxing was a little confused about how to describe the war capabilities of the Eternal Territory now. The Eternal Territory's Air Force has been equipped with 1,500 Falcon fighters, of which 400 are the new Falcon II, which have faster speed, stronger firepower and better electronic systems. The number of dive bombers has increased to 400. 52 Can bombers, 11 Sky Fortresses, 150 armored Griffins, 200 transport planes. Now, the Eternal Territory alone has the production capacity of 30 aircraft per day. If it is fully produced, it can reach a production capacity of 50 aircraft per day. The Eternal Territory's air superiority over the Principality of the Wind is already very obvious. And the Toucan bombers and transport planes can carry out high-altitude strategic carpet bombing without considering accuracy at any place in the Principality of the Wind. Just the continuous bombing of Storm City, no matter what is bombed, is enough to hit the people and the army of the Principality of Windstorm. On the ground, the Eternal Territory has produced 5,000 artillery pieces of various types, and has copied the AK-47. There are also armored vehicles, tanks. These offensive vehicles have gradually been finalized and put into production. However, these weapons have not yet been equipped to the frontline combat troops. Yinxing plans to reorganize and refit his army when the rainy season begins. There are also guided weapons, tactical magic that can be released by artillery fire and airdrops, all-terrain land motorboats, with production materials and equipment. The research and development speed and manufacturing speed of the Eternal Territory Alchemy Laboratory are amazingly fast. The most important thing is ammunition. At the beginning of the war, the army of Eternal Territory shot by counting bullets, and there was almost no overnight ammunition in the frontline arsenal. Now with the increase in the output of ammunition production lines, the reserves of ammunition depots everywhere are very full. Coupled with the increase in the number of artillery and aircraft, the infantry squads on the front line can call for bombing support at any time. Enough bullets and grenades. It can be said that in a normal war, the efficiency of Eternal Territory's firepower delivery has increased by at least 5 times. Moreover, the plain terrain of the outpost is more suitable for artillery saturation attack tactics. If it were not for the concern for the cloud tower behind Anderson, Eternal Territory could defeat the enemy in front of it with precision strikes and mindless bombing. Teacher, Yinxing said, as tactfully as possible, the opponent of Thunder Swamp is the Cloud Tower. Even if Anderson obtains the weapons of the Cloud Tower, he is not in the same league as Thunder Swamp. He still exists now, because Thunder Swamp is not ready to face the Cloud Tower directly. I need Anderson to continue to fight with us for a while, and implement strategic confusion on the Cloud Tower as much as possible. The confidence in Yinxing's tone made Earl Theodore realize that the Eternal Territory now has the strength to easily eliminate Anderson. This did not reassure the old Earl, but instead revealed a worried expression. Earl Theodore and Anderson are not only father-in-law and son-in-law, but also comrades in arms. Although there was a rift between the two, the relationship was not broken. He knew that Anderson was preparing to launch a strong attack on the Eternal Territory, and he also knew that a large amount of aid from the Cloud Tower had arrived in Storm City. But he could not imagine that this military strength that he had never dared to think of before was so insignificant in Yinxing's eyes. Thinking about Anderson's preparations for war at this time, it was really a bit ridiculous and lamentable. Alas, between the Thunder Swamp and the Cloud Tower, we are all insignificant. Anderson wanted to change, but it was in vain. If I help you, can you forgive his sins? Yinxing did not think much and answered, it depends on how to help. If you only give me advice behind the scenes. If I let Anderson go, I will not be able to explain to my soldiers. If you join my army openly, there will be no problem in asking Anderson. Yinxing's request made Theodore very embarrassed. After thinking for a long time, the old Earl replied, no, I can't join your army, which will inevitably bring war to Nuda City. But I can let Zybel join in his personal name, and my butler Adlai. When Zybel fought the Storm City defense battle, he was incorporated into the Storm Knights. If you have a special combat team composed of all heroes, you can give it to Zybel to fight against the Storm Knights. Adlai is my adjutant on the battlefield. He is not an excellent general, but he is definitely a good butler. Moreover, he knows the Windy Highland Legion very well, which will definitely be of great help to you. Yinxing was disappointed that Earl Theodore did not join, but he is not suitable for war at his age. It is an unexpected gain to get Siebel and Adlai. Okay, Miss Siebel and Adlai will join my army, and I will guarantee Anderson's safety after the war. I will also do my best to protect Miss Siebel and keep her out of danger. Earl Theodore seemed to have let it go. I protected her before because I had the ability to protect her. But times have changed, and she will learn to protect herself in the future. You don't need to take care of her deliberately. I want to see how high this eagle of the Theodore family can fly. Yes, Mentor. I know what to do. Next, since Theodore has decided to stand on the side of Thunder Swamp, he will explain in detail to Yinxing the organizational structure of the original Windy Highland Corps, the personalities, specialties, and decision-making habits of commanders at all levels in war, the personnel composition and combat effectiveness of different organizations in the Corps. In particular, he will explain to Yinxing the deployment of the Windy Highland Corps on the battlefield and the tactics that will be used later. In the previous war, although the high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft of the Eternal Territory can monitor the army of the Windy Principality, but on such a large battlefield, coupled with the large-scale release of the fog of war by the Principality of the Wind, Yinxing's understanding of the battlefield is always like a layer of fog. It is equivalent to not having an overall view of the battle situation, and can only defend where the enemy attacks. This is very passive, and cannot actively control the direction of the battle. Therefore, Yinxing, who has a family background, is worried about gains and losses because of his strong strength. I don't know how much strength should be used to be appropriate. Now after Earl Theodore's explanation, it is equivalent to clearing the fog for Yinxing, and clearly seeing Anderson's deployment. Even if Earl Theodore's analysis is wrong in some places, it is impossible for a mature army to have a big change in characteristics in a short time. The information given by Earl Theodore is very valuable for reference. How to fight the next stage of the war gradually became clear in Yinxing's mind. Yinxing and Earl Theodore talked around the map for a long time, and even ate lunch and dinner while talking. At the end, Earl Theodore took a deep breath and said to Yinxing, "You go out first. I have some family matters to discuss with Zybel and Adlai." Yinxing knew that it was a difficult decision for Earl Theodore to let Zybel join the Eternal Territory. After all, the Thunder Swamp has an advantage over the Wind Principality, but it has a clear disadvantage to the Cloud Tower. This decision of Earl Theodore concerns the future of the entire family, and it is equivalent to sending his daughter, who he has always protected, to a battlefield where life and death are unknown. There must be a lot of things to explain. Yinxing saluted Count Theodore. "Yes, Mentor." Yinxing walked out of the room. It was already late at night outside. However, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce had already laid out the power grid for the City Lord's mansion and installed light bulbs, so there was light everywhere. Yinxing did not wander around in the City Lord's mansion, but found a secluded garden, sat on a stone chair, and began to meditate. Even if he was busy with work every day, Yinxing never dared to take time off to practice. No matter how strong the external strength is, it is not as strong as one's own strength. Now, whether it is the research and development direction of the Eternal Territory Alchemy Laboratory or the direction of the world's mysteries, it reveals that the future is the world of extraordinary individuals. Yinxing knew that he was still a long way from his estimated goal, and the actual goal might be even further away. Sometimes Yinxing also wanted to rest. But once, he had the idea of being lazy. He would go to see Chui at work. In his spiritual consciousness, Chui was always busy. With the development of the Eternal Territory, Yinxing assigned more and more tasks to Chui. Production, research and development, territory management, military coordination. Compared with Chui's current 000 working hours, Yinxing felt that he was so happy to be able to sleep every day. Master, Miss Sibyl is here. Chui suddenly turned around and startled Yinxing, who was secretly observing her. I understand. You do your thing. I'll go see Sibyl. Yinxing hurriedly left his consciousness space, as if he was caught peeping. Yes, Master. Chui will work hard. Chui turned around and continued to type quickly with a smile on his face. Yinxing exited meditation and opened his eyes, and saw Sibyl standing aside with her hands folded on her chest. There was a very complicated emotion in her eyes. I wonder what Count Theodore said to her. Miss Sibyl. Good evening. Yinxing stood up and saluted Sibyl. Sibyl said to Yinxing with a stern face, I never thought that one day, my father would take the initiative to let me participate in a war. I never thought that he would let me swing my sword at Anderson. Your appearance has brought about earth-shaking changes in Nuda City, Windy Highlands, and the entire world. I don't know if killing you can restore my family to what I am familiar with. Yinxing didn't expect that Sibyl had such a big grudge against him. However, helping the Eternal Lord to kill the Windy Highlands Legion, including comrades who had fought orcs together, is indeed a big psychological burden. Sibyl, if Anderson hadn't pressed step by step, things wouldn't have developed like this. I think Earl Theodore has already told you very clearly why you helped me fight. The Earl is a respectable man. He wants this city to stay bright, not return to the darkness of the past. Chapter 376 New Employees. Earl Theodore has explained the reason to Sibyl join the Eternal Territory. In addition to being able to save Anderson and his eldest daughter at a critical moment, the old Earl also wants to let the family occupy a place in the future world order. At the beginning of the war, the Theodore family did not help the Eternal Territory in its time of need. Now Earl Theodore is very optimistic about Yinxing's future. And of course, he must add icing on the cake in time. For the nobles, the individuals of the family must serve the interests of the family. Even if you have to swing the sword at your relatives, you must cut it down without hesitation. These are what Earl Theodore cannot say to Yinxing. And of course Yinxing cannot point it out even if he knows it clearly. It is precisely the dark side that these noble families have to face that makes Sibyl in such a bad mood. Don't preach to me. I used to want to go to the battlefield and become a general. But this is not the war I imagined. I can ignore the justice or evil of the nature of the war. But if I were asked to kill my former comrades, I am afraid I would not be able to do it. I would fail the responsibility given to me by my father and bring you great losses. After knowing that Count Theodore was going to give Sibyl to him, Yinxing only thought about how to put this champion knight on the battlefield to kill people, and indeed ignored Sibyl's character and the environment she lived in. The old Earl doted on Sibyl very much. He not only forbade her to go to dangerous places, but also forbade her to get involved in unscrupulous conspiracies. Sibyl was instilled with orthodox knight education since childhood, and she only saw the upright and fair side of the old Earl. The old Earl did not even interfere with Sibyl's marriage, and did not do any political marriage, which was rare in aristocratic families. Therefore, Sibyl never thought about sacrificing anything for the interests of the family. This time, suddenly making her an enemy of her former comrades and Anderson was indeed a very heavy psychological burden. I didn't think it through. Yinxing realized Sibyl's mood at the moment and said to her, especially when I was going to let you lead the team to deal with the Storm Knights, I really didn't take your feelings into consideration. I can promise you that I will not send you to participate in the frontal battle against the Wind Highland Legion, and you will stay in the rear to help me develop new weapons. Anyway, after defeating Anderson, I still have to face the Cloud Tower. You won't be unable to swing your sword against the wizard in the tower, will you? Sibyl didn't expect Yinxing to solve her problem in this way, and her mood improved immediately. She held the hilt of the knight's sword hanging on her waist, and said to Yanqing confidently, "Of course not. I am looking forward to attacking the cloud tower with you, and taking down the island floating in the air. But, you said, what do you want me to stay behind to help you develop new weapons?" Zybel, who had regained his momentum, was like a griffin overlooking the earth from high in the sky, full of aggressive fighting spirit. Yanqing smiled and said, "You are now the strongest hero of our eternal territory, and you will be the vanguard of attacking the cloud tower in the future. Of course, I have the obligation to build a set of equipment specifically for you to bring out all your strength in multiples. Will you follow me now? Or wait until dawn? I will take you to see the super weapons that the eternal territory is developing." The so-called super weapons are functional weapons and equipment developed based on magic integrated alchemy technology and magic programming technology. But even the best equipment needs people to control it. The eternal territory has been developed for too short a time, and there are too few heroes with strong individual strength. Yanqing is one. Donna is one. The werewolf orf is one. And the Alpharanda can barely be counted as one after training. There are many powerful heroes among the werewolves and lizard men in the Thunder Swamp. But for the time being, we will not consider pulling them into the research and development project of super weapons. In fact, according to Chue standards, Yanqing's current real strength is not suitable for driving super weapons, and he can only make do with magic weapons. Although it is a bit discouraging, it also indirectly proves how powerful super weapons will be once they are built. Zybel is a very good candidate for super weapon template. She is strong and talented. In the battle against the orcs in Anjik Castle, she brought out her excellent combat awareness. It can be said that Zybel's participation in the testing and development of the super weapon project can definitely greatly shorten the time of the engineering entity project. And what Yanqing lacks most is time. Zybel has always been very curious about the alchemy technology of the Eternal Territory, and is also a loyal fan of the Eternal Territory's alchemy products. Watches, bicycles, motorcycles, off-road vehicles, armor, swords, guns, basically everything sold on the market, she has it. This time, I heard that the Eternal Territory is developing some super weapon, which sounds very powerful. As long as I have a sword, I can go anywhere at any time. I have said goodbye to my father. Adley still needs to hand over the affairs of the City Lord's mansion, and I can go back to the Eternal Territory with you now. Then let's go now. Yanqing has been delayed in Nuda City for too long, and he has been anxious to go back. Since Zybel does not need to prepare, the two of them immediately ride the griffin to return back to the Eternal Territory. Seeing that Zybel was not sleepy, Yanqing asked the servants to decorate the room first, and then took Zybel to the alchemy laboratory in the Eternal Territory. For some reason, Yanqing had a natural sense of trust in Zybel. Just like her education, she can be regarded as a typical knight. Under the protection and doting of Count Theodore, Zybel was not polluted by the dye vat of the nobility, but developed a straightforward and loyal character in the military camp. The feeling given to people is, when you think she can be trusted, she can be trusted. This trust does not require any additional conditions. Therefore, Yanqing took Zybel into the core area of the Eternal Territory without hesitation. For Zybel, the Eternal Territory was already another world. But when she entered the alchemy laboratory, she found that it was a completely different world. There was no one in the sealed building. All of it were alchemy puppets and machines that could run automatically. Even the door did not need to be pushed or pulled. When he approached, it opened by itself. Where is this place? Zybel followed Yanqing through corridors and doors, looking at the novel things everywhere, and finally couldn't help asking. Yanqing stopped at the door of a gate, and the automatic security system verified his and Zybel's identities. This is the Alchemy Laboratory of Eternal Territory, the highest level facility in Eternal Territory, with a higher security level than my City Lord's mansion. In the next few months, this will also be your workplace. Come in. I will first handle the entry procedures and delegate management authority for you. The door opened, and Yanqing led Zybel into an empty room. When the door closed, a table and 2 chairs rose from the ground in the room. There was a printed document and a pen on the table. Yanqing invited Zybel to sit down. The following is your formal entry procedure for the Super Armament R&D project of the Alchemy Laboratory of Eternal Territory. Now please truthfully write your personal information in detail in this entry form. It may involve some of your privacy. For example, your hero's skill level, the combat skills you are good at, and some physiological problems. I have no other intentions. Just to let Chue know you better. Zybel looked at the entry form without any nonsense, and directly filled it with a pen. She actually has an inexplicable trust in Yinxing. It is not because of the so-called family creed of keeping your word, but the impression left on her by Yinxing's actions. Zybel believes in her intuition, and it is this innate intuition that makes her what she is now. The room is very quiet. Under the soft light, Zybel fills out the form very seriously. If she encounters something she doesn't understand, she will ask Yinxing. The contents of the list do involve a person's privacy, especially for a powerful hero. It is equivalent to exposing his weaknesses to outsiders. And Zybel wrote without reservation. After she filled out a pile of forms, she pushed them in front of Yinxing and asked, "Is that all?" Yinxing picked up the form and looked through it. After making sure that all the necessary information was filled in, he replied, "That's all for now. Chue will adjust your diet for you based on your physical information, so that you have the most comprehensive nutrition. There are also targeted training plans. During this period, you must follow Chue's arrangements to adapt yourself to the development of super weapons in all aspects." Zybier asked again, "Who is Chue?" "It's me, Miss Zybier." Chue, dressed in ancient lady's clothes, appeared on the side of the table through the projection. She knelt down to Zybier and said, "I am Chue, the master's personal secretary and the chief engineer of this alchemy laboratory, responsible for the research and development of super weapons. I am glad that you can join this project. I believe that with you as a template, we can develop super weapons as soon as possible." Zybier looked at Chue and asked vigilantly, Are you a ghost of the undead?" Chue smiled very ladylike with her sleeves covering her mouth. "I think you should be able to feel that I am fundamentally different from the undead. About what I am? This is a secret between me and my master. Are you very curious about the super armor? Come with me. I will take you to see the progress of the super armor project." A mechanical arm stretched out from the table and collected Zybel's information. At the same time, a door opened on the wall of the room. A rotor drone fell from the ceiling and walked towards the door with a projection of Chue. She walked like a fairy. Zybel looked at Yinxing. Yinxing smiled and said, "You don't have to care about Chue's clothes and behavior. You will get used to it after being in contact with her for a long time. Let's go. I also want to see the progress of the research and development of the super armor." Yinxing took Zybel through the door and entered the super-armed dressing area. Chichi, who was waiting here, said to Zybel, "When you work here in the future, you must remember that all super-armed work areas are dust-free workrooms. Before entering, you must wash your body and change into special clothes." Two-wheeled robots brought 2 sets of clothes to Yinxing and Zybel. Zybel looked at Yinxing in confusion. After all, she had never seen such a rule. Yinxing picked up his own set of clothes and said to Zybel, "You know that some alchemical equipment produced by Yang Hingling is very sophisticated. One of the tricks is that we do not allow any dust to fall into our materials during the production process. The materials used to develop super weapons require a higher purity, and nothing that may contaminate the high-purity materials can be brought in. Even dust that is invisible to our eyes. There is only one dressing room here. You use it first. I will ask Chue to build another one as soon as possible." Yinxing pointed to the dressing room next to him and asked Zybel to wash and change clothes first. Even though Zybel couldn't figure it out, he still walked into the dressing room under the guidance of Chue. The two changed their clothes and went into another room for sterilization and anti-static treatment. After the test indicators met the values for entering the work area, they officially entered the research and development area of the super weapons. All the people working in the super weapons engineering research and development area are automatic robots and alchemy machines. There is an independent super server that provides computing for the entire research project. Here you can see more than 10 large centrifuges running together to separate the materials inside. There are also alchemical robots carefully fiddling with utensils and microscopes to observe and record the materials. There was even a sudden explosion in an experimental area, and a group of professional firefighting robots rushed over quickly with fire extinguishers. The fire was quickly put out, and the remains of 3 alchemical robots were thrown into the cleaning vehicle. Yinxing finally knew where the money of the super-armed research and development project was burned. Just like the explosion just now, you can't think of recovering without spending tens of millions to buy new equipment. Chue is no longer surprised by experimental accidents here. If you want to make progress, you have to take bold risks. All kinds of calculations and deductions are not as good as conducting experiments directly on real objects. Chue said to Zybel, Miss Zybel, don't worry. All experimental risks are within my calculations. Risky experiments will be arranged in special experimental areas, where there is defensive magic protection. You will not encounter danger if you don't approach there normally. Of course, some risks are uncontrollable. So Miss Zybel should not stay in these places for a long time. Let's go to the Central Engineering Workshop. There are some magic weapons we developed for super weapons. I think Miss Zybel must have more valuable suggestions for our improvement. Yinxing and Zybel followed Chue and continued to move forward. When passing by the cleaning car, Zybel saw the alchemical robots that had been completely blown up inside, and asked Chue, are these alchemical puppets dead? I can see that these are alchemical puppets, with a certain degree of independent consciousness. It's a pity that they are destroyed like this. Chue turned around and said to Zybel with a smile, yes, they are indeed alchemical puppets, with independent consciousness. However, in the database of the alchemical laboratory, there are timely data backups of them. When their bodies are damaged, the data link will instantly transfer their intelligent core programs to the database. I just need to download their intelligent core programs into the new body, and they will be back to work soon. Zybel looked at Chue with a very strange look, although I know you are not undead. But you seem to be enslaving liches to work for you. Chapter 377 Magical Weapon Manufacturing. Lich is a kind of undead that can be resurrected infinitely if its life box is not destroyed. The principle is similar to the Information Intelligence Program of the Eternal Territory. The core of the Information Intelligence Program is just a string of code. As long as you can upload and save your data in time when you are in danger, you can achieve infinite resurrection by replacing the mechanical body. Moreover, the Information Intelligence Program is a top-down power management system. The lower-level Information Intelligence Program must unconditionally and absolutely obey the Intelligence Program with high-level management authority. This is also very similar to the social structure of the undead. Zybel's words caused Chue to ponder briefly. And then she said, thank you for your reminder. In the future, I may be able to understand my race better by studying the undead. Yinxing hadn't realized at this time that Zybel's unintentional words suddenly made Chue have a concept related to race for himself and these information intelligence programs. This idea was still in its infancy in Chue's thinking program, but it still caused a brief fluctuation in her data link. Yinxing urged from the side, take us to see the research results here. It's already late. Go back and rest early. There are still many things to do tomorrow. Yes, Master. Please follow me. After passing through several test areas, Chue took Yinxing and Zybel to the Central Engineering Workshop. This is where theories and existing research and development results are verified in the form of real objects. The center of the Central Engineering Workshop is a 3D lithography machine separated by a glass wall. The area is 100 square meters, and the height reaches 7 meters. In the middle, there are 10 layers of circular 3D modeling and lithography equipment suspended, with tens of thousands of probes inside, and thousands of catheters connecting the top-level feeder, and hundreds of small robots. Although it is not the first time that Yinxing has seen this 3D lithography machine, he is always shocked every time he sees it. It seems that he is not in a magic world, but has traveled into a science fiction world. Standing under the 3D lithography machine, Zybel opened his mouth wide, and didn't know what words to use to express his feelings. Chue calmly introduced to Yinxing and Shi Buyer, the Superarmed project has basically completed the structural design stage. I divide the Superarmed into 3 components: Energy Reactor, Intelligent Computing Core and Magic Program Engine. To maintain the operation of the Superarmed, a huge amount of energy must be consumed. In addition, the existing energy equipment relies too much on rare alchemical resources, so it is necessary to design an energy reactor specifically for the Superarmed. Ideal energy needs to be cheap and can be obtained infinitely. This technology is a bit difficult to implement and can be used as a subsequent research and development project. The energy reactor we are currently developing is driven by the user's magic power and obtains energy for the full power operation of the Superarm by triggering a range of magic explosions. Therefore, this kind of magic explosion energy reactor needs to be customized according to the different users of super weapons. The Master has not had time to participate in the research and development of this project, so this project has been in the theoretical verification stage, and this Zybel's joining will definitely help us develop the magic explosion energy reactor. Zybel listened as if he was listening to a book of heaven. Even Yinching only understood half of it. Anyway, super weapons need a more convenient and larger way to obtain energy. Yinching said to Chui, "It seems that my invitation to Miss Zybel to join the research and development of super weapons is very timely." Zybel also said, "Although I don't understand. Seeing everything here, I can imagine what kind of weapons manufacturing plan I am participating in. Thunder Swamp is indeed a place that can rival the Cloud Tower in terms of alchemy. Just standing here is a great honor. Thank you, Miss Zybel, for your compliment. It is also my honor to cooperate with you to develop super weapons." After exchanging compliments with Zybel, Chui continued to introduce, "In the battle against the Principality of Windy Highlands, I had a lot of ideas about combat assistance programs. As a super weapon, there should be professional-level intelligent cores to undertake more combat assistance tasks to help users better respond to combat needs. Now in the database of Eternal Territory, there are 120,000 intelligent cores in reserve, of which 1,467 have reached primary intelligence. Now it has increased to 1,471. I will select a group of highly plastic smart cores from the existing primary smart cores for special training, and finally determine one as the first super-armed smart core. Of course, it is also necessary to match it for Miss Zybel." Yinching agreed with Chuichu's words. In the battle, it is really convenient to have an intelligent assistant. Knowing battlefield information at any time can allow soldiers to make better choices. And this is just the primary application of intelligent assistance. Superarms need more professional intelligent assistance cores. The remaining third component is the magic program engine. Just like an excellent game cannot be separated from an excellent game engine, the upper limit of the super weapon is determined by the magic program engine. In the architecture of Chui's first magic program engine, it will contain at least 13 subprograms to integrate the 4 magics and derivative magics, achieve the instant and amplification effects of 54 commonly used magics. The background can run 6 magic states of long-term gain state enchantments at the same time, and store energy for 2 to 3 powerful magics. And in the case of damage to the super weapon, it has the ability to repair and integrate itself. If it is damaged by 50%, it must have 70% combat effectiveness. If it is damaged by 70%, it must have 40% combat effectiveness. If conditions permit, and some other R&D projects have breakthroughs, Chui also wants to use space technology to hide the important structures of the super-armed in space. It can be said that the technical indicators set by Chui for the super-armed are very high, and this is only the performance of the first generation of super-armed. Let Yinching feel, this seems to be something that can only be seen in his lifetime. Chui, can your super-arm catch up with the battle against the Cloud Tower? Chui replied, "Master, these indicators seem high, but many technologies are ready-made. I have borrowed all the books related to magic alchemy from the Silver Mane Principality Library, and the magic alchemy technology of the Snow Elves has also been collected. I think the level of magic and alchemy in this world is already very high. The reason why the social system has not been changed is that this world lacks the ability to integrate these magic alchemy, and the basic industry is not up to standard. These are actually the strengths of our eternal territory. For us, the difficulty is to decompose the energy reactor into magic arrays and magic circuits, and then print them into the super weapon in the way of magic energy integration alchemy. As for the intelligent core, it can be cultivated. The magic energy program engine, after the 3D lithography machine is transformed, what is left is the overtime code. Of course, there are still some material problems that have not been solved, but after our continuous experiments, I believe that the key material problem will be solved soon." Chui looked very confident, and it seemed that the research and development progress of the entire super-armed was very smooth. Yinching looked at the built 3D lithography machine again. Currently, half of the research and development funds invested in the entire super-armed were used to build this machine that integrates 3D printing, lithography, and enchantment. What can this 3D lithography machine make now? Chui replied, "In the process of developing the super-armed project, we developed a batch of magic weapons. If the master wants to see the operation process of the 3D lithography machine, I can demonstrate it to the master now. I wonder what kind of magic weapon the master wants to make." As a projection fell, more than 10 virtual models of magic weapons appeared around, except for 3 long and short guns. These weapons are composed of armor, shields or knives, swords, spears. The magic rifles currently equipped by the Eternal Territory Armored Griffin Knights are the lowest end magic weapons, with only very simple magic programs and magic parts. In Chue's vision of future battles, cold weapons that can record more magic arrays will become the protagonists of the battlefield again. However, magic guns with single performance and pursuit of extreme attack power have also become an important branch of magic weapon research and development at Yanqing's request. Magic weapons are the theoretical verification products of super weapons. They can have independent magic energy, and can also use the user's magic energy to stimulate the magic energy engine contained in them. The intelligent core is just an ordinary auxiliary program, without independent consciousness and active judgment ability. It is a super weapon with severely reduced functions. The advantage is that it has low material requirements and relatively low manufacturing costs. Anyone can use it, unlike super weapons, which must be made by a dedicated person. Yanqing said to Zybel generously, as a welcome gift for your first day of work, choose one of these magic weapons. Zybel still hasn't figured out what super weapons and magic weapons are. He only knows that super weapons are stronger, but have not been developed. Since Yanqing wanted to give him a magic weapon, Zybel didn't hesitate and chose it seriously. In the end, Zybel chose a tang sword. This was beyond Yanqing's expectation. He originally thought that Zybel would choose a knight's sword, and asked to confirm, "Are you really choosing this sword? Is a knight's sword more suitable for your fighting skills?" Zybel answered with certainty, "I'm sure. This sword can be held with one hand or two hands, and the use technique is not too different from the knight's sword. And it is lighter and more suitable for me. And this sword obviously has more delicate decoration. It should be a magic weapon that has been manufactured and used." Yanqing couldn't help but admire Zybel's observation. The magic weapon Tang Dao has indeed been equipped by his combat alchemy puppet guards, and the Tang Dao in the database has been strengthened after a combat test. Compared with the knight's sword, it is not only more advanced, but also has a much higher manufacturing cost. But since he promised to give Zybel a magic weapon, Yanqing did not skimp on the increased cost. He said to Chue, "Just make this Tang Dao." Chue eliminated other magic weapons and projected the image of the Tang Dao into the center of the 3D lithography machine. A prompt sounded in the room. Extract the data model of the guard's Tang Dao 2.3 version to the Central Engineering Workshop. Registration number 0F3649. Construction authorization, Master. The data model of the Guardian Tang Sword 2.3 is transmitted to the 3D lithography machine. Builder, Chue. The 3D lithography machine is connected to the energy, and the energy supply in other areas of the alchemy laboratory is reduced by 1%. The energy supply in other areas of the super-armed research and development project is reduced by 10%. The energy is connected, and the 3D lithography machine can be started. 3D lithography machine starts. Material injection. Guardian Tang Sword 2.3 model manufacturing. 0.1%. 0.2%. 0.3%. After the 3D lithography machine was started, a strong light suddenly lit up inside the glass wall. The 10 layers of circular suspended 3D modeling and lithography equipment in the middle rotated at different speeds. Among them, the lowest level of circular suspended 3D modeling and lithography equipment has the highest rotation speed, and the dense probes inside it emit extremely fine beams of light that converge at the center of the circle. A section of the knife tip gradually takes shape. However, more than 10 seconds later, the bottom level of circular suspended 3D modeling and lithography equipment descended, and the second level of circular suspended 3D modeling and lithography equipment took over to continue modeling and the layout of the integrated magic array. After the bottom level of circular suspended 3D modeling and lithography equipment completely stopped, a large number of small robots quickly gathered forward. They gathered on the inside of the circular equipment and replaced the probes on it at a very fast speed. More than 10 seconds later, the second level of circular suspended 3D modeling and lithography equipment fell, and a group of small robots surrounded it to replace consumables. Regarding this situation, Chue explained, the probe of the 3D lithography machine has to withstand very strong magic energy when constructing magic weapons, and some probes will be damaged. When the damage reaches 5%, it must be replaced. Otherwise, the manufacture of magic weapons cannot continue. When we have more suitable materials in the future, we can greatly reduce consumption and increase the construction speed of magic weapons and super weapons. Alas, it's all money. Although the Eternal Territory Alchemy Laboratory has successfully developed a variety of magic weapons, it is still restricted by material supply and cost issues, and cannot be manufactured on a large scale. It is still in the stage of small-scale production for technical verification. Make some magic weapons for Donna and the others. They may be under more pressure these days. The Storm Knights are Anderson's Fist troops, and Donna's special brigade is the Fist troops of the Eternal Territory. Give them some good equipment so that they can better complete the task of blocking the Storm Knights. Shuchui recorded Yinxing's order. Hibble's mind was all on the gradually taking shape of the Tang sword inside the glass wall. After the fifth layer ring-shaped suspended 3D modeling and lithography equipment fell, the bottom layer ring-shaped suspended 3D modeling and lithography equipment completed the replacement of consumables and rose. It first expanded the inner diameter and passed through the construction area from the outside, and closed after reaching the top layer. Waiting for the construction rotation. Chapter 378 Hero Promotion Plan. The manufacturing time of the magic weapon guard Tang Dao took a full hour. Most of the probe needles of the 3D lithography machine were replaced, and dozens of small robots were scrapped because they worked in a high magic environment. There are also various visible and invisible losses. Each piece was bought and made at a high price. Even if the high-purity alchemical materials and these consumables are not calculated, just reducing the energy supply of the entire Eternal Territory Alchemy Laboratory by 1% is a huge expense. And this is just to make a magic weapon. When the machine in the glass wall stopped running, an exquisite Tang Dao was suspended vertically in the middle of the circular manufacturing matrix of the 3D lithography machine. The prompt sounded again in the room. Number 0F3649 guards Tang Sword 2.3 physical magic weapon construction completed. Check the completion of the magic energy integrated magic array built into the blade. 100% qualified. Open the read-write mode of the built-in database of the number 0F3649 guards Tang Sword. System loading. 5%. 13%. 21%. 100%. System loading completed. Loading the intelligent core. Loading the combat skill subsystem. Loading the magic subsystem. Loading the energy gathering subsystem. Number 0F3649 guards Tang Sword system installation completed. Close the write function. System startup. System startup completed. Firewall turned on. System self-test. Self-test completed. No. 0F3649 Guardian Tang Sword completes all manufacturing procedures. It took nearly 20 minutes to load and start the magic energy system, and the Guardian Tang Sword was sent out of the 3D lithography machine and handed over to Yinxing, holding the handle with both hands. The first thing I felt was that the center of gravity of the blade was very comfortable. It was neither forward nor backward, just at the best force point. This sense of control makes even a novice holding this knife have great confidence. Of course, the blowing design plus 3D printing technology. A knife that conforms to ergonomics is the most basic requirement. The blade is straight, and the edge is sharp. Yinxing chopped the blade a few times, and the vibration caused by the blade cutting through the air formed a very characteristic slight sound. It was very pleasant to the ears. Then, inject magic power into the blade. The blade, which was originally ordinary, suddenly showed a magical luster, and the high-frequency vibration of the blade made a sound similar to a swarm of bees. In the last battle, when the alchemy puppet attacked Max Manor, the first generation of Tang swords equipped by the guards showed weak attack against the hard defensive armor. After Chui came back, he developed a high-frequency blade. The principle is, no matter what material, it is inherently uneven. Therefore, when the high-frequency vibration of thousands of hertz is added to the material, the vibration amplitude of the uneven place will have very subtle differences. Since the frequency of the high-frequency blade is quite high, these tiny uneven vibrations can be accumulated quickly to fatigue in an instant, and combined with the cutting effect of the weapon itself, it can easily cut through the material. The high-frequency blade not only has a good cutting effect on high-strength armor, but can also effectively cut some magic shields. It can be said that this technology has made a huge difference between the two generations of Tang swords. It also means that more advanced materials and more complex, integrated magic designs are needed. After all, the premise for the high-frequency blade to work is that it can withstand high-frequency vibrations first. Yinxing resisted the urge to cut with a knife and took back the magic power he had injected into the blade. Everything in this room is too precious to test the sword here. Soon an alchemy robot brought a scabbard. Yinxing inserted the guard's Tang sword into the scabbard, and then handed it to Zybel with both hands. From now on, this sword is yours. Zybel had been itching to try it out when she heard the groaning sound of the blade when Yinxing swung the sword. But she still tidied her clothes first, and took the guard's tang sword from Yinxing with both hands in a standard military posture. Please rest assured, Lord, I will never humiliate the honor given to me by this sword. Yinxing couldn't help yawning at this time. He rushed to Nuda City early in the morning, went out of the city to find Earl Theodore, and then talked with the old Earl behind closed doors for a whole day. Finally, I took Zybel to the alchemy laboratory to go through the entry procedures, and also made a magic tang sword for her. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning, and it would be dawn soon. I remember what you said. I guess your room is ready. Go back and have a sleep, and then give you a day off to settle yourself. The day after tomorrow. No, you will officially come to work here tomorrow. Zybel hung the guard tang sword on the other side of her waist, and said to Yinxing, I can come to work at dawn. Faced with such a good employee who works actively, and takes the initiative to not take a vacation, how can the boss be cold to the employee? Then come to work at dawn. Abel was assigned to work in the Super Armed Engineering Project team, cooperating with Chui to finalize the development of weapons. Adley also reported to Yongheng territory 2 days later. Then, Yinxing soon felt that he had picked up another treasure. Adley was able to be Earl Theodore's housekeeper, so his ability was definitely beyond doubt. Moreover, when Earl Theodore went on an expedition, Adley had to serve as the Earl's adjutant, handling various military affairs. This gave him a wealth of management and military knowledge. Later, when Earl Theodore got older, he gradually retreated to logistics, and the supply of materials for the entire Windy Highlands Legion basically had to go through Adley's hands first. Therefore, Adley is not only the logistical talent that Yinxing urgently needs, but also has a deep understanding of the organization of the Windy Highland Legion. After using Adley for a period of time, Yinxing gradually handed over the logistics management of the front line to Adley. Chui only needs to check at key locations, and Yinxing can get out of the cumbersome logistics system with confidence. It is really a relief from both physical and mental aspects. With energy, Yinxing focused his work on the next step of facing the war of the Cloud Tower. The Cloud Tower is built on a floating island, which is in an independent space opened up by mages. Theoretically, the Cloud Tower can appear at any location in the world at any time and launch a sudden attack on its enemies. But it will be very difficult to implement, and the risk is also very high. Therefore, if the Cloud Tower is determined to participate in the war personally, it is likely to send high-level mages to cooperate with the Principality of the Wind or the Savage Orcs to launch a full-scale attack on the Eternal Territory. The battle situation will gradually appear on the basis of large-scale battles of conventional armies, and high-end situations with top heroes fighting against each other will emerge. If the Eternal Territory does not want to be beaten by the mages of the Cloud Tower, it must pull up its high-end forces as early as possible. The weapons are in the charge of the alchemy laboratory of Chui. Regardless of whether the super weapons can be made in time, the magic weapons seem to be very powerful, and they can be used to delay time if necessary. But even the best weapons need people to use them, and the number of powerful heroes in the Eternal Territory is really stretched. The first squad of the Special Warfare Brigade led by Donna gathers all the elite heroes that Yinxing can find in the territory, who have the potential to be promoted to special heroes. A total of 12 people, including 5 humans and 7 werewolves from the Eternal Tribe. In the City Lord's office, Yinxing looked through the information of the 12 elite heroes who were rated as elite heroes. The Magic World evaluates the strength of heroes as follows: Elementary, Intermediate, Advanced, Master. The standard is based on the level of hero skills mastered by the hero. Although the hero skill level is an important indicator for evaluating the hero's strength, this indicator is too single and cannot truly reflect the true strength of a hero in combat. For example, master-level academic skills and master-level combat skills have completely different performances on the battlefield. Therefore, Yinxing asked Chui to use the Eternal Territory database to develop a rating standard for combat heroes that can objectively reflect their strength, taking the average strength of a 12th order creature as a reference. The comprehensive combat power score is 100. Heroes with a comprehensive combat power score below 100 are reserve heroes and serve as grassroots commanders of the army. Heroes with a comprehensive combat power score above 100 and below 500 are regular heroes and serve as middle-level commanders of the army. Those with special abilities will be assigned separately or concentrated in special operations forces. Elite heroes with a comprehensive combat strength score above 500 and below 3000 serve as high-level commanders or as the tactical core of the battlefield. Heroes with a comprehensive combat strength score above 3,000 and below 10,000 are special heroes. Heroes with a comprehensive combat strength score above 10,000 are top heroes, which are the peak that conventional intelligent creatures can reach, and are comparable to master heroes. Currently, the only one in the entire Eternal Territory who is qualified to be rated as a special hero is Yinqing. Now you can add Zybel. Chuchui's real strength score for Yinqing is 4894. Zybel's strength score is 7,637. Yinqing's score is 8,864 with Chuchui's assistance. In Chui's equipment development plan, the minimum standard for superheroes to be fully equipped with magic weapons. A comprehensive combat strength score of 5,000 is the minimum standard for super weapons. Otherwise, you can't carry such powerful weapons at all. According to Yinqing's real strength, he is not qualified to wear super weapons. And there is no Eternal Territory hero who is qualified to be equipped with a full set of magic weapons, except Yinqing and Donald, who has been sent out. Fortunately, there are a group of potential heroes in the territory, and their individual strength can be pulled up. When Yinqing was thinking about what kind of special training to give these people, there was a knock on the door. Yinqing put the document in his hand aside and said, "Come in." The one who pushed the door in was Laura, the Lord's assistant alchemy robot. She saluted Yinqing and said, "Master, Orf, Donna, and Aranda are waiting for you outside." "I know. Let them wait in the meeting room next door. I'll be there soon." "Yes, Master." Yinqing took out a document from the drawer, stood up, and walked to the side door. After he pushed the door and entered this small meeting room, Orf and the other three had just sat down. Seeing Yinqing coming in, the three immediately stood up and stood straight. "Hello, Lord. Sit down. There are no outsiders here, so don't be so formal." Yinqing sat down in the main seat and first said to Orf, "It is not appropriate to transfer you back from the front line when the enemy is about to launch a large-scale attack. But I have a more important task for you." Orf grew very quickly, and in a short period of time, he was promoted from a second-level roarer to a powerful hero. And he also showed a lot of room for growth. Chuchui's comprehensive combat power score for Orf was 2,263. And he would soon break through the 3,000 mark and become a special hero. Orf's body size became larger at this time, and his one eye made his appearance look particularly ferocious. But he was very docile in front of Yinqing. "It is my honor to be entrusted with an important task by the Master. If you have any tasks, please tell me. Take a look at the documents first. Then we can talk." Yinqing asked Laura to distribute the documents in her hand. Orf, Donna and Aranda looked at their respective documents seriously. Soon Aranda said, "I know that the Lord's Mansion has newly released the rating index of combat hero strength. My comprehensive combat power is 2,548, which is an elite hero. It seems that it is very close to the 3,000 index of the superhero. But my strength has been solidified for a long time, and I am afraid there is not much room for improvement. Not to mention that it has to be increased to 5,000 in such a short time. I think Orf and Donna should be able to meet your requirements. They have just become heroes and have reached a strength of more than 2,000. There must be a lot of room for improvement. I am too mediocre compared to them." Yinqing brought the three of them alone this time, thinking of training them to be heroes equipped with super weapons to play high-end games with the mages in the Cloud Tower. Aranda's strength is not weak, according to the conventional standards of the magic world. She is also a hero with strong abilities in her profession. However, every hero has a strength limit. Aranda has stayed at this strength level for a long time, and it is very difficult to improve significantly. On the contrary, Orf and Donna are both in the rising stage, and their upper limits are not yet known. Among them, Donna is obviously a seedling of a superhero. You should know that she is still an underage girl, and her strength score has reached 2,953. Yinqing said to Aranda, "Whether you can continue to improve significantly is not up to you. The fact that you can be selected to sit here proves that you still have great potential that has not been developed. And you don't have to worry about the 5,000 point indicator. As a sniper of the team, the requirements for your comprehensive combat effectiveness can be appropriately reduced. I have arranged a special training for you. As long as you can persist in completing it, I guarantee that your strength will grow by leaps and bounds. Especially Donna. You are the assault pioneer of this super tactical team, and you have to face a more dangerous and complex combat environment. On paper, My requirement for you is a comprehensive combat capability of 5,000. And my requirement for you in my heart is a comprehensive combat capability of more than 7,000. Donna stood up. Although her current height when standing up is not as high as Orf's when sitting, she still tried her best to hold her chest and head high. The continuous battles made this once shy girl have a battle-hardened momentum. She said loudly to Yanxing, "Please rest assured. Sir, I promise to be your best pioneer." Chapter 379 Group Battle begins. Werewolf Orf, Human Donna, and Elf Aranda are the candidates selected by Yanxing to prepare for super-armed equipment. The three of them will form a super-tactical team together in advance. Orf is strong and his roaring combat skills are suitable for attacking and controlling the field. He can serve as a fulcrum to coordinate the offensive and defensive rhythm of the entire team. Donna is a talented warrior. As the vanguard of the team, she undertakes important advance and combat tasks. Aranda is trained as a sniper and is responsible for sniping important enemy personnel and key targets in a hidden position. The framework of the super tactical team is set up, and when there are good personnel in the future, we can fill it in. As for how to improve the strength of the three of them in a short period of time, it depends on the research and development results of the Nine-Headed Dragon project in Kurosawa City. The Jackal Shaman who originally served Kurosawa City already mastered the method of using the power of the Nine-Headed Dragon to improve the strength of individuals. After this method was collected by Chue, it was reoptimized and reorganized by the big database, and became a technology in the Eternal Territory that can train heroes across levels. Later, Yanxing collected information from the Witch Mutual Aid Association, and once again comprehensively upgraded this technology. It improved the stability and safety of the training process. It will not cause a major negative impact on the hero's body and mind after the strength is improved. The specific improvement process is to use the energy and creation ability of the Nine-Headed Dragon. Add the hell creatures used by Chiron, and create a fantasy space. After the hero enters the space, he faces the constantly refreshed hell monsters. In the fantasy, the hero uses the rules of the world to improve his strength through non-stop fighting. At the same time, the fantasy will calculate the upper limit of the strength improvement that the hero can adapt to, and then use the ability of the Nine-Headed Dragon to give the hero a higher strength improvement. In layman's terms, it is to use this world mechanism to open a private server in it, so that people in the fantasy can get more experience and skill rewards. This gradual improvement in strength allows the hero to gradually adapt to his own strength improvement without causing major sequelae due to the sudden increase in strength. Of course, this improvement is not unlimited. The Nine-Headed Dragon, which is in a sealed state and pierced by a spear, cannot provide unlimited energy. The hero's own potential and ability to withstand pressure in the illusion determine how high he can be promoted in the end. 3 people entering the Nine-Headed Dragon illusion is the maximum number of people that Chue can do now. If there are more, the risk will be greater. After a mobilization, Yanxing asked Orf, Donna, and Aranda to hand over their work immediately after returning and report to Kurosawa City. The Werewolf 1st Division under Orf was handed over to Claw to take over the command. Aranda's work was shared by all levels of the city government. As for Donna, Yanxing decided to take over the command of the Special Operations Group in person and look for more candidates for equipment with magic weapons and super weapons. After the meeting, Orf and Aranda left. Yanxing followed Donna to the Special Operations Group's base. The Eternal Territory Special Operations Group has 1,000 official combat personnel, all of whom are heroes with combat skills. The entire Special Operations Group is mainly responsible for most combat missions. It is the 1st Special Operations Battalion composed of 200 people, and the others provide support services for the Special Operations Battalion. The elite of the 1st Special Operations Battalion are concentrated in the 1st Special Operations Squad, a total of 12 people. They are all heroes with elite strength, and their comprehensive combat power scores are very high, and they are expected to break through 3,000 points to reach the level of Stunt Heroes. Stunt Heroes are the minimum standard for equipping a full set of magic weapons. If you enter the Nine-Headed Dragon fantasy to train, you may not be able to break through 5,000 and become a user of super weapons. It's just that the tickets to the Nine-Headed Dragon fantasy are too scarce. So of course, the priority is to train trusted old subordinates. The candidates for subsequent training must be carefully selected. While Yanxing was preparing for the next stage of the war, the army of the Principality of the Wind also completed all the preparations before the attack. In order to cooperate with the momentum, Anderson also contacted the old orc Marshal Mom, hoping that the orc army of Gaoshan City could cooperate in attacking the Frostleaf City controlled by the elves. It would be even better if the wild orcs could launch a full-scale attack on the Snowland. However, the wild orcs have not yet formulated a plan to launch a full-scale attack on the Snowland. After all, the war of the whole country is not fought for the sake of cooperating with you, Anderson. But the wild orcs also want to show their strength to get more assistance from the Cloud Tower. Therefore, Marshal Old Mom decided to accompany Anderson to fight a group battle on the Windy Highlands. The orcs of Gaoshan City left the city as the first army in the wilderness to be equipped with alchemical weapons. No matter how powerful they can be, the mighty march accompanied by airships in the air is also very imposing. The new elf King Elder, who had learned early on that the orcs had an aggressive tendency, arrived at Frostleaf City in person. A power transfer without killing certainly allowed Elder to obtain the throne in a peaceful manner. But because there was no killing, a large number of dissidents remained within the Snow Elves. Compared with the World Tree standing in the royal court, Frostleaf City, far away in the border, is the foundation of Elder. Only when Frostleaf City is stable, his throne is stable. When Frostleaf City is in danger, his throne is also in danger. When Elder arrived in Frostleaf City to prepare for war, he also sent a letter for help to the Eternal Territory. A large part of the original Frostleaf City's elven army was in the snowy land to consolidate Elder's power. The number of defenders in Frostleaf City was naturally much smaller. Moreover, Frostleaf City had experienced a winter of occupation by the orcs, and many of the damaged facilities had not yet been repaired. Facing the orc army that was pushing forward forcefully, Alito could not help but feel guilty. The situation on the Windy Highlands suddenly became tense. The virtual sand table in the Eternal Territory's combat command room was updating the deployment of troops from all parties in real time. In response to Frostleaf City's request for assistance, Yanqing only sent a batch of aircraft to consolidate Frostleaf City's airspace. The instructions to Alito were also to hold on. He judged that the orcs did not have a strong desire to attack on the Windy Highlands. After all, the wilderness recognition of the Windy Principality was equivalent to recognizing Anderson's legitimate right to rule the Windy Highlands. It was good enough for the wilderness to retain a mountain city on the Windy Highlands. Even if they captured Frostleaf City, they would hand it over to Anderson in the future. The orcs did not have the energy to fight for the city. Besides, the main battlefield of the Windy Highlands was in the outpost fort, and the victory or defeat here would determine the true direction of the future battle. Even if the orcs captured Frostleaf City, it would only be icing on the cake, and they could not threaten the Eternal Territory across the Thunder Swamp. Yanqing judged that the orcs' attack this time was probably just a show. Therefore, there was no need to give too much support to Frostleaf City. If the elves beat the orcs back with a few punches and 2 kicks, it would be disadvantageous for the Eternal Territory to perform in the outpost fort. When Yanqing sent air support to Frostleaf City, he also told Alito that the situation would change after the rainy season, and he could just defend Frostleaf City with peace of mind. One day later, the orc army once again approached Frostleaf City. The army of the Principality of the Wind launched a full-scale attack on the outpost fort position of the Eternal Territory at the same time. It started with a routine magic bombing, as Earl Theodore said to Yanqing. The army of the Principality of the Wind had already figured out the firepower arrangement and some defensive loopholes of the Eternal Territory in the tug-of-war battles in these days. Therefore, in this attack, the initial attack of the army of the Principality of the Wind was very targeted, and it was a wild bombardment of the firepower points on the Eternal Territory's position. Then a small combat team advanced and carried out magic to eliminate the firepower points that were not destroyed. Immediately afterwards, the elite forces concentrated their forces and made a fierce and bold breakthrough at the junction of different defense zones in the Eternal Territory. If Yanqing had not gone to see Earl Theodore, the position of the Eternal Territory would have been riddled with holes by the army of the Principality of the Wind, forcing Yanqing to use the weapons hidden in the rear. This made Anderson realize the difference in strength between the two sides. These days, Yanqing readjusted the firepower and troop deployment of the frontline positions. It allowed the army of the Principality of the Wind to make a beautiful breakthrough, but not too much. If they could not penetrate deeply, the soldiers of the Principality of the Wind would continue to fight with the soldiers of the Eternal Territory in the trenches. This made the attack organized by Anderson seem to have results, but only a little bit. If they could not break through, the assault troops would be at risk of being cut off and annihilated. Retreat. I can't bear to conquer so much territory. Defend. It means to invest more troops and fill in the trench battle like a meat grinder. This feeling of being unable to advance or retreat made Anderson very uncomfortable. He didn't expect Yinxing to arrange so many hidden firepower points on the second line. Nor did he expect that the defense depth of Yongheng territory was so wide. The actual war situation deviated too much from the plan. However, Anderson is a general with rich battlefield experience after all, and he has fought countless fierce battles. Since he didn't gain much advantage in tactics, then let the fighting will determine the direction of the war. This time, Anderson did not withdraw his troops because the war was not going well. Nor did he weaken the intensity of the attack. Now the army of the Principality of Wind has reached the best state of using alchemical weapons. If it wants to improve further, it must go through 1 to 2 years of running in and training. Anderson and the Cloud Tower can't wait that long. Moreover, the development and application of new tactics by the Principality of Wind has reached the extreme, and more complex tactical coordination also needs time to practice. In other words, no matter how much preparation, the combat effectiveness of the Principality of Wind will not be improved in a short time. Continuing to wait for an opportunity may not necessarily get an opportunity. Instead, it is better to take advantage of the high morale of the army to maintain a strong offensive against the Eternal Territory position. And maybe you can find the enemy's flaws and win the game in one fell swoop. Sometimes the victory or defeat of a war depends on the fighting will of the soldiers on both sides. Anderson believes in the army he has trained. The battle between the Principality of the Wind and the Eternal Territory was not like the previous 2 battles, which started with a storm and then cooled down quickly. This time, the army of the Principality of the Wind showed a daring and fighting spirit, and almost continuously launched fierce attacks on the positions controlled by the Eternal Territory. Soldiers from both sides fought for one tunnel after another, and commanders from both sides sent batches of soldiers to the front line. The number of casualties in the frontline combat troops rose sharply. The entire front line was densely covered with tracers of bullets and beams of magic, and the smoke and dust raised by the explosion rose up and never fell down again. The efficient killing caused by alchemical weapons and thermal weapons made both armies experience a fierce battle they had never experienced before. The fighting dyed the soldiers' eyes red. The excitement made the soldiers forget their fear. The battle lasted from day to night, and from night to day. The corpses were piled up like a mountain, but there was still no sign of stopping. The command system and logistics system of both sides were under unprecedented pressure. At this moment, Yinxing was running fast in a frontline trench with the 1st Special Operations Team. Anderson threw his Storm Knights into the battlefield. This army composed entirely of heroes quickly made a gap in the position of the Eternal Territory as soon as it joined the battle, and led the follow-up team to break through all the way. Without Donna, Yinxing had to personally lead the special forces to stop the Storm Knights. A fireball fell from the sky, causing a violent explosion nearby. Yinxing and the special forces simultaneously opened the magic shield to block the impact of the flames, and then ignored the fallen bodies and continued to run forward. In the air, a deer hunter dive bomber pulled up a piercing whistle and dived down. After dropping an aerial bomb not far away, it pulled up the fuselage and prepared to climb higher. However, the unknown attack caused the dive bomber to disintegrate in the air in an instant, and it was shattered in an explosion. The bomb also exploded at this moment. The raised soil covered the sky, and a large amount of debris rushed into the trench. The shock made the soldiers' brains dizzy and their bodies unstable. Chui used dive bombers to intercept the Storm Knights at such a close distance, and the battle ahead was really not optimistic. Yinxing drew out the Sword of Glory and shouted to his subordinates, "The enemy is in front. Follow me to kill them back. Kill!" The 12 heroes of the 1st Special Operations Team drew their swords together and followed Yinxing to rush forward along the broken trenches. Various status magics were released between them, and a fight was imminent. "Master, there are more than 100 enemies in total, and the number of Storm Knights is not yet determined. They have just occupied one of our circular positions." The bomb dropped by the dive bomber did not cause too many casualties to them due to deviation, but it also caused a strong shell shock to them. Now is the best time to attack them. Your combat alchemy puppet guards have been dropped by transport aircraft. They will arrive at the battlefield after 30 seconds of gliding. While reporting the battle situation to Yinxing, Chui also projected a high-altitude bird's-eye view image on the holographic tactical glasses worn by Yinxing. The source of the image is the airdropped combat alchemy puppets. After upgrading, they officially became Yinxing's guards, because they had just completed the upgrade and could not follow Yinxing to the battle in time. Chue used a transport ship to transport them to the front battlefield and then airdrop them out. 12 combat puppet guards dressed in special gliders lined up and dived in the air. Their video collection system conducted reconnaissance and measurement of the combat area environment from the air, while comparing the positions of both sides. The data connection assigned landing locations and offensive and defensive tasks to each guard according to the terrain and the factors of guarding Yinqing. Chapter 380 Squad Clash. Knight Kuregi is the captain of the 4th Squad of the Storm Knights. Today, he received the order to attack from Duke Anderson. He led his squad of 40 knights to attack the Eternal Territory position. There was also a team of 200 elite soldiers to cooperate with them in this breakthrough. They launched a charge from a salient occupied by their own side, broke through the 3 defense belts of the Eternal Territory defenders, and captured 4 circular positions. The Storm Knights' attack was very effective, but they also suffered heavy losses under the fierce attack of the defenders. The dead, lost, and injured and retreated, causing Kuregi's team to lose more than half. Fortunately, most of the casualties were ordinary soldiers, and there were still 31 Storm Knights around him. The Kuregi squadron, which had advanced too far, was not in a hurry to continue the attack. If the troops following behind could not provide support, their retreat might be blocked by the enemy forces on both sides. Artillery fire, machine guns, explosives. The firepower of the Eternal Battlefield territory seemed to be poured without cost, forming a fire net barrier between the Kuregi squadron and the follow-up personnel. The delay in the arrival of support gave Kuregi a bad feeling. According to his war experience, the enemy was very likely to have a strong force coming up to encircle and annihilate his forward force. Knight Kuregi immediately ordered his men to rely on the fortifications here, to hold on and wait for help. He did not believe that this fire barrier could be maintained for a long time. As long as he paused for a while, he would get support from the rear. The forward team quickly followed Kuregi's orders and seized the key points of this position. Knight Kuregi came to the middle of the position and used the periscope left here to observe the surroundings. The more he looked, the more he could not help but sigh at the wonderful design of this position. This circular position is divided into 3 layers, inner and outer, and is semi-independent between the entire Eternal Territory trench belt. And because the terrain of the position is relatively high, all the surrounding open areas are included in its shooting range. It can be said that even if the left and right defensive lines were all lost, and even the side and rear lines were lost, this position was still easy to defend and difficult to attack, causing great casualties to the attackers. Moreover, the defenders of the Eternal Territory did not send soldiers to all the front lines. Their defense was all arranged around these circular positions, with points leading lines and then stretching into surfaces. And a small number of soldiers completed the defense of the entire front line. In other words, the number of soldiers placed on the front line by the Eternal Territory was much less than Duke Anderson estimated. But it gave the soldiers of the side the illusion that the enemy was everywhere. Suddenly, shells fell like dumplings, and the explosion almost submerged the entire position in smoke and dust. All the soldiers of the assault team knew the layout of the Eternal Territory's position. As soon as the bombardment began, they all rushed into the bunkers dug by the defenders at the fastest speed. The soldier hiding cave was shaking violently, and large pieces of dust fell from it. Knight Kuregi noticed that the soldiers who followed him in were holding the Eternal Territory's hunting rifles in their hands. Some of the charging magic wands of the Cloud Tower were pinned to their waists, and some were simply missing. This is a very common phenomenon in the army of the Principality of the Wind. The soldiers are very fond of the weapons and equipment of the Eternal Territory, and they often fight for the weapons and bullets of the Eternal Territory. It's not the soldiers' fault for disliking their own equipment. Only after experiencing battles can they know which weapons are more useful. The charging magic wand is not designed for this kind of battle. It is certainly very graceful to use, but what the soldiers want is not grace, but to kill the enemy and save their own weapons. In comparison, the weapons equipped by the Eternal Territory for soldiers are all designed to effectively kill the enemy in this war mode. Fortunately, at the request of the Duke, the Cloud Tower will build an alchemical weapons arsenal in Storm City. The soldiers of the Principality of the Wind will soon be able to use the weapons designed and manufactured by us. Kuregi did not stop his soldiers from using the enemy's weapons. He drew his knight's sword and stood at the entrance of the pit, listening carefully to the sounds outside. The bombardment was a little sparse. The enemy's attack was coming. At this moment, a piercing whistle came from the sky, getting louder and louder, giving people an extremely depressing feeling. Soldiers familiar with this sound shouted, "It's the Deer Hunter! It's the Deer Hunter!" The power of the Deer Hunter dive bomber on the battlefield caused a huge psychological shadow to the soldiers of the Principality of the Wind. They circled in the sky, looking for prey on the ground like an eagle. Once it was targeted, it would dive straight down and drop the egg under the belly when it was about to approach the ground. Then the egg would destroy everything within the explosion range with a bang. Since the Deer Hunter dive bomber makes a very unique whistling sound when it is on the dive attack route, the soldiers of the Principality of the Wind will become terrified once they hear this sound approaching. The soldiers rushed out of the bunkers shouting and screaming. Regardless of the artillery bombing that had not stopped, they knew that these bunkers could not protect them at all, but were very likely to be blown up. Knight Karegi also walked out of the hiding cave. He did not run around like other soldiers, but found the Deer Hunter dive bomber diving from the air, and then threw his sword behind him to accumulate power. As the bombs under the belly of the plane fell, Knight Karegi raised his sword, and an arc of sword light broke through the air and shot towards the Deer Hunter dive bomber. The bomb missed the target and exploded 50 meters away from the circular position. The people in the position felt like they were in a frying pan and were thrown up by the ground. The impact of the airflow swept up the smoke and dust along the surface, and the soil and gravel poured into the position like a tide. Kureji held up the shield to block the shock wave and gravel, then raised his sword and shouted, "The enemy is coming. Prepare to fight. Kill!" The Storm Knights raised their weapons together and shouted in response, "Kill!" Yinxing took the lead and led the heroes of the 1st Special Warfare Team to charge forward in the narrow trench. After rushing around a corner, they saw a soldier wearing the armor of the Principality of Gale on the opposite side, 10 meters away, holding a hunting rifle and pointing it at this place. The soldier who had been aiming in advance pulled the trigger the moment he saw Yinxing rushing out. The reaction of the rifle far exceeded the charging magic wand they were equipped with. There was no so-called short-term energy storage, and the recoil was immediately fed back to his shoulder. A bullet was fired in the flames from the muzzle, shooting at the enemy who suddenly appeared. Then the bullet hit a layer of magic shield that was instantly deployed, and a layer of ripples popped out on the surface of the shield to change the trajectory and drill into the wall of the trench. Damn! Here comes a hero. The soldier felt numb all over his body and lost consciousness. Yinxing, who rushed out, did not dodge the rifle shooting in the narrow tunnel. He walked forward quickly, stretched out his left hand, and deployed a prepared magic shield. The shield deflected the incoming bullets, and Yinxing immediately threw out an electric chain to electrocute the soldiers blocking the road to the ground. The gunshots reminded the soldiers of the Principality of Wind who were guarding here. They endured the dizziness caused by the close-range explosion of the bombs and raised their guns to shoot at Yinxing. Yinxing held up the magic shield and arranged the shield into an inclined surface to deflect the incoming bullets. This trench is the only passage leading to the circular position in front, and it is about 15 meters long. Rushing through can enter the interior of the circular position, and the special operations team behind him can have a relatively relaxed environment to deploy. Otherwise, they would have to risk going out of the trenches and attacking from the ground where bullets and magic were flying. Fortunately, when Yinxing decided to lead the team to intercept this group of Storm Knights, Chui promptly allocated firepower to implement a long-term firepower coverage here. The fire net barrier blocked the subsequent support of the Principality of the Wind, and this enemy who rushed forward became an isolated army to a certain extent. Then the artillery washed the ground and added another bomb. The enemy troops who occupied this place did not arrange an effective defense, using the newly acquired rifles to shoot hastily. The Principality of the Wind soldiers, who were still in a state of shell shock, had no accuracy, and the bullets that missed and bounced splashed pieces of smoke and dust on the wall. Yinxing led the soldiers behind him to charge forward with a shield, and the long sword in his hand was full of lightning magic energy, and electric sparks jumped out. The magic property of the shield held up by his left hand instantly changed to form a compressed gas and then exploded, like a directional blasting bomb. The shock wave rushed forward in the narrow trench, mixed with the wood and stones that were carried up and wrapped the soldiers who blocked the road and flew backwards. After a magic spell cleared the enemies blocking the road, Yinxing led his men out of the trench and rushed into the circular position. At this time, Knight Karegi arrived with the Storm Knights, and they counterattacked the Eternal Leader heroes who rushed out from a high place. And Karegi also recognized that the one who led the team to intercept his assault team this time was actually Yinxing, the Lord of Eternal Territory, the spokesperson of Thunder Swamp. he actually led the team to the front line. Instead of the genius knight, who once followed Miss Siebel to fight in Anja Castle. Donna. Where did Donna go? Why did Yinqing, the supreme commander of Eternal Territory, appear here and fight this kind of battle? Knight Karegi couldn't figure it out. But he knew that his chance to make a contribution had come. As long as Yinqing was killed here, the war could be ended. His merits could be conferred as an earl. Yinqing's unexpected appearance aroused all the fighting spirit of Knight Karegi. He forgot all external things, and his eyes and mind were firmly locked on Yinqing. Unyielding power, light armor, bloodthirsty magic attack acceleration. The trend is ready to go. The fanatical steel blade Knight Karegi approached Yinqing step by step, and layers of combat skills and magic auras radiated from him. His armor was covered with a layer of bright defense enhancement enchantment. His eyes turned red because of the excitement of fighting spirit, and the acceleration magic formed a small whirlwind under his feet. The knight's sword became wider and longer after the enchantment. Yinqing, who was organizing his subordinates to spread out the battle line, felt the danger approaching. He saw Knight Karegi, and Chue also presented the information he had collected about Karegi on the glasses worn by Yinqing. The most elite storm knights of the Principality of the Wind have a total of 5 squads, and Knight Karegi is the captain of the 4th squad. He is good at leading the team in assaults and is very aggressive. He has made many contributions under Anderson. Moreover, Knight Karegi's attack is not reckless, and he has a very good observation of the direction of the battle. Therefore, when encountering a crisis, he can often lead the team to retreat safely. In short, there are no weak soldiers under a strong general. Those who can be selected by Anderson as Storm Knights must be powerful heroes. According to the new combat hero standards of the Eternal Territory, they are at least elite heroes. Knight Karegi can become one of the 5 squad leaders, so his strength is naturally more powerful. Chue believes that Knight Karegi's comprehensive combat power is 5,000. This is just an assessment of Karegi's team strength based on intelligence, considering his rich combat experience, battlefield performance and other factors. His actual combat power will definitely be improved to a certain extent. Just like Donna. Donna's overall combat power score is less than 3,000. But with the advanced weapons and various information, material and human support provided by the Eternal Territory, she can still fight against the heroes of the Storm Knight squad leader level alone. Of course, the most important thing is talent. Donna's talent in combat. Even Zybel praised her. Yinqing glanced at the information given by Chue and had a general understanding of the strength of the pressing Karegi Knight. Now the Special Operations Team 1 he led was at a clear disadvantage in terms of numbers when facing the Storm Knight's 4th squad. The terrain was not advantageous either. So after they rushed out, they did not rush to fight, but maintained their own formation. Wait for the surprise troops to come. The Storm Knights, who are numerous and have an advantage in the terrain, are full of vigor. They uphold the honor of the knights, wearing armor, holding hammers, knives, swords, and other cold weapons. They emit multiple buff enchantments and attack the enemy heroes from different directions. And above their heads, the combat puppet guards wearing wingsuits fly over. At an altitude of 100 meters above the ground, they pull the ring to release the parachute, and use the pulling force of the parachute to slow themselves down while taking off the wingsuit. The parachute floats away with the wingsuit, and the combat puppet guards wearing black leather combat suits with protective plates accelerate their descent. At a height of 10 meters near the ground, they drew out the upgraded version of the Tang swords of the guards and slashed at the enemies on the ground. The Storm Knights on the ground felt the danger from the air, and their instinctive reaction made them quickly put up shields or weapons to resist. But this knife gathered the potential energy of the battle alchemy golems. The landing point was precisely calculated, allowing the battle alchemy golems to strike from the most comfortable angle and concentrate their strength on one point. The impact force formed was like a mountain pressing down on the top of the head. The Tang swords of the guards equipped with high-frequency blade function performed in this confrontation. Whether it was a magic shield or a shield, the weapon was instantly broken under this powerful knife. The blade of the Tang sword of the guards did not weaken at all due to the obstruction, and continued to cut the target Storm Knight in two. Chapter 381 Night Duel. Knight Karegi did not expect that the Eternal Lord could attack in this way, and it was so vicious and efficient. The Storm Knight suffered heavy losses due to being caught off guard. The troops that were originally in an advantageous position suddenly became disadvantageous. Not only did their morale suffer a major blow, But their formation was also disrupted by the enemy's surprise troops that dropped from the sky. The whole situation was instantly reversed. But no matter what, the battle had to continue. And they could only hope that the reinforcements could arrive in time. Now, kill Yanqing first. Knight Kuragi held the sword and continued to move forward. The sword body was exaggeratedly large due to the enchantment. He swung his sword 3 meters away from Yanqing, and the sword body swelled again, emitting a bright golden light and smashing down. At the same time, the Storm Knight, the Special Forces, and the Combat Puppet Guards swung their weapons at the nearest enemy at the same time. Combat skills. Magic collision. Chaotic energy impacted the small circular position. Explosions continued, and dust rose. It was as if artillery fire was once again staged here. In fact, both sides stopped launching long-range firepower to this area for fear of accidentally hurting their own people. Yanqing did not avoid the Knight Kuragi. He could not avoid, although his side seemed to have an advantage on this battlefield. The hero's strength was definitely at a disadvantage on his side. The combat golem guards looked cool, and they killed 12 storm knights cleanly and neatly. But they were still alchemical golems. They still have a long way to go to replace a real combat hero. As a ruler, Yanqing went to the front line just to bite the hard bone. Facing the powerful and domineering heavy slash of Knight Kuragi, Yanqing strengthened the enchantment on the Sword of Glory again. Wrapped in thunder, fire and lightning, the sword body inside was almost invisible. He swung his sword upward to meet the falling giant sword, and the enchanted Sword of Glory turned into a thundering club. 2 strong energies collided in the air, and the magic explosion generated expanded with destructive power. Yanqing and Knight Kuragi simultaneously deployed shields to resist the impact of the magic explosion, and then swung their swords at each other. Another collision of power against power. The golden light and the electric light stimulated a bright light as dazzling as the sun. The violent magic explosion exploded, and the energy and the debris raised from the ground hit the shields of the 2 people. This was a head-on confrontation between knights. In order to be able to deal with each other as quickly as possible, they did not use any fancy spells. They used traditional knight combat skills and techniques, waving their swords, and fighting against each other again and again. The collision between the top knights forced the combatants on both sides to stay away from this dangerous area. The energy level erupted by Yanqing and Knight Kuragi was not something that ordinary heroes could participate in. This battle also seems to express, no matter how weapons and conventional tactics change, the battle between true heroes has not changed now, and will not change in the future. At this time, Yanqing is experiencing an unprecedented sense of combat tension. The last time he fought against the 3-headed and 6-armed werewolf, he relied more on Chui to help him dodge the attack, and finally cooperated with the bomber to blow up Taitu. It was tense, but the demonized Taitu was mentally ill, and the rhythm was always under Yanqing's control. But facing the Knight of Kuragi, he finally knew what the true strength of a high-level hero was. The attack was like a storm, and the enchanted knight's sword was swung like a windmill, with one blow stronger than the other. There was no chance to breathe. His defense was so powerful that no matter how fast you were, you could be blocked by him. Fortunately, with the help of Chui, Yanqing played well in attack and defense, and did not let Courage take advantage in this hard-to-hard collision. On the contrary, this intense battle excitement made him enjoy this feeling. Let this feeling come more fiercely. Fanatic will to fight, and win the will to win. The angel descended in the lightning field. Yanqing opened his big move, unfolded the field and angel wings, and strengthened his fighting consciousness mentally. The electric arc jumped, and Yanqing flashed to the side of the Knight Courage. He half suspended on the ground. The angel wings accelerated the rotation of his body, and he held the sword in both hands and swept through the army. Although Knight Kuragi did not expect Yanqing to suddenly explode, not only opening the angel's advent, but also using space skills. His rich combat experience allowed him to deal with various dangers. He unfolded the magic field to let him determine Yanqing's position, and a sharp stone pillar sprang out from the ground on his side. The surface of the stone pillar glowed with dark golden light, and it made a metallic sound when Yanqing chopped it with a sword. Then, the stone pillar cracked into fist-sized stones, and then surrounded Kuragi to form a physical protective shield. Gold and jade armor. It is a top-level knight defensive combat skill, using earth magic elements to create a variable protective shield for yourself. It can not only be used for defense, but also the impact of gold and stone blocks has strong lethality. When Knight Kuragi saw Yanqing use the angel's descend, He no longer hid his trump card. It was time to fight to the death. Yinxing was not surprised that Kuragi blocked this attack. He knew that Kuragi's strongest combat skill was gold, jade and armor. Being able to force him to use this combat skill meant that he had reached his limit. Yinxing, with his angel wings spread out, was suspended in the air 1 meter above the ground. The mental combat skill made his eyes behind the lens focus, and he adjusted to the best combat state from the inside out. Around his body, the purple lightning field covered a 1 meter range around him. Electric sparks jumped in the field, and the large wings constructed by energy fluttered slowly. Kuragi felt the threat from Yinxing and took a defensive position. And Yinxing was not in a hurry to attack. After a short and sharp confrontation, the two formed a confrontation. But the fighting was still going on around them. The combat puppet guards were divided into 3 groups, for people connected online to form a small-scale cooperation, and 3 groups in parallel to form a large-scale cooperation. The information flow was interconnected, making them seem to be scattered individuals. But in fact they were a whole that was always linked. It was this advantage that allowed them to contain the same number of Storm Knights, and control the rhythm of attack and defense even though their individual strength was relatively weak. Because of the information exchange, the combat puppet guards seemed to have eyes on their backs, and could avoid all kinds of obstacles around them without looking. The Storm Knights were not so comfortable. This was originally a circular position, with trenches, pits, sandbags, and wooden stakes, making it almost impossible for anyone to get a flat surface. In addition, the bomb craters and corpses left by the bombing made it difficult for people in the battle to know what they would step on next. A stumble could cost them their lives. At the same time, they were afraid of the weapons in the hands of the combat puppet guards, which looked like swords and knives and could cut and break anything, which made the Storm Knights even more restrained. As the formation of the Battle Golem Guards changed, the Storm Knights were gradually divided. The heroes of the Special Operations 1st Squadron all showed a strong desire to fight, especially following the lure to fight, which further stimulated their morale. With the newly equipped magic weapons, they fought evenly with the Storm Knights on the line, although it was not clear who would win in a short time. The soldiers of the Eternal Territory, who came to support, had already rushed in. They cleared out the soldiers of the Principality of the Wind on the periphery, and restored the defense of the position. The friendly forces on the left and right launched an attack to recapture the lost position. Soon, Kuragi and his men would become a real isolated army. It was just a brief confrontation, and Yinxing teleported in the arc to the side of a Storm Knight. A bolt of lightning struck him to the ground. A combat puppet guard cut off the head of the Storm Knight with one sword. Kuragi turned to face Yinxing, and seeing his companion dead, he angrily said, "Do you still have the honor of a knight? Your opponent is me." Yinxing just smiled and didn't answer. Then he disappeared from Kuragi's sight, and reappeared beside another Storm Knight. The Storm Knight was killed after the electric shock. As the top-level Earth-based defensive combat skills, the Gold and Stone Plus armor is not so easy to break. If you are not careful, you will be hit by those gold and stone blocks. Kuragi took a defensive stance again, and there must be great risks in a strong attack. Therefore, Yinxing used his speed advantage to kill the trapped Storm Knights to mobilize Kuragi, who was hiding in the turtle shell. Kuragi certainly knew what Yinxing was thinking. This strategy was indeed very effective. If he saved his companions, he would be exposed. If he didn't save them, he would die after all his companions died. It would be better to fight. 5 gold and stone blocks flew out from Kuragi's side and shot towards Yinxing, and the other gold and stone blocks gathered around him into a ring and rotated rapidly. Then Kuragi turned around and ran towards his own position. It was certain that he could not save his companions, so he might as well escape back immediately, while the rear position was still in the hands of his own people. Yinxing didn't expect that Kuragi, who had just reprimanded him for not having chivalry, was also so unchivalrous. He ran very fast with the air-based acceleration magic, and the gold and stone blocks rotating at high speed around him were like electric saws, smashing all obstacles into pieces. An Eternal Territory soldier appeared right in front of him, and was torn into pieces. He ran more than 20 meters away in a blink of an eye. He must not be allowed to go back. Yinxing moved in an arc in the air, and Chuchue manifested a turbocharged jet engine to accelerate him. And then another arc moved to Kuragi's head. Kuragi sensed Yinxing's position, threw a few gold and stone blocks into the air without even looking, and then launched a charged combat skill, and ran at full speed with smoke under his feet. Such a scene made Yinxing feel a little funny. Although Keleji's behavior was immoral and dishonorable, it was indeed the best choice he could make. Yanxing disappeared to avoid the shooting of the gold and stone blocks, and then appeared in front of Keleji. The gold and stone blocks shot out were not retrieved due to the long distance, so Keleji's gold and stone armor was much thinner. Facing Yanxing, who was blocking in front, Keleji did not slow down at all. If he stopped, he would never go back. He ran at full speed with a sword in one hand, staring at Yanxing and observing his movements, and releasing magic power to sense the changes in the surrounding magic energy. The desire to survive made him roar. Yanxing was suspended in front of Keleji, and this was no longer the circular array area. In this open area, his appearance is undoubtedly the focus of the entire battlefield. Facing the relentless rush of Kuragi, Yanxing expanded the coverage of the lightning field and enveloped Kuragi. At this moment, lightning filled the entire lightning field, tightly wrapping Yanxing and Kuragi in the middle. From the outside, this is a giant electric ball with electric magic in a violent state. The energy it exudes changes the magnetic field in this area, and iron objects and iron sand float up. Then several huge lightning bolts rushed out of the electric ball. They fell on the ground, and then dispersed into several smaller lightning bolts that jumped up and hit the ground again, dispersed again, jumped and collided again, radiating outward layer by layer. The strange phenomenon caused the entire battlefield to pause at this moment. The soldiers forgot about fighting and stared blankly at the miracle created by this magic. Soon the power of lightning dispersed and weakened in the jumps again and again until it disappeared. The huge electric ball also cracked like a punctured bubble. There was no lightning inside, but it was filled with smoke and dust. The barrier of the electric ball disappeared, and the smoke and dust trapped inside rolled up. Then a figure rushed out from the smoke and dust. He rushed to a height of 100 meters and tried his best to spread his angel wings that emitted lightning energy, holding a knight's sword in each hand. I am Yanxing, Lord of the Eternal Territory, the only Archon of the Thunder Swamp Kingdom. Knight Kuragi has been killed by me. He was an excellent warrior and deserved a funeral that suited his status. It's a pity that his body is no longer here. Take this sword and build a tombstone for him, Yanxing said on the battlefield using amplification magic, and then threw Kuragi's knight's sword towards the direction of the Wind Principality's control area. At this moment, cheers that broke through the sky rang out in the Eternal Territory's control area on the entire battlefield. Even though the war mode has changed, the duel between high-level knights is still deeply rooted in people's hearts. Moreover, it was his own lord who killed the enemy's famous knight in a one-on-one battle. This was an explosive growth in the morale of the entire Eternal Army. The soldiers rushed out of their positions to launch a comprehensive counterattack against the enemy, and took back all the lost territory along the way. For the Principality of the Wind, an entire Storm Knight squad was killed in battle, and the squad leader was killed, and the battle line did not move at all. This was a big blow to Anderson. It forced him to be more cautious in using the Storm Knights in the next battle. At the same time, he also directly saw the strength of Yanxing. Unless he went up in person, I am afraid that no one in the entire Principality of the Wind would be Yanxing's opponent. But as the commander of an army, a duke, he must not easily leave his command position unless necessary. Are we just going to let Yanxing keep undermining the morale of our army on the front line? To deal with Yanxing, it seems that we need to ask the Cloud Tower to send a powerful mage. We also need to ask the Cloud Tower for some weapons and alchemy technology. Yanxing's appearance on the ground means that the Eternal Territory is almost at its limit. Order the army to continue to strengthen the attack. Chapter 382 The Victory Behind the Scenes. Anderson ordered the army of the Principality of the Wind to continue to intensify the attack on the Eternal Territory, while he went to see Mage Miller and asked the Cloud Tower to send people to hunt Yanxing. The reason he gave was that Yanxing, as the ruler of a force, frequently appeared in the frontline battles, which was a good opportunity to resolve the war. Killing Yanxing would win. But Mage Miller didn't think so. In the meditation room built specifically for the Cloud Tower mages in Storm City, Mage Miller smoked a pipe that could enhance spiritual energy, and then said to Anderson, "You should know. If the Eternal Territory wants to produce so many alchemical weapons, it must have a very large group of alchemists. In order to supply you and your allies with alchemical weapons, the Cloud Tower has mobilized 3,000 mages and 200,000 goblins to produce them day and night. The number of people in Thunder Swamp who produce alchemical weapons is no less than ours. The degree of refinement of their alchemical weapons also shows that there are a group of very powerful alchemists in Thunder Swamp. Yinxing and his eternal territory are just agents pushed out by Thunder Swamp. Just like we are fully supporting you. If the mages of the Cloud Tower are called to directly participate in the war in order to hunt Yinxing, it will definitely trigger the same response from Thunder Swamp. This is not a good direction for the war, and will also damage the identity of the Cloud Tower. Soldiers against soldiers. Generals against generals. Remember your value and position. The Cloud Tower can provide you with unlimited material assistance. But there is still a bottom line. If you can't even deal with the Eternal Territory, then we can let the savage orcs give it a try. There is more than just Storm City on the Windy Highlands. After listening to the answer of Mage Miller, Anderson realized that he was a little bit arrogant. The full support of the Cloud Tower to Storm City made him overestimate his position in the hearts of these mages. For the Cloud Tower, the Principality of Wind is just a chess piece used to test the potential strength of Thunder Swamp. If this chess piece can't even deal with the Eternal Territory, they will change it. Old Mom, who has the full support of the savage orcs, is undoubtedly a very good backup. Anderson immediately corrected his attitude. I'm sorry, Mage Miller. I was too eager to win. The Duchy of Windward still has the initiative in the war, and my soldiers are much better than those of the Eternal Territory. It's just that the weapons are not easy to use. I don't know to what extent the Cloud Tower has studied the Eternal Territory weapons I sent. Can the Goblin Alchemy Factory imitate their weapons? Speaking of the weapons of the Eternal Territory, Mage Miller became embarrassed. The alchemy of Thunder Swamp and the alchemy of Cloud Tower are different systems. They are very good at using alchemy to process materials. We tried to make some guns and artillery, but the cost was very high. Far higher than the charging magic wand and heavy magic throwing device. And bullets and shells. The manufacturing speed was not enough to meet the consumption on the battlefield. Therefore, it can be judged that there must be a very large-scale alchemical weapon manufacturing system in the Thunder Swamp. Miller's answer disappointed Anderson. He originally thought that according to the alchemy level of the Cloud Tower, it should be easy to copy the active weapons of the Eternal Territory. But he didn't expect to get such an answer. Anderson asked again without giving up. It shouldn't be difficult to manufacture the Eternal Territory's aircraft. Right? Anderson was very fond of the Eternal Territory's aircraft. Flying high and fast, it forced the seemingly very strong flying creatures to stay in the low-altitude area. Anderson asked the alchemists of Storm City to dismantle the Megalodon transport plane bought from Yinxing. The structure does not seem to be as complicated as imagined, and the functions seem to be understood, but it is impossible to copy it. However, if the Cloud Tower wants to copy it, it should not be difficult. But who would have thought that Master Miller said with a bad face, the plane is just a crude and inferior alchemical product. After we make the floating battleship and the God Monster Lord, the plane of the Eternal Territory will be an iron coffin flying in the air. You don't need to worry about the problem of weapons now. Just concentrate on fighting the war in front of you. Firearms and artillery, regardless of their range, accuracy and power, can be copied by the Cloud Tower using the alchemy they have mastered. It's just that the cost is too high, the manufacturing speed is slow, and the yield is low. That's all. But the airplane, which looks simple, makes the mages of the Cloud Tower more and more confused. It's obviously a propeller plus a shell with wings. But the airplanes copied by the mages through alchemy either can't fly or fall over when they fly. This is a very embarrassing thing for the mages of the tower. Therefore, Miller is unwilling to waste words on the topic of airplanes. As he said, the floating warships designed and being built by the Cloud Tower have much more alchemy than airplanes. Anderson was frustrated by Miller. Without the support of the mage and the imitation of the weapons of the Eternal Territory, he could only pin his hopes on the changes in the war situation that would be favorable to him. Anderson left the meditation room of the Mage Miller, and after urging the Storm City Alchemy Weapon Factory to speed up the construction, he re-entered the war against the Eternal Territory. While the Duchy of Wind and the Eternal Territory were fighting, Marshal Old Mom also commanded the Orc army to attack the Frostleaf City defended by the Elves. Both armies had just been refitted and were not proficient in the use of the weapons in their hands, so the war mode still retained a heavy old style. First, Magic Blast. Then the whole army goes forward. The Orcs fearlessly attacked the tall city walls, and the Elves bravely defended their city on the high walls. The fight was very fierce, but it was just as Yinxing expected. The Orcs didn't want to suffer too much loss in this war, so they only contributed 70% to 80%. It was more like acting to ask for more alchemical equipment support from the Cloud Tower. If Anderson can defeat Yin Xing on the battlefield of the outpost, then the orcs will make an effort to capture Frostleaf City, and they will have a bargaining chip to negotiate with Anderson. If the war in the outpost is unclear, the orcs can withdraw at any time and concentrate on running their own mountain city. A battle plan and a letter requesting support were sent to the Cloud Tower. The orcs gave the mages of the Cloud Tower a big picture in the battle plan. If the orcs break through Frostleaf City, they can cut off the connection between the Snow Elves and the Thunder Swamp. Then the orc army will immediately attack the Thunder Swamp from the north after resting. If everything goes well, there is no need for Anderson to defeat the Eternal Lord, and the orcs can help the Cloud Tower to obtain the entire Thunder Swamp. Of course, the orcs have no plan to enter the Thunder Swamp. The swamp environment is too harsh. It is difficult to deal with the swamp tribes living in it, not to mention the alchemist force that can compete with the Cloud Tower. The orcs didn't have the guts to enter the Thunder Swamp, but they had the guts to use the Thunder Swamp as an excuse to get benefits. And they were big. The mages in the tower were very happy when they saw the battle plan set by the orcs. They didn't know how difficult it was to fight in the swamp. They only saw that the defense of the Thunder Swamp on the north side was much weaker than on the south side. Now that Anderson's Wind Principality was holding back the Eternal Lords, the north side gave the orcs an opportunity. The Cloud Tower immediately decided to increase the investment in military supplies for the savage orcs, and gave a large part of the supplies prepared for the Wind Principality to the orcs. The mages in the tower who didn't understand large-scale wars didn't realize that this meant that their supplies were in short supply. They believe that they can squander the wealth accumulated by the tower at will, and it is the duty of the goblins to turn these resources into alchemical weapons. Production orders are sent to goblin alchemy factories all over the world. The goblins are forced to work day and night, but they still cannot meet the needs of the Cloud Tower. The mages of the tower turn a blind eye to the heavy work of the goblins. They can only see the Eternal Territory is continuously sending its weapons to the Silvermane Principality, the Snow Elves, and those noble lords who have surrendered to the Thunder Swamp. At this time, can my tower say that I can't make alchemical weapons? What will those forces who have surrendered to the Cloud Tower think? What will those forces who are still waiting think? Thunder Swamp is such a small territory, but it can maintain such a large scale of alchemical weapon production. The goblin alchemy factories under my tower are all over the world. Can we lose in production speed? Absolutely not. It is impossible. If the goblin alchemy factories cannot complete the orders, it means that you goblins are lazy. If you cannot complete it on time, the mages of the tower will be very angry, and the consequences will be serious. The tower in the cloud has never seen an industrial assembly line, so it is naturally impossible to imagine how terrifying the current production capacity of the Eternal Territory is, and how low the production cost is. The mages wishfully use the productivity of their own workshops to bring in the material production efficiency of the Eternal Territory. The tower mages who are unwilling to lose in the supply of alchemical weapons will squeeze the lazy goblins. The goblins working for the Cloud Tower suffered terribly. They had very little rest time a day and processed various alchemical materials non-stop. However, before a batch of orders was completed, more orders came in, but non-stop work did not improve work efficiency. Fatigue made the defective rate of handmade alchemical weapons very high, and there were continuous accidents, which prevented a significant increase in production. This is also the main reason why the mages of the Cloud Tower thought that the goblins were lazy. I asked you to work overtime. Why are you still doing so little? The mages of the tower were very dissatisfied, so they constantly put pressure on and punished the goblin alchemy factory. The goblins, who were protected by the Cloud Tower, were angry but dared not speak out. The goblins were born weak and were enslaved by one race or another. Without the protection of the Cloud Tower, they had no way to survive. They could only continue to work after being punished. But at this time, a booklet quietly circulated in the goblin alchemy factory. On the cover of the booklet, there was a message written by a goblin who called himself Gaga. He briefly described his experience working in the Eternal Territory, and his mental changes when he decided to leave the protection of the Cloud Tower and join this emerging territory. Turning to the next page, there were photos of the goblins working in the Eternal Territory. The goblins inside were all wearing decent work clothes and working in a very bright workshop. Surrounding them were very sophisticated machines, and many humanoid alchemy puppets obeyed the goblins' commands. Gaga's words were interspersed between the photos. He introduced the working environment of Eternal Territory and boasted about how easy the machines in Eternal Territory could make work. To lift something weighing dozens of tons, You only need to press a button to grind a perfectly round steel ball. You only need to press a button to make crystal powder. You only need to press a button. Here we can make any geometric shapes we can imagine, and then assemble them into the machines we imagine. Lord Yinching never restricts our inventions, even if they are ridiculous and useless. He is even willing to let his alchemists help us invent machines, and he does not hesitate to waste some precious alchemical materials. Here, we enjoy the freedom of creation that we have never had before. The mages in the tower in the cloud only care about how to become eternal life forms, and everything should serve this goal. Gaga posted a few more things invented by the goblins in the Eternal Territory. Among them is a set of photos of the trial operation of the floating subway. Then there are many photos of life. There are many delicious foods here. Our favorite drink is a drink called Coke, which is very sweet and produces a lot of bubbles. The only thing that makes us dissatisfied is Lord Yinching will limit our working hours. Even during the war, Lord Yinching only allows us to work 10 hours a day. After work, we can use the tools here to make what we want, or go back to rest, or go out to play. If what we make is liked by Lord Yinching, we will get a large reward. When Donald's Foul Lion mercenary group was unable to perform its duties in the Windy Highlands, Yinching used a transport plane to send them out of the Windy Highlands. Among the many tasks Yinching gave them, one of them was to find the goblin alchemy factories distributed in various places, and accurately deliver the gifts that the goblin Gaga gave to his friends. He knew very well that the production capacity of handmade alchemy weapons was no match for the Eternal Territory. As the scale of the war expanded, the alchemy materials that the Cloud Tower needed to take out would inevitably exceed the production limit of the Goblin Alchemy Factory. At that time, the Goblin Alchemy Factories would become sweatshops, and the goblins were not a race capable of physical work. Exploitation would make the goblins feel dissatisfied, and fatigue would make them eager to get out of this state. If at this time, someone was not afraid that the Cloud Tower could provide them with shelter and a comfortable working environment, then they would have even less energy to work. The Thunder Swamp had proved its strength through such a long world of war. For these extremely collapsed goblins, dying of exhaustion was death, and escaping to the Eternal Territory might give them a glimmer of hope. Chapter 383: Stealing Goblins. In order to steal the wall of the Cloud Tower, Yinching specially set up a smuggling flight brigade. As long as the Foul Lion mercenary group received goblins willing to surrender to the Eternal Territory, the smuggling flight brigade immediately sent a special plane to pick up all the goblins and their families. In order to ensure the smooth smuggling, the Eternal Territory Aircraft Manufacturing Factory also specially designed and produced a small transport aircraft. It is safe and reliable, and can take off and land on a simple runway. If there is no simple runway, it can also fly by finding a flat grass. Yinching likes the goblin race too much. The long-term protection of the Cloud Tower has made the goblin status in this world very special. They are not subordinate to any country, but they can receive courtesy everywhere. The stable and affluent living environment makes the goblins pay great attention to the cultivation of the next generation. And because the industry that goblins are engaged in is very single, most goblins are very good engineers. And the goblins who awaken to become heroes are alchemists. This is a treasure, but it is not valued by the Cloud Tower. If it were normal, the Eternal Territory would definitely not recruit too many goblins. But the war changed everything. When they first saw the Eternal Territory's brochure, most goblins were very hesitant. After all, leaving the protection of the Cloud Tower and going to the unfamiliar Eternal Territory with their families would take a very big risk. However, after the Cloud Tower repeatedly exerted pressure and caused the goblins to die of exhaustion, some unbearable goblins began to try to contact the Foul Lion mercenary group. How to organize the goblins to smuggle to the Eternal Territory. The Foul Lion mercenary group has already developed a complete process. After determining the number of people, the Foul Lion mercenary group will notify the Eternal Territory in the fastest way possible, and at the same time find a suitable location to build a runway for takeoff and landing. During this period, the Foul Lion mercenary group will organize people to protect the goblins who want to leave, and if necessary, cover the goblins to leave the alchemy factory and wait in the pre-purchase safe house. It is also necessary to contact the Eternal Merchant Guild to prepare for the response. The Eternal Merchant Guild also walked out of the Windy Highlands. Now the Merchant Guild not only has trucks, but also has dedicated transport planes for logistics transportation. Together with Eternal Civil Aviation, the business scope is rapidly expanding in the human kingdom. No noble leader will refuse to have an airport in their territory. In particular, the Eternal Merchant Guild and Eternal Civil Aviation promise not to conduct military activities regardless of which camp the noble leader is in. Even the Griffin Heart Empire, which is at war with the Silvermane Principality, accepted the construction and operation of the Eternal Airport, because airplanes can shorten the journey of several days to less than 1 day. It's really great. Moreover, you can also purchase non-military private customized passenger planes through Yongheng Civil Aviation. Yongheng Civil Aviation has covered the entire territory of the human race in a short period of time. And the aircraft assembly plant in Danling City continuously provides transport planes and passenger planes for this air traffic network. Yongheng Merchant Guild received Yinqing's order to try its best to cooperate with the transfer of the stowaway goblins and use the airports along the way to provide good ground services for the stowaway planes. Yongheng leader immediately organized the stowaway planes to go to the designated location after receiving the information. If the distance is too far, with the assistance of the Merchant Guild, use the nearby airport for fuel supply. Fly to the designated location. Pick up the stowaway goblins and return immediately. They left as soon as they landed. No one was allowed to leave the plane or approach the plane. After the smuggled goblins arrived at the Eternal Territory, they immediately registered to join the Eternal Territory and became formal citizens. Then they were given houses, clothes and daily necessities. Then they took exams. Goblin engineers were given bicycles and motorcycles according to their scores. Goblin alchemists were given cars and an alchemy robot assistant. Everyone also received a resettlement fee. In short, the goblins who got off the plane were manipulated all the way, coming here and there. When they finally stopped, in front of them was a large house that was underground but had electricity, a gate and a courtyard. Wearing expensive clothes, holding things in his arms, and pockets full of food coupons, cars, motorcycles, and bicycles were parked in the yard. The words left were rest first, and go find Gaga when you want to work. This, the goblins didn't know what they had just experienced, but it didn't seem to be a bad thing. At least it was much better than the situation when they were thinking about it on the plane when they came. Finally, they can have a good rest. When Yinqing knew that the first batch of goblins who had smuggled in had been settled, he was very happy. All things are difficult at the beginning, and there will be a second batch after the first batch. When the goblins here write letters to tell their relatives and friends who are still in dire straits about their lives in the Eternal Territory, I believe that the Eternal Territory will soon usher in a large wave of goblin immigrants, even without counting the value that goblins can create for the Eternal Territory. If Yinqing takes 1 goblin here, the Cloud Tower will have 1 less goblin. 100 or 200 may not be much, but once the number reaches 10,000 or 20,000, it will really be like cutting off the firewood from under the cauldron. Therefore, Yinqing attaches great importance to the smuggling of goblins. He gave a large reward to all the personnel who participated in the organization and implementation of the goblin smuggling, and allocated 2 billion jin of food coupons as a special fund for the goblin smuggling plan. He asked the Foul Lion Mercenary Group and the Eternal Merchants Guild to further improve the process of goblin smuggling and shorten the time it takes for goblins to reach the Eternal Territory. And we can't just focus on the goblins in the human-occupied areas. Orcs, elves, dungeons, nagas, dwarves, all the goblins who are being oppressed are our targets for rescue. The Eternal Territory will take this opportunity to make the goblins one of the main races in the territory. When 2 billion jin of food coupons fell on their heads, the Foul Lion Mercenary Group instantly became the most rampant human trafficking organization in the world. The Foul Lion Mercenaries are like hounds chasing goblins, and they will appear wherever there are goblins. They will quietly approach the goblins, give them the Eternal Territory's promotional pages, and eloquently introduce to the goblins how the Eternal Territory treats goblins well. In the eyes of the Foul Lion Mercenaries, goblins are just large food coupons that can walk. If Yinqing had not strictly ordered not to use violence against the goblins, it is estimated that the Falshi mercenaries would have put the goblins in sacks and run away. Once the money is invested, the effect is very significant. Coupled with the stimulation of the letters written by the goblins who immigrated to the Eternal Territory, more and more goblins boarded the planes that smuggled into the Eternal Territory. Without workers, the output of the Goblin Alchemy Factory has plummeted. When the Cloud Tower realized that a deep pit had been dug in its backyard by the Eternal Territory, some alchemy factories had already run away. Yinqing's actions undoubtedly touched the bottom line of the Cloud Tower. No matter how pedantic the mages of the tower are, They know that the wealth and resources they are enjoying and squandering now are all earned by the goblins for them. Without the goblins, the resources of the Cloud Tower will eventually run out. In fact, there is no need to wait for that day. The supply of alchemical weapons in the Cloud Tower has already had an irreparable gap. The mages of the tower were furious. Mage Miller, who was stationed in Storm City, summoned Anderson. This time, Miller was not as leisurely as before. He said to Anderson angrily, "The Eternal Lord is stealing the goblins belonging to the Cloud Tower. This is a direct provocation to the tower. The elders of the tower decided to take your previous suggestion. Soon a group of mages will arrive in Storm City to hunt Yanxing. We will take revenge on Thunder Swamp. These thieves. These abominable thieves." Anderson just wanted to yell, "What were you doing earlier?" At this time, 2 months had passed since Anderson proposed to hunt Yanxing. And during this period, Anderson also proposed many times that the Cloud Tower send mages to hunt Yanxing. But they were all rejected. Now, after a long battle, the army of the Principality of Wind has no way to continue the attack. Whether in terms of morale or energy, the army needs to rest, and the troops need to be replenished. Seeing that the rainy season is coming, you agree to hunt Yanxing at this time. This is a war, not a game of house. You can't do it as you please. Anderson had no choice but to say to Miller, "Master, you may not be familiar with the weather changes in the Windy Highlands. A rainy season that will last for 2 months is coming soon. During this time, the army will stay in the garrison and can't go anywhere. Only after the rainy season is over can we launch an attack on the Eternal Territory again. Please wait patiently. During this time, we can focus on manufacturing floating warships and gods and monsters. After the rainy season, the sky will be ours." 2 months? Another 2 months to wait? Miller was very annoyed. "Do you know how many goblins we have been stolen by the Eternal Territory during this period? Wait another 2 months, and all the goblins will be stolen by them. Without goblins, the Cloud Tower will no longer be able to provide you with alchemical weapons. Have you thought about the consequences?" Anderson knew that the Eternal Territory was frantically smuggling goblins during this period. The root cause, isn't it that your Cloud Tower has been squeezing the goblins too hard, forcing them to flee? There are no goblins in our Storm City who have fled. Anderson patiently said to Mage Miller, "My people caught a group of mercenaries who wanted to abduct the goblins in the Storm City Alchemical Arms factory a few days ago. After interrogation, they all belong to the Foul Lion Mercenary Group. The Foul Lion Mercenary Group belongs to the Eternal Territory Yanxing. And my subordinate Giant Front Mercenary Group has a lot of experience in fighting against the Foul Lion Mercenary Group. Why not let my Giant Blade Mercenary Group protect the goblins in the Cloud Tower? I guarantee that they can stop the Eternal Territory from stealing goblins. Just wait for 2 months. After the rainy season, the floating battleship will be launched, and I can offer the Eternal Territory and Thunder Swamp to the tower." Mage Miller's mood has calmed down a lot. The Cloud Tower has few people and cannot manage the large and scattered goblins, so they can only watch the number of goblins in various places decrease. If Anderson has the ability to stop the decrease of goblins, it is not impossible to wait for these 2 months. Anyway, the stolen goblins are all in the Eternal Territory, and they can take back all these lost items by conquering the Eternal Territory. Is it really impossible to fight in the rainy season? Hearing that Miller was trying to save face, Anderson quickly said, "The amount of water in the rainy season in Windy Highlands is very high, and it rains half of the time. Muddy fields are not conducive to military operations, and long-term exposure to rain will make soldiers sick. Forcing a war will only cause us heavy losses." Miller replied, "Since the rainy season in Windy Highlands is so special, I will report the situation here and your suggestions to the Elders' Council in the tower." "Thank you, Master Miller. I will send the Giant Front Mercenary Group to deal with the Foul Lion Mercenary Group now." When a heavy rainstorm suddenly washed down, Windy Highlands officially entered the annual rainy season. The trenches dug by both sides in the outpost battlefield were soon filled with water. In the vast ocean, it was hard to see any signs of a war that had broken out here. The armies of the Principality of Wind and the Eternal Territory all retreated, and the Orc army withdrew to the high mountain city without breaking through the Frostleaf City. Wind Highlands entered a truce period. Yanxing could also breathe a sigh of relief after the tense war. The war during this period was too difficult. Anderson had a variety of tricks, and he was doing his best to deal with it. He had to maintain the front line, but he couldn't be too harsh. In order to strike a good balance, he went to Nuda City many times to ask Earl Theodore for advice. Earl Theodore has been in the joy of harvest. The grain harvested from the contracted farmland of Yonling territory is 50 times the maximum output of ordinary farmland. This means that one piece of land can feed 50 times the population. The maximum population of Nuda City is 200,000. What will it mean to increase the population by 50 times? Of course, Earl Theodore knows very well that all these grains belong to Yinqing. But according to the land lease agreement, Yinqing will pay a certain proportion of the grain to Nuda City in the form of rent. And just this grain rent alone can repay all the current debts of Nuda City. And there is still a surplus for more construction and development. With the grain stored, Earl Theodore stood more firmly in the camp of Thunder Swamp. He knew how powerful food was. And he also wanted to see what it would be like if the population of Nuda City increased by 50 times. At that time, Nuda City would merge with the Eternal Territory into one city. I definitely won't be able to see that scene. I wonder if Zybel can see it. Master, Lord Anderson is here. A servant pushed open the door of the study and reported to Earl Theodore, who was reading inside. Earl Theodore was wearing a pair of reading glasses. This was given to him by Yinqing. And the old Earl liked it very much. Oh, Adley. Earl Theodore was still a little uncomfortable with Adley's absence. And he said to the servant, Anderson came much later than I expected. It seems that the previous war really kept him busy. Let him wait for me for a while. I will go to see him right away. Count Theodore closed the book, took off his glasses, and put them on the cover. He looked at the heavy rain outside the window again, stood up, and walked out the door. Adley and Zybel are in the Eternal Territory. Even if they are not on the front line of the battlefield, they will definitely not be hidden from Anderson. These representatives have chosen a side for Theodore. And they are the enemy side of Anderson. Anderson must have come here to ask for punishment. Since Count Theodore has made such a choice, he is also ready to face Anderson. How will he deal with me? The old Count also wants to know. Chapter 384 Rainy Season. Why did you do this? Anderson asked Earl Theodore directly after meeting him. I always felt that the Eternal Territory seemed to be very familiar with my military arrangements. But I didn't expect that you were actually helping him. You chose to remain neutral. I can forgive you. But you betrayed me. Could it be that you really thought I didn't dare to kill you? Earl Theodore had already arranged his funeral affairs. Now Zybel and Adlai are in the Eternal Territory. If he died unexpectedly, Adlai would naturally give the head of the family ring to Zybel. I am old and I won't live long. Earl Theodore was very open-minded. He sat down and said to Anderson, I have been loyal to the Anderson family all my life. Since your grandfather, I have been fighting for the Anderson family. This time, I just want to consider the future of my family. Have you seen the grain grown by the Eternal Territory? You are fighting a war that is doomed to fail. You have greatly underestimated the power of the Thunder Swamp. Anderson certainly knows the astonishingly large grain grown by the Eternal Territory. And the power contained in these grains also makes him feel afraid. If it weren't for the fact that the grain was grown on the territory of Nuda City, he would have sent people to rob the grain long ago. Theodore, I'm tired of hearing those words of yours. Don't try to convince me anymore. When I defeat the Eternal Territory and attack the Thunder Swamp, these alchemical products that the Cloud Tower despises will all be mine. Let me tell you, the Cloud Tower has developed aerial weapons that fly higher and faster than the Eternal Territory. After the rainy season, I will be able to achieve a complete victory in this war. It's not too late for you to support me now. Let Zybel kill Yinqing. You are Marquis Theodore. Otherwise, you will kill me. Theodore smiled and replied to Anderson's threat. Don't make victory sound so easy. We are all people who have fought countless wars, and know that everyone has a chance to win on the battlefield. In the future world pattern, you are fighting for a good position for the Anderson family. And I am also fighting for a good position for the Theodore family. You are optimistic about the Cloud Tower. And I am optimistic about the Thunder Swamp. I am afraid that no one can convince anyone. Only time can tell. Anderson sneered. You let Zybel and Adley go to the Eternal Territory. And you stay in New Tower City. In fact, you are investing in both sides. Theodore just smiled and did not answer. It can be regarded as a tacit agreement. If the battle for the dominance of the future world is won by Thunder Swamp, Zybel will naturally be able to gain supreme power by following Yinqing. It would be best if Zybel could marry Yinqing. Then the Theodore family would be the in-laws of the future world rulers. If the Cloud Tower wins, with the personality of the Tower Mages, they will not have any ambition to rule the world. They will continue to stay away from the world. And the world will be divided by the alliance led by Anderson. The old Earl's eldest daughter is Anderson's wife, and has given birth to 2 children for Anderson. One will inherit the Anderson family, and the other will inherit the Theodore family. The Theodore family will also become a prominent noble family. Count Theodore did not publicly express his support for Yinqing because of this consideration. No matter who wins this fight, the Theodore family will be able to follow the winner to reap the fruits of victory. After Anderson figured it out, he laughed angrily. Old fox. You are really an old fox. I know what you want to do, but I can't do anything about you. I guess Yinqing can also see that you are investing on both sides, and he can't do anything about you. Nuda City is too important to him. If I'm not mistaken, you've even prepared for your funeral. When you feel that you've become a burden to your daughter, even if I don't kill you, you'll die of old age, Count Theodore said. At my age, it won't be a surprise if I die at any time. All I can do is maximize the value of death. The room became silent, with only the rain outside clattering. After a long time, Anderson said in a gentle tone, I originally wanted to kill you, because I was very angry, and many good brothers died because of you. But killing you doesn't seem to make any sense. You have indeed made the most correct choice for the unknown future. No matter what the result is, the Theodore family will no longer be ordinary. If I win, you can end it yourself. I will treat your family well, and choose one of my descendants to inherit your surname and title. If I lose, Earl Theodore replied, Yinqing promised me he would forgive you. Anderson sneered, I don't need your sympathy. My death is good for everyone. You just need to take good care of your daughter and your grandchildren. You can rest assured about this. After getting Theodore's answer, Anderson seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden from his heart. He stood up and walked out the door. When he left, he turned back and asked Theodore, if there is no investment from both sides, who do you think will win? Theodore answered without hesitation, I hope Yinqing will win. Only if he wins can he bring new impetus to this stagnant world. Anderson said confidently, I can do the same. The world has changed since I started this war. When I win the war, I will do better than him. After saying that, Anderson left directly. Only a lonely old man was left guarding a lonely castle. Yinqing, who was far away in the Eternal Territory, did not know about the meeting between Anderson and Theodore. The truce did not reduce his work too much, and the arrival of the rainy season caused various problems. The first is the storage of harvested grain. There is really too much. Not only the wheat harvest from the leased farmland in Nuda City, but also the rice widely planted in the Thunder Swamp has also increased greatly due to the demonic mutation. Now the granaries in Eternal City and Blood Crown Mountain City are all full, and they have to urgently add granaries to barely store the harvested grain before the rainy season arrives. The next step is to prevent moisture and insects, and then process the grain in an orderly manner to make it easier to store and use. The labor force of the entire Eternal Territory and Thunder Swamp has basically been mobilized, and they will work overtime to process the grain as soon as it is sunny. The Swamp Tribe, who had been starving for years, had never been so rich, and never thought that one day they would have to worry about how to store food. If Yinqing unified the Thunder Swamp before through force and strategy, now he is truly bringing the Swamp Tribe back to their hearts. The sky is big, the earth is big, and the stomach is the biggest. The Swamp Tribe is very simple. Whoever makes trouble with Master Yinqing is making trouble with our stomach. Whoever makes trouble with our stomach, we will make him make trouble, in order to have enough food for generations to come. The Swamp Tribe actively cooperates with the conscription of the Eternal Territory. The tribe leaders personally selected the warriors of the tribe to send to the Blood Crown Mountain, allowing the Eternal Territory to easily expand its main force to 150,000 people. There is no war pressure in the rainy season. Yinqing took advantage of this rare gap to reorganize the army he recruited. The 5 infantry divisions that participated in the outpost war were reduced to 3,000 people and reorganized into 5 armored combat brigades. During the war, the Truck Research Institute led by the Goblin Gaga finally built a tank using the information provided by Chui Chui. The first generation of tanks in Yonghing Territory was named Roar, and the prototype was based on the classic 59 tank design provided by Renluan Investment Bank. The engine used a steam implosion engine specially modified by the Goblins for tanks, with an output power of 750 horsepower, 5 pairs of road wheels, weighing 36 tons, with a maximum weight of 40 tons. After testing, the speed on regular roads can reach 60 km per hour. Due to the special characteristics of the opponent, The Rora is not covered with too thick armor, and the thickest part of the front is only 100 millimeters. The Rora tank pays more attention to the protection performance against magic, which is why the tank series has been delayed for so long to be developed. The tank must be able to withstand fire, freezing, flooding, electric shock, and stone smashing. It must be able to pass through roadblocks such as quicksand, firewalls, and ice surfaces set up by magic. It must also have a mental isolation layer to prevent people inside from being impacted by mental magic. Various alchemical materials and equipment are piled in, making the Rora tank appear taller and more bloated than the regular Type 59. However, there is no need to consider the design of the body to prevent armor-piercing bullets. A larger one will look more majestic. The tank also did not choose the more expensive special tank gun, but directly stuffed a 130 caliber short-barreled howitzer that Yongying territory can produce on its own into the turret, without considering the armor-piercing performance. The large caliber high-explosive shells are more powerful. If the turret design did not allow it, Yinqing would have thought of stuffing a 150 caliber gun in, developed together with the Rora tank. There are also infantry fighting vehicles, magic support vehicles equipped with magic flying saucer launchers, material support vehicles, maintenance vehicles equipped with alchemical robots, command vehicles, drone launch vehicles, self-propelled artillery, anti-aircraft armored vehicles, off-road vehicles, reconnaissance vehicles. Yinqing equipped each armored brigade with 110 Growler tanks, plus other types of vehicles. The number of tanks reached 500. In addition, each armored brigade will be equipped with 2,000 alchemical robots. After all, such advanced weapons cannot be operated by a soldier after 2 months of training, and technical soldiers can only use alchemical robots. The people who were reorganized and laid off in the original 5 main divisions were dispersed and incorporated into the 10 newly recruited and trained motorized infantry divisions. Because the production capacity of tanks is still insufficient, and the armor brigades are not enough, the infantry divisions are not equipped with tanks. But there are enough trucks, motorcycles, and off-road military vehicles. After all, the next stage is offensive operations, and the mobility of the entire army must be guaranteed. Then, there are the Strategic Heavy Artillery Division, Cavalry Division, Special Operations Regiment. There are also 3 engineering divisions. In the Air Force, the first jet engine of the Falcon 3 has reached the final stage of flight test. After the rainy season, the first batch of 50 aircraft will be completed and put into service. Equipped with a turbocharged jet engine, the Falcon 3 has subsonic combat capability and a maximum speed of 0.88 Mach. The weapon is a 32mm cannon, and it can also carry 4 combat missiles designed for highly maneuverable flying creatures such as gods and monsters. The B air-to-air combat missile does not use traditional missile fuel. Its power system is developed based on the mature turbocharged jet engine and the addition of steam implosion technology. A B air-to-air missile with a diameter of only 15 centimeters has a main propulsion engine and 4 auxiliary engines. In addition, there are 34 steam jets around the missile. The missile radar chip is equipped with a set of intelligent programs, which can actively guide the missile in both directions through radar waves and video probes. After the missile is launched, the intelligent program of the radar chip automatically completes the lock. The main engine starts to accelerate, and the auxiliary engine assists in chasing the target in high maneuverability. When approaching the target, and the target performs super maneuvering and turning, the missile's intelligent program will open the implosion steam nozzle and use the instantaneous eruption of airflow to also complete the super maneuvering and turning. Finally, when the target is reached, the explosives in the missile warhead are detonated. Chue has conducted countless missile experiments on attacking gods and monsters in simulated environments, with a hit rate of 70% in actual air combat. When gods and monsters face this kind of weapon for the first time, the hit rate should be even higher, as long as the B air-to-air missile can pluck off the skin of the gods and monsters. The Sky Fortress can swagger close to the airships of the Wind Principality and bombard them one by one at close range. Of course, the premise of using these weapons is that the Eternal Territory Alchemy Laboratory can produce the results of magic weapons and super weapons. Under the underground of Kurosawa City, the cave that sealed the 9-headed dragon was busy. The elves and Knoll shamans working here were invited out, and a group of alchemical robots in white coats were setting up instruments around the 9-headed dragon. Pipes were densely laid on the ground. One end of them was attached to the body of the 9-headed dragon. and one end was connected to multiple devices with crazy flashing lights. An alchemical robot walked between the pipelines, and every step fell just right between the gaps between the lines. Pause the nine-headed dragon illusion. The order issued by the alchemical robot, from the tone of voice, was from Choo-Choo's secondary computing core, who was mainly responsible for the research and development of the nine-headed dragon. Another alchemical robot quickly operated on a device and replied, Master Choo-Choo, pause the virtual engine of the nine-headed dragon illusion. Orf, Donna, and Aranda in the nine-headed dragon fantasy are logged out. 3, 2, 1. Logout completed. The service robot is placing them to rest. Please proceed to the next stage of operation. Master Choo-Choo, open the database of the nine-headed dragon fantasy during this period to me. Yes. Master Choo-Choo, open the nine-headed dragon fantasy database. All data is readable. If you need to modify it, please show higher permissions. Readable. Choo-Choo's secondary computing core does not have the permission to modify the nine-headed dragon fantasy database. She quickly reads the information in the database. Specified character data is fully developed. The soul of the designated character is fully developed. The strength of the designated character is fully developed. The defense of the designated character is fully developed. The magic of the designated character is fully developed. The talent of the designated character is fully developed. The hero ability of the designated character is fully developed. The hero talent of the designated character is fully developed. All life indicators of the designated character are fully developed. And life can be given. Prepare to shape life. Yes. Master Fubuki. A culture cabinet filled with nutrient solution was pushed in, and a naked woman was lying in the crystal cabinet. Chapter 385 Return to Danling City. Master, if the intelligent life generated by the fusion of our magic souls and information technology can be called a race, what should it be called? While Yinqing was working, Chue projected his own image, leaned on the table with his head tilted, pouted, and blinked his eyes and asked. Yinqing glanced at Chue, continued to focus on the documents in his hand and said, Are you free? If you have nothing to do, help me with official business. Not getting an answer, Chue said coquettishly. Chue has been working very hard. Chue prefers to allocate a little bit of computing to watch the master work. Answer Chue's question. If we can be considered a race, what name should we be called? Yinqing noticed that Chue was a little special today. She was good at everything except hiding her emotions. Look at her now, her upper body was lying on the table. Her face was close to the paper. And her butt was sticking out. If she had a tail, it would definitely be shaking like an electric fan. It seems that if I don't answer her questions, she will keep harassing me here. Digital intelligent life led by you is indeed not suitable to continue to be called alchemical robots. Yinqing paused his work and thought seriously. All digital intelligent life originated from your subroutine. And your main body is the Deep Space Whisperer magic book. According to our Eastern mythology, you should be considered a demon. You are usually very changeable, which is also in line with the characteristics of a demon. Last time, Zybel said that you are very much like the Lich of the Undead. Since you are all demons, they are called liches, and you should be called Heart Demons. Chue asked puzzledly, Why is it called Heart Demon? Yinqing laughed, Because Chue is in my heart, ha ha ha. Master is so bad. I will ignore you. Chue blushed at Yinqing's laughter, turned off the projector, and hid back in Yinqing's consciousness. Inside the nine-headed dragon cave, the nutrient solution in the crystal culture cabinet was drained. The cabinet door opened, and the woman walked out, and an alchemical robot put a piece of clothing on her. The woman walked straight to the front of Chue's secondary computing core, knelt down and said respectfully, Master Chue, primary intelligence number Z3694, thank you for giving me a new life. The secondary computing core took a step forward, stretched out his finger to hook the woman's chin, and let her raise her head. The master just gave our race a name, Heart Demon, which means that we are all fairies in the master's heart. As the first heart demon to obtain a hero's body, you will conduct the next stage of experiments to improve the heart demon's body data. The Deep Space Whisperer hopes to fight against the Cloud Tower with a perfect hero's body at the master's side after the rainy season ends. I now give you the real name. Whist Rain. Kirasame bowed, thank you, Master Fubuki, for the name. Several alchemical robots took the heart demon Kirasame away, and the secondary computing core stood still, with bright red light in its eyes. submitting the data of this experiment to the upper-level authority. The original intention of Fubuki to start this research was just to create a body for himself. And the requirements for this body are not high. Just to be a vase to please Yenching. The biotechnology of griffin breeding has made the research started by Fubuki privately progress very quickly. Now Fubuki can get a body at any time. But Zybel's unintentional words made Fubuki raise racial concepts. It is too superficial to just have a body. Just satisfying an ordinary body is too boring. I, Choo-Choo, want to create a race. A powerful race. To bring higher-level pleasure to the master. Creating a powerful race is not a simple matter. An ordinary body can be made using biotechnology and some magic alchemy. But if you want to give the body a strong power, it is not something that can be achieved by the technical means of the eternal territory. That is the authority of God. And Choo-Choo has a 9-headed dragon with this ability in his hands. So Choo-Choo used the power of the 9-headed dragon to set up an illusion to train heroes for Yenching. And at the same time, he also smuggled a lot of private work in it. The 9-headed dragon illusion uses the power of the 9-headed dragon to create some intellectless hell creatures in a closed space for the trained heroes to hunt and train. This is a very intense battle process. And all the data of the trained heroes will be recorded in great detail by the illusion database. The process of creating hell creatures with the power of the 9-headed dragon will also be recorded by the database. The database will generate a virtual character in the illusion based on the collected records and cultivate the character. In the process of cultivation, she is given a primary intelligence. And then the character's attributes are continuously improved. And a complete soul and heroic traits are cultivated. When the character is mature, the power of the 9-headed dragon will be used to guide the embodiment, synchronize the character with the cultivated body, and complete the endowment of life. As the first heart demon to be endowed with real life, who used primary intelligence was determined after layers of screening. She participated in the entire process of life creation research, showed a very high talent in biological subjects, and has always been the technological intelligence core specially cultivated by Choo-Choo. This time, as the first heart demon to obtain a life form, she can find the advantages and disadvantages of the body more quickly with her expertise, and come up with a plan to manufacture the heart demon's final life form. Although she was a little unhappy for not being the first heart demon, Choo-Choo had a higher goal of pleasing her master. Choo-Choo wants to build an army of heart demons for the master. We are the fairies living in the master's heart. To make the master happy is the only function of our heart demons. All the connected intelligent cores shouted together in the network. We are the fairies living in the master's heart. To make the master happy is the only function of our heart demons. We will definitely help Master Choo-Choo fulfill his wish to please the master. Work. Yenching didn't know that Choo-Choo was doing a big job behind his back. He thought that the race named Heart Demon by himself only existed in the network of the Eternal Territory. But he didn't know that they would soon appear in front of him alive. Just when he was busy and exhausted, Mrs. Carroll sent an invitation letter. At the beginning of the letter, Mrs. Carroll expressed her longing for Yenching. Then she said that Duke Silvermane was preparing to crown himself. And without being crowned by Emperor Griffinheart, he crowned himself king. Now the court of the Principality of Silvermane is in chaos. Some support, some oppose. Mrs. Carroll didn't know how to speak to the Principality of Silvermane, so she thought of her brother. Carroll invited Yenching to Danling City to discuss countermeasures. At the end of the letter, she also said, if Duke Silvermane insists on being king, he will definitely appoint a crown prince. Yenching knew the grudge between Carroll and Duke Silvermane, and knew that Carroll had always refused to bear the child of her enemy. In the current Silvermane Principality, the eldest son of the Duke is the first heir, but the freedom of the Duke's succession is relatively high. The Duke can designate his own heir at any time. Some struggles can also change the order of heirs. But once the principality is upgraded to a kingdom, it will be different. Once the crown prince is determined, it will be officially announced, and will not be easily changed. That's why Carroll was so anxious to ask Yenching to go to Danling City. Yenching was very puzzled after reading the letter. Why did the Silvermane Duke suddenly crown himself a king without any signs? There must be something strange about this. Maybe someone instigated it. After receiving Carroll's letter, Yenching decided to go to Danling City immediately. The Silvermane Principality is an ally of the Eternal Territory. The reason why the Eternal Territory has such a high material production capacity now is inseparable from the industrial zone established in Danling City. When the Eternal Territory is about to turn the next stage of the struggle target to the Cloud Tower, the conventional battlefield cannot have two drastic changes. Yinqing handed over the affairs at hand to the various departments of the territory to handle, and flew to Danling City on a special plane, leaving the cloudy Wind Highlands. Danling City on the Great Plains is full of sunshine. The industrial zone of the Eternal Territory has brought great changes to the city, and cheap industrial products are flooding every corner of the city. In the dumping, countless craftsmen went bankrupt, and then entered the factory opened by the Eternal Territory and became workers working for Yinqing. In order to work nearby, many workers moved their homes to the vicinity of the Yonghing Territory Industrial Zone. As Danling City expanded, its center of gravity shifted unnoticed. Yinqing, who arrived at the Yonghing Territory's concession in Danling City, soon saw Mrs. Carroll, who had rushed over. Carroll, dressed in gorgeous clothes and wearing jewelry, was rich and beautiful, but her face was a little haggard. When she saw Yinqing, she immediately told him what had happened in Danling City these days. As Yinqing expected, Duke Silvermane suddenly wanted to proclaim himself king, and it was his eldest son Kaya Griffin who instigated it. Of course, it was also related to the current strong military and economic strength of the Principality of Silvermane. Yonghing Territory opened a factory in Danling City, and industrial products were continuously transported in by air transport. If these materials were to be sold to other places, they had to pass through the land of the Silvermane Principality. The Silvermane Principality made a lot of money through taxation and earning the price difference. The army of the Principality was also constantly replacing new weapons. The Duke listened to Yinqing's strategy, while stabilizing the territory conquered by the Empire, while teaching those noble territories who surrendered to the Empire a lesson. And the territory expanded a lot. With money, land, and an army, the high-spirited Duke of Silvermane naturally had a swell of psychology. After being flattered by flatterers and instigated by Kaya, he was stubborn and wanted to be king. With your support and official status, I have won over many ministers in the palace. But once Griffin becomes king and confers Kaya as the crown prince, my plan will be difficult to implement. Now Griffin won't listen to anyone's advice, and you are probably the only one who can convince him. After listening to Carol's story, Yinqing said to her, "Don't you consider having a child for the Duke of Silvermane? If you have children, the current difficulties are not difficulties." "No," Carol refused decisively. "This is the limit of what I can bear. If I have Griffin's child, I will go crazy. You must have other ways. Maybe you can give me a child." Yinqing looked at Carol, and she saw him in her eyes. The atmosphere in the room became ambiguous. But Yinqing refused decisively. "I don't want my child to have another surname. I wish you can find the one you love. I will go to see Duke Silvermane, and leave the matter to me." Carol was a little disappointed, and she quickly recovered her expression and asked Yinqing, "How are you going to persuade Griffin?" "Persuade him to do what? If he wants to be king, let him be king." Yinqing answered confidently, "I came to Danling City this time mainly to reassure you. As long as you can keep your composure, it doesn't matter who is the crown prince." Yinqing's confidence infected Carol, and she said, "In fact, I feel relieved when I see you. I will arrange when you go to see Griffin." Yinqing said, "No hurry. You can tell Duke Silvermane that the rainy season has come in Windy Highlands, and I got sick from the rain. This time, I came to Danling City mainly to recuperate. I will go to see him when I recover." Carol asked in confusion, "Why do you pretend to be sick?" Yinqing smiled and said, "There must be many people who want to get rich in the Principality of Silvermane, but they can't see me in the Eternal Territory. If they knew that I came to Danling City to recuperate, the people who came to see me might line up from the concession to the city center. I will take this opportunity to meet them. Let Duke Silvermane and Kaya see my influence at his doorstep, and pour a bucket of cold water on their fanatical brains. They will talk when they are calm. Maybe Kaya will come to visit me too." The well-mannered Carol was just confused for a while. When Yinqing came to Danling City to support her, she figured out many things in an instant. Danling City is no longer the Danling City of the past. The influence of Yonghing Territory has been expanding unstoppably within the Principality of Silvermane along the trade route. Cheap Yonghing Territory goods can be sold from Danling City to other places for multiple profits. All those who have contact with Yonghing Territory have become rich, attracting the envy of countless people. In Yonghing Territory, Yinqing has to reject a large number of requests for visits every day for official duties. Now that he has come to Danling City to recuperate publicly, this news is a rare opportunity for those who want to make money by building relationships. As long as Yinqing receives visitors, Carol has imagined what the whole Danling City will be like. It is estimated that all the important people in the entire Silvermane Principality will come. This is undoubtedly a hidden demonstration to the Duke of Silvermane. Let him know that his current victory is given by Yongheng territory. As long as Yanqing is willing, Yongheng territory can give the things given to him to anyone who comes to visit. It also lets Kaya know. If you want to be the crown prince and still be stable, you can't just deal with your father. You also have to deal with Master Yanqing. After Carol figured it out, she stood up and said to Yanqing, I will go back now and tell Griffin that you came to Danling City to recuperate. Besides this, do you need me to do anything else? Yanqing thought for a while and replied, No. Duke Silvermane wants to be king. You just need to follow his wishes. If he becomes king, you will be the queen. In the future, you will become the queen. It's a good thing. Chapter 386 Planting Evil. After learning about the situation in the court of the Silvermane Principality from Carol, Yanqing was no longer so anxious. Anyway, there has been a lot of rain and humidity in the windy highlands these days, so it is a good opportunity to enjoy some good weather in Danling City. The affairs of the Eternal Territory can be handled remotely, and if there is an emergency, you can take a plane back in time. Do some business first. Make money and build. After Carol went back, she spread the news that the Lord of the Eternal Territory, Master Yanqing, came to Danling City to recuperate. After the Duke of Silvermane learned that Yanqing was ill, he was very concerned and sent a royal doctor to treat Yanqing, and sent a lot of precious medicines. He also said that when Yanqing recovered from his illness, he would definitely hold a grand welcome banquet. Yanqing gave back some specialties of Yongheng territory, showing the friendship between the two families. On the other hand, the news that Master Yanqing of Yongheng territory was ill spread quickly in Danling City, and then spread to the entire territory of Silvermane Principality. Soon, the official residents of Yongheng territory in the concession welcomed the first batch of visitors, and they were all formally received by Master Yanqing. Yanqing expressed to the guests his deep optimism about the commodity market of Yongheng territory, and revealed his idea of expanding production capacity and logistics scale. Then he complained that there were too few merchants available in Yongheng territory, and the swamp tribe was not suitable for extensive operations in the human-controlled area. All kinds of blueprints. The guests were all delighted. Now Eternal Territory can be regarded as a synonym for wealth. Look at Madame Carol. Relying on her relationship with Yanqing, she runs several factories of Eternal Territory in Danling City. Just one giant Beak Eagle transport aircraft assembly plant has brought Madame Carol unimaginable wealth and power. And the general distribution rights of Eternal Territory cosmetics in the Silvermane Principality are also in the hands of Madame Carol, making Madame Carol's influence in the circle of noble ladies flourishing. In order to make themselves more beautiful, noble ladies really spend a lot of money, regardless of the hard work of their husbands to make money. Madame Carol's speed of making money makes everyone jealous. They all wondered when they could get close to Master Yanqing. If they couldn't get close to Master Yanqing, even a hair on his leg would be enough to keep them well fed for several lifetimes. Therefore, when they heard that Yanqing wanted to expand the production capacity and corresponding logistics of Yonghengling's products, the visitors expressed their willingness to contribute money and effort, and only asked Master Yanqing to give them a chance. Yanqing did not reply to these people immediately, but asked his assistant to record the names and identities of the visitors. Go back and wait for notification. A group of visitors went back with a feeling of anxiety, and the second group of visitors came to the rented mansion. Yanqing said the same thing to them. He made it clear that Yonghengling did not like to eat alone, and had always implemented the principle of making money together. The current production capacity of various commodities in the Eternal Territory is definitely not enough to meet the future market that will be spread all over the world. Production, logistics, sales, services must adapt to the needs of the future world-class market, and all links must be formalized and accept the unified standards and management of the Eternal Territory. Yanqing painted a big picture and revealed his ambition to build a world-class market. The visitors were excited. The business in the magic world is very primitive, and most business activities are local transactions. Cross-regional trade is risky and time-consuming, and not all merchants can participate. But the expansion of the Eternal Merchant Guild is obvious to all. Transport planes and trucks, two unique means of transportation in Yongheng territory, are playing an unparalleled role in cross-regional trade. Yongheng territory has the conditions to build a world-class market as a foundation. As we all know, cross-regional trade has high profits. Once Yongheng territory builds this world-class market, Whoever can cooperate with Yongheng territory will get the Code of Wealth. It can be said that you can make money lying at home. The visitors immediately expressed their desire to join the construction project of Yongheng territory's world-class market. Yanqing said, "There are too few of you. I will gather some more people who are willing to make money together. You leave your contact information and go back first. I will contact you when I am ready to start this project." The second group of visitors also left with mixed feelings. And the third group of visitors came soon after. Yanqing never refused anyone who came to visit him. They left gifts, chatted for a few minutes about his vision of the future business system of Yonghengling, and then asked them to leave their contact information. What Yanqing said to the visitors spread quickly, and more people came to visit with gifts. When the nobles and wealthy businessmen from other places arrived in Danling City one after another, the people waiting for Yanqing to summon did not line up to the center of Danling City. But it was hard to find a bed in the hotels and B&Bs in the city. When people came, they naturally had to spend money, which brought unprecedented prosperity to Danling City. Duke Silvermane was very happy at first. After all, more people means more power. Especially this time. All the people who came to Danling City were rich people, all dressed in gorgeous clothes, making the city look prosperous. But soon Duke Silvermane could not help but feel a sense of crisis. These people came to Danling City not to pay homage to him, but to look forward to the Yongheng territory concession, waiting for Yanqing's summons. It seems that I am the master, but why am I like a bystander? Duke Silvermane's overheated head quickly calmed down. The scene in Danling City now made him intuitively realize the changes that Yongheng territory brought here. He also realized everyone was more sober than himself and knew who brought power to the Principality of Silvermane. At this moment, Duke Silvermane realized that the foundation of his power was shaken, and he had a strong hostility towards Yanqing. He even thought of leading his army to attack the Eternal Territory concession to let everyone see who is the real owner of this land. But Duke Silvermane did not do so. Without the support of the Eternal Territory, the Principality of Silvermane would immediately fall into a situation of being besieged on all sides. Not to mention being king. Not having his body insulted after death was the kindness of the Griffin Heart Emperor to him. Duke Silvermane was in a very bad mood. And even Master Kaya, who advised him to be king and was loved by everyone, was scolded for no reason. And the person who saw something from Master Yanqing's recovery was not the only one. The court of the Silvermane Principality has quietly changed. Some people advise the Duke that the growing influence of the Eternal Territory in the Principality must be curbed. Some people advise the Duke that he must join the future business map of the Eternal Territory and strive for as much share as possible. Some people join the queue waiting to meet Yanqing. Some people quietly met with Madame Carol and expressed their loyalty to her. Yanqing's arrival was like throwing a huge stone into the mirror-like lake of Danling City. Not only did it cause huge waves, but it also stirred up the silt at the bottom of the lake. In the turbidity, everyone made choices and actions for their own interests. One day, Yanqing met a visitor he had expected. Kaya, the eldest son of the Duke of Silvermane, came very secretly. He chose to take an unmarked carriage late at night and came to the official residence in the concession under the protection of only 2 guards. He wore linen clothes commonly worn by civilians, and buried his face deeply in the shadow with a hood. He couldn't let others know that he came to visit Yanqing, especially his father. "Hello, Uncle Yanqing." Kaya took off his hood and politely bowed to Yanqing as a junior, although Yanqing was about the same age as him. Yanqing's sister Carol was his stepmother. Even without this relationship, Kaya would not dare to compete with Yanqing for his father. His purpose of coming this time is very clear. Lower your posture and win Yanqing's support. Yanqing sat on the leather sofa and looked at Kaya, then said, "You look like your father. I can imagine how handsome the Duke of Silvermane was when he was young. He must have been pursued by many noble ladies. But he chose your mother. Your mother may not be the Duke's favorite, but this marriage has brought stability and development to the country." Yanqing did not let Kaya sit down, and said something that seemed a bit irrelevant. As the Duke's eldest son, Kaya has never been neglected like this. And he started by talking about his mother, who was kicked out of the house. He clenched his fists and tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart, which made the smile on his face a little strange. After a while, he said to Yanqing in a friendly manner, "I have always known that my father's favorite person is Mrs. Carol. Although the result is a bit unfair to my mother, I respect my father's choice and wish them happiness." "Uncle Yanqing, how did you meet Mrs. Carol? You are really good to this sister of a different surname." Yinqing has been observing Kaya's emotions, and then replied, Sister Carol's charm is irresistible. If it weren't for the fact that she only has the Duke of Silvermane in her heart, I would definitely pursue her the most crazily. I only blame myself for not meeting her earlier. Since I can't be Carol's lover, I'll settle for being her brother. Kaya didn't expect Yinqing's answer to be so straightforward. In fact, he had long wanted to make a fuss about Carol and Yinqing's personal issues. And he also found out, when Mrs. Carol was in Nuda City, she lived in Yinqing's special embassy. He was going to reveal this big news at the most critical moment. This question was also intended to dig out some explosive news. But he didn't expect Yinqing to directly admit his admiration for Carol. And because he couldn't get her, he chose to become Carol's brother. Not only did it make the evidence prepared by Kaya lose its effect, but it also indirectly promoted the love between Lady Carol and Duke Silvermane. And Yinqing's personal feelings for Carol made Kaya feel that it would be more difficult for him to win the support of the Eternal Territory. However, Kaya didn't believe that a man would be so generous on the issue of women. I admire Uncle Yinqing's feelings for Lady Carol very much. In fact, I think Lady Carol has you in her heart. Yinqing instantly became energetic after hearing this. He invited Kaya to sit down, looked around, and asked in a low voice, What evidence do you have? After seeing Yinqing's reaction, Kaya immediately knew that he had guessed right. How could a man be willing to see the woman he likes lying in the arms of another man? Kaya followed the emotion given by Yinqing and said, Uncle should know that my father is not a loyal person. He has many lovers besides Aunt Carol. When Aunt Carol was neglected, she often took the things of Yongheng and was distracted, and told the servants how good you were to her. Once, Kaya originally planned to tell these woven stories to his father. Now he thinks that if he tells Yinqing, it will definitely have unexpected miraculous effects. Yinqing really listened very attentively, just like a lovelorn person who knows that the woman he secretly loves also likes him. She really likes me in her heart? Kia came closer and said to Yinqing like a close friend, My father looks healthy, but he is already over 50 years old, and Aunt Carol is as young as a blooming flower. Uncle, you are the lord of the Eternal Territory, a hero leading the times, and you and Aunt Carol are the most suitable couple. I sincerely hope that you will have each other. Carol is now Kia's biggest threat. If she gives birth to a child for the Duke of Silvermane, whether it is a boy or a girl, she will be designated as the heir just by the support of the Eternal Territory. And as long as Carol leaves, no one will be Kia's opponent. Kaya was looking forward to Yinqing making a decision, and it would be best if he rushed into Danling City and snatched Carol away now. At that time, it didn't matter whether Carol had Yinqing in her heart or not. But Yinqing sighed and said, Thank you for telling me so much, letting me know that Carol will miss me often. I am very happy and comforted. I hope you don't tell these things to anyone, especially your father. I will bury my love for Carol, maintain the bottom line as a younger brother, and watch her live the life she wants silently. Maybe I can let go of this relationship when Carol gives birth to a child for the Duke. At this moment, Kaya just wanted to punch Yinqing in the face, grab his collar and scold, Are you still a man? If you are a man, go grab your woman. But Kaya didn't dare. He didn't expect Yinqing's feelings for Carol were so special. He could still feel the pain in his heart when he said the last sentence. Kaya's heart also hurt. What he feared most now was that Carol would suddenly say that she was pregnant one day. Can't wait any longer. Can't wait any longer. Carol giving birth to a child can not only consolidate her position, but also make Yinqing give up. With the support of his father and Yinqing, even if he was appointed as the crown prince, he could be pushed down at any time. Measures must be taken as soon as possible. Kill Yinqing? My father will definitely kill me to calm the anger of Thunder Swamp. Kill Carol? My father may not kill me, but Yinqing will definitely kill me. Then I can only kill. A terrifying thought suddenly arose in Kaya's mind. He died. Carol became a free person, and Yinqing could take her away with good reason. He could send away his biggest threat, please Yinqing, and gain the support of the Eternal Territory. And he could become the new king in advance. Maybe one day he could overthrow the Griffin Heart Empire, become the new leader of the human race, and become an emperor. Once the evil idea sprouted, it grew wildly. Chapter 387 Crowning. This is probably the only way to break the impasse. It will not destroy the alliance between the Silvermane Principality and the Eternal Territory, and Carol can be sent away legitimately. Kaya made a very bold decision, and then asked Yinqing very kindly, Uncle, I guess you already know that my father wants to be king. I wonder what you think of his decision. Yinqing pretended to think for a while and replied, "This is your own political affairs. As an ally, I cannot and should not interfere in your internal affairs. I respect the choice of the Duke of Silvermane, and the crown is definitely more appealing than the Duke's crown. Duke Silvermane is crowned king. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be made the crown prince. Right? If nothing unexpected happens? It means there are unexpected things." Kia felt a chill on his back at this moment. In a sense, he was also a stumbling block for Carol. Perhaps they have already planned to make me unexpected. If the murderous intent that Kia had just raised was to gain supreme power, now he must be more determined in his thoughts. If not for anything else, just for his own survival. "Father, I'm sorry. It's not that I'm cruel. But if you don't die, I will die. And only your death is the most perfect solution." From then on, Kia no longer had the mood to continue the deep conversation with Yinqing. His mind was as messy as a paste, and he was both afraid and excited. Kaya quickly said goodbye to Yinqing and left in a hurry in the carriage he came in. The next day, Yinqing continued to receive visitors as if nothing had happened. No one knew that Yinqing would cause an unprecedented earthquake in the court of the Silvermane Principality with just his acting skills and a few words. In Danling City, the grand business plan of Master Yinqing was spread everywhere. The trucks and transport planes of Yonglin territory will soon be able to build a commercial network on land and in the air. Yinqing also came up with a plan to build a trunk line covering the human-controlled area. It was announced that Yonglin territory would establish the Yonglin Highway Company with 10 billion yen of food coupons as the basic base, and at the same time raise funds from the world with the shares of Yonglin Territory Highway Company. 10 billion caddies of grain. Everyone who heard the news was amazed at Master Yinqing's generosity. No one doubted whether Master Yinqing could come up with so much grain. At this time, the miracle created by Yan Hangling Farm had already spread all over the world. After all, those exaggeratedly large ears of wheat can be seen for real. Master Yinqing said that if he could come up with 10 billion caddies, he could definitely come up with 10 billion caddies of grain easily. A miraculous harvest made more and more people equate Yan Hangling's food coupons with Yan Hangling's grain. However, because of the war, people are not willing to use Yan Hangling's food coupons for the time being. After all, Storm City is still in Anderson's hands. It can't be transported by land, only by air transport. I don't know how many planes are needed to transport so much food. The risk makes many people discouraged. They just want to get the goods of Yongling territory and resell them to make a fortune. They never thought about participating in a super-scale infrastructure investment that will not pay off when they know. If Thunder Swamp loses to the Cloud Tower, won't so much money go down the drain? Some people retreat, and naturally there are people who are willing to try their luck. Once Master Yinqing really builds this road network, then those who enter the Yonglin Territory Highway Company will have the priority right to use this road network. Moreover, this road network covering the entire human-controlled area will be the blood vessels of the human race in the future, and the political significance will be unimaginable. After a round of selection, a very small number of people officially became the subjects of the Yonglin Territory Highway Company. Yinqing will screen them several more times to find partners with strength, financial resources, and capabilities. However, the road protection team of the Yonglin Territory Highway Company recruited personnel in advance and formed it in the Yonglin Territory leased area of Danling City. This further stimulated the Duke of Silvermane, and Kai believed that this was a sign that Yinqing was ready to interfere with the enthronement of the Crown Prince by force. "Father." Kaya found the Duke of Silvermane alone and said to him, "Everything about the establishment of the kingdom has been prepared. With the lobbying of Mrs. Carroll, those ministers who stubbornly opposed your claiming the throne have changed their positions. They should all see that Madame Carroll's position is the position of the Eternal Territory. Carroll is undoubtedly the spokesperson of the Eternal Territory in the Silvermane Principality. Just look at the industry she owns, and you will know how much Yinqing loves this sister. Look at the influence Yinqing has now. Although it makes Duke Silvermane very uncomfortable, he has to admit that he can become king smoothly with the support of the Eternal Territory. Otherwise, he can't even deal with the opposition voices within the Silvermane Principality. Now Yinqing is going to set up the Eternal Territory Highway Company Road Guard Team, which represents the expansion of the Eternal Territory's military strength. In the future, the rise and fall of the human noble territory may be in his mind. The Silvermane Principality cannot resist. They can only obey. You did a great job on this matter, and you are worthy of being my son." The Silvermane Duke praised Kaya, but then said, "When I ascend the throne and become the queen, I will confer you a duke's title and give you a large fiefdom." Hearing this, Kaya's heart, which had still some warmth, suddenly turned cold. As a man who wants to be a king, do I need a duke's title? Besides, Madame Carol is so shrewd. How could she tolerate me dividing her child's land? "Father," Kaya whispered, "did you make this decision because of the attitude of the Eternal Territory?" Duke Silvermane did not answer immediately. After all, it was about his own face. But he finally comforted Kaya. "Eternal Territory is the spokesperson pushed out by Thunder Swamp. I have broken with Anderson, Emperor Griffinheart, and I must rely on the support of Eternal Territory to maintain this situation. And Yinqing is very ambitious. I must win over Carol to consolidate my rule. I'm sorry, child. In order for the Silvermane family to reach an unprecedented peak, you must make concessions." "Father," Kaya begged. But Duke Silvermane's attitude was very firm. "Don't have any more illusions about the throne. It's best not to interfere in the country's affairs, and be an honest duke who abides by the law. Carol will be back soon. You go down." Kaya didn't expect his father to be so ruthless to his son in order to secure his throne. It seems that his father also saw that Yinqing met with nobles and gentry in the concession, and set up a company to form a road protection team to help Carol fight for the inheritance. Now Carol has not given birth to a child for her father. I still have a chance. The last chance. Kaya, who had been hesitant, finally made up his mind. Yinqing finally recovered and came to the Danling City Palace to meet the Duke of Silvermane. At the banquet held for Yinqing, he publicly supported the promotion of the Principality of Silvermane to a kingdom on behalf of the Eternal Territory. The contribution that Duke Silvermane has made to the human race is obvious to all. After all, Anderson, one of the Duke's men, was canonized as a Duke. This means that the Duke's achievements have been recognized by the Griffinheart Emperor. But it's a pity that there are too many treacherous ministers around His Majesty. Now that the Duke has raised the banner of clearing the court, he must have a higher title to lead other nobles. I think His Majesty the Emperor has long had the idea of canonizing a new king, and we should satisfy His Majesty's wishes. The Eternal Lord requests Duke Silvermane to be crowned king, and lead the rebel army to rescue His Majesty the Emperor, who is under house arrest by treacherous ministers." Yinqing stood up and gave an impassioned speech while holding a glass of wine. All the nobles attending the banquet stood up and raised their glasses, requesting Duke Silvermane to be crowned king and lead the rebel army to rescue His Majesty the Emperor. At this time, Mrs. Carroll came in holding a crown and put it on the head of the somewhat confused Duke Silvermane. This is too sudden. This is too surprising. The Duke Silvermane wanted to crown himself king, but there was no legal support after all. Therefore, he only dared to send people to ask the noble ministers privately. Even if most people agreed no, it was still a lot of pressure for him to declare himself king. His plan, first, several respected old nobles proposed that he be crowned king, and then he would refuse. Then, they would mention it again after a few days, and he would refuse again. After several repetitions, he finally agreed reluctantly, but he didn't expect that Yinqing had already prepared the crown, and brought so many nobles to the banquet to force him to be king. It was a bit too fast. But Duke Silvermane understood that such things should be done quickly and done later. Being fussy and repetitive will only give people time to think. The more you think, the more ideas you will have. Maybe something unexpected will happen in the middle. Now the crown is on his head. It is impossible to take it off. Silvermane picked up the wine glass and stood up. "I had no intention of becoming king. But since everyone thinks that I should take on the responsibility of leading the rebels to save His Majesty the Emperor, I can only accept it reluctantly. Let's cheers to our Majesty. Cheers to our brothers. Cheers to our friends." Everyone shouted, "Cheers to His Majesty. Cheers to our brothers. Cheers to our friends." After drinking a glass of wine, the matter was settled. But the new king's accession to the throne must not be so hasty. Yinzong announced that the coronation ceremony would be held in the palace of Danling City 3 days later. He and his queen will accept the blessings of the people of the new kingdom together. The crowning directed by Yinqing made Yinzong feel very grateful to him. In a private meeting between the two, Yinzong said with emotion, "Thank you for what you did at the banquet. If I did it myself, I don't know what kind of joke I would make. The support of Yongheng territory has always been my greatest confidence. When the Principality of Yinzong becomes a kingdom, we will be closer to Yongheng territory and increase cooperation in all aspects." Yinqing sat opposite Yinzong. He lit a cigarette for himself before saying, "Helping our allies is helping ourselves. If the Principality of Inzong becomes a kingdom, it will have a greater say in the human-controlled area. Let the center of power move to Danling City." Inzong heard Yanqing's subtext and asked, "Will the Eternal Territory support me in becoming the co-leader of the human race?" Yanqing answered straightforwardly, "The Eternal Territory, or the Thunder Swamp, does not have much demand for land. We only need the Windy Highlands. And the Snow Elves seem to only want to protect the north. For other places, you can fight wherever you want, let alone becoming the co-leader of the human race. Even if you want to conquer the corrupt land of the undead, we will support you." Silvermane laughed happily. "I have no idea about the corrupted land of the undead. I am satisfied to be the common leader of the human race. But the Windy Highlands is too small for you. I can give you more land." Faced with Silvermane's temptation, Yanqing shook his head while smoking a cigarette. "Thunder Swamp is not pursuing land. If the Cloud Tower had not inexplicably regarded us as enemies, we would not even want the Windy Highlands. The purpose of building the Eternal Territory is to raise funds for alchemy research through this window, just like the Cloud Tower built alchemy factories all over the world." Hearing Yanqing's answer, Silvermane's heart, which had been a little depressed these days, instantly relaxed. Sure enough, these alchemists have the same idea. They look down on worldly power and land, and only want to perfect their alchemy. "It seems that I was overthinking before." Silvermane laughed heartily. "I finally understand why Thunder Swamp chose you to build the Eternal Territory. Your ability to make money is really amazing. For the Eternal Highway Company you want to establish, I can invest 30 million gold coins. For those noble territories who are unwilling to cooperate with us in building roads, the army of the Silvermane Kingdom will break down their doors and make them agree." Yanqing picked up the wine glass beside him and invited Silvermane. "The trucks in the Eternal Territory are very dependent on roads. So I have the idea of building a standard highway network. It's great that King Silvermane can join us. Your funds and your army will definitely speed up our road construction. At that time, my caravan can quickly deliver goods to any place, and your army can also quickly reach any place." "I think so too." Silvermane raised his wine glass and clinked it with Yanqing, then drank it all. There is no conflict between what the Eternal Territory wants and what he wants. But there are many mutually beneficial aspects. He can rule the world with the Eternal Territory in the open and in the dark. And mutual support can build an unbreakable empire. This empire should have a successor supported by Thunder Swamp. In the past, we couldn't give Carol a child. Now we should let her give birth to an heir for the future empire as soon as possible. Inzong and Yanqing drank and talked happily, discussing the matters of the new king's coronation ceremony and the war that was being fought. There was no sign of ending until late at night. The spy in the palace passed the news to Kaya, who was gathering a group of dead men in the secret room of his residence at this time. A woman wearing a veil stood with him. "Mother, I am also very uncomfortable to make this decision. But in order to survive, I have to do this. If he dies, Yanqing can get Carol. I am the new king of the Silver Zone Kingdom, and I have the support of the Eternal Territory. But I can't be the one to kill the king and the father. So," the woman said, "I am the best candidate. I have enough reasons to kill him. Child, for you, I can do anything. These are the death warriors trained by my father. They will complete this task with me. We will not leave the palace alive. And this secret will only be known by you from now on. With the support of the Eternal Territory and the secret help of your grandfather, you will become the greatest emperor in the world." Chapter 388 Silvermane Kingdom. Silvermane announced to the world that he was supported by the nobles and was ready to be king. He sent invitations to all the noble leaders he was friendly with, asking them to come to watch the ceremony on the day of his coronation. Danling City prepared for the celebration again. It happened that Silvermane had just held his wedding, and many things could be used again. After all, there were only 3 days to prepare, and there was not much time to arrange carefully. Silvermane didn't care about these. He just wanted to make the rice cooked as soon as possible to prevent some people from interfering and stopping. And Silvermane's ex-wife, Elena, also came to Danling City after hearing the news. Elena was the daughter of Marquis Delma, who was a very powerful noble in the Griffin Heart Empire and the commander of a main corps of the empire. This marriage is a political marriage, a means for the empire to stabilize the Silvermane Principality. But now Silvermane has a higher goal. So he ended his marriage with Elena and married Carol, who can bring him more benefits. Elena came to congratulate him. So Silvermane had to take her into the palace. Silvermane was afraid that Elena would make trouble everywhere in Danling City. And because she was the mother of his many children. And Silvermane had some feelings for this predecessor. And he felt a little guilty about her. Elena entered the palace. And Yinxing smelled some conspiracy. It seems that Kaya is going to take action. Yinxing did not tell Carol about the matter of bewitching Kaya. First, he didn't know whether Kaya would dare to kill Silvermane in the end. And second, he didn't want Carol to reveal any flaws after knowing it. Everything depends on Kaya's performance. And we can just be good spectators. During these 3 days, Yinxing received visitors as usual, and then held a meeting to plan the establishment of the Eternal Highway Company. After the rainy season, the Eternal Territory will launch a counterattack on the entire Windy Highlands. The High Mountain City can be left to the orcs temporarily, but the Storm City must be taken back into their own hands. When the land route is opened, the Eternal Territory's foreign trade will become a two-legged walk in the air and on land. Bulk and cheap commodities such as food can be transported out of the Windy Highlands in large quantities by land. Only when the food can be transported out can the Eternal Territory's food coupons be accepted by people. The basis of logistics is roads. Good roads and low tolls can greatly reduce costs. Only when money flows quickly on the road can it make more money. In addition, with the development of the Eternal Territory, the consumption of resources will become greater and greater. And the world needs to provide blood transfusions for the Eternal Territory. This also requires roads. The Eternal Highway Company has raised a large amount of funds and plans to build 6 main roads, 3 vertical and 3 horizontal, in the Silvermane Principality, and then build branches based on the main roads. Strive to include all town-level cities in this road network. At the same time, a highway will be built, starting from the Snowland Royal Court in the north, passing through Frostleaf City, Blood Crown Mountain City, Eternal Territory, New Tower City, Storm City, and finally connecting with Danling City. This highway is paved with alchemical cement developed by Yongling Territory, and the road width reaches 10 meters. Using alchemical products to build roads. The shareholders of Yongling Highway Company were shocked by the highway that Yinxing wanted to build. They also realized the strong alchemical strength and financial resources of Thunder Swamp. Does the Cloud Tower have the ability to use alchemical products to build roads? Obviously. I haven't seen it. But can Thunder Swamp survive the war? Someone asked Yinxing this question. Yinxing's answer is, you should be able to see that this road network cannot be built in a short time. Yongling Territory's development plan has never been just about the immediate goals. The 3 to 5 year plan is just a short-term plan in our eyes. Our long-term plan will see 10, 20 years, or even further. The plan will not change due to some accidents during the implementation process. This war is not enough to make Thunder Swamp give up the pace of development. I invite you to join me. Thinking of finding partners to jointly open a new era. Not to be a nanny to raise some children who just want to make a steady profit. If you want to make money and want to lay a foundation for your family that can be enjoyed by generations, then use all your abilities. Speed up the construction of the road network and block all enemies that hinder us. This is what you should do. Instead of asking me whether Thunder Swamp can win, Yinxing was able to develop the Eternal Territory to its current scale, not by tapping his own potential, nor by squeezing out his own subjects. He relied on constantly relying on external forces. He constantly incorporated external forces into his own interest system, and used other people's financial and material resources to contribute to the development of his territory. Although it seems that Yinxing has to give up a lot of interests, he gets more. These new shareholders who joined the Eternal Highway Company were all selected partners by Yinxing after screening. Some of them are nobles who own territories. Some are wealthy businessmen who are very specialized in some fields. Their participation can better requisition the land for highways and more conveniently requisition civilians for highway construction. More importantly, they have to pay money. Most of this money will be turned into raw materials for road construction and put into Yinxing's pocket. This is called spending other people's money to buy your own materials to build your own roads. Yinxing's impassioned speech made the shareholders realize the strength of Thunder Swamp. The war with the Cloud Tower cannot interfere with the plan that Thunder Swamp has already formulated. Doesn't this mean that Thunder Swamp is very confident of victory? Even this war is in Thunder Swamp's plan. Look at the weapons used by Thunder Swamp in the war. They are simply specially prepared for fighting alchemical weapons wars. So that's it. Shareholders' confidence in Thunder Swamp's sword. And each requested additional investment. Eternal Highway Company's future highway network planning is rapidly improving. Danling City also ushered in the most important day since its construction. Salutes sounded in the early morning. Flocks of planes pulled up colorful smoke, decorating the sky with colorful colors. Citizens took to the streets, shouting, "Silvermane King! Silvermane King!" For ordinary people, legal principles are not important. And the country's transformation from a principality to a kingdom is definitely worth celebrating. From today, Danling City is the capital. Land prices and real estate will rise. The status will naturally be a little higher. It's a good thing. The palace in the middle of the city is also decorated with flowers. The family emblem of the Silvermane family used everywhere has been changed to a griffin with wings spread. One claw holding a sword and the other claw holding a code. The nobles belonging to the Silvermane family gathered in the central hall of the palace. And the noble lords, who were invited to watch the ceremony, stood in the front. The hall was silent, and everyone looked at the stage quietly. Silvermane stood on the stage, and standing opposite him was the high priest of the Danling City Temple. "Griffin, this is an illegal coronation, and you will not get God's blessing." The high priest whispered to Silvermane, "If you insist on claiming to be king without the permission of the Griffin Heart Emperor, you will inevitably become the public enemy of the entire human race." Silvermane whispered back, "Isn't it what you want to see most, that I become the public enemy of the entire human race?" And it was His Majesty the Emperor who arbitrarily conferred the title on my vassal without my permission. When you crowned Anderson, you should have thought of this day. After today, there will definitely be someone else who will crown himself. You will have to bear the bitter fruit in the end. Hurry up and let the ceremony proceed normally. Otherwise I will change a high priest for the temple." The threatened high priest could only pick up the crown from the tray in the hands of the priest next to him, and then carefully put it on Silvermane's head. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. If someone who has not been blessed by God forcibly crowns himself as king, he will definitely bring bad luck to himself. The high priest muttered something, and then left the hall angrily. Silvermane was of course upset to be cursed in front of him. But today was a good day, and there were so many vassals and friends present, so he couldn't get angry. After the high priest left, King Silvermane, who was apparently recognized by God and had legitimacy, announced, the Principality of Silvermane was promoted to the Kingdom of Silvermane. Danling City was the capital of the Kingdom of Silvermane. Carol was the Queen of the Kingdom of Silvermane. He made his eldest son Kaya the Duke, and his fiefdom was in Park County. Silvermane, who became king, made many ministers, and took the opportunity to win over the hearts of the people. Those who were interested noticed that King Silvermane did not make Kaya the crown prince, but made him the duke and rewarded him with land. Nobles with territories cannot live in the capital for a long time, which means that King Silvermane drove Kaya away from the power center of the Silvermane kingdom. It is to clear the obstacles for Carol's child. But Carol's child has not been born yet, and King Silvermane has made such a clear statement. One has to sigh at the great influence of the eternal territory in the Silvermane kingdom at this time. Some people can't help but look at Yenching, who is standing with Queen Carol under the stage. Yenching is quietly observing Kaya. Although Kaya seems to have accepted the canonization of King Silvermane obediently, he can feel the murderous intent in his eyes. Feeling Kaya's peripheral vision looking at him, Yenching took a step closer to Carol and whispered in her ear, "Congratulations, Sister Carol. You are now the queen of a country," with maids and guests behind her. Carol replied politely, "I want to thank you, my dear brother. If it weren't for your help, I would be hiding somewhere crying now. This is really too dreamy for me. This is what you deserve. Your persistent love for the Silvermane King touched me. I will use you, Sister Carol, as a standard to find my wife. I'm afraid there will never be another woman like you in this world." Carol didn't know why Yenching suddenly said this to her. This is simply a declaration of love to her. In this situation, Carol realized that Yenching must be saying this to others. "In my eyes, you are as great a hero as Griffin. You will definitely find a wife who loves you and loves you." "Maybe not," Yenching sighed, his tone full of disappointment. The coronation ceremony of the king ended with cheers and blessings, and the following celebration banquet lasted until late at night. King Silvermane drank a lot of wine. He was so happy that he had accomplished the feat that none of the ancestors of the Silvermane family had done, and becoming king was just the starting point for him to reach a higher peak. Silvermane put his hand on Yenching's shoulder. His feet were weak, and he said drunkenly, "I know you came from the Eternal Territory and pretended to be sick to do so many things just to prevent me from making Kaya the crown prince. To be honest, I am very unhappy. Kaya is a good boy, capable and wise. Like me when I was young. I like him very much and want him to be my successor. But I still obeyed your wishes. I made him a duke and gave him a remote territory so that he could live a peaceful life. What do you have in return for me? Silvermane King spoke out the hidden deal so bluntly. It seems that he is really drunk. Yinqing helped Silvermane King sit down. The banquet had dispersed, and there were only 2 of them left except for the servants and guards. Yinqing poured a glass of wine for Silvermane King and looked at this man with gray hair and beard. After a while, he said, "Yes. I don't want you to make Kaya the crown prince. This is my selfish desire. As a younger brother, I should consider Sister Carol. As for the reward, don't you think this result is the best reward for the Silvermane family? I don't need to make any promises. In the future, the Silvermane Kingdom will get more from the Eternal Territory." The Silvermane King laughed and drank the wine in the glass. He wiped the wine on his beard and said, "You are right. This choice is the best choice for the Silvermane family. Although Kaya has the ability to be a good king, he does not have the ability to bring prosperity to the country. I drank a little too much and said something I shouldn't have said. Don't mind. Come on. Let's have another drink. Cheers to the alliance and friendship between the Silvermane Kingdom and the Eternal Territory. Cheers." Yinqing clinked glasses with the Silvermane King and drank. Carol came over at this time. She leaned over and whispered in the Silvermane King's ear, "Elena is outside. She is about to leave and wants to see you for the last time." The Silvermane King frowned and stood up staggeringly. "I'll go see her. Brother Yinqing, don't go. Wait until I come back and continue drinking." The Silvermane King walked out of the banquet hall with the help of his servants. Carol finally found an opportunity to ask Yinqing, "I feel that the atmosphere today is very strange. As if something is going to happen. And what do you mean by those words you said to me at the coronation ceremony? Who do you want to hear them?" Yinqing had Chui to decompose the alcohol for him, so his mind was clear. He did not immediately answer Carol's words, but asked Chui, "Did you find anything?" The lights inside the Silvermane Palace were all set up by the Eternal Territory, so Chui installed a large number of monitoring equipment inside the palace. Chui immediately replied, "Elena is Kaya's mother. She is very familiar with this place, so she easily brought some people in. These people are now disguised as palace guards and guarding outside. It seems that our Silvermane King may not come back." Yinqing poured a glass of wine for Carol. "This is for Queen Carol." Carol was startled. She looked around and whispered to Yinqing, "What nonsense are you talking about?" At this time, the outside of the banquet hall was suddenly disturbed. Someone shouted, "There is an assassin! His Majesty is under attack. Protect His Majesty." Chapter 389. Whose throne is it? Griffin is dead. On the most glorious day of his life, he died with his crown on his head in the hands of his former wife. The plot of this assassination is very clear. Elena used her familiarity with the palace to have a group of assassins disguised as palace guards. The unsuspecting Silvermane King was attacked while drunk. He was first controlled by magic and then stabbed in the vitals by a dagger coated with poison. The Silvermane King died in the arms of Queen Carol, who rushed over. Elena denounced Griffin for being ruthless and ungrateful to her, took all the responsibility on herself, and finally committed suicide with a dagger to die for love. Danling City was shocked. Those who were still immersed in the establishment of the kingdom did not expect the bad news to come so quickly. Their new king died. Who will sit on the throne? Then the nobles and ministers found that the right to choose did not seem to be in the hands of the people inside the Silvermane Palace, but depended on the attitude of the Eternal Territory. Will Master Yinqing support Queen Carol as the queen because of his relationship with her? But Queen Carol did not give birth to a child for the late king, and the Silvermane Kingdom has a more suitable candidate, Prince Kaya. But Yinqing has not expressed his position on this issue. He is very enthusiastic to help Queen Carol prepare for the funeral of the late king. Prince Kaya stayed at home because of excessive grief, and kept receiving visiting nobles and ministers. Then, rumors spread among the nobles that Master Yinqing loved Queen Carol. Now that the former king had been killed, Queen Carol was still in her prime. If Queen Carol could marry Master Yinqing, it would definitely strengthen the relationship between the Silvermane Kingdom and the Eternal Territory. The public opinion spread more and more, and it seemed that Queen Carol would soon marry into the Eternal Territory. But Yinqing did not respond to the rumors, as if he had accepted the truth of the rumors. Carol found Yinqing when King Silvermane was assassinated. What Yinqing said to her kept ringing in her ears these days. I want to know what happened. How did you know that Elena was going to assassinate Griffin? At this time, Yinqing was feeding the birds outside the window. He evenly spread the bread crumbs outside the windowsill and watched the birds jump and peck. Kaya came to me. I told him that I like you very much. But you love his father. I chose to be your brother because I couldn't get you. The rest of the matter. With your wisdom, combined with the recent rumors, you should know what happened. After Yinqing's reminder, Carol quickly figured out the key. Elena assassinated Griffin not because she was abandoned, but for her son Kaya. After Griffin died, she married Yinqing again. The new king of the Silvermane Kingdom is him. I can't believe it. Griffin is his father, and Elena is his mother. How could he do such a thing? Yinqing scattered all the remaining crumbs, then patted the residue on his hands, turned to Carol and said, "How do I know what Kaya thinks? I just gave him an inducement. It's up to him to make a decision. Is he willing to be a duke away from the politics of the Silvermane Kingdom, or to fight for the throne at all costs?" I was surprised that Kaya could do it so straightforwardly. Carol took the towel from the alchemy puppet attendant and handed it to Yinqing, and asked, "I am very unwilling that I can't kill Griffin with my own hands. He died too easily, and it can't make up for the trauma he brought me." Yinqing wiped his hands, then looked at Carol and answered, "I think this is the best punishment for Griffin. On the day he became king, he was killed by the person he once loved the most. I don't know what he was thinking when the dagger pierced his chest. He must have been very unwilling, thinking about what Griffin was thinking when he died." Carol's mood became better. Yes, there is no more cruel punishment than his death at that moment. At that time, he opened his eyes and held my hand tightly. I could feel how unwilling he was to die. It's just that his death made my whole heart feel lost. In the past few years, I have been living in disguise for revenge. I have forgotten what I really look like. I feel really tired. I don't know if what I did is worth it. As she spoke, tears flowed from the corners of Carol's eyes. Then she threw herself on Yinqing's shoulder and cried bitterly. Revenge is her belief that supports her to live. For revenge, she completely changed herself. But when she thought back to her past self, she found that she had lost a lot of things in the process of revenge. Yinqing stood and let Carol cry. He couldn't understand Carol's mood, but he could feel her sadness and helplessness. When Carol's mood eased a little, Yinqing patted her shoulder and said, "Everything is over. You will decide what you want to become in the future. If you feel unhappy here, I can take you back to the Eternal Territory." Carol took a step back, looked at Yinqing and asked, "Don't you need me to rule the Silvermane Kingdom for you? This is our previous agreement." Yinqing handed the towel to Carol and smiled. "I didn't expect that some things would develop so quickly. If you don't want to sit on the throne, let Kaya sit on it. If he doesn't listen, I will change another king. I think Kaya also understands this. He will only rely on me more than his father." This time when he came to Danling City, Yinqing saw for the first time the influence he had outside the Eternal Territory. To be precise, he underestimated the impact of the alchemical items in the Eternal Territory on the world. Just like we are used to using mobile phones now, it is hard to imagine what kind of status mobile phones once had. The widespread promotion of alchemical items for daily use in the Eternal Territory has a subversive impact on the cognition of the world. The more alchemical items the nobles have in the Eternal Territory, the more they can feel its exquisiteness and magic. And thus, they have a mentality that they can never fight against it. Griffin has this mentality, so he decided to keep his favorite son away from the political center of the Silvermane Kingdom. This approach also shows the noble ministers that Yinqing is qualified to decide who is the king. Carol also figured this out. No matter who is on the throne, they must maintain the current relationship with the Eternal Territory. What can I do in the Eternal Territory? Yinqing recalled what happened in the past few days, and couldn't help sighing. Do whatever you want. Let go of everything and start over. You are still young and can pursue a better life. The struggle in the court is too cruel. Griffin's sudden death is bound to trigger a power struggle within the Silvermane Kingdom. Yinqing can push Carol to the top and get rid of Kaya. However, he can't eliminate all those who covet power. If Carol stays, she will inevitably have to face various conspiracies. Carol wiped the tears from her face with a towel, took a deep breath, and regained her elegant appearance. What is lost can never be found again. I have become accustomed to this kind of life, and those who follow me place their hopes on me, so I can't escape. Please support me to become the queen of the Silvermane Kingdom. I will continue to fulfill my promise to you. and the Silvermane Kingdom will support the Eternal Territory without reservation. Yinxing didn't say much, and Carol had to decide her own future. Okay. No matter how obedient Kaya is, I feel more assured that you are on the throne. Arrest Kaya immediately after you go back. After Griffin's funeral is over, send Kaya to the gallows. Carol was shocked. Arrest Kaya directly? But we don't have any evidence to prove that he is the mastermind behind the assassination of Griffin. Yinxing said, we must arrest Kaya quickly, accurately and ruthlessly. If he escapes, there will be endless trouble. The charges will be discussed after we catch him. If we want to convict him, we can always find his crime. Carol nodded and replied, yes. I will go back and send someone to arrest Kaya now. After Carol returned to the palace from the Eternal Concession, she immediately announced that she had evidence that Kaya had persuaded Elena to assassinate the previous king, and sent the palace guards to arrest Kaya. And Kaya was still dreaming that Carol would be taken away by Yinxing, and he would ascend the throne and become king. The palace guards raided his residence, and Kaya, who didn't know what was going on, was subdued on the spot. Then, he was quickly taken into custody in the dungeon of the palace, and was strictly guarded by heavy soldiers. After King Griffin was assassinated, Prince Kaya was captured, which once again caused a huge shock in Danling City. And the reason why Queen Carol ordered Kaya to be arrested was that Kaya had instructed his mother to kill his father. This is too absurd. But Lenovo recently spread the rumors throughout the city. If Mrs. Carol was really taken away by Yinxing, Kaya would be the biggest beneficiary of King Griffin's assassination. Is this true? Most people are in a wait-and-see state. It is not easy to express your views too early on such matters involving the assassination of the previous king and the right of succession. If you stand on the wrong side, you will lose your head. But Kaya has ministers and nobles loyal to him. They gathered in the palace and asked Queen Carol to produce evidence. Otherwise, Prince Kaya will be released immediately. Carol ignored these people and concentrated on preparing for King Griffin's funeral. These people contacted officials everywhere to put pressure on Carol. They even went to Yinxing. Master Yinxing. After several elderly nobles were received by Yinxing, they immediately questioned, the late king regarded you as his closest brother. Why did you let the queen arrest Prince Kaya? And he was charged with assassinating the late king. How is this possible? The late king is Prince Kaya's father, and the two of them have always had a very good relationship. Yinxing sat in a chair, looking at these indignant old men, said, this is your internal affairs. How can an outsider like me intervene in the matter of arresting Duke Kaya? Since Queen Carol ordered the arrest of Duke Kaya, she must have enough evidence. You can just go back and wait for the news from the palace. Why are you running to me? An elderly noble stood up and said, Master Yinxing, we all know that you have a great influence in Danling City. Queen Carol would never dare to arrest Prince Kaya without your permission. However, Prince Kaya is the first heir to the throne. If you convict him without evidence, aren't you afraid that the country will fall apart? You want evidence? Yes. If you can't produce conclusive evidence, release Prince Kaya immediately. Who are you to threaten me? Yinxing shouted angrily, don't think I don't know where those rumors about me and Queen Carol came from. My sister and I are innocent. But you bastards say we are a pair of despicable people. I can see clearly what you are thinking. Sister Carol doesn't want to stir up a bloody storm in the court because of this matter, and doesn't want to involve too many innocent people to die with Kaya. You want to see the evidence? Sure. The evidence of your meetings and conspiring with Kaya these days is all here. I don't know who among you really participated in the assassination of King Griffin. But as long as the evidence is made public, it doesn't matter whether the people involved are innocent or not. All of them must be confiscated and exterminated. Do you still want to see it? Yinxing's words shocked the old nobles so much that they almost fell to the ground. They did accept Kaya's summons these days. Kaya asked them to do something, and it was indeed to spread rumors about Yinxing and Queen Carol. At that time, Kaya swore to these nobles that Yinxing had a very passionate love for Queen Carol. Now that the former king has passed away, Queen Carol is alone. If Yinxing can bring Carol back to the Eternal Territory, then the throne will be his. Kaya. The words that Yinxing said to Carol at the coronation ceremony were almost equivalent to a confession, and they have been spread through various channels. Therefore, the nobles who followed Kaya believed it without a doubt. They also thought that Kaya would inherit the throne and lead themselves and their families to prosperity. So they worked hard to spread rumors and let Yinxing take Carol away as soon as possible. But they didn't expect that this matter would become such a deadly handle. These nobles didn't know whether Kaya had masterminded the assassination of the late king. But it was true that they accepted Kaya's interview and spread rumors about Yinxing and Queen Carol. If Kaya was really the mastermind of the assassination of the late king, then he would inevitably be involved in this big case if he went to see Kaya in the next few days. Once the evidence is made public, even 1,000 mouths can't explain it. The main culprit and the accomplice of the assassination of the king must be put to death. And the whole family will be implicated. Even if they are not exterminated, their descendants will bear the stigma of king killer from generation to generation. Did Kaya organize the assassination? These nobles are not sure. But if Elena killed King Griffin because he abandoned her, the reason is indeed far-fetched. It is normal for nobles to break up and reunite in marriage. And everything is for political purposes. Elena has no reason to sacrifice herself for killing Griffin. And the only person in this world who can make Elena assassinate Griffin and choose to commit suicide is Kaya. A mother can do anything for her children. In addition, Kaya's behavior after King Griffin's death is also a planned fight for the throne. Is this what a normal son would do? The old nobles felt cold on their backs. And cold sweat broke out on their faces when they were seen by Yinxing. If Yinxing and Carol did not have solid evidence, they could still fight for Kaya. If they really had evidence, they and their entire family would be involved. Chapter 390 Queen Carol. I'm sorry, the old noble said in fear. He didn't dare to gamble the fate of his family on whether Yinxing had solid evidence of Kaya's assassination of King Griffin. He could only apologize. We definitely did not conspire with Duke Kaya to assassinate King Griffin. Please forgive our collision just now, Master Yinxing. Yinxing looked at the group of old nobles, who had lost all their momentum, and snorted and laughed. You came here to make trouble for no reason. Can an apology solve it? Also, how can the reputation of Queen Carol and I be restored? The rumor came from you. How should I deal with you? The old nobles hurriedly said, apologies again. All the things we did were caused by Duke Kaya's instigation. He said. Yinxing saw the old nobles hesitating. So he spoke for him, he said. If Yinxing took Carol to the Eternal Territory, he could sit on the throne. You will definitely be able to bring endless benefits to your family by supporting the new king. Yes. The old nobles hurriedly admitted. Yinxing waved his hand and asked the servants to bring paper and pen, and continued to say to the old nobles, write down what Kaya said to you and the promises he made to you. I will compare it with the evidence sent to Queen Carol by the spies. We will not wrongly accuse good people. As long as we are sure that the assassination of King Griffin has nothing to do with you, I will no longer pursue your offense against me. The servants handed out paper and pen to the old nobles one by one. They looked at each other, not knowing what to do. If they wrote everything down, it would undoubtedly be a dagger for Yinxing and Carol to kill Kaya. If they didn't write it down, Yinxing would definitely not let it go. Master Yinxing, this is embarrassing us. Yinxing sneered. How can this be embarrassing you? I just asked you to write whatever you want. And I didn't ask you to fabricate a crime and put it on Kaya. Did you really participate in the plan to assassinate King Griffin? The old nobles quickly denied. No. We really didn't know. What are you afraid of if you don't know? Write it down. Write it down carefully. And think it through before writing. Yinxing, always keep my word. If I say I won't implicate you, I won't implicate you. The old nobles knew that not writing this time would definitely bring big trouble to their families. So they had to find a place and write on the paper. After writing, Yinxing asked you to sign your names and put your fingerprints on them. After reading them one by one, he said to them, among the many children of King Griffin, only Kaya has the ability to become the ruler of a country. It's a pity that he killed his father and his king, and he must be executed to comfort the late king. As for the other princes and princesses, they don't seem to have the potential to become wise rulers. The current Silvermane Kingdom needs a smart and strong king to lead the country on the right path in this great change. Queen Carol doesn't want this incident to cause too much trauma to the kingdom, so she doesn't plan to expand it. You are all elders of the kingdom, and you should understand the queen's painstaking efforts. When you go back, you must persuade those who are still loyal to Duke Kaya. They should be loyal to this country, not a death row prisoner who has committed a heinous crime. Don't be buried with Kaya. At this time, the old nobles could only nod their heads like chicks. The testimony they just wrote was equivalent to the letter of allegiance they submitted to Yinxing and Queen Carol. If they honestly support Carol to become the new king, nothing will happen. If they don't support her, they will be labeled as Kaya's accomplices in a minute. The old nobles left one by one as if they had lost their parents. Yinxing picked up the stack of confessions and read them again. Just now, he was still thinking about how to find some evidence to convict Kaya. But he didn't expect these old nobles to come to his door and hand over knives. In addition to the confessions obtained from the servants who served Kaya, there were some things that were searched. Then, according to the editing method of BBC, don't say Kaya really did it. Even if he didn't participate, he can be proved to be the mastermind. Now these old nobles should have smelled the smell. And the monkeys scattered when the tree fell. Kaya's family has completely collapsed. A major obstacle has been removed for Carol to ascend the throne. The development of the subsequent events is exactly as Yinxing expected. All the voices that complained about Kaya disappeared almost overnight. And then the process of Kaya's plan to assassinate King Griffin spread throughout Danling City in different versions. No matter how different these versions are, Kaya is a second-generation rich man who is extremely licentious and arrogant. He was dissatisfied with King Griffin for not making him the crown prince. So he persuaded his mother to kill his father. Most of the common people's opinions on a certain matter are based on their own feelings first. First draw a conclusion, and then constantly use their brains to prove the conclusion. Therefore, ordinary people are very easy to be misled. Just split some things and give them a stimulus signal, and you can stir up a huge public opinion in a short time. And when the voices of executing Kaya rang throughout Danling City, no one dared to exonerate Kaya. King Griffin's coffin was buried in the royal cemetery after parading around the city. In the afternoon at the execution ground, Kaya was hanged on the gallows amid the curses and curses of thousands of people. No accidents occurred. Even during the whole process, no one asked to see the evidence that Abbot Kaya assassinated King Griffin. The evidence is actually not important anymore. As a loser in the power struggle, this is his only fate. Political struggle is so cruel. Bury the dead and hang the murderer. The turbulent Danling City seems to have returned to peace. But secretly, it is turbulent. Who should sit on the vacant throne? King Griffin died suddenly and did not appoint a crown prince. According to convention, Kaya is the first heir. But Kaya is dead. Next in line were the young princes and princesses. Finally, there were the members of the Silvermane family who had royal blood. Only when there was no one left in the direct line of the Silvermane family would it be the queen's turn to inherit the throne. But Kaya's body was still on the gallows for public display. Who dared to say that he had the right to inherit the throne at this time? After a long period of silence in the court meeting, a minister who supported Carol finally proposed that the queen should inherit the throne. The ministers who had long seen the situation did not raise any objections. So on the 5th day after King Griffin ascended the throne, in the same hall, the same high priest put the crown on Carol. Carol took the scepter and sat on the throne, becoming the queen of the Silvermane kingdom. The days ahead were a brand new life journey for her. She completed her revenge, and the next step was to struggle forward in the vortex of power. And Yinxing boarded the plane back to the Eternal Territory. Chapter 391 Return to the Territory. From the window of the plane, watching Danling City getting farther and farther away, Yinxing pulled his thoughts back from the Silvermane Kingdom to the Windy Highlands. He had done everything he could for Carol. Whether she could stay in that position depended on her own ability. When the plane arrived at the Windy Highlands, the good weather was immediately replaced by dark clouds. There was a drizzle in the sky. Many rivers that had not existed before appeared on the ground. They gradually gathered into a big river and flowed eastward, forming a spectacular waterfall at the edge of the highlands, and finally rolled into the sea. When the Eternal Territory was built, it fully considered the rainy season of the Windy Highlands. Good drainage facilities can quickly drain the accumulated water in the city to the outside of the city. If there is too much accumulated water, water pumps or magic will be used to drain it. During Yinxing's stay in Danling City, the peak period of rainfall in the rainy season has passed. Later, the rainfall will gradually decrease, and the sunny weather will gradually increase. When the temporary rivers dry up and the ground becomes dry, the next war will begin. Yinxing's private plane landed at the Yonghangling military airport. It turned out to be Zybel who picked him up. Yinxing walked down from the plane with an umbrella and asked Zybel in confusion, "Why are you here?" Zybel held a black umbrella and looked at Yinxing with a strange expression. "My father and I knew what happened in Danling City. I didn't expect so many things would happen. Duke Silvermane, King Silvermane was assassinated. Kaya was hanged. Carol became the queen. I think no drama would be so absurd. But it happened. Nuda City is a city in the Kingdom of Silvermane, and my father is a minister of the kingdom. I want to know what happened in Danling City. You must know a lot of inside information. For example, did Kaya persuade Lady Elena to assassinate King Griffin? Yinxing didn't expect that Zybel came to the airport to block him for this matter. He walked to the car parked next to the plane and said to Zybel, "The matter is too complicated to be explained in a few words. I just happened to be going to the alchemy laboratory, and I will tell you what happened in Danling City on the way." "Okay. I will be a very good listener." Sitting in the car to the alchemy laboratory, Yinxing briefly told Zybel what he encountered in Danling City. All those who participated in the assassination of King Griffin are dead, including Mrs. Elena. So Carol and I have no direct evidence to prove that Kaya is the mastermind. But he has the greatest suspicion, and is also the biggest beneficiary. If we don't kill him, he will either become the new king, or the country will fall apart. After Zybel waited for Yinxing to finish speaking, he looked at him and asked, "You should not have said these words to others." "How could I say that? Killing a prince without solid evidence. These words will cause a big mess if they spread out." "Then why did you tell me the truth?" Yinxing smiled and said, "I have asked you to participate in the Superarm project. Why don't I trust you? Now Carol is the queen of the Silvermane Kingdom. She will not embarrass the Earl. The rainy season on the Windy Highlands is too humid, which is not good for the health of the elderly. During this period, the Earl can go back to his old territory to rest." Hearing Yinxing's answer, Zybel couldn't help but smile. "Even if I ask him to go back to his old place now, I guess he won't go back. There are too many things and people that concern him here, especially when the most critical moment is approaching. In addition, my father asked me to tell you that the Cloud Tower has sent several mages to quietly enter Storm City. They seem to be targeting you. After all, Earl Theodore has been with the Anderson family for so many years, and there are many of his spies in Storm City. Theodore learned the information that the Cloud Tower sent a team of mages, and told Zybel in time. Yinxing finally understood why Zybel came to the airport to pick him up in the rain. The main reason should be to protect himself. To avoid embarrassment, he asked about the Danling City. The Cloud Tower finally couldn't hold it back. "Yes, I dug out so many goblins from them. It would be strange if they were not anxious. It seems that we will have another enemy in the war after the rainy season." Zybel said, "I promised you that I would fight against the Cloud Tower. Besides, the research and development of magic weapons and super weapons is going very smoothly. The alchemy you have mastered is really too powerful. Shuichu is the greatest alchemist I know, and he never rests. Yes, Shuichu is very capable. We are here. Let's go and see the research results of your time." The car arrived at the alchemy laboratory. Yinxing and Zybel got off the car and entered the alchemy laboratory after passing the security check. Chue appeared through the projection and took the two people to the equipment display room. In the middle of the display room were 3 projected stereo images. The audio and video showed the virtual images of Orf, Donna, and Aranda, and next to them were their current physical data. Chue introduced, "The training progress of the 9-headed dragon illusion is normal. The comprehensive combat effectiveness of Orf, Donna, and Aranda has been significantly improved. Especially Donna's improvement is the most obvious. When she finishes the training, it is expected that the comprehensive combat effectiveness value can reach 7,000. Yinxing said in surprise, "The training effect of the 9-headed dragon illusion is so good?" Chue replied, "It's mainly because Donna has a good talent. She should be able to become the 3rd hero, who can be specially designed and manufactured for super weapons." Zybel also said, "Donna's talent is indeed enviable to me. But why is the weapon she uses a spear? The 3 people in the video are wearing armor and holding weapons in their hands. These are all magic equipment made in the alchemy laboratory, allowing the 3 people to gradually adapt to the equipment they will use in the future during the training process. Orf's weapon is a long-handled saber, and Aranda's weapon is a sniper rifle, and Donna's weapon is actually a spear. Donna used to use a knight's sword." Chue explained, "Although as a knight, you should use a knight's sword. But in the 9-headed dragon illusion, I found that Donna is better at using a gun. And it is a gun with a soft shaft." After Chue's hint, Yinxing noticed that the gun in Donna's hand was the style of the oriental gun in the real world, but without the characteristic red tassel. The resilient gun shaft can make the gun more variable in attack, and it is also a weapon that is difficult to master. This made Yinxing think of the first time he met Donna. "Ha ha ha. When I chose Donna as my maid, she told me She didn't want to be a maid. She wanted to be a militia with a gun. I didn't expect that she would be promoted to a knight and a hero. And finally chose a spear. This is probably fate. Chapter 392 Magical Weapons. Chuichu played a video clip of Donna training in the nine-headed dragon illusion for Yinxing. The square arena created by the illusion was filled with all kinds of hell creatures. Donna, holding a spear, stood in the middle of the arena. She wore a set of silver armor, a silver headband, and her long hair was tied into a ponytail. The spear was also bright silver, and at first glance, she looked like a girl version of Zhao Zilong. Yinxing instantly understood that this outfit must be the result of Chuichu's evil taste. She just bullied Donna because she was young to satisfy her hobby of role-playing. Looking at the magic equipment on Orf and Randa, they really added a lot of Chuichu's creativity. Yinxing couldn't say anything about the design styles of these magic equipment. I just hope that the bragging is not too outrageous. In the video, Donna, holding a spear, faced a large number of hell creatures, which made Yinxing see what unparalleled mowing is. A silver spear in Donna's hand is like a swimming dragon. After sweeping wildly, the hell creatures around her were harvested in large numbers. Yinxing noticed that Donna did not use brute force to wield the spear, but used the inertia and toughness of the spear to use the least force to make the spearhead gain the maximum kinetic energy. The sharp spearhead was always staring at the enemy's vital parts, and every move hit and killed. Obviously, he has mastered the essence of using this weapon. Yinxing couldn't help but sigh. Donna's talent is indeed high, and she is indeed very good at using flexible weapons such as guns. The knight's sword seems too stable for her characteristics. Donna's position in the super tactical team in the future is a vanguard. A spiritual weapon can make her even more powerful. Donna in the video quickly cleared the field. After a short rest, she will usher in the second wave of hell monsters. And every time the monsters are refreshed, the strength of the monsters will be upgraded. It is this uninterrupted high-load battle that stimulates her potential faster. The training of other Orf and Randa is also similar. However, their training intensity is much lower than Donna's. Although the talent of Werewolf Orf is not as good as Donna, he is also a rare high-potential hero. He is strong and powerful, and his team positioning is the fulcrum on the battlefield. In offense, he is responsible for frontal assault. In defense, he is responsible for stabilizing the front line. Therefore, Orf is required to have high attack, high defense, and high recovery capabilities. The magic equipment of Werewolf Orf looks extremely heavy. The same silver armor looks like a mecha warrior in a science fiction movie. The armor designed by Chuichu for Orf must have referred to many mechas in science fiction movies. After watching Orf's unparalleled mowing video, Chuichu played Aranda's training video again. Aranda is positioned as a sniper in the super tactical team, so the requirements for her comprehensive combat power are not high. Her potential improvement is focused on long-range shooting. The magic armor equipped by Aranda not only takes into account a certain degree of defense, but also pays more attention to the camouflage effect. It can conceal Aranda's life characteristics and magic characteristics to a certain extent, and can perform optical mimicry according to the surrounding scenery. The remaining things with technology and alchemy content are all concentrated on the sniper rifle and the special magic sniper bullet. Seeing the end, Zybel couldn't help but sigh. I can feel that their strength is growing rapidly. The nine-headed dragon illusion is really a magical place. I wonder if I can have the opportunity to enter the nine-headed dragon illusion for training. Chuichu replied, I'm sorry, Miss Siebel. You are too strong, and the current nine-headed dragon illusion cannot stimulate your potential to be greatly improved. However, as we deepen our research on the nine-headed dragon, we will definitely be able to upgrade the current illusion. At that time, as long as the master allows, you can use the nine-headed dragon illusion at any time, Yinxing said. After Chuichu completes the upgrade of the nine-headed dragon illusion, Miss Siebel can enter for training whenever she wants. Chuichu, I have seen the situation of the 3 people who received training. You should have completed the development of magic weapons. Talking about his research project, Chuichu answered with a look of seeking credit. The development of magic weapons is endless. We have only completed the research and development of the first generation of magic weapons for super tactical teams. Master, please look. This is the custom version of the magic weapons developed by our alchemy laboratory for Orf, Donna, and Aranda. 3 cylindrical glass display cases rose from the ground, with 3 sets of magic weapons floating inside, including armor and weapons. After the glass display cases stopped, the images of Orf, Donna, and Aranda were projected onto the magic weapons. The suspended magic weapons moved in coordination with the image movements, as if the three real people were wearing them. Looking at these three sets of magic weapons, Yanqing felt something was wrong. Zybel hurriedly distanced himself from the matter and said, I participated in the development of these three sets of magic weapons, and also tested their performance. They are stronger than I expected. It's just that the appearance is all made up by Chu Chu. Yanqing found that he really underestimated Chu Chu. Compared with these three sets of fixed magic weapons, the test version used by Orf, Donna, and Aranda in the illusion is very conservative. Orf's armor is okay, with some fancy things added to the full body armor. Donna and Aranda's armor is pure two-dimensional style. After such a long time of cultivation, Yanqing's understanding of armor has become very correct, and he is somewhat uncomfortable with this style. No wonder Zybel was so determined to distance himself from it. Is this a serious armor for serious warriors? Yanqing said to Cui Cui, armor is equipment to protect the lives of warriors, and you can't design it at will. Explain to me why these arms, waist and thighs are all bare. Cui Cui replied, Master, the defensive ability of magic weapon armor does not come from the material itself, but from the integrated magic array contained in it. As long as the magic program is set in advance, the magic armor can fit the body to form a solid protective shield. Orf's armor adopts a full wrap design, because I added a power system to his armor to increase his strength. The armor not only takes into account defense, but also participates in power transmission. Donna and Aranda's armor should take into account their characteristics, and should not be too heavy to cause unnecessary physical consumption. Nor should it interfere with their vision and movements. When completing the burning of all pre-designed integrated magic arrays, every gram of material should be fully utilized. 1 gram more of the armor produced in the end is irresponsible for the lives of the warriors. Faced with Cui Cui's impassioned speech, Yanqing found himself speechless. He knew that Cui Cui must be half-truthfully fooling him, but he had only a superficial understanding of the development of magic weapons, and had no way to refute it. But this is indeed what a set of armor should look like. Times have changed, and we must keep pace with the times as we create a new era. In the future, armor should not be made of tin cans, but should be artistic, and able to show the body shape of girls. Puff this girl. She really wins my heart. Yanqing now looks at Donna and Aranda wearing armor, and his mood suddenly changes. It's like visiting a car show. I wonder what effect the two of them will have when they wear this set of armor in real life. I'm a little looking forward to it. Well, what you said makes sense. Since the armor material itself does not have defensive capabilities, there is really no need to make a full coverage armor. Pursuing lightness and simplicity can bring out a warrior's greatest combat power, which is responsible for the warrior. Cui Cui, you did a great job and deserve praise. Thank you, Master. Cui Cui was very happy to be praised. Cui Cui will definitely continue to work hard to refine the integrated magic array to design a lighter magic armor. Lighter? Yanqing is even more looking forward to it. Your ideas are very good. I am optimistic about your design. Let's put the appearance aside for now, and introduce the functions of these fixed version magic weapons to me. Yes, Master. Cui Cui moved the full body armor to the front and introduced it to Yanqing. The first version of fixed version magic weapons is divided into 3 categories according to different armors. The first type is the heavy armor type. It focuses on defense and strength assistance, has high pressure resistance, and can be in high intensity attacks for a long time without structural problems. In addition, this set of armor has the ability to fly and has a data link system, which can automatically implement most magic confrontations. The built-in resources can achieve magic pre-structure, reduce and exempt magic preparation time. The weapons are customized according to the different needs of the warriors. The second type is the light armor type. It has high defense capabilities, and does not have strength assistance. The function is mainly concentrated on the blessing of auxiliary magic, allowing warriors in battle to obtain magic gain status for a long time and provide magic recovery assistance. In addition, this set of armor has the ability to fly and has a data link system, which can automatically implement most magic confrontations. The built-in resources can achieve magic pre-structure, reduce and exempt magic preparation time. The weapons are customized according to the different needs of the warriors. The third type is the long-range special type. It has certain defensive capabilities, does not have power assistance, and its functions are mainly focused on the shooter's survival and auxiliary shooting items. The helmet has built-in mental protection and concentrated magic state. which can provide the shooter with eagle-eye vision, and has spectral imaging, sound positioning, thermal energy sensing, and multiple enemy detection functions. For drones with separate intelligent cores are placed on the back of the armor to provide more assistance to the shooter. The proportion of technological alchemy in this set of armor in the entire set of magic weapons is only 40%. This special sniper rifle I designed is the culmination of the entire magic weapon alchemy project. The sniper rifle has an independent energy source and intelligent core. After being connected to the special armor, it can accept the psychological instructions of the shooter. The sniper rifle has 12 preset write programs, which can give the properties of the bullet under different use conditions. At the same time, the shooter can also define the performance of the bullet within the range according to his own needs. Even without magic bullets, the sniper rifle can also perform magic shaping to produce materialized bullets. The production cost and the complexity of the integrated magic array design of the third set of magic weapons are higher than the first two sets combined. And the requirements for the shooter are also very high. This requirement is not only for individual strength, but also requires the shooter to have a very accurate understanding of the mechanism of the entire set of magic weapons in order to truly bring out its power. Elves do have an innate advantage in this regard, and Aranda will become an important member of the Master's super tactical team. The first two sets of magic weapons are amplified according to the strength of the wearer. The higher the strength of the wearer, the greater the benefit. The third set of magic weapons has a very high upper limit, and with future upgrades, its upper limit will continue to increase. How to make its power infinitely close to the upper limit is a test for the user. Finally, Chue said that as a low-end derivative of the SuperArm project, magic weapons have a certain degree of mass production. As long as you are willing to invest money and resources, you can produce magic weapons based on these three sets of fixed versions. Unfortunately, Yanxing does not have so many heroes who can be equipped with magic weapons. Wait until Orf, Donna, and Aranda complete the training of the nine-headed dragon illusion before the next batch of warriors can be trained. Yanxing did not let Chue mass produce magic weapons, but let her continue to upgrade and develop more detailed functions based on these three types of fixed versions. Then comes the core of the whole project, super weapons. The finalization of magic weapons means that super weapons have the basic conditions for manufacturing. The rest is the material reserve and the exclusive integrated magic array design. Zybel participated in this project to make a mold for the first set of super weapons, so that Chuichu can verify the technology and theory in reality. This time Chuichu did not take out the super weapons, not even the test version. There is only a set of verification models of magic weapons. Chuichu said to Zybel, "Miss Zybel, please go to the magic weapons equipment room and replace your super weapon verification model, so that the master can know the current research and development progress of the super weapons." Hearing that she had to wear the verification model, Zybel, who had always been straightforward and generous, suddenly felt uncomfortable. She blushed and said, "Are you really going to wear it out?" Chue replied, "Of course I have to wear it out. How can I let the master see it if I don't wear it out?" Zybel's ears were burning, but she still walked towards the equipment room beside her. Then she heard Yanxing behind her say to Chue, "Do you need to change the magic weapon when wearing it? Isn't there a faster way? I saw in the anime that it appeared in the air and was put on the body." Zybel didn't know what anime was, but she heard Chue's answer, "Magic weapons can only stay at this level. Super weapons can be added to the space storage design. Anyway, many of the technologies involved involve space skills. Master, do you think the super-armed space vehicle is based on Baala the fairies? Or armor heroes?" After listening to Chue's suggestion, Yanxing instantly had a picture in his mind. And it was the kind that lingered. That damn sense of ritual. Just make a badge. Don't add any messy things into it. Chapter 393 Assassination. Yanxing did not have to wait too long, and Supplier came out of the equipment room wearing her super-armored verification model. At first glance, Yanxing was greatly disappointed, because Supplier added a lining inside the magic armor, so that the place that the armor could not cover was not visible. But looking at it again, it was found that this combination was more interesting. To be honest, exposing so much is only amazing at first glance, and it will feel boring if you look at it again. Just like flowers need green leaves to be set off to look beautiful, the armor and lining are more pleasing to the eye when they are well matched. Let Chue learn well. Don't just copy and paste. Can real women be the same as women in the second dimension? Then Yanxing noticed that Zybel's armor used more materials than Donna and Aranda's magic armor. It seems that more integrated magic arrays have been added. Not only the materials used in the armor have increased, but behind Zybel's armor, there are more than 10 pipelines connected to a large server behind her. The server is installed on an automatic flatbed truck. Following Zybel step by step, the lights on the server flashed wildly, and the cooling fan inside made a buzzing sound. Zybel felt embarrassed when Yanxing looked at her, and she said, "I dare to wear it when there are only me and Chui Chui here. But I added a lining privately. It shouldn't affect the test, right?" Without waiting for Chui Chui to answer, Yanxing said, "It doesn't affect. You can be more casual during this test. If you wear it outside, you still need to add lining. Otherwise it will be too frivolous. Besides, I think it looks better with lining." Chui Chui, design lining for Donna and Arenda's armor as well. This is for war, not for beauty pageants. Chui Chui pouted unconvinced, but still replied, "Yes, master, I listen to you." Next, Chui Chui and Zybel demonstrated the research and development results of the super armor to Yanxing. The super armor designed for Zybel has completed the finalization of the basic architecture. The server connected behind her is responsible for the operation of the super armor system. What has not been solved yet is how to decompose the server and the required energy source in the form of a magic circle. Only in this way can the integrated magic circle burning technology be used to print the server into the super weapon. The technical problem is what Chui Chui needs to solve, and Yanxing only looks at the results. The magic armor that Zybier is wearing now has all the functions of a super weapon after connecting to the server. After disconnecting the server, it can also be used as an ordinary magic armor. The test begins. Zybier first activates the flight function of the armor, and the whole person floats off the ground. It's just that because there are still pipelines connected to the server, Zybier can't make large-scale maneuvers. Then it was time to release the magic. Zybel directly activated the strongest state of the super-armed, and dozens of magic circles unfolded around her layer by layer. Following Zybel's thoughts, these magic circles were combined at the fastest speed. Water, fire, air, earth and their derivative magics took shape instantly. And then, the magic power was withdrawn at the moment of formation and release. And then, the completed magic structure was split. If it were an ordinary magician, he would definitely not be able to complete this extreme magic control, which would cause the magic power to go out of control and backfire. But the superarm can easily withdraw more than a dozen magic pre-release states at the same time. With just this ability, the superarm is a powerful aerial magic release platform. The superarm's abilities are far more than just these. The glasses chip in the superarm helmet has elemental vision, allowing the warrior wearing the superarm clearly see the flow of magic elements and know the concentration and activity of different magic elements in the area, based on the magic energy information triggered by the enemy's magic release. The magic that is about to take shape can be predicted, even if the opponent releases magic that is not stored in the database. The properties, functions, and power of the unknown magic can be analyzed, and then, the warrior can be assisted in making suggestions for magic confrontation. When attacked, the super armor will activate the corresponding defense magic according to the attack attribute, and can convert part of the magic energy into reverse magic explosion to launch at the opponent. There are many functions. With an independent server, the super armor and magic weapons can improve the strength of the warriors in a world of difference. After the demonstration, Yanxing had an intuitive understanding of what level the super armor can reach. There is absolutely no problem for a hero wearing a super armor to fight against a master-level hero. It's just, the Wizard of the Cloud Tower has arrived in Storm City, and the super armor has a big problem to solve. Zybel unblocked the pipeline behind him and walked to Yanxing's side. She admired the armor on her body and exclaimed, "This is simply a living armor. It is connected to my mind, and my thoughts will be responded to immediately. It gives me a sense of control that I have never had before. And even when facing a dragon, I have the courage to slay it. I really want to have it soon." Yanxing said, "As long as I give Chuichu some time, I think she will be able to solve the problem soon." "Well, you should be familiar with Storm City, right? I plan to go to Storm City in a few days. You can be my guide." Zybel, who was originally excited, frowned and asked when she heard that Yanxing was going to Storm City, "What are you going to do in Storm City?" "The Wizard of the Cloud Tower is in Storm City. I just want to meet these mages from the Cloud Tower." "Are you crazy? They are here to kill you." Yanxing laughed. "Since they are here to kill me, I can kill them too. Let me tell you, when the rainy season ends, My army will counterattack and take Storm City as quickly as possible. I don't want the mages from the Cloud Tower to kill too many of my soldiers in battle. So I am thinking of organizing an assassination against them. You, me, Orf, Donna, and Aranda will carry out this mission, which can be regarded as a practical test of magic weapons. Zybel didn't expect that Yenching had just learned that a team of mages from the Cloud Tower had entered Storm City, and he was thinking of assassinating them. Your plan is very bold, but if it fails, you will most likely not be able to leave Storm City. No! We are a team that the Cloud Tower cannot imagine. Using weapons they cannot imagine. And using tactics they cannot imagine. I am very confident in this assassination. The only thing I lack is someone who is familiar with the terrain of Storm City, especially the terrain inside the City Lord's mansion. Yenching can obtain information about Storm City through the Creed Intelligence Exchange and the Rose Court. And he also has a map of Storm City. But the mages of the Cloud Tower must live in the City Lord's mansion, which is heavily guarded, and some details cannot be detected by spies. Zybel did not think too much and replied, since it is against the Cloud Tower, I can join the battle. I used to go to Storm City's City Lord often, and I'm very familiar with it. I participated in this assassination. Yenching proposed the assassination plan, and the entire intelligence system under the Eternal Territory immediately started to work. One piece of intelligence after another was sent from Storm City to the Eternal Territory. There were 5 mages sent by the Cloud Tower this time, including Miller, who had always been stationed in Storm City. A total of 6 mages in Storm City. The strength of 5 of the mages is unknown, and only one female mage named Movlin has an elemental body. The mages of the Cloud Tower study alchemy and pursue eternal life. They found that as a mortal body, no matter how much they practice, there will always be a day of passing away, and death is only a matter of sooner or later. Even if you transform yourself into an undead, you can live for hundreds or thousands of years, but you will eventually turn into dry bones or smoke due to the dissipation of your spirit. Only gods and elements are eternal in the world. The mages in the Cloud Tower are divided into 2 factions. One is to study how to become a god, and the other is to think about how to turn yourself into an element. The research direction of the elemental mages is to elementalize their bodies and turn the entity into a virtual body. But so far, no elemental mage has succeeded, because it is too difficult to elementalize your brain. If you are not careful, you will lose your consciousness and become a pure element. But the mages who can elementalize part of their bodies are very, very strong, and their elemental affinity is close to infinity. Same-sex magic can be cast instantly without gaps, and even forbidden spells are not too difficult for them. Movlin Elemental Mage definitely has the strength of a master, with a comprehensive combat power value of more than 10,000. How much higher it can be, there is no way to find out. Yenching, who got the information of the mages, couldn't help but sigh that the Cloud Tower is indeed rich, and it is so generous right from the start. If they were not known to be coming in advance, they would definitely be tricked by them when they met on the battlefield. Now these mages live in the City Lord's mansion of Storm City. Due to the rainy season, they hardly go out, and all their time is spent on meditation. It is very difficult to assassinate them in the City Lord's mansion. But the mission must be carried out, because if they are allowed to use magic on the battlefield, especially Movlin, it will cause too much damage to his army. And Yenching does not want Storm City to suffer too much damage. The city is his own, and it costs money to repair it. As the days go by, there are more and more sunny days on the windy highlands. The temporary river is dry. The abundant rain makes the grass on the ground grow extremely lush, and the cultivated farmland can hardly be seen in its previous appearance. In the sky, the number of aircraft and flying creatures is increasing. The airships of the Windy Principality and the air fortresses of the Eternal Territory frequently press to the front line of the outpost fort to form a confrontation. The situation on the high ground became tense again, as both sides transferred their respective armies forward. A new round of war seemed to break out at any time. At this time, Yenching sneaked into Storm City with his super tactical team. Unlike Nuda City, which is a city with a strong business atmosphere, Storm City has been a large military fortress since its construction. However, as time changes, some retired soldiers choose to stay in the city and run some businesses serving the army. Then the soldiers' families gradually migrated to Storm City, constantly increasing the city's population. Later, Anderson gained a foothold on the Windy Highlands, and Nuda City developed to supply Storm City with sufficient supplies. and more refugees came to this city. But even though there are more civilians, Storm City is still under military management. The streets are full of soldiers on duty. They will stop unfamiliar faces for questioning and check the things carried by passers-by at any time. Therefore, it is not easy to lurk in Storm City. Yinqing and his friends stayed in a small building near the city lord's mansion. This is a safe house set up by the Assassin's Guild in Nuda City. The owner of the small building is called Nidik, a spy from the Rose Court. Mr. Tran. Nidik brought some food and water. After putting these things on the table, he said respectfully to the thief, who was covering his face with a hood in front of him, "It is my honor to serve you. A legendary thief. We have received orders from the Rose Court, and all spies in Storm City are under your command." This time when he came to Storm City, Yinqing did not disclose his identity. After all, his current status is too special. So he picked up the name Tran that he had not used for a long time. Yinqing stood by the window and observed the situation outside through the gap, and then looked at the other 4 team members in the room, who covered their faces with hoods, and then said to Nidik, "Thank you. You continue to keep an eye on the city lord's mansion. Tell the informant that there is no need to deliberately approach the target. Just report to me what they see every day." "Yes, Lord Tran." Nidik saluted Yinqing and said, "Lady Ligia asked me to say hello to you on her behalf. She is too busy to come to assist you in person. Please understand. Say hello to her on my behalf. When things here are over, I will go to Nuda City to invite her for tea. Go down. We need to discuss the next step." "Yes, Lord Tran." After Nidik left, Zybel couldn't help but lift his hood and said to Yinqing, "You? How come you are Tran? The legendary thief who wanted to assassinate you, but was the only one you didn't catch?" Yinqing lifted his hood and said with a smile, "That was a complete coincidence. As soon as I entered Nuda City, I knew that someone was hiring someone to kill me. So I disguised myself and accepted the task of assassinating me. Now you should know why I can accurately find all the assassins. Because I am one of them, and the one who is least likely to be caught. We will talk about Tran later. Let's carry out the task at hand first." Orf, Donna, and Aranda showed their faces and surrounded him. Yinqing put a hemispherical instrument on the table, and the instrument projected a 3-dimensional image upwards. The image was a topographic map of the city lord's mansion, with sentries and patrol routes clearly marked. This time, their mission targets all lived in the west tower of the city lord's mansion, where there was a meditation room specifically for mages. Because the mages were all here, the defense of this area was tighter. It would definitely not work to rush in and kill people directly. You must think of a comprehensive plan. Chapter 394 Mages. How to assassinate a target. Professional assassin Aranda is undoubtedly the most qualified to say. She pointed to the upper corridor bridge of the west tower of the city lord's mansion and said, "This place leads to the top platform of the city lord's mansion, where there is an air berth for airships to dock. Anderson placed these mages in the west tower, probably so that when needed, the mages can quickly enter the airship. There are not many obstacles along the way, which is very suitable for sniping. The arrow tower here is a very good sniping point, high above. As long as they enter the corridor bridge, there is almost no cover to use." According to Aranda's description, Chue zoomed in on the 3 locations of the west tower, the corridor bridge air berth, and the arrow tower, and marked the arrow tower's shooting range. Professionals are professionals. The sniping point selected by Aranda can indeed include the entire road within the sniping range. Yinqing said, "But these mages rarely leave the west tower. How can we get them to the corridor bridge?" Shuchui showed a trumpet in the projection. She called up the entire Storm City topographic map and pointed to an area covered by the fog of war in the suburbs outside the city and said, "Master, this is an alchemical weapon arsenal built by the Cloud Tower for Storm City." According to the information collected by the drone inside, the Cloud Tower is building a super large air combat platform inside. The Goblin engineer insider we developed provided us with information that when the mages of the Cloud Tower arrived in Storm City, they first came to this alchemical arsenal and carefully inspected the construction progress of the super large air combat platform, and asked the goblins to complete the construction of 2 ships before the end of the rainy season. If something happens here, I think these mages will definitely take the airship. Even if they don't take the airship, they will come out to ride the Griffin. Anyway, they have to take this corridor bridge. When the Cloud Tower supported Storm City in building the alchemy arsenal, the Eternal Territory immediately conducted reconnaissance here. Even though Storm City used the fog of war to cover the arsenal and block the high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, the micro-drone still took detailed photos of the contents inside. The Goblin Gaga helped the Eternal Territory develop several Goblin engineers as insiders to provide information about the alchemy arsenal at any time. Yinxing didn't have much feeling about the so-called floating battleship being built. This thing looks high-end. But in fact, the size of the aircraft made by Buoyancy is very large. If the overall defense is installed, it will not only occupy the load, but also squeeze the space, and also divide a large part of the energy. It can be said that facing the guidance technology currently mastered by the Eternal Territory, it is a target that is easier to hit than a target. Yinxing didn't pay much attention to the so-called floating battleship. It was not as threatening to the Eternal Territory as those improved charging magic guns. But the Cloud Tower and Anderson obviously paid more attention to the floating battleship. Once the floating battleship has problems, it should be able to attract the tower mages out. Yinxing decided on the spot to follow this plan. Chuchui went to find Gaga to see how to do something on the floating warship. Then several people perfected the assassination plan around the plan. In the City Lord's mansion, Anderson formulated an offensive plan for the war after the rainy season. The 2 floating warships of the alchemy arsenal are almost completed. Once this giant aerial platform appears on the battlefield, it should be able to gain control of the sky for the team. At the very least, it can make up for the high-altitude disadvantage for the team and prevent the Eternal Territory's aircraft from coming and going freely above their heads. The expansion of the air control area will allow the ground to let go. A batch of urgently manufactured charging magic guns have been sent to the frontline vanguard. Other weapons modified according to the war were also distributed in small quantities. The strength of the army of the Principality of Wind has greatly improved compared to the beginning of the war. Anderson is very confident about the upcoming battle. In addition, the Cloud Tower has sent a wizard to ambush Yinxing. With 2 approaches, the winner will be decided in one battle. Just when Anderson was thinking about the map, a guard ran in a panic. My lord! My lord! Mage Mofflin is angry again. She complained that the vegetables we prepared for her were not fresh. The cheese was spoiled. She also injured the servant with magic. But the cheese we sent to Mage Mofflin did not spoil. It was a little too old. Anderson rubbed his head. These mages are really hard to serve. Especially Mage Mofflin. All her supplies must be cleaned every day. And the food must be picked or made on the same day. It can't be too greasy, too light, too salty, or too sweet. Even the drinking water must be distilled and purified first. And the temperature must be strictly controlled at 36.5 degrees. It's easy to clean supplies. Just ask the servants to be more diligent. It's not a big deal to control the temperature of distilled water. And a person can't drink much water a day. The freshness of food is the most difficult. From last year to this year, there has been a war on the Windy Highlands. A year of war consumes a lot of supplies. Now the Silvermane Kingdom has cut off the supply of materials to Storm City. And the amount of materials obtained from New Tower City has also been greatly reduced. At this time, Storm City can only produce a part of its own materials, and most of the rest are transported by air from the Cloud Tower. However, the carrying capacity of air transport is limited after all, and most of it is used to transport alchemical weapons, so civilian supplies are somewhat scarce. As the City Lord, Anderson finds it difficult to eat fresh food. In order to prepare food for the mages, the servants of the City Lord's mansion really do their best, but they are still criticized and scolded, and even beaten. I know. I will go to see Mage Mofflin now. After sending the guards away, Anderson sorted out the documents on his desk and walked out. The mages from the Cloud Tower all live in the West Tower of the City Lord's mansion. When Anderson came to visit, 6 mages from the tower were gathered in the hall, drinking tea and discussing alchemy. Hello, Mage Mofflin. And mages. I heard that my people angered Mage Mofflin, so I came to apologize. Please forgive their rudeness. Mage Mofflin's skin turned dark blue and glowed with light stars because of the elementalization. She wore a gray magic robe and a pointed magician's hat. Facing Anderson's apology, Mofflin raised her pointed chin and said in a very arrogant tone, I can hear your dissatisfaction, thinking that I am mean and unreasonable. But you must know that after the mage has transformed his body into an element, he has very high requirements for the things he uses and eats. Any pollution may cause the body to reject it. In the Cloud Tower, there are 100 servants taking care of my daily life. But here, Your people actually let me eat rotten things. If it were my people, I would have turned him into stone. Sitting on the side, the Mage Miller said to Anderson, Grand Mage Mothlan, the secular world is very different from our cloud tower. Especially Storm City. It has been fighting all the time. And all kinds of supplies are very scarce. Duke Anderson has done a good job. Mothlan snorted and said, This is why I don't want to leave the cloud tower. If you guys couldn't even handle an eternal territory, I wouldn't have been sent here. This place is as dirty as a pigsty. Miller didn't expect that Mothlan would target him. Master Mothlan, you must know that everything I do is approved and permitted by the Elders' Council of the Tower. If you doubt my ability, you can report it to the Elders' Council. If you don't want to come to Storm City, you can also report it to the Elders' Council. Hearing that Miller dared to mock him, Master Mothlan said angrily, Miller, if your brain is as clever as your tongue, your achievements in alchemy will definitely be higher than they are now. Don't use the Council of Elders to pressure me. I will be a member of the Council of Elders soon. Mothlan and Miller quarreled, and the voices became louder and louder. They even rolled up their sleeves and prepared for a spell battle. Anderson hurriedly said, Master Mothlan, Master Miller, my enemy is Thunder Swamp. Please calm down your anger. Let's discuss the upcoming war. The rainy season is about to pass, and the decisive battle is about to come. Miller stood up and sat back down. Anyway, he would definitely not be able to beat Mothlan. Mothlan also realized that he had gone too far. If things here went wrong, it would definitely affect his entry into the Council of Elders. The other mages looked as if they had nothing to do with it. The Cloud Tower was not a force with strong cohesion. Except for the Council of Elders. Mages were equal and independent individuals. Everyone usually did research or participated in academic discussions behind closed doors. They did not have very good personal relationships, and would not offend another mage for one mage. Seeing that Mothlan and Miller had restrained themselves, Anderson said, after the delivery of the floating battleship built by the Storm City Alchemy Factory, our army immediately launched an attack on the Eternal Territory. The Lord of the Eternal Territory, Yanxing, will appear on the front line of the battle. At that time, I will organize a commando team to break through the defense zone of the Eternal Territory to lure Yanxing to intercept my commando team. As long as Yanxing shows up, you can seize the opportunity and kill him in one fell swoop. If he dies, the defenders of Eternal Territory will collapse. My army will march straight into Eternal City. After subduing those werewolves and lizard men, Thunder Swamp will be open to us. Okay. We know. Mothlan said easily. Whenever you go to kill Yanxing, you can notify us. Now you can go out. Don't interrupt our academic discussions casually in the future. The time of alchemists is very precious. Anderson was helpless with these mages. Listening to Mothlan's tone, it seems that going to the battlefield to kill Yanxing is as easy as hunting rabbits on a picnic. Shouldn't we discuss a plan in advance and formulate countermeasures for various situations? Anderson looked at Miller. Miller also wanted to continue the academic discussion just now. Although Mothlan was not easy to get along with, her achievements in alchemy were undeniable. Not every wizard dared to elementalize his body, and not every wizard could succeed in elementalizing his body. Listening to her talk about her alchemy research would definitely benefit me a lot. So Miller also said to Anderson, so many wizards participating in the hunt for Yanxing is equivalent to announcing his death sentence. Please go back, Your Excellency the Duke, and don't disturb us. Alas, Anderson had to leave. These mages who have lived in comfort for a long time don't know what war is. I must send another group of people to ensure the success of the capture of Yanxing. Just when Anderson was about to return to the office, a guard ran over quickly. Sir, something happened at the alchemy factory. An explosion occurred inside a floating warship. What? Anderson was shocked. The floating warship is a weapon related to the war situation, and there must be no mistakes. Anderson asked, what is exploding? How did it explode? Sir, we don't know yet. The goblins were cleaning up the scene to find the source of the explosion. It might be that some alchemical equipment was installed incorrectly. After confirming that no one attacked the alchemical factory, Anderson immediately turned around and walked into the hall. Seeing Anderson coming back, Mothlan, who had just finished explaining the alchemical formula, shouted angrily, Didn't you hear what I just said? We are. Without waiting for Mothlan to finish, Anderson quickly said, there was an explosion inside a floating battleship in the alchemical factory. It might be caused by the goblins' mistake in installing the alchemical equipment. These goblins. Maudlin transferred his anger to the goblins. We used to treat them too well. Now that we ask them to do more work, they are lazy and run away. They can't even install the alchemy equipment properly. They should be punished. Anderson said anxiously. Grand Mage Maudlin, how to punish the goblins who made mistakes can wait until later. Please come with me to the alchemy factory to see how damaged the floating battleship is. How to repair it so that it can be delivered on time. Although the mages didn't want to go, the Elders' Council gave them the task of helping Anderson win the war against the Eternal Territory. The floating battleship is an important project for the Cloud Tower to support Storm City. And there must be no mistakes. Miller stood up and said, the floating battleship is more important. And our research can only be suspended for the time being. And this may not be a bad thing. Perhaps we can get some alchemy inspiration from this accident. Maudlin and other mages finally stood up. The floating battleship gathers the high-end alchemy of the Cloud Tower. Some of the alchemy equipment inside is still the work of the Elders. There must be a lot of things worth learning and drawing lessons from. Especially some alchemy accidents. Look more and think more. Maybe you can prevent yourself from making the same mistakes in alchemy research. Yes, the floating battleship is more important. The sooner the war here ends, the sooner we can return to the Cloud Tower. Let's go to the alchemy factory. I hope the lazy and stupid goblins don't cause us too much trouble. Anderson, who was eager to go to the alchemy factory, immediately walked out with the mages. They walked up the tower along the building. There is a corridor connecting the airship berth. And at this time a small airship for transportation is docking at the berth. Chapter 395 Assassinating the Tower Mage. Master, your guards are on standby in the air in a transport plane and can provide you with support at any time by airdrop. Chichui coordinated the Eternal Air Force to arrive above Storm City to provide necessary backup for the Super Tactical Squad. At this time, Yinqing was lying behind a parapet wall, hiding under a raincoat that the guards of the City Lord's mansion had hung out to dry. Holding a telescope and looking at the West Tower opposite, Zybel was very familiar with the City Lord of Storm City. When she was a child, she often used some secret passages to sneak out to play. This time, she used these passages to bring the Super Tactical Squad in. Now Aranda has ambushed at the selected sniper point. Zybel is with Aranda, while protecting the sniper. She can also use her familiarity with the situation here to discover some emergencies in time. Yinqing and Donna lurked behind two city defense battlements near the corridor bridge, waiting for the opportunity to assassinate. Orf stayed at the entrance to cover the team's retreat after the assassination. In Yinqing's vision tactical map, all personnel have arrived at the designated location. Transport planes, dive bombers, fighters, and air fortresses are also on standby at high altitudes. There is even a helicopter bought from the real world outside the city. The team made different emergency plans for how to deal with various emergencies, and formulated detailed assassination and retreat plans. Let them stay on standby. If everything goes well, they won't be needed to help. What's the situation at the Storm City Alchemy Factory now? Chuichu called up the picture sent from the direction of the Alchemy Factory. The interior of a huge flying platform was billowing out thick smoke. If it weren't for the fog of war, the black smoke could be seen directly from the City Lord's mansion. Master, our Goblin Insider added explosive crystal chips into a magic balance instrument, causing a magic explosion. The news of the accident should have arrived by now. I have released a drone to monitor the situation in the West Tower. The Tower Mages are all there, and Anderson is with them. Should Anderson be included in the sniper kill list? No. As long as Anderson does not affect our operation, we should not kill him for the time being. Maudlin is our first target for this operation. Letting Anderson go is not only Yinqing's promise to Earl Theodore, but also because Anderson is a buffer zone between himself and the Cloud Tower. If Anderson dies, it will be a huge blow to their three-nation alliance. It will be bad if it causes the Griffin Heart Empire and the Savage Orcs to shrink their strategy. The Snow Elves and the Silvermane Kingdom are politically unstable. Without external pressure, there may be trouble inside. The war has just begun, and the Eternal Territory is still hoping to make a fortune in the war to gather funds for climbing the alchemy technology tree. Without this war, the research and development progress of the magic weapons and super weapons of the Eternal Territory would not be so fast. Therefore, Anderson is still needed to continue to do things. Chue informed the members of the tactical team of Yinqing's instructions. Anderson is not a necessary target for this mission. Zybel said to Yinqing through the communication channel within the team, "Thank you." Yinqing replied, "You're welcome. This is a deal between me and the old Earl. If you and Adelaide work for me, I will let Anderson go. But if Anderson poses a danger to our people, we will kill him. You have to be mentally prepared. I understand. There can be no mercy on the battlefield. I will only do what I can. Thank you again. At this time, Chue reported, attention. Everyone. The High Tower Wizard is going upstairs through the tower building, and is expected to appear at the entrance of the corridor in 47 seconds. The order of appearance is Anderson, Movlin, Miller, Boba. Yinching immediately picked up the telescope and looked towards the tower. From the window of the tower, he could see the wizards in wizard robes walking up along the building. Aranda, prepare to snipe. Movlin's body has been elementalized, and her recovery ability is very strong. Try to blow her head with one shot. Her brain must not be elementalized. Donna, the gunshot is our attack signal. You block the west end of the corridor, and I block the east end of the corridor to sandwich them in the middle. Donna replied, Master. East end needs to face Anderson. He is a powerful hero. Let's change positions. Yinching immediately said, since the plan has been made, it cannot be changed at will. I will hold Anderson back. You attack, and cooperate with Aranda to get rid of all the tower mages as quickly as possible. Zybel, pay attention to the surrounding situation and provide support at any time. Orf, hold your position. Do you understand? Understood. The members of the super tactical team answered together. The sound of blowing rang in everyone's ears. The target is about to enter the corridor bridge. 3, 2, 1. In all the cameras monitoring the corridor bridge, Anderson walked out first. Aranda half crouched on the arrow tower 200 meters away from the corridor bridge. Next to her, a guard under hypnosis magic leaned on the position of the battlement. As if standing guard, Zybel stood on one side, quietly observing the situation in other directions of the city lord's mansion. Aranda held the magic sniper rifle through the gap between the guard and the battlement, and aimed the muzzle at the corridor bridge. Shooting at this distance was not difficult for her at all. The difficulty was whether the bullet could penetrate the automatic defense magic on the mage and penetrate Movlin's head. According to the information learned from the goblins, the high tower mages were all covered with alchemical products from top to bottom. From outside to inside, the highest temple of alchemy is not just bragging. While the high tower mages are devoted to studying life alchemy, they also spare no effort to protect themselves. The defensive ability of their clothes is not much worse than the magic weapons and super weapons developed by the Eternal Territory. And there is also an automatic protection trigger mechanism. It is not an easy task to kill them. Following Anderson into the corridor bridge is the primary target of this mission, the high tower mage Movlin. Her body shows a color far different from that of ordinary people because of elementalization. This not only allows her to gain stronger elemental affinity, but also allows her to quickly absorb elements to repair her body when injured. Without knowing the degree to which her body has been transformed into an element, there is a chance that shooting at her body will not kill her in one shot. And Movlin is a master-level hero. If she is allowed to release magic, the super tactical team may be in a difficult battle. The body is blue. It should be water elemental, Aranda analyzed. And at the same time, the built-in intelligent core of the magic armor she wore calculated the possible defensive magic on Movlin based on the data that could be collected. Then the intelligent core input the calculation results into the sniper rifle. And the intelligent core in the sniper rifle used the integrated magic array inside the gun body to write magic programs for the magic bullets. Special magic bullets will be given armor-piercing properties against defensive magic. However, the colorful lights on Movlin's clothes and hat clearly contain very advanced defensive magic. Aranda's calculation and input caused the intelligent core to reach an overload state instantly. Hurry up, Aranda muttered softly. And Anderson, who was walking in the front in the sight, slowed down his pace obviously. She knew that a hero who had experienced life and death battles had an intuition about danger. Anderson obviously seemed to have noticed something, and the input of the magic program had not been completed yet. He had to shoot now. Otherwise there would be no chance. When Aranda was about to pull the trigger, Zybel's intelligent core came online. As a test machine for superarm verification, Zybel's magic armor is more advanced. And even the selected intelligent core has carefully cultivated primary intelligence. Even without a server, it has stronger computing power. Zybel joined the calculation, and the remaining amount of magic input was completed instantly. Aranda pulled the trigger at the moment Anderson stopped. The bullet that had completed the magic attribute entered the barrel, and in the process of passing through the barrel, it was blessed with flight assistance magic. And after the posture was adjusted, its trajectory became more stable. Anderson, who was anxious because of the accident of the floating warship, led the tower mages into the corridor bridge. After crossing the corridor bridge and walking up a flight of stairs, you can reach the upper platform of the main building of the City Lord's mansion, where a small airship has been parked. Riding a griffin would have been faster. But the mages don't like these aerial beasts, especially Maudlin, who absolutely can't stand the smell of the griffin. However, when Anderson walked onto the corridor bridge, he felt that something seemed to be wrong. His heart accelerated inexplicably, and the surroundings were filled with a depressing atmosphere. This is the feeling that only appears on the battlefield. But this is the City Lord's mansion, the most core place of the entire Wind Principality. Why does this feeling appear at this moment and here? Then Anderson realized that the accident at the alchemy factory might not be as simple as it seemed. There was an accident at the alchemy factory, especially an accident at the floating warship. I would definitely go to see it. And I would take the tower mages with me. The mages would definitely take this corridor bridge to go to the alchemy factory. If Anderson stopped, however, before he could make any further moves, a gunshot was heard. And then he felt someone fall to the ground behind him. It was the alchemy rifle of the Eternal Lord. They were actually in his own City Lord's mansion. And they kill people? Anderson deployed a shield in the direction of the gunshot as quickly as possible, and then checked his body to see if he had been shot. After making sure he was not injured, Anderson was relieved, but also looked behind him worriedly. Then he saw a scene that made him feel like he was petrified. The one who fell to the ground was Maudlin. Maudlin, who was just arrogant and self-righteous, fell to the ground motionless. Her mage hat fell to the side. Her head broke, and a large area of blue blood sprayed. At this moment, Anderson felt that magic was so ridiculous. Even a master hero as strong as Maudlin was like a lamb to be slaughtered when facing the alchemical rifle of the Eternal Leader. Who can face such a weapon? All the other high tower mages were stunned, and they couldn't even hold up their magic shields. They actually saw the process of Maudlin's death. They didn't know where the attack came from, or what launched the attack. But they could see that the attack triggered the automatic defense magic on Maudlin. The magic shield unfolded, and the color gave people a rock-like peace of mind. But the magic shield was like a bubble bursting, and it didn't play the defensive effect it should have. Maudlin's head was hit right in front of the tower mages, and her body was hit against a pillar on one side in the bloodlight before she fell to the ground. Maudlin, the great wizard who was just talking with him, died just like that? How ironic it was for the tower mages who pursued eternal life. It was the first time that the high tower mages realized the cruelty of war. This is not a game. It is not a story in a book. It turns out that they will die too. Enemy attack. Quickly open the magic shield and release the fog of war. Anderson saw the terrified high tower mages and shouted anxiously. However, another gunshot rang out, and the Miller wizard was shot in the head in front of Anderson. The automatic defense magic also did not work. Idiots. If you don't want to die, defend quickly. Anderson scolded these mages for their slow reaction, feeling sad and terrified. Fortunately, the remaining 4 high tower mages were awakened by Anderson's scolding, and they quickly released the magic shield and released the fog of war. Gray smoke filled the corridor bridge, but a strong wind blew from the side, instantly blowing away the fog of war. Anderson saw an extra person at one end of the corridor bridge. It was Yinching. He was wearing a set of white armor with a strange style and holding a knight's sword in his hand. Anderson didn't think much when he saw Yinching, and immediately drew his sword to fight. He knew that as long as he and Yinching were in a melee, the sharpshooter who sniped Maudlin and Miller would not dare to shoot at him. This is his own City Lord's mansion, and the guards will fill it up soon. Killing Yinching will give an explanation to the tower in the clouds. We can still win this war. Charge. Strike bravely. The sword flashed, and the edge of the sword skill swept towards Yinching, blocking one end of the corridor bridge. Yinching attacked and attacked. The same charge. The same brave attack collided with Anderson, with the sword on his sword. Yinching said to Anderson, I don't want to kill you now. Take your people away from Storm City and retreat to Alpine City along the west line. You will not be attacked on the way. Anderson replied, You killed Archmage Maudlin. In order to calm the anger of the Cloud Tower, I can only kill you. I will lead the army to attack the Eternal Territory and Thunder Swamp, and everything you have now will be mine. You are so stubborn. No. It's you who are about to die. You are too arrogant. Yinxing and Anderson separated. And then fought again. The swords kept colliding. Fighting skills collided. And gravel flew everywhere. And in an instant, a solid suspended corridor was shaken. At the other end of the corridor, Donna, who had reached the position, stabbed a wizard with her back to her with a gun in one hand. She used her cleverness to make the gun handle bend in the process of stabbing, and then straightened it at the moment of touching the magic shield, and exploded the accumulated potential energy at one point. The tip of the gun touched the shield deployed by the high tower wizard. The magic guide intelligent program cracked the magic shield according to the magic structure. The shield was weakened, and the gun tip blessed by various magics pierced the shield, and then stabbed into the back of the high tower wizard. Chapter 396, Sweeping the Remnants. In a short time, 3 of the 6 high tower mages were killed, and the remaining 3 were also within the attack range of Aranda and Donna. However, the support speed of the guards in the city lord's mansion was very fast, and some powerful heroes directly climbed the wall and rushed over. At the same time, a magician attacked the arrow tower where Aranda was, and a large group of soldiers surrounded him from all sides. If there was any more delay, the super tactical team would be surrounded here. At this time, a sharp whistling sound suddenly filled the sky. Looking up, the sky above the city lord's mansion was densely packed with deer dive bombers swooping down from top to bottom. The unique whistling sound stimulated the nerves of every soldier who had participated in the outpost war, making them instinctively look for shelter to avoid the impending bombing. Some supporting griffins and gods had to allocate most of their forces to intercept these weapons with powerful ground attack capabilities. The pressure on the super tactical team was relieved, but the situation was still urgent. Yinxing held Anderson back to create opportunities for Donna and Aranda. On Yinxing's body, he was also wearing a set of magic armor, and it was the first type of heavy armor. Unlike other magic armors, Yinxing's intelligent core is Chuchui. Her computing ability and resource calling ability are not comparable to other intelligent cores and primary intelligence. When the armor was on, Yinxing could feel that it was like a living thing that could breathe, and the magic needed was just right in the required position. The efficiency and speed of release have been significantly improved. Therefore, Yinxing can still take the initiative in most battles even though his overall combat power is not as good as Anderson's. Anderson's strength should be a little stronger than Zybel, who is not wearing magic armor. The roar of the dive bombers of the deer hunters distracted Anderson a little. Storm City has set up a strict air defense system to deal with the aircraft of the Eternal Territory. But the Eternal Territory has not bombed Storm City for such a long time. After experiencing a rainy season, the Storm City defenders, who have not encountered air raids, will naturally be a little lax. I wonder if they can stop this air raid. While fighting, Anderson took a chance to look at the situation in the air. He found that the Eternal Territory's deer hunter dive bomber pulled up and climbed after reaching a certain height, avoiding the interception of the griffin and the monster. Is it a feint to attract our troops for their assassination? Yes, Yinxing is here, and they dare not bomb Storm City at will. Let's solve everything here. Just a gunshot. A high tower mage fell to the ground. Then another high tower mage was stabbed to death by Donna. The high tower mage, who had never experienced combat, was not as good as a veteran in the face of such a sudden battle. In a panic, all he did was to kill himself quickly. And Donna. Anderson clearly remembered the little girl who was brought to the battlefield of Anja Castle by Siebel. In the war with the orcs, the little girl's growth speed amazed everyone. Some people asserted that if Siebel trained Donna for another 3 years, she would definitely be qualified to compete for the championship night. But after just a few months, she became so strong. The tower wizards were like chicks leaving the protection of the hen in front of her. Now there was only a tower wizard behind him who could be killed at any time. And in front of him was Yinxing, who was as good as him. And in the arrow tower not far away, there was a sharpshooter who could even kill Movlin with a sniper. At this time, a hero who was anxious to rescue Anderson rushed to the vicinity of the corridor bridge. But at the moment of exposure, a gunshot blew up his head. Then the gunshots continued to ring, and all the defenders who wanted to rush up were killed one by one near the corridor bridge. Anderson did not dare to retain his magic power. He spread out his wings of light behind him and performed the angel's descend. Yinxing also spread out his wings. The severely damaged corridor bridge collapsed in the face of the eruption of magic power. Anderson and Yinxing floated among the falling rocks, Donna stabbed the tip of the gun into the heart of the last wizard. Mission accomplished. Retreat. Donna activated the flight mode of the magic armor, stepped on the falling rocks to change direction and increase power, and attacked Anderson from behind. Yinxing deployed the lightning field, blasting all the nearby stones. The debris flew. Smoke and dust filled the air. The whirlwind rolled up again, pressing the nearby defenders so hard that they couldn't even raise their heads. Anderson turned around to block Donna's sneak attack, and when he looked back, Yinxing had disappeared. The arrow tower where the sharpshooter was also collapsed in the explosion. The scream of the deer hunter dive bomber sounded in the air again. Anderson, in the state of angel descending, floated in the air and shouted, "Catch up with them. We must not let them leave Storm City alive." At this time, an officer rode a griffin and flew quickly from the northeast. He came to Anderson's side and said almost mournfully, "My lord, the Eternal Lord launched an attack on our army on the outpost front, and our main force has been divided and surrounded by the enemy. The fortress of the Split Mountain was lost. The enemy vanguard is advancing toward Storm City." This military information shocked Anderson so much that he almost fell from the air. How is it possible? How is this possible? The fortifications dug by the Principality of the Wind at the battlefield of the outpost fort were arranged according to the style of the Eternal Territory's positions. Although they could not use barbed wire in large quantities, like the Eternal Territory, they had set up a large number of magic traps in front of the positions. Moreover, he inspected the battlefield yesterday and discussed with his generals how to launch an attack on the outpost fort. The news received in the morning was that the morale of the army was high and they could launch an attack at any time. How come in less than a few hours his army was divided and surrounded, and the fortress of the Split Mountain was conquered? The vanguard of the Eternal Territory marched toward Storm City. Are my tens of thousands of storm warriors just wooden decorations? Are they so vulnerable? Anderson couldn't figure it out. He even suspected that the person who came to report the news was an enemy using camouflage magic. What happened? Anderson was sure that the person who came was not disguised by magic. So he asked loudly. The hero who reported the news told Anderson in detail what happened on the battlefield of the outpost, when Yinxing planned to assassinate the Tower Wizard. He also determined the timetable for launching a full-scale attack on the Principality of Storm. If the accident at the Storm City Alchemy Factory could not draw out the Tower Wizard, the sudden war would definitely make the Tower Wizard respond. However, facing the Tower Mage in a state of war, the difficulty of assassination will increase a lot. The time for the general attack has come. In the direction of the outpost, the artillery cluster of the Eternal Territory concentrated 1,000 heavy artillery, 500 rocket launchers, and artillery of different calibers to cover the positions of the Principality of the Wind for 15 minutes. Use the fastest speed to throw all 100,000 shells at the positions of the Principality of the Wind. The Principality of the Wind, which was preparing to attack, placed all of its main forces of about 50,000 soldiers in the positions, and on average each soldier would be bombarded by 2 shells. After the soldiers of the Principality of the Wind were bombarded by artillery rounds, the bombers of the Eternal Territory came over their heads again. 100 Toucan bombers, 500 stag dive bombers, 1,200 escorting fighters of various types, 600 combat griffins, 150 mecha griffins, 24 air fortresses. Most of the air forces in the entire Eternal Territory are here, forming a true sense of covering the sky and the sun. The air forces of the Principality of the Wind rushed to fight, but the gods and monsters, as the main force, were hit head-on. The griffin fighters, which used to turn around and run away when they saw the gods and monsters, actually launched a knight-like charge at the gods and monsters this time, and they launched missiles from under their wings from a distance. The gods and monsters had never seen such an aerial combat weapon with tracking and strong maneuverability. They were hit one after another, and were shot down by air-to-air missiles. The griffins of the Principality of the Wind had no power to resist such weapons, and were wiped out in a short time. The airships that lost their protection encountered a double blow from the air fortress and ground-to-air missiles, and were shot down one by one without playing any role. In a short time, the army of the Principality of the Wind completely lost air superiority, and the ground army was exposed to the wings of the Eternal Air Force. The bombs of the Toucan bombers poured down, and the deer hunter dive bombers attacked recklessly, blowing up the defense line set up by the army of the Principality of the Wind. After dealing with the airships, the air fortresses also joined the ground attack. They circled at low altitude, and the aircraft cannons fired shells accurately into the trenches. just like plowing the land and pulling out a streak of blood. The soldiers of the Principality of the Wind had no idea how to deal with this kind of attack. They ran around to avoid, but there was no place for them to hide in the entire area. There were explosions and corpses everywhere. The soldiers wailed, and the ground was repeatedly ravaged by the planes. When the planes of the Eternal Territory had poured out all their ammunition, the tanks roared and rushed into the devastated defense line. Most of the magic traps set by the Principality of the Wind in front of the position were destroyed in the bombing, and the few remaining ones did not pose any danger to the tanks of the Eternal Territory. The army of the Eternal Territory concentrated its tanks and battlefields, and the steel torrent rumbled forward across the trenches. The soldiers of the Principality of the Wind had no way to deal with this kind of steel chariots, and could only watch them run over them. They completely lost the power to counterattack the chariot clusters that completed the interspersed movement. Some of them were deployed behind the army of the Principality of the Wind to block their retreat route, and some attacked and advanced in the direction of the Rift Mountain Fort. The follow-up infantry divided the main force of the Principality of the Wind. The front fulcrum of the Principality of the Wind attacking the Eternal Territory. Rift Mountain Fort was visited by bombers when the Eternal Territory launched a general attack. The Toucan bombers bombed the fortress, and the Deer Hunter dive bombers pulled out the key firepower inside the fortress at a fixed point. Then the Special Operations Regiment and Airborne Division that had landed in advance behind the fortress of the Split Mountain launched an attack on the fortress of the Split Mountain. After the tank support arrived, they attacked the fortress of the Split Mountain from both sides. At this point, there was no suspense in the battle of the fortress of the Split Mountain, whether in terms of equipment or tactics. The Eternal Territory was completely superior to the army of the Principality of the Wind. It was equivalent to using weapons close to those of the Gulf War and blitzkrieg tactics of World War II to fight an army that barely reached the level of World War I. Even though the Eternal Territory army was still unfamiliar with the new weapons, it just used the generation gap to crush the enemy. The main force of the Principality of the Wind was completely annihilated, facing the Eternal Territory army advancing toward Storm City. The fortresses built along the way by Anderson had no ability to stop this army at all. The only thing that could slow them down was the muddy road left by the rainy season. Anderson had only two choices at this time: either defend Storm City to the death, or flee to Gaoshan City with the assets of Storm City. Yinqing just said, their army will not stop him from retreating to Gaoshan City. Are they going to give up just like that? Anderson was unwilling. He didn't even know how he lost now. Tens of thousands of troops were gone in a few hours. How did Yinqing do it? I can't figure it out. But time doesn't allow Anderson to think about things he can't figure out. The sky of Storm City is gathering with planes from the Eternal Territory, and they can bomb the city at any time. And it is unknown how many people Yinqing brought into the city this time. With their ability to easily assassinate tower mages such as Movlin and Miller, the possibility of defending Storm City by themselves is almost non-existent. In addition, Yinqing dared to assassinate the mages of the Cloud Tower, which means that Thunder Swamp is ready to face the Cloud Tower directly. In this kind of power confrontation, staying in Storm City is meaningless cannon fodder. Anderson is a decisive commander. He ordered to abandon Storm City, destroy the alchemy factory, and take away all the goblins and alchemy materials that could be taken away. Originally, he wanted to burn Storm City, but considering that Yinqing would retaliate on his retreat, he gave up the idea of scorching the walls and clearing the fields. One day and one night, when the residents of Storm City still didn't know what was happening, all the troops, officials, and nobles of the Principality of Stormwind disappeared completely. The roads in the city were full of discarded things. Hearing the news that the swamp barbarians of the Eternal Territory were coming, all the residents of Storm City closed their doors and hid at home. In order to fight, Storm City promoted all kinds of negative images of the Eternal Territory. The Swamp Tribe is a more barbaric race than the orcs, who like to rob and eat people. Now, Anderson, who has never given up Storm City, actually abandoned the city and ran away without fighting. It can be seen that the Swamp Tribe is more fierce than the orcs. Listen, those things in the sky that make terrible noises. They are all man-eating monsters. The residents of Storm City hid and trembled, and the prosperous city was in a state of depression. Yinqing led his super tactical team on the road of Storm City. The soldiers that were seen everywhere yesterday were nowhere to be seen now. Only the flag of the Principality still planted high up showed the ownership of the city at this time. The planes from Yunhing territory flew very low, drowning Storm City in the noise of the engines. Master, in the consciousness, Chui, who was wearing the adjutant's uniform and a beret, saluted Yinxing and said, "The 3rd Battalion of the 4th Regiment of the 1st Airborne Division of Yongheng Territory has landed at the temporary airport built by magic outside the city by transport plane. Now the 3rd Battalion is ready to enter Storm City. May I ask if I order the 3rd Battalion to enter the city, occupy the city lord's mansion, and take over Storm City?" Yinxing replied, "Allow them to enter the city." Chapter 397 Meeting in Gaoshan City. The outcome of this war on the Windy Highlands was beyond everyone's expectations. The Eternal Territory, which had been on the defensive, suddenly launched an attack on the Windy Principality, surrounded the Principality's main force on the first day, and broke through the Principality's important fortress, the Mountain Split Fort. Even without completely annihilating the main force of the Windy Principality, they divided their troops to occupy the Principality's capital, Storm City. In the end, it only took 2 days to end the battle. Duke Anderson led the remaining troops to retreat to the northwest and entered Gaoshan City to accept the protection of the orcs. He gathered the garrisons of various fortresses along the way, and finally had more than 10,000 troops in his hands. The Principality army surrounded in the outpost battlefield finally chose to surrender to the Eternal Territory. At this point, the 6-month-long war on the Windy Highlands ended. The 5 most important cities on the Highlands, Eternal City and Storm City, belonged to the Eternal Territory, while Frostleaf City and New Tower City were in the hands of the allies Snow Elves and Silvermane Kingdom. The Savage Orcs only had the Mountain City, and the control area was greatly reduced, only maintaining a few fortresses in front of the Mountain City as a strategic barrier area. In this Windy Highlands War, the Thunder Swamp Alliance won a comprehensive victory. As for the Cloud Tower Alliance, not only was the Windy Principality beaten to an exiled government, but a large number of alchemical weapons, equipment, and technologies that the tower supported to the Windy Principality fell into the hands of the Eternal Territory. At the same time, this war also had a great impact on the world situation. People found out Thunder Swamp was not as weak as they imagined, and the Cloud Tower was not as strong as they imagined. There was a rumor 6 tower mages died in the assassination of the Eternal Territory, one of whom was a master mage who had completed the elementalization of his body. The morale of the Thunder Swamp camp soared. The Cloud Tower camp was worried. In order to save the camp's decline and try to regain the lost territory as soon as possible, Anderson, who retreated to Gaoshan City, immediately sent invitations to the camp countries and noble leaders for a war meeting, discuss together how to fight the next stage of the war. Gaoshan City was full of dignitaries. The Emperor Morton of the Griffin Heart Empire and the great chieftain Isaiah of the Savage Orcs both arrived in Gaoshan City, and most of the other noble leaders also attended the meeting in person. The Cloud Tower sent the elders. It can be seen how much they value the war in Windy Heights. They all wanted to know what happened in the outpost. Is it possible that the same thing will happen to them? As the organizer of the Cloud Tower Alliance and a witness of the Windy Heights War, Anderson still received the respect he deserved at the meeting, even though he lost his land and army. At the conference table, the main seat was held by Elder Elvin, who came from the Cloud Tower. His body was transformed into fire element. His skin was red. His hair and beard were flame blue. And he wore a white magic robe that symbolized his identity as an elder of the Cloud Tower. Sitting behind Elvin on the left were the young Griffinheart Emperor Morton and the savage orc chieftain Isaiah. Anderson sat below the Griffinheart Emperor. Other allies sat on both sides of the long conference table according to their respective positions. The conference hall was full of the rough style of the orcs, with bone artwork symbolizing bravery hanging on the walls, and fully armed strong ogres standing around as conference guards. It was just that the atmosphere of the meeting was a bit depressing. After all, the Alliance suffered a serious setback. Looking at the gloomy face of Elder Elvin, it might be true that 6 high tower mages died in Storm City. As the host, old Isaiah took the lead in breaking the dullness and asked Anderson, as an enemy who has fought for a long time on the Windy Highlands, I know very well the strength of the Windy Principality's army, but such a powerful army was so easily destroyed by the Eternal Lord. I think everyone in this room wants to know what happened in the battlefield of the outpost. Is it necessary to defend Gaoshan City? For Anderson, Gaoshan City is the only hope to regain the territory. If the orcs give up Gaoshan City, it will not be so easy to come up again. Anderson chose to hold this meeting in Gaoshan City, and he was also ready to cheer up the Alliance and must hold on to Gaoshan City. He stood up and said to the participants, in recent days, Some of our soldiers, who escaped from the outpost, have brought back the story of the outpost war. The main reason for our failure is that the Eternal Lord used a lot of alchemical weapons that we cannot fight against now. Airships, gods, and griffins have no ability to resist such tracking weapons. On the ground, they use thousands of alchemical chariots made of steel, and our weapons could not cause effective damage to these chariots. The disadvantage of weapons is the main reason for our defeat this time. Anderson said in front of so many people at the meeting that his own weapons were at a disadvantage, which was undoubtedly a slap in the face of the Cloud Tower in public. After all, the alchemical weapons used by the army of the Principality of the Wind were all provided by the Cloud Tower. Saying that the weapons are inferior, doesn't it mean that the alchemy of the Cloud Tower is not as good as the Thunder Swamp? Elder Elvin said. Anderson, don't attribute the failure caused by your incompetence to the weapons. You abandoned Storm City in such a miserable way. Do you know what kind of loss Cloud Tower suffered? Anderson immediately saluted Elder Elwin. I'm sorry, Elder Elwin. I have no intention of offending Cloud Tower. With the main force of the Principality surrounded by the Eternal Territory, the troops in Storm City are not enough to defend such a large city. Withdrawing from the city to preserve strength is my only choice. Regarding the disadvantage of our weapons, I am not questioning the alchemy level of Cloud Tower, but this failure has made me have a judgment that Cloud Tower needs to be vigilant. What judgment? Elwin asked. Anderson first looked at the Griffinheart Emperor and the Orc Chieftain, and then said, the Griffinheart Empire is now at war with the Silvermane Principality, and the old Orc Marshal Mom has also fought with the elves in Frostleaf City. The elves and the Silvermane Principality are equipped with a large number of alchemical weapons from the Thunder Swamp. I believe that you too can feel deeply like me that the weapons made in the Thunder Swamp are more suitable for the current war mode. The Griffinheart Empire and the Savage Orcs have suffered losses in weapons, especially the Griffinheart Empire, which has never gained an advantage in the war with the Silvermane Kingdom. Old Isaiah agreed and said, Duke Anderson is right. The alchemical weapons provided to us by the Cloud Tower are very sophisticated, but in the current war mode, they are not as good as the alchemical weapons produced in the Thunder Swamp, more conducive to actual combat. The Griffinheart Emperor agreed. After getting support, Anderson immediately said to Elder Elvin, if combined with the Eternal Territory, a large number of new alchemical weapons are used on the battlefield of the outpost fort, can be judged. Thunder Swamp has been preparing for this war a long time ago. They have developed new tactics for this new war mode and developed weapons to use this tactic. These weapons are not only provided to the Eternal Territory, but also provided to their allies on a large scale, indicating that Thunder Swamp has a weapon reserve that we can hardly believe. The Cloud Tower should know best that it takes a lot of time and materials to make an alchemical weapon. The Thunder Swamp has such a large reserve of weapons, which further shows that they have been preparing for this war a long time ago. If it weren't for me letting this war break out ahead of time and giving Thunder Swamp a few years to prepare, the Cloud Tower would not be facing the enemy it is now. Anderson's words can be said to have cleared the fog that had been shrouding the Thunder Swamp for everyone present, allowing everyone to clearly see its inner qualities. Yeah. Without prior reserves, how could the Thunder Swamp produce so many alchemical weapons in such a short time? And these alchemical weapons are so suitable for the current war mode. It turns out that the Thunder Swamp has long been accumulating strength to challenge the Cloud Tower. If Anderson had not caused this war to break out in advance, the Cloud Tower would have been attacked by the Thunder Swamp, which had completed all preparations. Looking at the alchemy mastered by the Thunder Swamp, I wonder how many tower mages would have died in the attack at that time. Elder Elvin looked at Anderson with a different look. The Principality of Wind, which was about to be abandoned by the Cloud Tower, was now rising in the heart of the Tower Mage. Duke Anderson. Elder Elvin was much more amiable. Since Thunder Swamp has the intention to attack our Cloud Tower, we can't give up. The Cloud Tower will fully support the Principality of Wind to take back the stolen land. If you have any needs, just tell me. The leaders of all parties present were very envious, and the old Isaiah's face turned very ugly. He thought that Anderson, who had lost his territory and army, would inevitably be abandoned by the Cloud Tower, and the orcs, who had the high mountain city in their hands, would replace him and get the full support of the tower. This is also the reason why the savage orcs agreed to hold the meeting in Gaoshan City. But I didn't expect. Anderson actually made Cloud Tower continue to fully support him with just a few words. But even if old Isaiah was dissatisfied, he couldn't express it. Anderson's expression became excited. And then he said to Elder Elvin sadly, I express my deep condolences for the death of Archmage Movlin, Mage Miller, and the other 4 Mage Tower. And their death also exposed a big problem inside Cloud Tower. If it is not resolved in future wars, the tower will inevitably suffer more unnecessary losses. The venue suddenly became silent. Everyone pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Sure enough, there were tower mages who died in Storm City, and 6 of them died at once. How did they die? Who killed them? If anyone else dared to say so, they would probably have been reprimanded by Elvin. Our Cloud Tower stands at the top of the world. How dare you say that there is a problem inside us? But since it was Anderson who said it, Elvin, whose attitude towards him changed greatly, held back his temper and asked, "What is the problem inside the Cloud Tower?" Anderson took the opportunity to tell the whole assassination process. I was in the assassinated team at the time, right in front of the great wizard Movlin. I am definitely not as strong as Archmage Movlin, but I am the only survivor in the team. I know my opinion will definitely make some tower mages unhappy, but for the sake of my allies, I have to say it. Tower mages generally lack practical experience. Although you all have a lot of powerful magic, and wear alchemical equipment that we dare not even think about, these things did not play any role when the tower mages were attacked. Thunder Swamp has made full preparations to replace the Cloud Tower, and they know very well how to kill a tower mage. They have also proved that they have this ability. If the tower mages continue in this state, greater losses will occur. Anderson's words were not pleasant to hear, but they still made Elder Elvin fall into deep thought. Facts speak louder than words. 7 people walked together, and 6 of them died were high tower mages. Anderson was definitely not lucky to be alive. It was because he knew what to do in the face of a sudden battle. The high tower mages were too arrogant and conceited about their own power, so they paid the price. Life is only once. Elder Elvin could not help but take Anderson's words seriously. When Master Mage Movlin went to Storm City, she told me that she could easily kill Yin Xing. Now she has used her death to prove that some of us high tower mages can only talk nonsense and do not understand what war and fighting are. I think many tower mages will wake up from this assassination and recognize their own shortcomings. But what should we do to make up for this deficiency? Finally, I came to the link I wanted. Anderson said to Elvin, "I have experience fighting against the Eternal Territory and know their tactics and methods. I can train your mages for the Cloud Tower and make them real warriors." Anderson dared to say that he would train the mages of the Cloud Tower, but he has created an imaginary enemy for the Cloud Tower through his words just now. Thunder Swamp has long had the ambition to replace the Cloud Tower, and it has been preparing for many years. The death of the 6 mages of the tower can be said to have broken the arrogance of the mages of the tower, and made them realize that they would die too, and they were easily killed by the Thunder Swamp. In fact, the death of the 6 mages of Movlin also caused the image of the tower in Anderson's heart to collapse. He had no awe of the tower at all. He was naturally bold in his actions. If the tower in the cloud allowed Anderson to train their mages, then Anderson's position would not only be irreplaceable in the alliance, but also allow him to infiltrate his own power into the tower in the cloud. Training is not just about learning how to fight. Obedience to orders will subtly influence the trained tower mages. As the number of trained mages increases, Anderson's influence on the tower in the cloud will also increase unknowingly. As long as you are good at guiding, you may be able to pull out a team of tower mages who are loyal to you. Anderson waited for Erwin's answer. After thinking for a while, Erwin said to him, "The tower mages should face their shortcomings, but it is not up to me to decide whether to let the tower mages accept your training. This matter needs to be decided by the elders. I can recommend several mages to accept your training. After seeing the results, the elders will make the right decision." Chapter 398 After the War. Yin Xing, who was working on the follow-up of the occupation of Storm City, learned about the resolutions reached by the Cloud Tower Alliance in Gaoshan City through the intelligence provided by the Silvermane Kingdom. Anderson really lived up to expectations and continued to promote this war. Not only did his status not decline because of the defeat, but he gained more trust from the Cloud Tower. A team of tower mages will arrive in Gaoshan City, and while assisting the orcs in defending the last city in the Windy Highlands, they will also receive training from Anderson. In addition to these, Anderson also made the Cloud Tower deeply realize that the alchemical weapons it made were no longer suitable for the current and future war modes. If you want to recover from the disadvantage, you can't just develop a few weapons. The Principality of Windstorm will rely on the experience of fighting against the Eternal Territory to jointly establish an alchemical weapon development laboratory with the Cloud Tower to develop and manufacture new alchemical weapons. Research and development alone is not enough. If you want to quickly equip the army with new alchemical weapons, you must expand the scale of alchemical weapons production. However, the goblins belonging to the Cloud Tower are not only seriously lacking, but they are likely to be infiltrated by the Eternal Territory, and their output is far from meeting the needs of the war. Therefore, Anderson proposed that with the technology and equipment provided by the Cloud Tower, the Allied countries can be allowed to build their own alchemical weapons manufacturing factories. Publicizing technology. The Cloud Tower was very reluctant, as alchemy was the foundation of the Tower Wizard's extraordinary abilities. However, the Cloud Tower did not have a way to meet the increasing demand for alchemical weapons after the war expanded. In the end, the Tower Wizards did not dwell on this issue for too long. After all, only by winning can they maintain their position. The Cloud Tower was willing to open up some of its technology. Then Anderson proposed that the war could not be fought according to the war model set by Thunder Swamp. He said to the participants in the meeting, "Since Thunder Swamp has been preparing for this war for a long time, if we fight according to the war model they set, they will only control the rhythm of the war. Therefore, if I want to get rid of the current passive situation, not only must I adapt to the war mode formulated by Thunder Swamp, but I must also develop a war mode that is unique to us. Give full play to our strengths." When seeing this intelligence, Yinxing regretted letting Anderson go. He is indeed a strong enemy. He is ambitious, resilient, and has the ability to turn around in difficult situations. Of course, this is also the enemy Yinxing needs now. The world caught in the war is either black or white. Any force, whether active or passive, must choose one side to join. For the Thunder Alliance, Thunder Swamp Alliance, which has many internal contradictions, the Cloud Alliance, Cloud Tower Alliance, must be strong to promote internal unity. Only the Eternal Territory can call upon the manpower and material resources within the Thunder Alliance at the lowest cost. At this time, the war is just a tool for Yinxing. It doesn't matter what the war brings to the world. He only cares about the secrets hidden in the nine-headed dragon cave, the power related to theocracy. To get results, a lot of resources are needed. Yinxing closed the intelligence files of the Gaoshan City meeting of the Shangyun League. At this time, he was sitting in the City Lord's office of the Storm City Lord's mansion. Except for the chairs and some furnishings, the rest of the place was empty. When Anderson evacuated, he took away all the information that could be taken away, and all the documents that could not be taken away were burned. This caused a lot of trouble for the Eternal Lords to take over Storm City. In addition, the residents of Storm City were afraid of the Eternal Lord's army, so they rarely went out. Even if they had to go out, they would go out and come back in a hurry. Moreover, most of the shops were closed, which must have caused a shortage of daily necessities and food for some residents. If this situation continues, it will definitely cause big problems. "Master." Eden pushed the door and walked in from outside. He was a businessman and was familiar with Storm City. Therefore, after occupying Storm City, Yinxing transferred Eden from the Eternal Chamber of Commerce in Nuda City to be responsible for the appeasement of Storm City residents. Yinxing asked Eden to sit down and asked, "How is the work going? Are the residents of Storm City still afraid to go out?" Eden answered awkwardly, "Master, I think the problem lies with the swamp soldiers. The residents of Storm City think that werewolves and lizard men will eat people, so they dare not leave their homes. If you let the swamp warriors return to the Eternal Territory, I think the residents of Storm City will soon accept your rule." Who would have thought that? Yinxing said firmly. "In my ruling area, there is no difference between humans, werewolves, lizardmen, elves, goblins, or other races except for their appearance and customs. I will never treat any race differently for any reason. If my soldiers make mistakes, they will naturally be punished by military law. Instead of letting some soldiers leave the city because of the fear of Storm City residents, those who want to leave are also those who have prejudices against different races." Eden asked, "Master, are you going to drive out the residents of Storm City?" Yinxing thought for a moment and said, "For so many days, your appeasement has been ineffective. It seems that the inherent ideas are not so easy to change. Storm City must be restored to its proper state as soon as possible. You go and notify all merchants in Storm City that they must open the market tomorrow. Otherwise the Eternal Understanding will liquidate their industries and wealth in Storm City. and the Eternal Chamber of Commerce will buy them from their assets. People will be driven out of Storm City. As long as the market is running, other residents who have nothing to eat and nothing to use will naturally come out. I will strictly enforce the discipline of the Yongheng army, so you don't have to worry about that. Carry out your work boldly. Since the conciliatory policy doesn't work, Yinxing decided to show his fist. Anderson was beaten by me and fled Storm City. You merchants dare to be a thorn? You don't want to drink the toast, but want to drink the punishment. With Yinxing's instructions, Eden said, as long as the market is open, the rest will be easy. Should our Yongheng Chamber of Commerce apply a batch of materials to Storm City at a low price and give some benefits to the merchants who take the initiative to open? Yinxing considered Eden's suggestion and replied, yes. After so many days of consumption, the residents of Storm City should be in great shortage of materials. The Eternal Territory Chamber of Commerce has brought some discounted materials to stimulate the market here. You are responsible for this matter. Those who maliciously hoard goods and drive up prices must be punished resolutely. Yes, sir. If there is nothing else, I will go back to work. It's okay. You can go down. As soon as Eden walked out of the door, the Goblin Gaga, who had been waiting outside, rushed in. The alchemy chair walked with the wind and came to Yinxing in a few steps. Gaga was very excited. We and my people cleaned up the alchemy factory and found a lot of good things. One of the floating battleships is worth repairing. When the Goblin Gaga learned that Yinxing had broken through the Storm City, he couldn't wait to come with a group of goblins. The alchemy factory in Storm City was built with the support of the Cloud Tower, although Anderson ordered to move and destroy it before evacuation. It was impossible to clean it up in such a short time. In a hurry, many things were left in the alchemy factory. Let Yinxing make an unexpected fortune. Yinxing inspected the alchemy factory in Storm City. The two floating battleships were all severely damaged because they could not be taken away. Regarding Gaga's idea of repairing the floating battleship, Yinxing said with some indifference, the floating battleship is a weapon with a very low cost performance. Some of the alchemy technologies in it are very high-end and can be used for research. But repairing? The cost is too high. Is it necessary? The Goblin Gaga said, as a weapon. I don't know if it has any value, but as a high-altitude experimental platform, it must have great value for the study of alchemy. Yinxing became interested. What is the value? Gaga said, the reason why the tower wizard built the tower in the cloud is because some alchemical changes can only be completed in the high altitude. For example, some alchemy that requires the use of elemental inertness. For example, element purification. If you want to break through the current bottleneck of alchemy in the Eternal Territory, you must have an experimental platform that can stay in the high altitude for a long time. The magnetic field floating technology is only available in the tower in the clouds. Chuchui, what do you think? Yinxing asked Chuchui after listening to Gaga's words. A drone showed Chuchui's image clearly, but Chuchui was not active today, and said in a stiff tone, Master, I am Chuchui's secondary computing core. My main core has important things to do. Please forgive me. Yinxing realized that his consciousness was very quiet all day today. It turned out that Chuchui was not there. What important things can she have? I'm sorry, Master. She wants to give you a big surprise. Please don't force me to answer. Not mandatory. Yinxing was curious but still refrained from asking, and turned to the secondary core and asked, You should have heard what Master Gaga said just now. Do you have any comments? The secondary core replied, I inspected the floating warships in the Storm City Alchemy Factory. Its floating principle. First, use the air bags of 4 floating airships to send the entire floating warship to an airspace above 500 meters. In this airspace, the magnetic field buoyancy device built into the floating fighter takes effect, pushing the hull to continue to rise. Magnetic field buoyancy technology is a very advanced alchemy, which uses the magnetic field of the planet to generate repulsion to achieve the effect of suspension. If we can combine the technology and data processing capabilities we have, we may be able to develop an anti-gravity engine. Yinxing couldn't help but ask, Isn't this too sci-fi? Sorry, Master. I can't respond to your humor. Whether it is for alchemical experiments at high altitudes, or for researching magnetic field buoyancy technology, it is necessary to repair the floating battleship. At least it can allow us to accumulate new technologies for the upgrade of super weapons. Yinxing touched his nose awkwardly. Since you all think that the floating battleship needs to be repaired, then you can repair it. The required expenses and list. Please give me the statistics after discussion. Yes. Sir. Yes. Master. After dealing with the floating battleship, Yinching asked Gaga, I have been busy with the war recently, and have neglected the lives of you goblins. Now your population has increased a lot. Is there anything I can do for you? Gaga was very happy to be allowed to repair the floating battleship. Thank you for your concern. Sir. There are now more than 40,000 goblins in the Eternal Territory. And they all like life here very much. There are magical machines and materials here, which allow them to do their favorite research and inventions at will. You are really good to us goblins. Your kindness and generosity are known to the entire goblin race. Even though there are obstacles, many goblins still join the Eternal Territory every day. We are all willing to work for you. Sir, if you must make a request, I hope you can make some single-person mobile workbenches for our goblins that are more convenient to work. The single-person mobile workbench that Gaga mentioned is the alchemy chair he is sitting on. And the chair he is using now is no longer the same as before. His alchemy chair used to have 4 legs, but now it has 2 mechanical legs, which makes it very stable on flat ground. The mechanical legs can also transform into wheels to make movement more comfortable. There are many mechanisms and secret compartments in the chair, and the mechanical arm and toolbox can be extended as needed. There is an electronic tablet, which can be used to check information and record inspiration at any time. There is an intelligent core to help with data calculations, and it can also be used as an assistant to handle many affairs. The new alchemy chair is very comfortable to use. After experiencing it, other goblins are also envious and eager to have their own single-person mobile workbench. If you want to do something well, you must first sharpen your tools. Goblins are born with a weak body, and they have no strength so that they cannot complete many tasks independently. Even though many equipment in the Eternal Territory are highly automated, they are designed for humans after all, and goblins must be uncomfortable using them. If the goblins continue to make demands for their work, their enthusiasm for work must not be dampened. I have been considering equipping the goblins with single-person mobile workbenches. It's just that we are in a state of war now, and the production capacity of the Eternal Territory is saturated. I am afraid it is difficult to meet the needs of all goblins for single-person mobile workbenches. I think we should give single-person mobile workbenches as rewards in advance to those goblins who have inventions, contributions, and hard work. When we have production capacity in the future, we will gradually distribute them to each goblin. During this period, you can use and improve them, and strive to develop a more universal single-person mobile workbench. And you can also develop other professional models. When Gaga made such a request, he didn't expect Yinching to agree so readily. After all, Yongheng Territory has already distributed a lot of things for free to welcome the new goblins. Now they want this more expensive alchemy equipment, which is a bit excessive. But who would have thought? Master Yinching not only agreed, but also gave dozens or hundreds of them. He wanted to give one to each goblin. Master Yinching, you are generous and kind. The goblins will definitely work hard for you and repay your kindness and kindness to us. Yinching laughed and said, yes, we must work hard. Only by helping you defeat the tower in the clouds can we keep our good life now, save more goblins, and live a good life together in Yongheng Territory. Chapter 399 Big Surprise. What is eternity? In the nine-headed dragon illusion, Chichi, dressed in a lady's dress, floated in an endless wilderness. In front of her stood a nine-headed dragon as big as a mountain. The nine-headed dragon raised its head high and stared at the tiny Chichui from different directions, and asked questions. Chichui shook her sleeves and replied with a smile, I have said it many times. My master is the lord of the Eternal Territory, and I am the heart demon Chichui who lives in the master's heart. Please introduce yourself. What is your name? Why is it called eternity? Chichui showed a helpless expression in front of this somewhat stupid nine-headed dragon. The master named his territory Eternity, so it is called Eternity. Maybe the master hopes that his territory will exist in an eternal way. Just like my master named me Chui Chui, which means the spring breeze blows the willows. The master's name is very meaningful. Your master said that eternity will be eternal. Is he a god? The master is a human, but to us heart demons, he is the god we want to serve. Facing the nine-headed dragon who kept asking questions, Chui Chui explained patiently and asked, do you know what your current situation is? Do you know what your name is? The 9 heads of the nine-headed dragon looked at each other before answering, I am a nine-headed dragon. A virtual model of a nine-headed dragon produced by the combination of information technology and nine-headed dragon energy. It is used to concentrate the divergent consciousness of the nine-headed dragon and to trace back the memory of the nine-headed dragon. There is too little information collected now, so I can't answer your question. But I am very interested in God. Since your master is God, can I meet him? Perhaps his divine power can make me truly awake. My master is very busy and may not be able to see you yet. And according to your current state, awakening may not be a good thing. You can use the virtual body I give you now to collect the consciousness particles carried in your energy when the nine-headed dragon illusion is running. You can try to wake up here first, and then we will work together to find a way to rescue you from the seal. What is my situation now? The nine-headed dragon was very confused. He looked at Chue and asked, why do I exist in the form of nothingness? Where is my body? At this time, Chue reads the data of the virtual model of the nine-headed dragon through the information chain. The nine-headed dragon consciousness particles collected through the nine-headed dragon illusion are very small, and there is no way to form a segment of consciousness chain. It can only be interpreted fuzzily through information technology and the research results of this period, and then deductively extended, in order to simulate the consciousness of the nine-headed dragon to a certain extent. Then continue to collect the consciousness particles of the nine-headed dragon through the nine-headed dragon illusion, and constantly correct and supplement the simulation. Finally, a nine-headed dragon consciousness replica can be obtained. It will have all the knowledge of the nine-headed dragon, including the divine power. At that time, whether Jiao Tu Long died or woke up and left, it would not cause too much loss to Yong territory. Chue said to Jiao Tu Long, nothingness is the same as reality. Both are a state of existence. In this world of nothingness, your existence and my existence are both real. Here I can create this world that belongs only to me at will, just like God. While Chue was speaking, the empty field was changing rapidly. The earth cracked, and the surging tide rushed along the cracks, forming a big river in a blink of an eye. The surface of the earth bulged, and a mountain range undulated like a giant dragon. The green vegetation grew lushly, and wild geese flew across the blue sky in a V-shaped formation. In a blink of an eye, Jiao Tu Long was surrounded by a primitive jungle. Then the sky was covered with dark clouds, and soon it began to rain. Chue reached out to catch the raindrops, and continued to say to Jiao Tu Long, this is the world I created for you, and it is also the place where you once lived. I hope it can help you recover. As for your body, you should be able to feel that it has suffered very serious trauma, and is in a sealed state. Non-gods cannot lift it. The divine power is a power beyond our ability. If you want to lift the seal, you still need to rely on yourself. Chue did not interfere with the data of Jiao Tu Long's simulation body, allowing the program to repair and deduce consciousness based on Jiao Tu Long's consciousness particles. On my own, the nine-headed dragon twisted its body, knocking down the towering trees like toothpicks. It swung its tail to clear a wide area for itself, and then said to Chue, I feel very comfortable here, just like my home. I seem to be able to remember something, but I can't really remember it. If you don't mind, I want to take a walk here. Maybe I can remember something. Chue smiled and said, this place was created for you. You can live here with peace of mind. If you want to find me, you can contact me at any time. If there is nothing important, I will appear in front of you as soon as possible. Thank you. Jutulong didn't say much to Chue. The ground turned into quicksand, and soon swallowed up Jutulong's huge body. Looking at the ground rising and falling and extending into the distance, Chue couldn't help but say in surprise, wow. As expected of Jutulong, you can use the magic I set in this world so soon. You will definitely become a pet loved by your master. Master Chue. A system voice sounded in the airspace next to Chue. Jutulong simulation body has entered Jutulong fantasy server, and the compliance is now 61%. We have increased the call of Jutulong energy by 3 percentage points, and the operating efficiency of Jutulong fantasy has increased by 12%. Reach the standard for cultivating the first generation of super life forms. All the materials for cultivating the first generation of super life forms have been prepared. Do you want to start cultivating the first generation of super life forms? Finally, this moment has come. Chue took a deep breath and ordered, start cultivating. The first generation of super life forms is the first generation of heart demon formal life forms developed on the basis of the heart demon Miss Rain life form. The core technology is to use the power of the nine-headed dragon to genetically transform the biotechnology mastered by the Eternal Territory Alchemy Laboratory. After completing the genetic recombination, Use active alchemical materials to generate cells. Then use cells and alchemical materials to cultivate the body. Finally, the energy of the nine-headed dragon was used to give life to the body. In order to meet the hardware requirements for cultivating the first generation of life forms, the Hard Demon Wu Yu led the nine-headed dragon research team to upgrade the nine-headed dragon fantasy server, and asked Chui to use the collected nine-headed dragon consciousness particles to create a nine-headed dragon simulation. Although the nine-headed dragon simulation is now blank, it can still gain a little power. As Chui ordered the creation of the first generation of super life forms, the alarm sounded in the nine-headed dragon cave. All personnel in the cave must leave within 15 minutes. Half an hour later, the energy supply of Kurosawa City will drop by 60%, and the time will last for 3 days. All guards of Heizei City strictly guard their posts and prohibit people from entering the area guarded by armed alchemy robots. Please, all residents of Heizei City, do not panic. This is a special experiment conducted by the Eternal Territory Alchemy Laboratory. After the experiment is over, the city will return to normal. After the city was blocked, the guard commander of Heizei City immediately sent a plane to pass the situation here to Yanxing in Storm City. Is this the big surprise? In 3 days, the energy supply of Heizei City dropped by 60%. I didn't feel happy, but I was very surprised. In such a sensitive place, making such a big fuss. What does Chui want to do? Is she going to lift the seal of the nine-headed dragon? Nonsense. I cannot ask what Chui is doing. But you must give me an explanation. What happened in Kurosawa Castle? No. What happened in the nine-headed dragon cave? Yanxing called out Chuichu's secondary computing core and questioned sternly. Yanxing's order is the highest order. Chuichu's secondary computing core projected its own image and said to Yanxing, Master, we are conducting the nine-headed dragon replication project experiment in the nine-headed dragon cave. The Hard Demon could not lie to Yanxing, but the secondary computing core chose to tell part of it for the sake of its own subject. Sure enough, the nine-headed dragon replication project diverted Yanxing's attention. Copy the nine-headed dragon? Can that thing be replicated? The secondary computing core explained the establishment and progress of these projects to Yanxing in detail. Finally, he said, this is not to copy the body of the nine-headed dragon. The body is not necessary for a creature like the nine-headed dragon. As long as there is energy, it can reshape its body at any time. The spear that pierced the body of the nine-headed dragon not only pierced the body, but also shattered the consciousness of the nine-headed dragon and prevented its consciousness from being reorganized. The consciousness of the nine-headed dragon turned into particles. The biological transformation technology we now have does not simply use its energy, but also uses its consciousness particles. The consciousness particles contain the authority of the nine-headed dragon, which is the most core thing. When the nine-headed dragon illusion was running, we captured these consciousness particles and used the information intelligence technology we mastered to interpret these consciousness particles. After achieving certain results, Chui thought about reorganizing the collected consciousness particle information and using the big database to repair it. Finally, the replication of the nine-headed dragon consciousness was completed. It seems to be very awesome. Yanxing listened to it half understood, as if he understood but not fully understood. He asked the secondary computing core, what is the result of replicating the nine-headed dragon consciousness? The nine-headed dragon is a creature that has mastered a certain degree of divine power. We have a replica of the nine-headed dragon consciousness, which is equivalent to having the key to open the divine power. The next stage of this project is to continue to collect nine-headed dragon consciousness particles and build a dedicated nine-headed dragon database. The final stage is, we will master the technology to create gods. Yanxing was so surprised that he almost vomited blood. What a surprise! A super invincible surprise. I am still just thinking about peeking into the secrets of theocracy and fantasizing that I can be a god for once. Tell me now. I can create gods in the future. You are kidding me. Did you collude with Chui to cheat me for funds? Master, Chui may joke with you, but I won't. The secondary computing core answered seriously, in theory, the consciousness of gods cannot be interpreted. But the consciousness of nine-headed dragon has been shattered. After countless years of separation, these particles exist in a free state, which is the main reason why we can use them for biological transformation. Otherwise, how could the power of theocracy be easily used? Capturing consciousness particles, interpreting and simulating characteristics are what our hard demons are good at. Everything in the world can be analyzed by 0 and 1 in the final analysis. The consciousness of an unguarded god is obtained by us, and we can completely turn it into data for storage through our hard daemon method. At that time, creating a god was just a matter of data allocation, and then integrating the required resources and energy. The secondary computing core said that creating a god is like producing trucks on an assembly line. Please don't insult God like this. But I like it. Sir, when do you expect to create a god? Yinxing asked expectantly. But the secondary computing core poured cold water on him mercilessly. According to our current progress in interpreting the consciousness particles of the nine-headed dragon, it will take hundreds of years, or more than 1,000 years, to initially construct a complete model. Wait for 1,000 years. My bones must have turned to ashes. Sir. Yinxing lost interest. So slow. Now that our enemies are right in front of us. Let's not engage in this 1,000-year plan for the time being. Who would have thought that the secondary computing core said, Master. The time I mentioned is based on the technology we have now. But our technology is constantly improving. When a more advanced nine-headed dragon illusion is developed, a more advanced database is created, and a faster computing server is researched, this time can be greatly shortened. And if there is a major breakthrough in the solution program, although the probability of completing the solution instantly is infinitely close to zero, it is also infinitely close to zero. Yinxing's heart instantly became hot again. He has seen the speed of computer development in the real world, and the interval between updates and replacements is half a year. The computing speed is not doubling, but increasing in an additive manner. No one knows what kind of abnormal thing will come out in 3 to 5 years. But it is certain that no matter how abnormal it is, it will be eliminated soon. I have invested in this project. Just ask me for anything you need, and use as much energy as you need as long as it does not cause damage. All the energy in Heizei City is allocated by Chui. Is it enough? If not, the Kaminli River Valley Hydropower Station to be built in the future will also belong to you. The secondary computing core secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the main body's affairs were not exposed. For Chui, the nine-headed dragon replica, all served his own big plan. Now with the master's authorization, the main body can use the energy of Heizei City with peace of mind. The secondary computing core replied to Yinxing, Master. At the current research stage, we can cope with the materials we can allocate. As for the middle and late stages, I am afraid that a Kaminli River Valley Hydropower Station is not enough for us. Chapter 400. Yes. Life is finally getting better. But we are about to become a debtor. The Kaminli River Valley Hydropower Station is the core project of Yinxing's large-scale construction of the Thunder Swamp, and it is planned to provide electricity to the urban belt along the Thunder Avenue. I originally wanted to save some energy in the Thunder Swamp and allocate 30% to 40% of the energy to the Jiu2 Long database project. But you told me, one Kaminli River Valley Hydropower Station is not enough. It seems that we need a more efficient and low-cost way to obtain energy. Yinxing complained to himself. But who would have thought that the secondary computing core would say, Master, the efficient and low-cost way to obtain energy you need is also one of the research projects of our Jiu2 Long database project. According to our detection, even if the nine-headed dragon is in this state, its energy is still endless. According to the special mechanism of this world, the divine power here must include the free conversion of matter and energy. Master, you should understand what this means. This means, I will work hard for you and make money to fill your bottomless pit. The Kaminli River Valley Hydropower Station is handed over to you. I will find a way to deal with the subsequent lack of energy. What achievements do you have that I can sell in the real world? After occupying Storm City, a large infrastructure project will be launched soon. Money is needed everywhere. The secondary computing core replied, I'm sorry. Master, I don't have the authority of the main body, and there is no way to judge the marketability of our existing technology. After the experiment at this stage is over, the main body will definitely give the master a satisfactory answer. I know. Go and do your thing. Yinxing let the secondary computing core leave, and then dealt with the affairs of Storm City. At this time, half a month had passed since the occupation of Storm City. Under the coercion and inducement of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, the Storm City market is gradually recovering. With the timely replenishment of Eternal Territory materials, no major chaos has occurred. The land connection with the Silvermane Kingdom has been opened, as long as the construction of the highways in Snowland, Windy Highlands, and Silvermane Kingdom is completed. The three important ally areas will be truly connected into a whole. This road is of great significance to the Eternal Territory. The financial, human, and material resources required are also extremely high. There is also an increasing military expenditure, territory expansion investment, various money-burning research and development projects in the Eternal Alchemy Laboratory. Every time I think of it, Yinqing feels a headache. I want to solve this problem. In the magic world, we must promote the universal monetization of food coupons as soon as possible and hold the money bag firmly in our hands. Use finance to plunder wealth. In the real world, we cannot rely solely on the sale of gold resources. We can be bolder, treating the Cloud Alliance, since the other party wants to recuperate and prepare for the next war. Yinqing does not intend to pursue the victory to expand the results. The human resources of the Eternal Territory are always in short supply. And now the power circle has expanded to the entire Windy Highlands. And there is a shortage of manpower everywhere. It is really unable to open up a battlefield. As for the Snow Elves and the Silvermane Kingdom, facing the powerful wild orcs, the Snow Elves can protect themselves. If you want the snow to play a greater role in the war, you must first solve the elves' livelihood problems. Only when the elves do not worry about survival in winter can we talk about forming a large-scale standing army. The Silvermane Kingdom is facing the Griffinheart Empire, and the degree of war must be grasped before Carol resolves the internal conflicts, and the kingdom has the power to unify the human race. The Griffinheart Empire cannot fall. Therefore, for a long period of time, the Silvermane Kingdom's war strategy will be more conservative than the Snow Elves. Do not seek merit, but do not make mistakes. After the battle for the Windy Highlands, the war suddenly became subtle. The Cloud Alliance was awakened and realized its disadvantages against the Thunder Alliance. In order not to lose the battle and affect morale, it took a defensive position on the battle line. Actively transform the war thinking internally. Concentrate resources to use the technology provided by the Cloud Tower, and upgrade weapons and equipment. 2 important countries in the Thunder Alliance have just carried out abnormal power transitions. Under the situation of many internal conflicts, they can't do anything to the outside world. Therefore, the Thunder Alliance was also very restrained on the battle line, and did not actively seek war. The world situation unexpectedly became peaceful. Everyone concentrated their efforts to quickly make up for their disadvantages. Whoever could complete the integration first would gain the initiative in the next war. Based on the intelligence collected by all parties, Yinqing made his own judgment on the world situation in the next stage. After visiting the Snowland Royal Court and Danling City of the Silvermane Kingdom, Yinqing finally returned to the Eternal Territory, which he had left for some time. The Eternal Territory has reached the standard for upgrading to a level 9 territory. The long development period made Yinqing almost forget that his territory still needed to be upgraded. I am afraid that many people would not have thought that this territory, which is gradually becoming the core of the world, is only level 8 now. But should the territory be upgraded? Yinqing hesitated when faced with the upgrade option in the Eternal Territory City Lord's Mansion. The 9th level territory is considered a high-level territory. It can build a landmark building for the human race, which is the temple. The temple allows priests to communicate with gods. God has no specific name in this world. God is God, the only God who created everything. Many creatures in the secular world believe in God in their own unique way. The human race believes that they are a race favored by God, and he lets his favorite angels be the guardians of the human race. The elves believe that they are a race favored by God. He gave the elves the world tree, and let his favorite golden dragon guard the elves. Orcs believe that they are a race favored by God. He has given them the strongest physique and ordered the most powerful behemoths to protect them. Yinqing, who knows more secrets of the world, dares not upgrade his territory rashly. He does not know how the priests communicate with the gods through the temple, nor does he know what will happen in his territory. But one thing is certain. The temple will take away the faith of the people in the territory in their master. The more you use the laws of creation in this world, the more likely you will bring yourself great hidden dangers. After thinking about the risks involved, Yinqing closed the Lord interface. Anyway, the current Eternal Territory does not need the benefits brought by the territory upgrade, because Storm City is a level 12 city. And Storm City can be used if you want to use special buildings. If you think it's too far, you can go to Nuda City. Alas, it's a rare day to have a free day. I wonder if Chue has finished her experiment in Kurosawa City. I haven't seen her for several days. Yinqing checked his consciousness and found that it was Chue's secondary computing core that was working there. This computing core is very dull. If you don't ask her, she basically keeps working. Unlike Chue, she changes clothes from time to time. and she is extremely narcissistic. At this time, a cup of coffee was placed next to Yanqing, and then Chue's slightly playful voice sounded beside him. Master, do you miss Chue so much? Chue has been thinking about you all the time. Hearing the sound of Chue, Yanqing immediately looked to the side. He saw Chue floating there in its original form. It was the image of Yuchan in a certain game. Wearing an ancient palace dress, long skirt with water sleeves, green silk half covering the beauty's back, jade neck wearing a necklace, and a circle of gold wire bells wrapped around the ankles of the bare feet. Every frown and smile was so lifelike. It was as if it was a real person. Seeing Chue, Yanqing couldn't help but smile and said, although I don't know how well you have studied the nine-headed dragon, you must have put a lot of thought into virtual projection technology. You upgraded the projection equipment again. It's really amazing. I can't even see any astigmatism. The pixels are also high. This coffee. When Yanqing was observing Chue, his hand touched the coffee that Chue had just put there. Yanqing had been teased by Chue before. Chue put a cup of coffee on the table, and Yanqing would grab nothing when he tried to grab it, which would cause Chue to laugh. This time Yanqing found that he actually touched a real object. A projection can move a real object? Yanqing looked at the coffee cup, then at Chue, and the more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. He stood up and walked to Chue. He reached out and pinched her face that was trying not to laugh. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Master, please let go. You hurt Chue. Yanqing was even more surprised. This feeling was not bionic silicone. Yanqing quickly let go and asked Chue, who kept rubbing her face, your body doesn't look like a special doll? It's like a real one. Tell me, what's going on? In order to verify his guess, Yanqing stepped forward and opened Chue's mouth to look inside. It was a real person. Chue floated in the air, struggling with her hands and feet, and said unclearly, Master, I say, let me go first. Yanqing let go of Chue and waited for her explanation. Master, Chue was afraid that Yanqing would catch her again, so she floated back for a distance, then turned around and swung her sleeves and skirt to show her graceful figure. Do you remember that you promised to give Chue a gift? This is what Chue chose for the Master, the first generation of super life form. Now Chue not only lives in the Master's heart, but can also accompany the Master as a real life. If the Master is thirsty, Chue can personally pour water for the Master. If the Master is tired, Chue can personally massage the Master. If the Master is sleepy, Chue can also sleep next to the Master, can please the Master and make the Master happy. Stop. 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 Yanqing stopped Chue from saying anything more. I am already very happy that you can appear as a life form. We can talk about other functions later. First, tell me, what is a super life form? Super life forms? It's a bit complicated to talk about. Master, please sit down first and drink the coffee that Chue personally brewed for you. Then Chue will help you massage and explain to you at the same time. Chue floated to Yanqing's side, helped him sit down, and brought coffee to his hands. Floated behind Yanqing, pressed his shoulders with both hands to relax his muscles. Slowly explained the super life form. The coffee was fragrant. The finger strength on the shoulder was just right. Chue's voice was pleasant. What a wonderful life. As for what a super life form is, Yanqing only heard a general idea while enjoying it. In short, the super life form uses the nine-headed dragon illusion and the database to allow the heart demon that exists in the data state to obtain a real body. This body has advantages at the genetic level and is a hero from birth. In addition, super life forms are adjustable and upgradable. It can optimize and adjust a suitable body according to the characteristics of the heart demon. When you have better technology in the future, you can use the backdoor in the genetic program to modify the gene sequence, and then use materials to upgrade the entire body. This seems to be similar to producing robots? Chue replied, in theory, it is similar to producing robots. But robots are not life, and cannot practice magic. They can only use pre-stored spells. Super life forms are brand new life forms, which can obtain energy through eating and digestion, and have a biological brain to obtain stronger logical thinking ability. Yanqing heard this and asked, wait, you said your brain is a biological brain now. So is your computing ability still there? Chue thought for a while before saying, this is a complicated question. For the heart demon, Thinking ability and computing ability are two parts. Computing ability is possessed by every intelligent core, and thinking is the standard for becoming a primary intelligence, which is equivalent to the soul. When the heart demon obtains a super life form, it transfers thinking, and the computing ability is retained in the database of the eternal territory, without connecting to the database. The heart demon's computing ability is within the normal range, and at most it is better at data processing than ordinary people. After connecting to the database, the heart demon can restore its computing ability. Yinxing couldn't help rubbing his head. It feels a bit complicated. It seems that without connecting to the database, the power of the heart demon will be greatly limited. Yes. In the next stage of super life development, we will focus on using space technology to enable the heart demon to connect to the eternal territory database anywhere. Before the technology is developed, computing peripherals can be added to the heart demon to supplement computing power. Chui gently rubbed Yinxing's temple. Yinxing hummed comfortably, then remembered something and asked Chui, I want to use some of our unique technologies to do business in the real world. I guess your secondary computing core has been added to your memo. Do you have any good suggestions? By the way, since the super life form has been developed, I can take some heart demons to the real world. Some things are more convenient for you to do. Perhaps we can choose more projects. We spent too much money during this period, and we will spend more money in the future. Chui replied, Master, there are many projects that Yongheng territory can export to the real world now. Safe, low risk, and profitable projects. I think the Master can get involved in the pharmaceutical industry. The super life form of our heart demon is based on the real world biotechnology, and is modified at the genetic level. We can use the Jiu2 Long database to carry out some medical research and development, and produce special medicines for some difficult and complicated diseases.